Chapter 4652 Good Girl, Lucky. Andraste walked up to the couch where the gem cat was resting. What's wrong? Mayo www. The red-haired girl walked up and poked the cat's stomach. Meow. It's so heavy. Did you overeat again, Lucky? Meow. Meow. Papa told me that you evolve whenever you eat a lot of good exotics. Will you do that again? Meow meow. What part of you will become stronger? Meow. You don't know. Meow. Then hurry up and digest your food. I wanna see how much stronger you will become. Will you become fast enough to catch up with starships in space? Will you be able to warp space so that you can travel to other star systems? Oh, wait, I know. I bet you will grow laser eyes so that you can cut any mech in half. Yes, that's right. I can already see your bright green eyes beginning to glow. Mayoo. Andraste. Vase called as he entered his grand stateroom shortly after he concluded another meeting about the matters he had discussed with Master Goldstein. Stop bothering our cat. What Lucky needs the most right now is a nap so that his body can completely focus on processing all of the high-quality metallic exotics he has ingested. The thing about first-class exotics is that they tend to be a lot harder and more energy-intensive to digest. Meow. You see, even Lucky says so. Come over here and sit on my lap instead. Okay, Papa. Vase never got tired of hugging and playing with his children. Andraste giggled as he tickled her body and planted lots of playful kisses on her face. She reciprocated and kissed his cheek in turn. Tell me. Andraste whined. Tell you what, honey. I heard that we've become rich again. Rich enough to buy a lot of cool toys. Oh, you heard that, didn't you? Who told you that news? A sly expression appeared on the little girl's face. I won't tell. I promised not to tell. Her father tapped her on the head. Naughty girl, you're not supposed to keep secrets from your parents. We're family, remember? The girl stuck out her tongue. I'm not going to tell. He sighed. Oh well, it doesn't matter. It's not that important a secret anyway. Anyway, you're right. I just came off a meeting where we settled on an agreement on how to divide the MTA merits we have earned as of late. Do you know how much the Golden Skull Alliance received in total? The MTA awarded us with over 1.3 billion MTA merits in total. Do you know what a billion represents? That's a 1 with 9 zeros, right? That's right. Vase grinned and kissed her cute little forehead. The problem we have is that the MTA awarded it to our alliance as a whole. Our clan and our two allies had to decide how to divide the spoils among ourselves. Can't you just divide it equally, Papa? Vase shook his head. No, not when you are talking about sums of this magnitude. Although we have all worked together to beat the alien warships and defeat the alien monsters, not all of us contributed equally to our victories. In general, our clan provided the most mechs and expert mechs and also offered a lot of unconventional support. The Cross clan on the other hand brought forth the Mars, which is already a massive contribution in itself. As for the Glory Seekers, they have acted as our junior partner pretty much. They still played an important role as their Diva Infiltrator and Commando teams are unmatched. Diva is pretty cool, the little girl affirmed. Now think carefully, Andraste. Given what the three of us have done to win the Battle of the Borean Belt and the second Battle of Ramage Repulsor, how do you think we should divide the spoils? His daughter looked so cute when she struggled to come up with an answer to a difficult question. This matter was far more complicated for the little girl to solve. Vase chuckled and ruffled his second daughter's red hair. It's hard to come up with a fair answer that all three sides can accept, right? Andraste nodded. This is too troublesome. Why don't you ask Aurelia? She is supposed to be good at this governing stuff. He gave her head a playful pat with his palm. Though he only touched her slightly, his daughter overreacted as if he had just knocked her with his fist. Ouch. That hurts, Papa, you're so mean. He patted Andraste on the head yet again. When I am asking you a question, I don't want you to come crying for your sister's help. When you grow up and start operating on your own, you won't always be able to obtain the help or advice of people who are more skilled at solving different problems. You need to be able to rely on your own noggin to figure your way out of a crisis. This is what your father has learned the hard way. I am first and foremost a mech designer, but I have been forced to take up arms. On top of that, as I built my own organization and fueled the growth of my clan, I also had to learn how to become an effective leader. Do you understand what I am trying to teach you now, Pumpkin? Andraste tentatively nodded. You are saying I need to become good at different stuff in case I am alone or if no one better is around. That's right. While I prefer for you to never be caught alone or without sufficient support, life doesn't always work that way. Vase sighed. Once you grow up and begin to perform your own assignments, you might not necessarily remain with our main fleet all of the time. Whenever you go out on your own or preside over your own unit, you must bear the greatest responsibility. Thinking on the fly and making sure you have judged the situation correctly are both vital skills when you are in a crisis. I will do my best to learn how to become good in those areas, Papa. Andraste promised as she blinked her big eyes up at him. I want to be just as good as you when I grow bigger. Ha ha ha, I am glad to hear that, my dear, but there is no hurry. It will take at least 20 years before you are expected to undertake any serious responsibilities. The two cuddled for a time. His daughter melted in his arms while he basked in the love and tenderness of being able to embrace his own child. He would definitely miss these times in the future, as children grew up so fast. It had only been a number of years since Andraste was still a cute and gurgling baby. She had been so delicate at the time. Once Vase was done with teaching that little lesson, he asked her a question about her studies. You've been taking both swordsmanship and marksmanship classes for a while now, haven't you? Enough time has passed for you to get an inkling of where your talents lie. Of the two specialties, which one do you love more? I think learning how to beat enemies with a sword is a lot more fun than firing with guns. Andraste happily responded. She even started to raise her arms and pretend as if she was swinging a blade. You think swordsmanship is more engaging? Auntie Kedis is such a fun teacher, and she is way better than the marksmanship instructors that I am learning from. I just think it is a lot more exciting to be able to learn how to fight with my whole body right at the start. I hate that she doesn't always have time to hold a class for me. The other swordsmanship instructors she sends in her place are too boring. That should have been an obvious difference to Vase. A swordmaster was an extraordinary warrior. Getting taught by one was like a mech pilot receiving personal tutoring from an expert pilot. The skills, experience and perception of an extraordinary warrior was incomparably greater than that of an ordinary soldier. From the moment Kedis started to guide Andraste on how to fight with a sword, his second daughter's preference towards swordsmanship had already been set in stone. Though Vase did not object to his girl learning how to chop apart both enemies and nasty boys with a sword, he did not want her to become as fixated with the weapons like the sword maidens. He leaned in to kiss her head once again. I am happy to hear that you are so pleased with your swordsmanship classes, but don't neglect your marksmanship lessons either. Learning how to be precise when wielding rifles and other firearms is important as well. We live in an age where battles in space are common. If you have watched our previous battles, have you noticed how little melee combat mattered most of the time? Quote. Vase adopted a serious expression. Melee combat is rare for a reason. It has partially become outdated ever since firearms picked up more steam. It is only in very limited cases such as mech combat that fighting up close has become more relevant again, but even then it is merely an exception to the rule. You don't see the aliens deploying warships that go as far as ramming their prows against the hulls of our starships, do you? That's because it is stupid, wasteful and completely unnecessary. Even the Nuncers and Pwelmers prefer to mount big cannons onto the hulls of their home ships. Do you understand what I am trying to convey to you, dear? His daughter crossed her arms in defiance. I still want to become a swordmaster. That way, I can be strong even if I don't end up becoming a mech pilot. Pumpkin. Vase rubbed her head in concern. Don't think about that too much. You're still young. Enjoy these carefree years of yours. No matter what you end up becoming, it is always helpful if you know how to handle a gun, even if you only use it for self-defense purposes. The frontier is dangerous and I can't guarantee that my men and I will always be there to protect you from the bad guys. I expect you to become proficient in handling a basic firearm by the end of the year. Papa, training my marksmanship means I won't have enough time to learn a sword style. Vase patted his daughter's cute little head once again. Don't disobey your father. I am doing what is best for you. Besides, if you ever become eligible to become a mech pilot, then I will do my best to put you into a first-class virtual mech academy. That means you will have to study and train really hard to pilot a first-class multipurpose mech. Do you know why people deliberately put the word multipurpose in the name despite it being a mouthful? It's because it is supposed to be able to fight effectively in any environment and at any distance. Ranged weapons are a core part of first-class mechs, so I will not have you neglecting this aspect of combat. It's so boring. Don't whine to me about that. Even Kedis had to fire a gun every now and then. She didn't do so that often, but she made sure to train her marksmanship so that she can take down a distant enemy when she has to. How about this? If you do really well in your marksmanship training, I will craft your very own personal luminaire crystal gun. Doesn't that sound great? Andraste's mood suddenly turned around. What, really? Aside from making living mechs, Vase also excelled at making energy weapons. Iconic relic weapons such as the Grey Lotus and the Instrument of Doom clearly showed that he could make monstrously powerful guns if he had the right resources in place. I would do anything to keep my little girl safe. Vase grinned and kissed her head a few times. With the huge amount of MTA merits and first-class salvage that I've obtained from our recent actions, I am sure I can whip up something great for you. However, I won't hand you a powerful gun, unless you have proven your ability to wield one safely and responsibly, so take your classes seriously and earn your certificate. His daughter's eyes burned with determination. It won't take long. You better have a design ready for me, Papa, because I will definitely become a sharpshooter. Good girl. Chapter 4653 Windfall again. So in the end, you and the others decided to split the MTA merits in a 4-4 division. Gloriana asked in confirmation. Vase nodded as he leaned back on the couch while sitting next to a bloated and sleepy Lucky. He idly rubbed his hand on Lucky's back. Meow. That's right, it's a different split than the one we specified in our alliance treaty, but the Cross clan has truly been essential to the success of both operations. Without Patriarch Reginald Cross and the Mars, nothing would have been possible. Besides, Reginald would definitely get offended if he and his contributions ever got discounted. It is actually quite impressive how we have been able to ensure that our Larkinson clan at least obtains a reward that equals that of the Cross clan. His wife did not look all that happy, though. She petulantly placed her hands on her hips, thereby leaving the Glory Seekers as the distant third as usual. Vase turned towards her with a serious expression. Well, I am sorry, honey, but if you want the mech force that was named after you to earn a greater share of the profits, then tell the Wodens to reinforce the Glory Seekers to the point where they can match the battle power of an ace mech. You are asking for too much. Our dynasty doesn't have an ace pilot on retainer. My mother or grandmother cannot casually bring over one of the Hex Army's precious saints either. Each and every Hex or ace mech is needed to deter the Friday colonies from attacking the Hex Federation. I am not telling you that the Glory Seekers have to obtain an ace mech, Gloriana. They can do just like our clan has done and compensate in other ways. Our clan has been doing more than fine without an ace mech by relying on a combination of numbers, innovative technology and intelligence support. Given the spoils that we have all obtained as of late, every alliance partner should have more than enough resources to boost their strength to another level. This is a great opportunity for all of us to plug our greatest shortcomings. Vase grinned at the thought of how much MTA merits that his clan would have at its disposal. Of the more than 1.3 billion MTA merits earned by the Golden Skull Alliance, the Larkinson clan received 40% of the share. This amounted to an incredible sum of 537,360,124 MTA merits. Combined with the amount he already had in reserve, Vase would soon have over 660 million MTA merits at his disposal. This was enough for him to retire on and live on a safe and prosperous MTA-controlled planet for the rest of his life if he wished. Of course, there was no way he would take the easy way out. Even if he persisted in pursuing his mech design career, he was certain that he would stagnate once he got too comfortable in a pampered, high-tech environment. It was out here in the frontier where Vase truly felt free and unburdened. Surrounded by no one but his fellow clansmen and trusted allies, Vase could go on interesting expeditions and enjoy unique experiences that would never be replicated once humanity came in and settled the hell out of the place. As such, Vase did not intend to squander his MTA merits on meaningless luxuries. He could easily improve his quality of life by spending more easily obtainable MTA credits instead. What he needed to focus on was trying to come up with an optimal plan to spend his massive sum of MTA merits on strategic upgrades and additions that weren't easily available on the open market. The greatest value of the Mech Trade Association Merit Exchange was that it offered a gigantic repository of exclusive or near-exclusive goodies that could not openly be exchanged through other channels. Life-prolonging treatment was the centerpiece of this exchange, but it was hardly the only item that made cooperating with the MTA so attractive. As Vase contemplated whether he should splurge an additional 100 million MTA merits to upgrade the hyper chamber that he was planning to order, his wife had moved closer and sat down next to his side. She leaned her body against his own and rubbed Lucky's head, which he happened to enjoy. Meow Tilda, I was thinking, vase, she said as her peachy perfume started to waft into his nose and trigger pleasant associations. Now that we've earned such an enormous windfall, we can consider new options that we haven't considered in the past. I mean, back when we were planning to have Aurelia, we never imagined that we would be fighting a first-class battleship in a serious battle. Our vision was much more limited at the time, so it was not appropriate for us to shop around for expensive items. Vase rolled his eyes. He had already seen this coming. What is it now, honey? His wife adopted a shy smile. Well, now that we have hundreds of millions of MTA merits at our disposal, I have been exploring the catalog of the merit exchange. Did you know there is an option to buy an entire planet with the MTA's blessing? It is a promising arrangement, and it would do our clan a lot of good if we stop. Vase immediately raised his palm. I already know what you are referring to. The MTA already brought up this suggestion. So, did you express any interest? No. What? Why not? It's the best way to found a colony. Vase sighed and patted his wife's hand. My strategic outlook hasn't changed, Gloriana. A colony can provide us with immense benefits, but the burdens and responsibilities that come with it are also problematic. Mech designers do not necessarily need to own any territories in order to do our jobs. I would rather maintain our current way of life and continue to drift from place to place. The more we stay on the move, the harder it is for any enemies to prepare an ambush for us. Don't forget that we have enemies. We can deter some of them, but those powerful enough to ignore our threat will definitely be able to bring enough forces to roll us over. His wife grew upset. She crossed her arms and turned up her chin. You are being so paranoid again. What you are describing is nothing special. Other pioneers have enemies as well, but they don't respond to that by running away. They fortify. They forge military alliances with friendly neighbors or a powerful regional patron. Did you know that the founders of Davut are a lot closer to announcing the formation of a new colonial state? He had not heard of that before. Vase had neglected to pay attention to the news related to Davut and its sphere of influence ever since he embarked on the Trailblazer expedition. He looked intrigued. I guess those guys at Davut are almost done with their negotiations with all of the colonies in the surrounding areas. One of the prerequisites to founding a colonial state was to gain the acceptance of as many star systems in the geographic neighborhood as possible. If even a single owner of a star system held out, then an awkward hole would exist in the newly founded colonial state. It would be especially bad if the recalcitrant colonists sided with a rival such as Karlach instead. Of course, such situations would never happen in reality. One of the first actions the new state centered around Davut would take was to declare war on the puny colony and take it by force. Such events had already happened many times before in the Magare Middle Zone. In those instances, no one bothered to stand up and defend the property rights of the colonists who lost all of their investments. After all, who would want to support a loser who had lost all value and turned into a massive burden? Every pioneer who colonized a planet was most definitely aware of this possibility, so the holdouts that lasted the longest had to be extremely careful not to push their demands too much. Doesn't it sound interesting to build a greater foundation in Davut? Gloriana persisted. We already have ties to the regional community and we have a small but significant presence in the port system itself. We don't have to turn our holdings in the future colonial state into our main stronghold, but a moderate investment can go a long way into providing us with constant returns. Vase chuckled at her attempts of persuasion. Nice try, honey, but I am not going to spend my MTA merits on real estate. That will only anchor me more to a fixed location, which is exactly what I don't want to happen. His wife attempted to convince him to consider the possibility of founding a colony for a few more minutes until she relented. Her mood had grown a lot worse due to her continual failures. Fine, she harumphed. If you don't want to build a future empire for Aurelia, then let us talk about more personal investments. I think it is time to have a discussion about updating our augmentations. What about it, Gloriana? His wife became a lot more animated. It has been years since we have last done anything to improve our augmentations. We were much less wealthy at the time, so our options were limited to genetic modification treatments and implants at the second-class level. Now that we have become wealthier than many first-raters, we can finally take a serious look at replacing our outdated augments with first-class equivalents. The suggestion did not excite Vase as much as Gloriana hoped. Perhaps he might have become more animated in another circumstance, but not in this specific instance. I don't need any further upgrades. I went through an experimental procedure that has upgraded all of my mental, spiritual and physical capabilities. Every part about me has gone through an upgrade, from my cranial implant to my physical traits. I have become stronger and more capable of processing data than just a year ago. I have never measured my performance against a first-rater, but I have a strong suspicion that I can easily beat them in any test, particularly if I bring my incarnations to the picture. The strongest sign that he had gone through a comprehensive illusion was the cybernetic limb attached to his left leg. The second brain that he somehow managed to incorporate in it had substantially increased his cognitive capabilities and significantly boosted his productivity. And this was only one of the many profound changes after enduring an extraordinarily long lightning baptism. Though Gloriana did not have the full story about this mysterious and unexplainable event, she had worked alongside her husband enough times to know how much more productive he had become. Her jealousy broke through the roof. She bent her delicate fingers into claws and mock scratched at his chest. "Vase, you can't leave me behind," Gloriana pleaded like a wounded kitten. "I need help in order to keep up with your level of improvement. The more I fall behind, the less useful I will be in our future collaboration projects. As impressive as you have become, you can't shoulder the burden of designing mechs for our clan by yourself. What do you want?" His wife grinned at him. "I have been looking at replacing my old Aristal 015 cranial bio implant with a genuine first-class implant that is also specifically tailored to mech designers. Normally, it is impossible for people to replace their existing implants, but that doesn't apply to the association. I found out that as long as we are willing to pay additional MTA merits, the mechers will use their advanced tech and expertise to perform the replacement process with extreme precision." "How much?" "Well, I have found a nice implant that offers many of the features I want. Its processing power is thousands of times stronger than the processing power of my current implant. I will be able to use the first-class implant's monstrous data processing capabilities to develop solutions and complete mech designs with much greater refinement and optimization." "How much?" 120 million MTA merits. "What?" Chapter 4654 Extended Length. Vase did not say yes to Gloriana's modest request. It did not exactly go well. "You selfish boy, you have over 660 million MTA merits in your account. Is it too much to ask for you to spend a fraction of this sum on helping me keep up with your progress? How am I supposed to become a star designer within a lifetime if you keep sabotaging my progression speed? Didn't we promise to each other that we would accompany each other to the top of the mech industry?" Meow. Lucky became so disturbed by all of the shouting that he decided to run to another room so that the overstated cat could enjoy some peace and quiet. Vase on the other hand tried his best to calm his wife down. "I never told you I would say no. I just said I need more time to look at our available options and figure out whether we can save on MTA merits. You're talking about spending 120 million MTA merits on an overpriced implant and the complicated surgery required to put it in your head. The first-class implant that I have chosen is not overpriced. It is worth every single MTA merit, and it is also one that is used by many MTA mech designers. Why are you still holding out on me, VES? I worked hard to design many of the mechs that we deployed into battle as well. Don't you think I deserve remuneration for all of the services I rendered? Calm down, please. I've told you many times that there is no reason for you to yell and raise your voice. You will wake up the kids if you continue to shout like a banshee." "Are you calling me a banshee?" Gloriana screeched. In any case, Vase managed to survive his wife's latest outburst by doing what he did the last times. He simply outlasted her. It took a lot of anger and energy for Gloriana to keep berating him like this. Her stamina wasn't the greatest, so she halted her tirade when her voice finally grew hoarse. Vase did not particularly enjoy a pleasant night of sleep after that. He could feel the anger and resentment coursing through the body of the woman lying next to him on their shared bed. The next day, Gloriana put on a more gentle guise as she mothered her children and made sure they were ready to attend their classes for the day. She bent down to hug and kiss her two daughters on their cheeks. "Aurelia and Andraste, try and absorb the lessons taught by the tutors as best as possible, okay? We paid a lot to convince those first-class tutors to do an earnest effort into helping you keep up with your future peers. Not only are they responsible for helping you master all of the coursework that you have missed, they will also be monitoring your progress and filling up a report that we can use to prove your superior learning abilities. So whatever you do, try your best and complete all of your homework, okay? We will, Mama Tilda, Once their kids went off to start their next virtual lessons, Gloriana turned to her husband and directed a pointed stare at him. She hadn't given up on her request. Vase sighed. Don't start with me again, please. I have decided to refrain from spending any MTA merits until we return to Davut. I can't decide on spending so many MTA merits on isolation when there are many other possible major items that we might want to acquire. A hyperchamber already costs us at least 100 million MTA merits, and the upgrades to the Spirit of Bentime will take even more MTA merits. Gloriana snarled at him. I will wait for now, but do not take too long. I am expecting to achieve parity with you so that we can bring our relationship back into balance. You have your weird improvements, so give me a chance to keep up with you through the upgrade of my cranial implant. As long as I can obtain a first-class implant that are just as good as the ones used by MTA Mech designers, I will be able to complete my design projects 3 or 4 times faster as well. We will be able to complete the newest batch of expert mechs much sooner if that is the case. That indeed sounded like a compelling reason to grant Gloriana's request. Vase did not set out to be selfish or anything. He genuinely wanted what was best for the woman he loved. He just didn't want to sign a check that instantly drained 120 million MTA merits from his account. A cranial implant was more than a simple handbag. It was a life-changing product that had massive implications for Gloriana's future career. I'd love to chat with you more, but I have an appointment to make. Goodbye, honey. I'll see you soon in the afternoon. Vase eagerly distanced himself from his dearest wife and moved away as briskly as possible. Fortunately for his sanity and stress levels, the next woman he was about to meet was not a screeching banshee. Once he entered his office and received his daily briefing, he opened up a communication channel with Chief Shipwright Vivian Tsai. The woman that emerged from the projection looked as if she had been working non-stop for several nights on end. Though she did not look as fresh as normal, her eyes shone with so much passion and eagerness that she did not look tired in the slightest. Patriarch, have you called me for a status update? Vase nodded as he leaned back on his office chair. That's right. From my understanding, you have been in discussion with a ship design team from the MTA in order to figure out a refit plan for my flagship. How are the talks proceeding? The woman gave him a half smile. Not entirely well, to be honest. The Mechers are difficult to work with, sir. Their noses are turned so high that they have difficulty with the more restrained budget and demands that we insist upon. I cannot fault their skills and professionalism, though. Once they set their mind on a task, they have shown great skill and speed in producing high-quality design proposals in a matter of minutes. Have you been able to ensure that no matter what changes the Spirit of Bentime goes through, our factory ship will retain her original character and intangible traits as much as possible? I am not so sure about the latter, but I have tried my best not to transform our flagship too much. As to whether she will be able to retain enough of her original character, as you have said, I will leave that up to you, as you are the expert in this matter. Show me, then, what is the best proposal that you can present to me at this time? The chief shipwright mumbled a few words to herself before she transmitted a high-quality sketch that depicted a different version of the Spirit of Bentime. Before Vase commented on it, he made sure to take the time to study the proposed changes carefully. The quantity of changes was overwhelming. Hardly any corner of the vessel remained untouched. Since we are commissioning the MTA to transform the Spirit of Bentime, I thought it was best to implement as many deep, structural changes as possible. Vivian explained. Other shipyards including the Diligent Ovenbird and the ones operated by Murphy and Sons cannot overhaul an existing capital ship's inner structure without breaking too many ship sections in the process. Only the MTA has the technological capabilities to replace weaker hull structures with stronger replacements without causing the surrounding compartments and other ship elements to warp or collapse. As Vivian continued to explain the technical challenges of trying to overhaul the guts of an existing capital ship, Vase continually nodded in understanding. Mech designers generally had no experience with working on metallic megastructures, but the language of science and engineering stayed the same. The biggest and most extensive changes that Vivian insisted on pushing through were twofold. If we ever want to increase the internal volume of our factory ship while minimizing the negative repercussions as much as possible, then this is our best possible opportunity. The only shipyards outside the MTA that can do a better job at increasing the length of her hull is the CFA, and I do not think you have any desire to take your business to the fleeters. Vase frowned in concern. To be honest, I have indeed thought about increasing the size of our factory ship. While her current capacity is already sufficient for our needs, it will become increasingly harder for her to meet the demands of our expeditionary fleet in the future. Still, there are good reasons why we have limited the length of the Spirit of Bentime to around 2 kilometers. Extending her length will increase her mass and make her much more unwieldy in space. That was true at the time, but as long as we upgrade her sub-light propulsion system to match or exceed her increase in mass, she will not prove to be a drag on our fleet. We have formulated 2 possible extension plans. The more conservative one extends her length by 500 meters and the more radical and resource-intensive one will increase her length by 700 meters. Why not go all the way to 1 kilometer while we are at it? Vase curiously asked. The woman shook her head. We don't have the spare materials to extend her any further. We are not resorting to second-class materials to upgrade the hull structure and extend the length of the Spirit of Bentime. They are too weak by our current standards. If we want to turn our flagship into an impregnable fortress that can protect you and our most strategically valuable mech designers and assets, we need to employ large quantities of genuine first-class materials. Buying them in bulk costs astronomical sums of money, and it is an incredible waste of money to use up much of our valuable MTA merits on these goods. Luckily for us, we happen to have large quantities of first-class ship salvage in our cargo holds that we can repurpose. Vase straightened his back. That's right, I was just wondering how much it costs to procure so many tons of first-class alloys, but we don't necessarily need to buy any when we have salvaged entire chunks of hardy alien warships from the previous 2 battles. Most notably, the debris and salvage taken from the largest and most formidable alien battleships of the last 2 encounters presented the best quality materials. We cannot substitute all of the required structural materials with reprocessed salvage. Vivian noted, we still have to purchase plenty of tons of first-class alloys that excel in different jobs. We have tried our best to be as economical as possible, but it will still cost us a hefty amount. Together with the fee we need to pay in order to commission the MTA to overhaul our flagship, the total cost will amount to around 140 million MTA credits if we extend the hull by 500 meters or 290 million MTA credits if we extend the hull by 700 meters. Though Vase welcomed as much space as possible, it was not cost-effective to opt for the latter option. He waved his arm. Let's stick to the more modest extension plan. I understand that we might not easily have the opportunity to increase the length of her hull in the future, but if we really run out of capacity one day, we should easily be able to acquire a second factory ship. Very well, you've made our lives a lot easier with this decision, sir. We not only have to purchase as many first-class alloys, but also limit the increase in mass. This makes it easier for us to increase the mobility of the Spirit of Bentime by upgrading her main thrusters and maneuvering thrusters. Chapter 4655 Extravagant upgrades. Extending the hull of a capital ship was not a simple technical feat. People often mistook the challenges of the exceedingly complicated technical steps needed to complete this seemingly simple task. When put in the simplest possible terms, the process mostly amounted to cutting a ship in 2 separate pieces. The shipyard then inserted a newly manufactured hull section in the middle before fusing the 3 parts into a single whole again. Simple, right, wrong. Although Vivian did not have the time to explain the full range of complications and additional work that all of these changes introduced, it was enough for Vase to understand the processes in broad strokes. I suppose this is why it is worth it to pay millions of MTA merits to commission an MTA shipyard to do all of the work. Vase remarked, a lesser shipyard will not be able to control all of the variables to a sufficient degree, resulting in many flaws and misalignments. Indeed, we can also use the MTA shipyard's help to rearrange the layout and structural design of our starship to meet our future needs. For example, the importance of shield generators is much greater than we anticipated, so we will need to reserve additional space for more of these devices. We also have to provide the necessary infrastructure such as a greater quantity of first-class power reactors in order to compensate for the drastically increased energy drain. All of these upgrades along with the drastic upgrades to the sub-light propulsion system all added up to a hefty price tag. What about the upgrades to her superluminar travel capabilities? Vase asked. Have you explored the possibility of equipping her with a genuine superdrive? A superdrive was the most advanced means of traveling across the stars that was accessible to the public. Though the Big Two definitely mastered more advanced forms of superluminar travel such as portal jump technology, neither the MTA or CFA wanted others to gain access to them. Their value in military operations were too great to be shared. Superdrives already provided an incredible speed boost compared to the conventional FTL drives of yesteryear. By combining the active effects of an FTL drive and a warp drive in a single cohesive device, a superdrive could make a starship travel from one side of the Milky Way to the other side of the galaxy in as little as a couple of years. This was a massive change compared to just a mech generation before. Back before the introduction of phase water and the red ocean, most humans assumed that even the fastest ships required almost a century to travel from one side of the galaxy to another. Superdrive technology has come a long way, sir, but they are very much being iterated upon at a rapid pace. Vivian warned the Patriarch, developers are constantly releasing safer, better, more powerful and more cost-efficient models every year. If you want to spend your MTA merits as wisely as possible, it is best to wait a decade or so until the pace of innovation has slowed down. Though Vase agreed with this sentiment, when he thought about what happened to the Senatus prospecting fleet, he remembered that being a cheapskate would ultimately cost him more in the long run. Please explain your proposal first, Vivian. Tell me what we can do to speed up our flagship during FTL travel. Very well. When it comes to these new and amazing devices, we can choose between first-class and second-class superdrives. Let me begin with the latter. The most affordable second-class capital ship-grade superdrive we can exchange from the MTA is priced at 120,000 MTA merits. Vase perked up when he heard this price figure. That is better than I expected. I would advise against this specific model, sir. Vivian's projection looked displeased. At their lowest, a second-class superdrive can speed up the traversal speed of a ship in FTL travel by 10 times. However, the cycle time of the superdrive is identical to that of a standard FTL drive, so the ship in question will still have to spend many hours in real space or switch to using a second FTL drive. We can buy 2 second-class superdrives then, Vase remarked. We can alternate between one and the other, thereby permanently traveling through FTL at 10 times the speed of a ship using a pair of regular FTL drives. That can work, sir, but you cannot sustain this pattern for long. This is because the shorter hops will give the spare superdrives much less time to cycle and recover from their previous exertions. If you alternate between them too quickly, they will quickly accumulate stress and fatigue without giving them enough time to unwind. At worst, they might malfunction or break in situations where we can least afford that to happen. Vase thought for a moment. If I recall, the Spirit of Bentime can accommodate 3 FTL drives right now. We can replace them with 3 superdrives instead. That should give us enough capacity to endure the rigors of long-distance transluminal travel, right? Theoretically, that is true, but don't forget that we have an entire fleet as well. Vivian reminded him, without upgrading the drives of our other starships, they will not be able to keep up with the Spirit of Bentime. With our current budget, we can upgrade drives of all of our capital ships, but that still leaves us with a large number of combat carriers that will also require their own superdrives. Then we need to account for our allies. If the Glory Seekers and the Cross Clan are unwilling to make superdrives standard issue for all of their own starships, then our expeditionary fleet won't be able to travel faster than before. This was because the fleet effectively traveled as fast as its slowest element. The best way to deal with this problem was to abandon every element that was too slow to keep up, but Vase was not willing to go that far. The Larkinson army and navy weren't strong or numerous enough to stand on their own in the frontier. Vase had to rule out this unreasonable option. I don't think any of us are willing to go this far. While it is nice to speed up our long-distance travel methods, it is not vital to our operations. To us, it doesn't really matter whether it takes a few days or a month to travel to another zone. Besides, I bet the upkeep and maintenance of all of those high-tech superdrives also impose a substantial burden. I'm not sure our clan will comfortably be able to keep so many high-tech superdrives in working condition. As the resident ship expert, Vivian understood these problems a lot better, so she could understand this decision. She just felt it was a missed opportunity. It was not impossible to implement a fleet-wide superdrive upgrade. The Golden Skull Alliance just had to hire a lot of highly qualified naval engineers and drive engineers in order to service the extremely demanding devices. Very well, we can come back to this proposal when we are in a better position to implement a fleet-wide upgrade. Vivian dutifully said, it is not a bad idea to hold off for the most part as the next-gen superdrive models will definitely be 20, 30 or even 50% more affordable than the early models that are available today. Ultimately, Vase chose to replace the current FTL drives of the Spirit of Bentime with a set of 3 decent second-class capital ship-grade superdrives. He mostly regarded them as a stopgap option in case of emergencies. The second-class superdrives should never operate at their full capacity unless a catastrophe took place and the ship had to run away alone. With the dangerous state of the Red Ocean, Vase did not dare to take the Spirit of Bentime on lengthy solo trips across the stars. Escorts were essential in order to deter opportunistic predators from launching raids. Vivian sighed in regret. It would be nice if we equipped the Spirit of Bentime with a set of first-class superdrives. They are so much better on every front. A first-class superdrive is not only at least 100 faster than a standard FTL drive, but their cycle times are also a lot shorter. They are also far more solid and resistant to external shocks. What is even more vital is that they are a lot more resistant to warp interdiction fields. This means that it will become a lot harder for our enemies to prevent our flagship from speeding away from the heat of the action. Next time, Vase promised to her. The modest second-class superdrives that we have decided upon are already luxurious enough for the time being. If nothing goes wrong in the following decade or so, those superdrives will only be used to keep up with the rest of our fleet. They continued to discuss other possible upgrades, but aside from adding in a hyper chamber in the newly built sections of the extended factory ship, nothing particularly stood out. The minor changes mostly amounted to boring but necessary system upgrades. Ship components such as energy channels needed to be entirely replaced in order to make sure that lots of energy could flow throughout the entire hull without getting bottlenecked, or worse, frying the parts entirely. Vase tried his best to hold in a yawn. You don't need to explain each and every individual item on the list. I trust your judgment. Let's make a tally. How much phase water and how many MTA merits will we have to pay for these upgrades? The projection of Vivian Sai made a gesture. A new list projected into view that precisely explained the costs of all of the discussed upgrades. As we have discussed before, extending the length of the hull and upgrading the entire structure and exterior of the Spirit of Bentime to first-class standards will cost approximately 140 million MTA merits. This is the most far-reaching transformation and one that is much more affordable to us due to providing the bulk of first-class alloys needed to make the necessary changes. Vase nodded. Sounds reasonable. It will become a lot easier for us to upgrade the other systems of the Spirit of Bentime to first-class standards later on, especially since you have retained the highly modular layout of her original design. The chief shipwright grinned. That is correct, sir. Moving on, the next major upgrade concerns the power generation and the active defense capabilities of our flagship. It will cost us approximately 50 million MTA merits to equip her with a full suite of relatively basic but economical first-class transphasic shield generators and power generators. The former will also require us to invest around 33 kilograms of phase water, though you should keep in mind that the producer of the transphasic shield generators will also charge a fee of 33 kilograms of phase water. Vase winced, though he did not bother to complain. Though he was sure he could find a competitor that might charge a lower fee, the quality and performance would definitely suffer. Fine. What's next? Upgrading the main thrusters, maneuvering thrusters and other aspects of the sub-light propulsion systems with basic first-class equivalents will cost us 19 million MTA merits in total. That doesn't sound so bad. The Spirit of Bentime will become a lot faster, right? Oh, I am certain you will be more than satisfied with her mobility after these upgrades. Vivian grinned. What else? Well, the final major item is replacing our flagship's FTL drives with second-class superdrives. Since we are not moving up to first class this time, the cost is much more manageable. I estimate that we should spend no more than 870,000 MTA merits as well as 9 kilograms of phase water, though we must also pay a commission fee of 9 kilograms of phase water. In this case, the real payment was not the MTA merits, but the scarce and highly desirable phase water. I see. Vase rubbed his smooth and hairless chin. If we include the expensive hyper chamber, then the total cost of upgrading the Spirit of Bentime to a quasi-first-class factory ship will amount to 309.87 million MTA merits and 84 kilograms of phase water. That was an enormous price. Was it really worth it to spend so much to upgrade a single ship? Chapter 4656 Exclusive Reality Show. Vase could not responsibly make the decision to spend more than 300 million MTA merits and 84 kilograms of phase water on upgrading a single ship. Of course, if he had a say in the matter, he would unequivocally approve of this upgrade proposal. The Spirit of Bentime was his first true ship that he truly regarded as his own home. After living and working aboard her for numerous pivotal and eventful years, her value to him transcended that of a regular second-class factory ship. The upgrade plan did not uplift all of her functions to first-class standards. Not yet at any rate. There were still a lot of ship systems that would remain second class for the time being. Vase was not in a hurry to upgrade the remainder of the vessel. As far as he was concerned, upgrading her defenses, power generation and mobility already covered the most important priorities. Each of the relevant improvements directly increased the survival capabilities of the ship. The defenses of the newly refitted will become so high that she will be able to tank direct battleship attacks with her active and passive defenses. Vivian Sai boasted, her mobility won't increase as much due to the vast increases in the mass and density of our flagship, but she will be much harder to corner in the future. Do you think that it is wise to upgrade the Spirit of Bentheim first as opposed to our more combat-oriented capital ships? He asked the chief shipwright. A part of me thinks that it may be better for our clan if we upgrade a fleet carrier like the Wild Torch or the Gorgonean first. They are much more relevant in battle and they can make much better use of the massive boost in defenses. The projection of Vivian Sai shook her head. I do not agree with that idea. From the perspective of the fleet and the Larkinsons as a whole, we cannot afford to lose our flagship and the people who reside in her. More specifically, we cannot lose the mech designers that not only provide strong mechs to the Larkinson army, but also generate a lot of revenue by expanding and updating the product catalog of the Living Mech Corporation. We can lose the Gorgonean, but we cannot afford to lose you, sir. When she put it in these terms, then Vase felt a lot better about letting the Spirit of Bentheim have the first turn. A factory ship she may be, but the fact that a vessel of this type became the flagship of the Larkinson clan said much about the outsized value of its mech designers. I have one more question before you can go, Miss Sai. If our clan agrees with this proposal and everything else is in order, how long will it take for the MTA to upgrade our capital ship? I have only received an estimate from the Mecher ship designers that I have been working with. They told me that the productivity of their shipyards are much higher, so there is not that much of a waiting list. That said, the requested upgrades and modifications are incredibly drastic, and our request to keep the ship in one piece as much as possible while completing the refit will require the shipbuilding crew to employ more inefficient work methods. If no major unexpected complications occur, the entire process will likely take around half a year. Understood. After Vase concluded his extensive call with Vivian Sai, he contemplated the ship upgrade proposal once again. He felt good about it. He looked forward to receiving the newly transformed Spirit of Bentheim after a short break. The time it took to send the factory ship off to the MTA also coincided nicely with the expeditionary fleet's upcoming pit stop. As Vase called a meeting with the other leaders of the Larkinson clan to discuss the massive proposal, he received mixed feedback in return. Chief Minister Novalon Pernis expressed the most reluctance. The opportunity cost of spending almost half of the MTA merits at our disposal on upgrading a single capital ship is, well, not entirely selfish, but not entirely prudent. How so? Vase curiously asked. Investing so many resources into upgrading our factory ship may sound logical at first, but from what I can see, we will be making the same mistake as Mr. Otris Magrin, the son of Sheddarin Pernis answered. No matter how much we increase the defenses of any single ship, there are always enemies that can destroy them no matter the price. I think that instead of trying to put all of our eggs in a single basket, we should spread them to multiple baskets. This way, we can not only hedge our bets, but also ensure that other vital capital ships such as the Diligent Ovenbird and the Vivacious Wall become much less at risk of collapsing from a single blow. Vase turned to Chief Minister Abigail Avern. You're the highest-ranking Larkinson with a naval background here. What is your opinion? The former Commodore remained calm. There are arguments in favor of both choices, but I am not inclined to support Navilan's suggestion. Spreading out upgrades across a large quantity of ships will not make a major difference in the operations or combat power of our expeditionary fleet. This was an understandable perspective to many of the people in the meeting. It applied to mechs as well. There were cases where concentrating a lot of resources on a single elite mech unit might yield more results than spreading them out across many mech units at once. Within the Larkinson army, the Nullifier Battalion and the most revered veterans of the Sword Maidens happened to serve as exemplary examples of how this approach worked out well. Paying for a major upgrade to our most important ship is definitely worth it for the reasons that have been mentioned before. The older woman continued, I can see many uses for a ship with such an unreasonable amount of defenses. It will become much harder for both second-class pioneers and weaker alien warships to inflict serious harm to our flagship and our most important figures. She can also serve as a highly secure refugee for our civilians during a particularly dangerous crisis. That last part alone was enough to win over a lot of neutral clansmen. The spirit of Bentheim possessed more than enough space to accommodate hundreds of thousands of people in an emergency. Sure, space would become so cramped that they would probably have to dump a lot of cargo, but a capital ship was nothing if not a lot of flat cities stacked on top of each other. I think Abigail makes a good point. Chief Minister Magdalena Larkinson voiced her own opinion. One of our worst habits is that we repeatedly bring our entire fleet, civilian ships and all, to the battlefield. I understand the reasons why we must do so, but we are nevertheless risking the destruction of a relatively fragile ship and all of the innocent civilians aboard her at any time. If there are circumstances where we can transfer all civilians and non-essential personnel to a near-impervious floating fortress, then it would lift a massive burden to our mech pilots in the field. Currently, many mech pilots felt that their backs were pressed against the wall. Though it massively increased their motivation to fight well, it was not good for their stress levels to engage their enemies with the knowledge that a single mistake might cause thousands of vulnerable clansmen to perish. In the end, most of the Larkinsons rejected Nevillin's proposal to spread the wealth for this reason. His idea was not that bad, but upgrading the spirit of Bentheim first brought a lot more benefits to the table. There's also another point I would like to warn you about. Director Calabast spoke up. If we send our flagship and the vessel where much of our design and production-related activities take place to the Mech Trade Association, I will bet everything that I have that the Mechers will bug every single cubic meter of her hull. No corner will be left untouched. By the time we welcome the improved spirit of Bentheim back into our fold, anyone who gets back in will essentially become the new characters of a massive, constantly running reality show. Observers assigned by the association will constantly observe and track your every move. A lot of expressions changed. The people who were already living and working aboard the spirit of Bentheim especially felt uncomfortable by this realization. Vase did not show as much concern, though. I have already taken this possibility into account. When I discussed ways to spend my MTA merits with Master Goldstein, I mentioned my concerns to him. The Master personally reassured me that the refit work will be done by a crew and shipyard that is completely in the camp of the survivalist faction. The wrong people won't be able to access those feeds. The Spymaster snorted. The fact that those hidden bugs will be placed in the hull of your factory ship will mean that at least some people will make use of them. Instead of the MTA as a whole, it will just be your survivalist friends, who will keep an eye on you and the rest of the people aboard the spirit of Bentheim. Are you sure you can live with that, Vase? We are not defenseless against them, he retorted. Lucky is particularly good at sniffing them out. He will just have to spend a lot of time on carpet searching her entire hull like he did once before to catch most of those hidden bugs. I'm sure the MTA will try to plant those sneaky devices onto our ship once again at a later date, but I am sure we can figure out a more effective solution to ward away these stubborn listening devices. If nothing else, we can always ask Patriarch Reginald to hop into his Mars and scrub our factory ship clean of bugs by enveloping her with his handy Saint Kingdom. This was one of the many reasons why pioneers with ace pilots on retainer became a lot more formidable. Nothing could escape the attention of an ace pilot when his Saint Kingdom swept through the hull of a ship. Ace pilots could easily detect the malice and ill intent from the likes of suspicious spies, treacherous informers and the tiniest listening devices imaginable. This was a phenomenon that went beyond science, and that made it extremely difficult for other parties to form a countermeasure against this metaphysical method of surveillance. Still, just because it was hard did not mean it was impossible. Calabast crossed her arms. No one knows more about ace pilots and the properties of Saint Kingdoms than the Mech Trade Association. They have plenty of god pilots at their disposal whose might and mastery of willpower far exceed that of ace pilots. I am convinced that the MTA has developed multiple solutions that can circumvent this method of detection. Vase shrugged. If that is the case, it is futile to guard against the MTA. I mean, the Mechers will bug my ship regardless if we bring her to the MTA or not. At least this way we can better ensure that it will be our friends within the association that will do all of the monitoring. Aren't you afraid that the increased monitoring will negatively impact your work? Why should I be afraid? Vase shot back. I'm just a mech designer. I am not engaged in any shady or illegal work. Nothing happens aboard the spirit of Bentheim that I am ashamed about. If the MTA wants to watch me work, then they are free to do so. I don't think they will learn much from seeing me at work, but that is their business. The look Calabast gave him showed that she did not find his statement credible in the slightest. Chapter 4657 Serious Interest. The plan to refit the Spirit of Bentime into a quasi-first-class factory ship received lukewarm support from the other leaders of the Larkinson clan. Vase knew quite well that the main reason that people such as General Verl and Director Rania Woden supported the initiative was because the Patriarch wanted this to happen. No other pioneering organization would squander half of the immense windfall of MTA merits on transforming a factory ship of all things into the most luxuriously equipped vessel of her kind in second-class space. The fact that the planned refit upgraded her so much that she could justifiably be classified as a quasi-first-class vessel already said much about the insane level of spending required to make her this good. Sure, spending over 300 million MTA merits as well as 84 kilograms of phase water on a factory ship sounded crazy, but it was exactly the kind of crazy that enabled Vase to produce one fantastic innovation after another. Though it was possible to fund the refit plan using money instead of contribution tokens, even the most modest versions could cost the clan billions of MTA credits. What was more problematic was that the clan would have to commission a shipyard belonging to a normal first-class power such as the Ural Tavik clan. No matter how much these ordinary first-raters invested in their shipyard facilities, they would never be able to match the quality of the MTA's state-of-the-art technology. When it came to his personal baby, Vase only wanted the best for her. His flagship was the safe haven where he could shelter in when everything else around him became hostile and dangerous. People like Gloriana who kept pushing the idea of colonizing a nice planet fundamentally misunderstood his mentality. Vase had no desire to found a colony and rule over an entire planet. The Spirit of Bentime was his colony. Its surface area might be smaller than the smallest moons, but every single part of it belonged to him and remained under his control. When given the choice between owning a planet that was permanently stuck in a fixed orbit around a star and a tiny corvette that barely offered enough living room for a few crew members, he would pick the latter any time. This was because a corvette could at least move around and travel anywhere in the cosmos as long as she was well equipped. Of course, the Spirit of Bentime was much more than a tiny corvette. She was a genuine capital ship that not only functioned as a large manufacturing complex on the move, but also contained first-class lab and workshop facilities. Mech designers such as Vase could make excellent use of these luxurious facilities to conduct their research and design their mechs, and the comfort of having them around in his travels ensured his productivity remained high. In short, spending half of his gigantic stash of MTA merits on the factory ship was not a stupid decision in his eyes. Make no mistake, Vase said as the meeting wound down. We are not wasting the huge sums put into her extensive upgrade and overhaul. We are not only gaining a powerful defensive asset that can play an immensely useful role on the battlefield, but we are also future-proofing our most important capital ship. Later on, we do not have to invest a lot of money or replace the Spirit of Bentime with a brand new first-class factory ship, because we already have a quasi-first-class vessel in our possession. It won't take much effort to remove the word quasi from that designation. The hard work of upgrading the Foundation and half of her essential systems had already been done by that time. It would become a lot easier to replace the remaining second-class components and ship systems that had fallen behind, such as the superdrives. Chief Minister Novalon Pernis remained one of the few people who maintained his objections over this spending plan. He maintained his stance that the opportunity costs of pursuing this plan was too great. There were many other highly useful goods and services that the clan could exchange from the MTA instead. Still, as long as Vase remained at the helm, his opinion outweighed everyone else's. Besides, he already won over the support of the majority of the leadership of the clan, so he did not bother to pay attention to the remaining naysayers. What of the remaining 360 million or so MTA merits that we have left? General Verl asked. I am open to other proposals. Vase made an inviting gesture with his arms. My main concern is the refit of the Spirit of Bentime. I do not have any other pressing needs at the moment. Each of you can continue to come up with your own plans and bring it up for discussion. If enough people think it is a good idea, then we will implement them. Just make sure that increasing our short to medium-term combat power takes priority. We will be heading back into the deep frontier sooner or later, so make sure we are ready to deal with anything thrown in our direction. After the conclusion of the meeting, Minister Sheddarin Pernis stayed back and approached him for a private chat. What's up, old man? The aged diplomat's impeccable control over his body ensured he did not display any adverse reaction to the Patriarch's overly informal greeting. Word of our latest deeds have already begun to circulate, sir. Sheddarin quietly informed Vase. Not only did they dramatize our operations against the Palace of Shame and the fractured house of the collapsing star, they also mention how many MTA merits we have received for our heavy contributions. What? The news has spread already? Shedderin nodded in confirmation. The exact sum of MTA merits are on every headline related to our actions. The stories are just starting to appear on the smaller news portals, but it is only a matter of time before the major ones will publish the same articles. By the time we arrive in Davut, we will be swamped with attention, both good and bad. That is just what we need. Let me guess. The Mech Trade Association had a hand in publicizing our deeds. We don't need to guess. One of the MTA's official news bulletin has published a highly condensed summary of our positive contributions less than an hour ago. The Mechers have even managed to insert the exact sum of MTA merits that our Golden Skull Alliance earned in total. Great. That will definitely unleash a horde of freeloaders and sycophants in our direction. Vase grumbled. Our clan can handle the heat. Minister Shedderin reassured the younger man. You should keep focus on doing what you do best. Our people and institutions are more than adequately equipped to handle the changes. The benefits of increased fame and renown are more than worth it. Not only will it become easier for us to forge more lucrative agreements with new business partners, but we have received new applications to join our clan from more formidable and worthy pioneering organizations. That last part perked Vase up. As much as he was pleased with the current state of the Golden Skull Alliance, Operation Lighthouse exposed him to the benefit of bringing greater numbers to a fight. He could do a lot more on the Trailblazer expedition if the amount of mech forces he could bring to bear was at least 6 times greater. Of course, Vase was not willing to let anyone fight alongside his clan. The Glory Seekers and the Cross Clan may have their fair share of flaws, but they had proven their trustworthiness and loyalty many times over. That made it even harder to welcome new additions to the Golden Skull Alliance. The contrast between trust and intimacy would be so great that it would definitely disrupt the vibe within the expanded alliance. Are there any pioneering organizations on the list that have a serious chance of meeting all of our criteria? Vase asked. It is still early, but we have received surprising offers from a number of familiar organizations. Oh, do you recall the pioneering organizations we fought alongside during the Battle of the Borean Belt? Well, they have become so impressed with us that they are willing to join us if the conditions are right. That caused Vase to look skeptical. As far as I am aware, each of them are strong enough to match the numbers of our entire alliance. They are already strong enough in their own right. They even have their own ace pilots on retainer. Why would they give up much of their independence and autonomy to abide by our rules and restrictions? Minister Shedderin smirked. The decision is highly logical when you study the right data. We may be small for the moment, but there are many indicators that show we have great promise in the future. First, we have earned an astronomical sum of MTA merits, which we will certainly use to fuel our growth. Second, we are a new and dynamic alliance that does not carry as much burdens as other groups, so our prospects of promoting to first-raters are considerably higher. Third, it is clear to discerning people that we enjoy an excellent relationship with the MTA, which means that any newcomers can benefit from this as well. There were many more reasons why other parties would want to join the party. Selfish as their motives may be, Vase didn't mind so much as long as they took the same risks and endured their fair share of pressure. Above all else, people have become more convinced by our string of successes. The minister summed up, we have acquired a strong winner's halo, and others want to bask in it. So long as we manage to keep it up, everything will go smoothly. And what if we lose this valuable halo? Then it will be up to us to ensure that our new alliance partners will remain committed during times of adversity. The circumstances did not sound ideal, but they were better than before. Attracting stronger pioneers who had already proven their ability to survive in the frontier would make for strong additions to the expeditionary fleet. The upcoming pit stop made for an ideal moment to meet with the promising candidates and evaluate them thoroughly. Which of the pioneering organizations that we fought alongside the last time have decided to join our little alliance? So far, the 3rd Fleet of the Adelaide Mercenary Corps and the entirety of the Bujay family have signaled their strong interest to join our alliance. Minister Shedderin seriously responded, in our initial exchanges, we have already judged that they are sincere about their intentions. Their terms are reasonable and they have already shown a good amount of willingness to abide by our many rules. If Shedderin said so, then it must be true. This stood in stark contrast to many of the offers that the Golden Skull Alliance received in the past. Papi da J Nui 1, SOM usually, stronger parties expected to come in and throw their weight around. Some did not even do a good job at disguising their intentions to outright take over the alliance by usurping its leadership from within. Vase didn't know what those guys were thinking, but at least the Adelaides and the Bujays had better sense than that. Their decision to approach the Golden Skull Alliance without leveraging their individual superiority already demonstrated a willingness to bow their heads. It also helped a lot that he had good impressions of both during the time the Gemini family had gathered them all together to assault the Palace of Shame. Both the Adelaides and the Bujays came across as sensible and practical people, unlike a certain other group that developed unusual cultural practices to say the least. Did we happen to receive any interest from the Gemini family? Vase curiously asked. No, thank the heavens. We can do without their brand of weirdness. I don't want our Golden Skull Alliance to turn into a cesspit of weirdos, exiles and miscreants. I believe our clan already has that area covered, sir. Chapter 4658 Prejudged candidates. Compared to the other pioneering organizations that had signaled their willingness to join the Golden Skull Alliance, the Adelaide Mercenary Company and the Bujay family both enjoyed a massive advantage. Their forces had fought alongside the Golden Skullers in a tough battle. That not only gave the Larkinsons and so on a good look at their objective combat performance, but also their intangibles. How well did they maintain their command and control during unexpected setbacks and complications? How readily did they commit their forces to a difficult mission? How much could they be trusted to cover everyone else's backs? Though the Battle of the Borean Belt did not provide the Golden Skull Alliance with the answers to all of these questions, the Larkinsons at least knew the Adelaides and the Bujays a lot better than the random names that showed up out of the blue. Vase especially looked forward to adding their ace mechs to the expeditionary fleet. It's nice that we can depend on the Mars to defeat alien warships and hostile ace mechs. Our fleet is relying too much on a single point of failure. Vase told Minister Shedderin, the difference of having one or multiple ace mechs at our disposal is massive. Just look at the Gemini family. The tactical and strategic outlook of our combined armed forces will undergo a qualitative transformation if we are able to group 3 or more together. We don't necessarily need to rely on trickery to defeat a modestly sized alien battleship like the Tower of Babel anymore. The teamwork of 3 different but powerful ace mechs is stronger than deploying 3 ace mechs in isolation. It also helped that the ace mechs were all substantially different from each other. The Jeddah Sandovar piloted by Saint Marissa Lewandowski was not only a blazingly fast and mobile ace light skirmisher, but its Saint Kingdom was an incredibly effective disruptive tool that was much more effective than conventional ECM solutions. The Royal Gem was a much more straightforward ace mech. Piloted by the older and more veteran Saint Calisandra Bujay, the Ace Spearman mech could outduel a lot more opponents in single combat, and its Saint Kingdom could play a key role in weakening powerful adversaries. When combined with the Mars, who could provide a huge amount of flexible fire support at different ranges, the expanded Golden Skull Alliance should no longer be afraid of confronting smaller alien warfleets in the wild. Minister Shedderin provided Vase with a little more information about the applicants. The arrangement that the Adelaide Mercenary Company wants to establish with our alliance is one that is similar to that of the Glory Seekers. The main organization will remain separate from us, but their third fleet, which they will convert into an offshoot organization, will come under our auspices. I see. The Adelaide Mercenary Company was actually much larger than the entirety of the Golden Skull Alliance at the moment. It was a behemoth that built up its success in the old galaxy and was trying to expand its tentacles in the new frontier. Its third fleet happened to be one of those tentacles. In a sense, what the Adelaides were doing was nothing more than a diversification strategy. Some fleets would remain independent and go off to earn their keep on their own, while others banded together with other strong powers. Vase did not mind this arrangement. The Adelaide Mercenary Company in its entirety was too large for the Golden Skull Alliance to swallow whole. He could make do with just the third fleet, at least for the time being. The Minister of Foreign Affairs thought the same way, given his sly smile. If our alliance becomes 10 or 20 times greater in the future, then it is not out of the realm of possibility to absorb the rest of Adelaide's mercenary fleets into our fold. We only have to keep winning. The two didn't have much else to talk about for the time being. The Adelaides and Bujays had just begun to show their interest. They still needed to go through multiple rounds of exploratory talks and conduct a lot of background research before they could move on to the next phase of this exhaustive process. Vase trusted in the ability of the diplomats under the lead of Minister Shedderin Pernis. There was no need for the clan patriarch to step forward in person to take care of this chore himself. I will update you on any major developments or complications during the negotiations. The diligent minister spoke. It will take around 2 to 3 months to complete the entire process and know for certain whether the candidates are a good fit for our alliance. Okay, that sounds good. Vase nodded. If it looks as if the Adelaide Third Fleet and the Bouget family are likely to become a part of our lovely band, then I'm not in a hurry to welcome more partners. You can raise the criteria for any other third parties that are looking to join the fun. Only bring them in if they are really worthy of our trust. Once Vase ended his talk with the minister, he finally had enough time to spend on his own work. He still had a lot of mech design projects that demanded his attention, so he was eager to get back to them. He also entertained the idea of starting a bunch of new research projects based on the inspiration that he managed to harvest in the past few months. Naturally, he was not the only mech designer in the Larkinson clan who wanted to work on new and promising projects. The most pressing need of the clan was to enable the Larkinson army to defeat the tougher warships fielded by the indigenous alien races. The strong transphasic energy shields that protected a lot of critical hulls from damage had become a universal annoyance to every human. Mech designers had a tendency to respond to these sorts of situations by proposing mech designs that specifically addressed the problem in question. The first pair of Larkinson mech designers to give their pitch to Vase was Juliet Stamaros and Dulo Voikin. Vase initially expected the mobility specialist and spearman mech specialist to introduce an unusual melee mech concept to him, as at least one half of the pair had no business designing a ranged mech. His guess was not that far off the mark. What am I looking at? Vase furrowed his brows in confusion. You are looking at a sketch of our solution against heavily shielded warships. Juliet plainly responded. While the entire mech industry is working towards developing efficient counters against transphasic energy shields, we all know that it may take years or decades before the landscape changes. We cannot wait that long, so Dulo and I have joined forces to develop a stopgap solution that is highly suited for the Larkinson clan. Pa-P-J Nui 1, SOM Dulo Voikin spoke up next. As the previous battle has shown us, there is no better quick fix on the battlefield than employing missiles. The pair of Stormsurge missiles launched by the Mars produced exceptional results. While our missile-carrying mech cannot produce as much damage in isolation, they can expose the hulls of a lot of warships when fielded in greater numbers. Though Dulo Voikin mentioned a missile-carrying mech, the sketch clearly showed a Lancer mech. Vase pointed his finger at the projected sketch. I don't see any missile launchers in this draft design. Are you sure you selected the right design file? Neither Juliet nor Dulo acknowledged that they had made a mistake. Sir, our Woodpecker project is not a conventional missileer mech. There are good reasons why it looks like a Lancer mech. In this case, the warheads are integrated in the lances carried by this mech. When Vase studied the lance held by the mech in the sketch more closely, he could finally see how it could carry a warhead. The shaft was not only longer, but substantially thicker and more complex at the front. He initially thought that the tip of the lance looked thicker in order to facilitate higher impact chargers, but it turned out that the additional layers had been added to make it harder for ranged attacks to eliminate the warheads in advance. Okay, I need an explanation for this. Vase crossed his arms. This better be a good idea, because I am not in the mood to entertain a joke. Our Woodpecker project is no joke, sir. Juliet responded with the assurance of a mech designer who came up with a solid idea. The code name of the project should already tell you much about its concept. It starts with the use of normal missiles against alien warships. Though we have never experienced it in person, other forces that have already started to make use of missiles against alien vessels have found to their dismay that the craft they are targeting are highly effective at intercepting missiles in flight. This did not surprise Vase. Just as with human warships, the secondary or tertiary weapon emplacements of many alien warships are specifically designed to shred incoming enemy missiles or starfighters. The nature of these weapon batteries mean that they are much more effective at their jobs than a bunch of ranged mechs. The smaller the missile volley, the greater the chance that all of the payloads will get shot down before they can come close to their destination. Dula nodded. The most reliable way to make sure that enough missiles make it to their targets is to saturate the target with thousands of missiles. While effective, the amount of waste is huge, especially when you make use of more expensive phase water-infused missiles. This is why we have decided against designing a more conventional missileer mech. They are easy to use as they only need to deploy in space long enough to launch their entire stock, but a competent opponent will easily be able to shoot down all of the missiles in flight. Juliet Stamaros gestured towards the draft design. Hence why we have decided it is better to employ this sort of construction. The short story behind its concept is that we think that an expensive transphasic missile stands a much better chance of striking an enemy warship if a sufficiently armored mech escorts it right on top of the enemy ship. Ah, I see now, Vase responded as he looked enlightened. The odd Lancer mech made a lot more sense now that he figured out that it was meant to be an explosive delivery system. This is not an efficient way to launch a missile to an enemy target. Vase remarked. The Lancer mech basically functions like a torpedo in this instance. A manned torpedo. I hope that your woodpecker project is at least able to detach the explosive warhead before it blows up in its face, right? That is a given. This is not a suicide mech. The Lance incorporates a small but extremely powerful short-range booster that can launch the payload at the target at such a high speed that it should be nearly impossible to intercept in a short amount of time. Overall, this was a funky design concept, but one that had solid reasoning behind its special configuration. I'm sure that an idea like this has been done before, Vase stated. Did other mech designers have any success in employing this sort of explosive Lancer mech concept? There are enough successful examples in the past, but their market circumstances are radically different. The mech models were all niche because they weren't as necessary in the environments where they were sold. It will be a different story here in the Red Ocean because of the prevalence of shielded warships. Vase paused for a moment before he made his decision. Alright, this idea might be effective enough to work, so I will give you a chance to prove the value of this woodpecker project. You can go ahead and work on this mech design, but once you are able to produce working mechs, I want to test it out on a smaller scale at first. The best way to test its viability is to employ it in the field. That is acceptable. Thank you for giving us a chance, sir. No problem. Now that I look at it, I might have a way of giving this woodpecker project an extra edge. Chapter 4659 Surge of Storms. Vase did not mind so much if Juliet Stamaros and Dulo Voikin ended up botching the woodpecker project. This was a realistic possibility given that it presented a funky and unusual combination of traits. Arming a Lancer mech with an explosive lance could either work out brilliantly or blow up in their faces. Regardless, it was a fresh and interesting take on a mech. Vase loved it when he or other mech designers mustered up the courage to get off the beaten path and pursue innovation. There had to be a certain tolerance for failure in order to produce persistent successes. Now that the Larkinson Army and the Larkinson Army already accrued a sufficient number of strong and effective mech models, Vase became more open to risky experimentation. If a new mech design worked out somehow, then that would be a welcome addition. If the latest work of a mech designer failed to live up to expectations, then that was okay as well. Everyone could learn from the failure and there were always other opportunities in the future. After giving the pair of journeymen a few more encouraging words, Vase waved Juliet and Dulo off. The two mech designers eagerly wanted to begin with fleshing out their promising new shield-breaking Lancer mech design. Shortly after their visit, another Larkinson mech designer showed up in order to gain his blessing for another new proposal. Keddies, I haven't seen you in a while. How is my daughter doing? Vase asked as he greeted her into his work corner. The woman gave him an encouraging smile. Andraste is the most talented squirt that I have had the pleasure of teaching. It is just too easy, so much so that I have to adjust my training program and introduce more artificial obstacles in order to exercise her ability to work under adversity. If all first-class kids are like her, then I can understand why so few first-class mech pilots have what it takes to break through to the rank of expert pilot. This was a familiar argument to Vase. A soft environment bred soft soldiers. Professional training could help a lot with compensating for that, but there were still a lot of limits. Children who grew up while having it easy had to learn many lessons from scratch. Don't be afraid of giving my girl a hard time, Vase told the swordmaster. I would like to protect her for her entire life, but that is not what a good parent should do. I should give her the opportunity to learn how to stand on her own. Sometimes, that requires me to give her a bit of tough love. Keddies nodded in agreement. That is true. I do the same thing to my children. The difficult part is to balance it out with gentler treatment. No child should bear so much pressure all of the time. They talked a bit more about young Andraste's performance in her beginner swordsmanship classes. Though the energetic little girl had not attended a lot of classes to figure her out entirely, Keddies already had a good idea what the designer baby may be capable of in the future. If she doesn't become a mech pilot, I think she can become an excellent swordmaster that can cut the lives of mech pilots while they are in their machines. Truly, Vase looked surprised. Even you can't do that, right? His former student did not like that remark. Don't remind me of that. All swordmasters have their own strengths. Andraste's little companion spirit opens up a lot of options for her that no one else has access to. If she is able to develop the right sword style that takes maximum advantage of Yika's death affinity, then it is not impossible for your little girl to replicate the effects of a death energy wave attack on a smaller scale. That sounds impressive. Don't get excited too soon. Even with her talent, it will take a lot of focus and dedication before Andraste reaches this point. She can produce a similar outcome much easier if she focuses on channeling her special power through a rifle. Do you mind it if I tell her to train her marksmanship? It's fine, Kedis said in a laid-back tone. Swordmasters don't necessarily have to be pure about their weapon choice in order to become powerful. It helps, and some of the more close-minded Heavenswarders insist on swearing off ranged weapons forever, but that's nonsense in my opinion. I can't comment on her ability to wield rifles, but her talent in swordsmanship is enough to make the Heavensward Association welcome her with open arms. Vase smiled with pride. That's my girl. Anyway, I did not come here to update you on the progress of your kid. I have a more work-related matter to present to you. I'd like to show you an idea for a new mech design. When Kedis projected her draft design in the air, Vase immediately spotted a lot of familiar design elements. At first glance, he thought that he was looking at the design of the second sword. The second sword was Katiz's first gift to the Sword Maidens where she hailed from. Despite the relative age of the original design, the Hardland-level swordsman mech still served as the premier unit for the elites of the melee-oriented mech regiment. However, when Vase looked a bit closer at the draft design, he noticed plenty of small details that diverged from the familiar second sword design. The greatsword wielded by the mechs carried more technology. The armor systems were much more high-end. The overall level of refinement was slightly higher. I take it that this isn't a simple update to the second sword design. Vase noted. What am I looking at here, Kedis? The swordmaster grinned. This is my first answer to the transphasic energy shield problem. I know that Juliet and Dulo already presented you with their own proposal, but their idea has obvious shortcomings. What I offer is a more affordable, sustainable and effective counter to transphasic energy shields, especially in the long run, as I will continue to iterate on the design. She waved her hand, causing another projection to appear into view. The latest projection showed a short clip of the first sword breaking the spatial barrier projected by the Trampler of Stars. Many people within the fleet rewatched this very same clip. Though the effort to strip the Phase Lord of his strongest form of protection had definitely been a team effort, it was undeniable that Venerable Dice's new extraordinary sword technique played an outsized role in breaking the camel's back. The projection did not do the spectacle justice. The moment when Kedis connected to the Decapitator, her first masterwork sword, and imbued it with the power of Sharpie, the magnificent weapon swept a crescent of stars against the Nunzer Phase Lord's nearly impervious spatial barrier. As soon as the dense twinkling light spots struck the invisible barrier, the latter melted with unnatural ease. Vase couldn't even begin to understand the theory of all of the mechanisms that made this feat possible. He just chalked it up to the reality-distorting effects of extraordinary willpower and left it there. Only madness would follow if he attempted to come up with a scientific explanation for all of these crazy phenomena. I thought this phase cutter technique could only be employed once in a couple of months. That is not correct, Vase. This attack indeed took a lot out of Sharpie, but she doesn't need to wait that long to recover again. Papi da J Nui 1, SOM. As if to emphasize her point, Sharpie jumped out of the floating bloodsinger and swung her tiny sword. Sharp, sharp, sharp. The miniature version of Kedis flew a few circles around Vase as if to show off her energetic state. Once she had made her point, the companion spirit flew back into Katiz's personal greatsword. Vase looked mildly impressed. I see. That is handy to know. I don't think we will encounter another warship soon, but it is great to know we can count on the first sword to make a repeat performance. The same cannot necessarily be said for the Amaranto. Though Vase was able to amplify the firepower of the Instrument of Vengeance in a similar fashion, he had to expend the much more special Worklaw energy to amplify its firepower. That was troublesome because the rate in which he was able to replenish this rare type of energy remained limited. We are going off on a tangent. Kedis said, my new mech design shouldn't come under such a restriction. My intention with this project is to design a high-quality standard swordsman mech that can largely rely on its own strengths to overcome transphasic energy shields. The mech has to be strong enough to stand a good chance of surviving a high-risk assault, but it also has to be economical enough to fabricate enough copies to form a new elite mech unit. Vase widened his eyes when he noticed what was special about the armor system. It consisted entirely of first-class materials, and it wasn't unending alloy. Wait a second, are you expecting to derive all of the first-class materials from the salvage that we have collected? That's right, that is my intention. I mean, we still have many tons of salvaged alien warship debris in our cargo holds. I already pushed a plan where we will use up most of it on upgrading the structure and hull plating of the Spirit of Bentime. I know, Vase, but you should still have plenty of tons of material left. I'm not picky. I will take whatever scraps are left and fabricate as many of my storm swords as possible. Storm swords? Vase questioned the name. Oh, I haven't gotten to the best part yet. The swordmaster grinned and pointed at the weapon in the draft design. Do you remember the Stormblade technology that I am working on implementing in the Samurai project? While I haven't completed this mech design as of yet, I have experimented with Stormblades enough times to know what it is capable of and how it can be used. My new Storm Sword design is meant to wield a single first-class Stormblade greatsword. The difference in materials along with the much greater size and heft of the weapon will allow my new elite swordsman mechs to abuse warships as if they are crispy frogs. Vase scratched his head. Aside from using a lot of salvaged first-class materials, how does this Storm Sword differ from the Samurai project? There are huge differences, Kedis loudly insisted. The Samurai project is a more general-purpose machine that is mostly designed to fight against mechs, including ones that are shielded by decent but not too powerful transphasic energy shields. The Storm Sword can fight against mechs as well, but they are mainly designed to get close to human or alien starships and exhaust their energy shields at a rapid rate. And how do you expect to do that with a bunch of standard mechs? Making use of first-class materials doesn't necessarily make your expensive swordsman mech more powerful. It just makes it a lot harder to break it apart. The female mech designer emphatically pointed at the greatsword of her draft design. Haven't you been paying attention, Vase? I've made several design choices that will make my Storm Sword super effective. My idea is to combine Stormblade technology, first-class materials and most importantly a specialized sword style based on Venerable Dice's brand new phase cutter technique. That could be a powerful combo. Not many mech designers possess the skill and expertise to skillfully combine these elements to produce extraordinarily powerful synergies, but the first mech designer to become a swordmaster as well may just be able to realize Katiz's ambitious vision. Still, unlike the previous proposal, the idea presented by his former student was incredibly expensive. The cost of failure was much higher as a substantial amount of increasingly more scarce first-class materials might go to waste. Chapter 4660 Dreams of Plunder. Vase had to admit that the Storm Sword design concept sounded powerful enough to change the paradigm between mechs and warships. One of the greatest advantages of warships was that they could always rely on their immense scale and abundant internal volume to stuff a lot of powerful systems inside their hulls. An ordinary mech could never fit a potent shield generator that was several times its size. Yet a warship that stretched for several kilometers could easily accommodate a couple of dozen of them with ease. This was the fundamental reason why it was simply too easy for warships to overpower mechs. Their ability to pile up their technical capabilities was so high that they could break through practically all opposition by relying on brute force alone. Mechs had never been a weapon platform that relied on brute force to win. Sure, first-class multi-purpose mechs most certainly stretched the limits of what technology could produce, but even the most advanced MTA mech could not single-handedly defeat a single proper CFA warship. Though many mech designers still clung onto the belief that extensive miniaturization and other technological innovations would one day give smaller war machines an edge over larger but much more inflexible vessels, that day was nowhere in sight. For the time being, mechs needed to rely on other avenues of power in order to overcome the might of warships. Teamwork was one of the most common ways that mechs outfought warships. Since armed starships were inherently more expensive, no force could easily deploy hundreds if not thousands of them at a time. In contrast, fielding mechs by the thousands was quite normal for groups above a certain level. This enabled a mech force to build up a roster composed of many different models that all synergized with each other. The power of teamwork combined with the power of synergy could produce astonishing results. The best mech pilots and the most clever commanders could easily use their mechs to defeat opposing forces that may be 10 times stronger than them in absolute terms. These were just a few of the means that mechs could use to narrow the gap between themselves and other powerful opponents such as warships. Now, Kedis wanted to pitch in with her own idea. The Storm Sword put forth a radical new means of countering the transphasic energy shields that the indigenous aliens often used to protect their warships from damage. The new elite mech model did not have to be able to single-handedly disintegrate a transphasic energy shield or spatial barrier. Vase did not ask for a standard mech that could match the performance of an expert mech. What Kedis presented instead was an expensive machine, but one that could be mass-produced under the right circumstances. The Storm Sword does not have high specific material requirements. Kedis elaborated her vision for her ambitious new shield-breaking machine. The key elements that make it work are Stormblade technology, a sword-maiden mech pilot that has gone through specialized training, and Venerable Dice's companion spirit. None of this would work without any of these elements missing. The first-class materials used to make the greatsword and the frame of the mech will help the mech survive on approach, but they are not essential. I can make a version of the Storm Sword with second-class materials if I have to. Oh, I can't forget about myself. My design philosophy and deep expertise are needed to merge all of the necessary pieces together into a single package. As Vase continued to study the nuances of the draft design, he looked a bit uncertain. Those are steep demands, Kedis. You are imposing exceedingly high demands on your new mech design. This is not going to be a highly practical design. I can't see it being mass-produced in greater numbers than 100 or so machines. We will come a lot closer to bottoming out our reserves of salvaged first-class materials by then, and don't forget that you are not the only mech designer who wants to make use of all of those high-end materials for their pet projects. The Swordmaster merely held the hilt of her Bloodsinger and exuded an aggressive air. Then we'll go out on the frontier and smash a bunch of other alien warships. It will be like my old pirate days. Just think about it, Vase. We have almost everything we need to smash and build on the go. As long as you upgrade the recycling facilities of the graveyard and the production facilities of the Spirit of Bentime to the point where they can process first-class materials, we can slowly upgrade all of our mechs without paying a single MTA credit or MTA merit. That caused Vase to freeze. Do you know how crazy that sounds? There are many aliens out there that are dangerous. While it may be nice if we can find an isolated enemy battleship or something, there's also a chance we might end up replicating Lord Pyrion Yoral Tavik's personal experience and bump into a powerful alien warfleet. Kedis remained undeterred. Pyrion was both careless and a fool. We regularly employ a lot of scouts, so we can detect powerful threats in advance. Besides, I already heard that you are thinking about expanding our alliance. It was about time. The Adelaides and the Bujays are both alright by my book. With 2 more ace mechs in our fleet, our ability to pound alien warships into scrap becomes a lot stronger. Nothing is ever absolute in a warzone. Vase shook his head. Since when has uncertainty ever stopped you? You pushed for the Trailblazer expedition because you recognized that staying in a safe and boring area won't do you as much good. You weighed the odds and figured that you had a much better chance of becoming a master or a star designer if you tried your luck in the more dangerous parts of the frontier. Now that we are in a period where our strength is about to skyrocket, why are you becoming so timid all of a sudden? This is the opposite of what you really want. We should be out in the less civilized parts of the frontier where we can hunt alien warships to our heart's content. She knew him well, because the story she presented to him caused his imagination to go wild. He visualized the process of roaming the deeper parts of the frontier and encountering many new sights. It was inevitable for the expeditionary fleet to pick up the whereabouts of alien ships or fleets. As long as the Golden Skull Alliance scouted its surroundings properly and did not stray into exceedingly risky regions, it should always be able to pick and choose its own battles. The tonnage of a typical starship was high. Though not all of the alien races were luxurious enough to construct warships made out of first-class exotics, the major alien races fielded plenty of them, so it was not impossible to encounter another formidable battleship like the Vigant Zizine or the Fractured House of the Collapsing Star. Any capital ship was made out of a huge amount of materials. No matter whether the hull was partially or wholly made out of first-class materials, the expeditionary fleet was bound to secure a rich harvest upon achieving victory. Perhaps Vase and the others might not be able to use all of these powerful materials to fabricate proper first-class mechs right away, but it should not be a problem to produce quasi-first-class mechs. Designs like the Storm Sword would come in extremely handy in this situation, because it was powerful works like these that did a better job at drawing out the potential of the expensive materials. Each production run added a lot of powerful new combat assets to the expeditionary fleet. Once the Larkinson army was able to field hundreds if not thousands quasi-first-class mechs at a time, then the expeditionary fleet might not even have to rely on its high-ranking mechs to defeat most warships. Quasi-first-class mechs in sufficient numbers should be able to handle most warship threats up to cruisers under general conditions. If a lot of quasi-first-class mechs worked together with the expert mechs and ace mechs of the Golden Skull Alliance, then Vase wouldn't necessarily be afraid of larger alien warfleets. Though Vase felt that this mode of operation had a lot of potential to accelerate the growth of his forces, the risks were unpredictable. He could not afford to make a hasty decision on this matter. "Let's not think too far ahead," he told the Swordmaster after a short moment. "We have plenty of time to think and discuss our future plans. As far as your storm sword design is concerned, I guess that it will definitely be of use even if we can only produce small batches of it due to material constraints. Are you sure that Stormblade technology in combination with all of that swordsmanship stuff will yield the promised result?" "I am certain," Kedis affirmed. "I conducted enough experiments to know that it is possible. I can show you footage of me using different Stormblade swords on several different energy shields." "Show me. I am curious to see how the effect plays out in a different context." She called up the relevant footage from her comm and projected them in the air. Despite the many variations, the live tests proceeded in a similar fashion. Each time, an armored form walked up to an active energy shield and lifted up a different sword that incorporated Stormblade technology. From a dagger to a greatsword, Kedis and Sharpie worked together to reproduce Venerable Dice's latest extraordinary sword technique. The sight was astonishing. The electrified blades swung out, producing small rivers of crackling stars that seemed to agitate the energy shields a lot more than normal. The damage to the shield integrity was always high, though Kedis never attempted to break the shields entirely due to safety reasons. The Swordmaster even tested out how much damage she could inflict without a Stormblade weapon or without utilizing the new phase cutter technique. The effective damage was not as exaggerated in those instances. Stormblade weapons were designed to deal increased damage against energy shields, but their effectiveness was limited due to their fairly low technical specifications. When Kedis performed the phase cutter technique with her Bloodsinger, the Sea of Stars looked a lot more anemic and a lot less energetic. The energy wave still hurt an energy shield a decent amount, but the lack of synergy from Stormblade technology was too obvious. The footage of all of the experiments led Vase to draw the same conclusion as the originator of this idea. Stormblade technology on its own was not that impressive, but when it was paired with an extraordinary sword technique, it could truly shred energy shields when employed in great enough quantities. "Okay," Vase eventually said, "I've seen enough. I approve of your new initiative. If you think it is a good idea to start working on this storm sword project, then I wish you good luck. Just make sure that you don't ignore your existing obligations. I am still waiting for the completion of the lower-end Samurai project. This is supposed to be the original mech that is meant to prove the viability and effectiveness of Stormblade technology in our hands. I am on track to complete the Samurai project in a few more months. It is not that complicated of a mech design now that I have familiarized myself with Stormblade technology." The two talked a bit more about Stormblade technology. Vase had the feeling that Kedis might be able to take it to the next level. Not even the original developers of this tech would have imagined that an individual as unique as Kedis could draw out so much strength from electrified blades. The technological principles of Stormblade weapons weren't even advanced enough to be considered high technology. If Kedis could truly succeed in her attempt to turn trash into treasure, then that would definitely progress her career and increase her recognition. Chapter 4661 Temporary Freedom. By the time Kedis left so that she could formally file the paperwork for her new Storm Sword project, Vase leaned back on his chair and settled into his thoughts. Thankfully, none of the other journeymen requested his time so that they could fill his thoughts with even more unusual mech concepts. The Woodpecker project and the Storm Sword project already occupied his imagination. That was on top of the plundering spree that Kedis had suggested as a possible means to acquire new first-class materials. Vase didn't know whether it was safe and viable enough to go on a continuous alien warship hunt in the following years. Before his talk with Kedis, he had already set his mind on keeping his expeditionary fleet outside of hotspots like the border region between Krakatoa and Zelmer. The Larkinson clan and its allies needed a lot of time to digest all of their recent gains and break in a lot of powerful net combat assets. Therefore, it was not suitable for the expeditionary fleet to dive right back into trouble again. "Maybe I can find a middle ground," he murmured. "We don't have to hunt down and ambush an alien warfleet every month. Once a year or twice a year is enough in my book." This was especially the case if the Golden Skull Alliance finally expanded from 3 to 5 members. The Adelaide Mercenary Company's Third Fleet and the Bujay family did not go out of their way to join the party because they looked forward to mining asteroids in an out-of-the-way star system for months on end. They expressed their intention to join because they wanted to take part in massive operations and earn a lot of loot and MTA merits on a regular basis. I need to talk to a lot of people, Vase concluded. As the expeditionary fleet calmly made its way out of the border region and made its way back to the Davut system, a lot of talks indeed took place. Vase sometimes took part in them, but he wanted to devote more time on his various design and research projects. He devoted a considerable amount of effort on progressing all of his ongoing mech design projects. The Doulahan project, the Ghost project and the Eye project all received the bulk of his attention. While he was also involved in other mech design projects, they could either wait or were already being worked on by other colleagues. He regularly met and worked together with people such as Gloriana, Juliet Stamaros, Miles Tovar and Cormont Hempkamp. Vase especially made sure to be extra attentive when working together with the latter two mech designers. Miles, Cormont and Merrill had either become journeymen somewhat recently or had only joined the clan recently. They did not have a lot of experience with leading design projects in the design department. Fortunately, all three of them were coping well so far. Miles and Merrill had been with the Larkinsons for a long time while Cormont was a talented and clever journeyman in his own right. Though Cormont Hempkamp was clearly the least, Larkinson, out of all of the lead designers in the design department, that also allowed him to look at the clan from an outsider's perspective. The older hires such as the Voikin siblings and the Power pair spent enough years in the clan to lose that quality. They identified themselves as Larkinsons first, which meant that they had fully accepted their separation from their old lives. In any case, Vase always enjoyed talking with Cormont about what life was like outside of the clan. You know, Cormont said as he worked on designing the technical interfaces of the Geist system. If I tried to pull any of this off at my old school and employers, the people around me would call me a degenerate war criminal before calling in the authorities to put me in chains. What we are trying to do with the Ghost project is absolutely crazy if you think about it. I don't know what possessed you to not only come up with the idea of exploiting the decapitated head of an expert pilot to generate metaphysical covert attack spurs. Even I have to stop and try to wrap my mind around what exactly we are trying to make. Vase glanced at his current collaboration partner. Are you having second thoughts about the Ghost project? I admit that it can be a little spooky, and I can't promise you that I have everything under control. All I can say for now is that our upcoming work will either become the most effective and innovative expert stealth mech of this mech generation, or it will turn into such a catastrophic failure that we cannot even guarantee Venerable Zimro Belson will be able to come out with his life intact. The more the pair worked on the Ghost project, the more they became cognizant of all of the ways it could go wrong. They were very much working on unfamiliar territory here. Though their respective specialties gave them a solid direction on how to go forward, whether they would be able to realize their promising ideas was another matter altogether. Any talk about risking the life of an expert pilot can already land you in jail in most jurisdictions. People do not take kindly to mech designers who are willing to play fast and loose with mech pilots, especially the heroes among them. Neural interface specialists such as myself must constantly check our own work in order to avoid the hint of excessive damage. Cormont spoke in a strained tone. Vase chuckled in response. It's a good thing that I am the one who is setting the rules in our clan. That said, I am not inclined to tolerate that kind of stuff either, but I am more open to well-intentioned ideas that have the support of the mech pilots in question. The Geist system we are working on may produce untold damage if it runs out of control, but as long as we remain careful and implement as many precautions as possible, we can limit the damage. The other journeyman mech designer still found it astonishing that his own boss was willing to tolerate so much risk. The professionals he worked with and spent time with before all exhibited so much caution that they were rarely willing to step outside of proscribed areas even if their ideas held more promise. Do you think you will maintain this outlook towards experimentation in the long run? Cormont carefully asked. I love what you are doing, but there are clear downsides to your approach. Will I be able to keep experimenting with neural interfaces and other related projects, or will you tighten the reins in the future? Vase did not immediately respond. He spent a minute or so in thought before he answered the question. The reason why most of your previous employers set firm rules is because their main mech designers are already accomplished enough. Masters and so on have moved past the stage where they need to engage in reckless and wild experimentation in order to produce strong results. They don't want their subordinates to pull off anything crazy either, hence why people such as yourself always get shackled. In our case, I cannot guarantee that I will remain as tolerant and free-spirited as now. I will be in the same position as your previous bosses, so I am obliged to make sure that no one engages in war crimes under my nose. It was a difficult position to be in. As an innovator himself, he hated being shackled or restricted, which was exactly why he insisted on becoming his own boss. While he may be able to play fast and loose with rules for now, once the design department expanded and professionalized even further, it was no longer possible for Vase to monitor everything that was going on anymore. That vastly increased the risk of accidents. In the end, Vase could not give a satisfactory answer to Cormont Hempkamp. Hopefully, the design department would no longer need to depend on too much radical innovation in order to produce satisfactory results in the future. The pair of journeymen continued to work on the Ghost project whenever they could. With Cormont Hempkamp busying himself with creating a stable interface between Object 335 and the rest of the Geist system, it was up to Vase to shape its more esoteric properties. This was quite difficult because Vase did not have an existing template to draw upon. He needed to invent everything from scratch, and that caused his progress to slow down more than he wished despite his massive increase in productivity. One of the areas that he remained stuck on was how he could obtain the specters that functioned as the spiritual semi-autonomous attack spurs of the Ghost project. After a lot of theorizing and puzzling, he formulated two different plans on how he could proceed. There are two possible ways I can solve this problem. Vase frowned in thought. I can either make the ghosts myself or I can harvest them from other sources. The former amounted to creating spiritual products from whatever ingredients he had on hand. The latter amounted to killing other organisms, harvesting their spiritualities by force and stuffing whatever he obtained into the Geist system. Neither of these options sounded ideal to him. Manually creating the specters for the Ghost project sounded like a tedious job, and Vase was not entirely confident that he could produce ones that functioned effectively enough in the field. Taking the spiritualities from existing individuals and integrating them into the Geist system sounded like a much more effective idea. The troublesome part was finding the raw materials. They needed to be high enough in strength and quality to be worth a damn in the field. As Vase continued to think about where he should get his ghosts, he suddenly remembered that Helena might know a thing or two about this subject. Helena. Yes, little bro. His sister's intangible body materialized next to Vase in the design lab. I'd like to receive your input on a matter that I am working on. I think it will interest you a lot. He was not wrong. Helena looked increasingly more intrigued as Vase outlined the Ghost project and its signature Geist system. Vase, how come you were working on something so good without involving me from the start? His sister flew over and whacked his head with her hand to express her dissatisfaction. I happen to know a thing or two about ghosts. While I am not an expert in them, I at least know more about them than you, I bet. Maybe you're right, Vase reluctantly said. Anyway, can you help me out here? Can you supply me with a batch of nasty ghosts? They need to be vicious enough to pose a threat to other life, but they also have to be pliable enough for the Geist system to direct their actions. You're asking a lot from me here, brother. In the first place, I don't even know whether this Geist system of yours will work out the way you think. It sounds a bit dubious if you think about it. How can you possibly come up with the idea of using the willpower of a captive expert pilot as a way to give ghosts the strength and ability to interfere in the material realm? Even I cannot say whether it can be done. That is part of the reason why I called you here. Vase patiently replied to his sister. The best way to find out whether a new innovation is viable or not is to conduct experiments. I am thinking about trying out several different possibilities and see what happens. It would be nice if I have an expert on death on hand such as yourself. Helena hesitated for a few seconds. Fine, I will help you out, but you should build a more comfortable form for me first. It is exhausting for me to show up like this all of the time. Chapter 4662 The Grey Lady. If Vase wanted to conduct an experiment relating to ghosts, with Helena's input, then he had to make it a little more convenient for her to interact with him aboard the Spirit of Bentime. It shouldn't be a problem for me to create an animated totem for you to walk around and explore, he told her. In fact, I already promised that I would do the same for our third-order living mechs. I have been holding off on this side project so that I can work on my existing backlog, but I guess I can make a mechanical avatar for you first. You better make a pretty doll for me then, Helena demanded. Vase already stood up and was making his way out of the design lab so that he could go down to his personal workshop. Let me start with making a quick and dirty prototype that can serve as a proof of concept. I want to test whether it is even possible and practical for you to inhabit a mechanical avatar and control it effectively enough. I have never really tried this out before with any other spiritual entity. I don't think there is a cause for concern, brother. I've become pretty strong, you know. I will definitely be able to control any device you make. Let's see. Once Vase reached his workshop, he only spent a few more minutes on finalizing a rough mechanical avatar design. The rush job was incomparable to his serious products. Its design not only featured a lot of obvious suboptimal design elements, but also lacked a lot of originality as Vase just straight up copied design solutions from his older works. Still, it should be able to function decently enough while also maintaining a fairly serviceable connection to Helena, and that was enough. When Vase went ahead and fabricated the design using generic second-class materials that were already available in the workshop, the AP Vex Superfab quickly chugged along and completed the job in less than 15 minutes. As a quality first-class superfab endorsed by the MTA, Vase was continually amazed at the capabilities of the AP Vex. It had become even more powerful in his hands after his recent evolution. His increased skills and cognitive abilities enabled him to better make use of the more advanced and intellectually demanding features of the high-tech machine. Vase actually spent a little more time on fabricating Helena's experimental mechanical avatar because he couldn't completely get rid of the habits he inherited from his wife. Helena might be a self-proclaimed goddess, but she possessed a superficial understanding of technology. Perhaps she might be able to master enough science and engineering to make her own gadgets just by existing long enough, but that would probably take decades if not longer. For now, Helena had no idea what was going on because she did not have the necessary knowledge to interpret the complicated technical readouts of the Superfab's interface. It might as well be gibberish in her eyes. When are you done, brother? Helena clung onto his back like a koala. Almost. You'll have your avatar in another minute or two. Look, this green light over here says that the last parts have already been fabricated. I just need to make sure to add them to the construct and complete a few checks before the machine is done. By the time the AP Vex Superfab opened up the tray that displayed the finished product, Vase looked at his latest work with a decent amount of appreciation. So what do you think, sis? It looks quite pretty despite how little time I spent on its design. Quote. Helena, the spiritual entity that was clinging onto his back had grown a lot colder and more frigid this time. Quote. Vase, yes, what is the meaning of this? It's a convenient body that you can inhabit whenever you want to extend your presence in our clan. Your work looks nothing like me. It's a cat, a gray cat. The freshly fabricated mechanical avatar turned out to resemble a black mechanical cat. The newly designed and fabricated cat avatar shared a great resemblance to both Lucky and Veronica. In order to make sure to differentiate the gray cat avatar from the two existing cats, he made sure to shrink its proportions by 20%. Vase thought that his new cat avatar looked cute, but his sister held a different opinion. Brother, Helena roared while she attempted to pull on his ear. I wanted you to make a doll, not a cat. Do you think I want to go around pretending to be a cat? I'm a death goddess. I am far more powerful than any feline. Hey, don't knock it until you try it. Besides, there are good reasons why I opted to make a cat as opposed to a humanoid avatar. What sick and twisted reasons did you have for forcing me to become a cat? Vase patiently explained his concerns with regards to the MTA. The same reason why he was reluctant to give his living mechs a humanoid interface also applied to his design spirits. No matter how helpful they were to everyone who utilized his living mechs, there was no denying that his design spirits weren't entirely human. Spiritual entities derived from alien life forms such as the illustrious one, xianxia, Titania and the Phase King never thought of themselves as human in the first place. Their frequent and regular contact with human mech pilots did not give them any reason to humanize themselves. They merely became more familiar with the human species, that was all. The alien design spirits all possessed a strong sense of identity and their fixed spiritual attributes made it difficult for them to deviate from their nature. The human design spirits occupied a gray area more or less. Entities such as the Solemn Guardian, Lufa and the Superior Mother possessed undeniable human roots, but their thinking patterns were completely unrecognizable. In fact, Even if a design spirit was almost perfectly identical to a normal human, Vase still didn't want to take the risk. As Helena impatiently listened to her brother's serious concerns, she let go a bit of her anger. She still felt pissed, but she did not blame her brother as much as before. "I thought you were pals with the MTA. Won't they cut you a bit of slack?" she questioned. "I am good friends with a part of the MTA." He corrected his sister. "The survivalist faction and the transhumanist faction are more than willing to cut me a bit of slack, but the same can't be said for the other factions. There is always a chance that a mecher from an opposing faction will pick any flaw and use that to attack me. I can't let my mechanical avatars turn into a controversy." In the end, his sister accepted his excuse and agreed to play along, for now. She dove into the mechanical gray cat and tried to take control over her systems. The process was jerky at first. Helena was working with a completely unfamiliar interface, and she did not possess a good understanding of cats. FZRRZZRZURUUAUZURRZZ. Vase put his palm on the gray cat's back. Don't try to talk through the avatar's speakers just yet. There are a few tricks to it that are easier to master once you have learned how to control all of the cat's limbs." He patiently guided his goddess sister on how to control the limbs and basic mechanical systems of her animated totem. It did not take her long to be able to move around like a jerky cat who was just recovering from getting sedated. Learning how to talk took a bit longer. By the time Helena managed to speak please like and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel anything else than static, the workshop became filled with the synthesized mewls of a new cat. "Murrah, murrah, that's it, Helena." Vase grinned as he rubbed the gray mechanical cat's head. "You sound so cute. Do it again, please. Murrah, murrah, murrah murrah murrah, MRAWWW. Ouch, stop trying to claw my face. It's useless. I made sure to leave that out of the design. MRAAAAAAAW. After the angry gray cat tried to punish Vase for his antics, Helena's spiritual manifestation angrily left her mechanical avatar. "I can tolerate your decision to pair me up with a cat body, but I will not accept these undignified cat sounds. I sound like a baby." "Oh, come on, sister. Sounding like a cat is part of being a cat. Besides, you don't need to talk like a human. I can understand you just fine. That's not the point. Get rid of this junk and make sure to design a proper cat next time. It needs to be elegant, beautiful, decorated, and above all speak please like and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel Human Words." It took a lot of haranguing for Helena to get her demand through her brother's thick skull. Okay, I promise to do better next time, alright. Can you stuff yourself back inside the cat avatar for the time being? I know it isn't what you expected, but it is all I can make on short notice. I promise that I will make a proper and exquisite mechanical cat avatar for you. I've got plenty of salvaged first-class exotics in stock to make a product that will make other mechanical cats jealous. I will hold you to that, Vase." They finally got back on track once all of the drama had passed. Vase picked up the prototype Hellcat and moved to a different location in order to begin his experiments. "Murrah murrah murrah," the gray cat impatiently squirmed in his grasp. "Here you go, sis." He placed the cat on the table before pulling out a strange mechanical contraption from one of the nearby drawers. He showed off the device to the gray cat. "This is a device I made to test one of the mechanisms of the Geist system. It is a simple interface which I have made to enable a single mind to control a ghost-like entity. This experimental device has a lot of flaws and can't serve as a completely representative example of the greater system, but I should be able to gather a lot of useful data once I get it to work." The gray cat tilted her head. "Murrah, it is too soon to experiment with Object 335 directly, so I need a substitute. I can use either myself or you, and I think that you are much more suitable to take on the role of a controller. If anything goes wrong, you are much more capable of resisting any adverse effects." "Murrah, murrah, I'm not treating you as my labrat. You're my labcat. Yes, a labcat. You are a valued helper and you will be able to make a massive contribution to science as long as you cooperate with my experiments. Let's just try it out and see what happens, alright? Murrah." Despite Helena's obvious reluctance, Vase proceeded with his experiment. He figured that it was best to start with the safest option, which was creating a weak spiritual product designed along the lines of a ghostly fiend. The resulting low-quality ghost were more comparable to the simple spiritual fish whales that Vase made for Fae's King than a fully fledged design spirit like the Superior Mother. The gray cat did not look impressed. She looked cute when she sat while placing her forepaws between her rear limbs. Her slender tail swished around in a sinuous pattern. "Murrah murrah, I know the ghost I created is nothing impressive to the likes of you, but cut me some slack, please. Can you interface with my device and try to use it to establish a connection, now? I am really curious to see what will happen on the first attempt." The gray cat rolled her eyes, but she did as instructed. Once Helena interfaced with the experimental device and learned how to forge a rudimentary connection with the artificial ghost, an immediate reaction took place. Pop! The ghost exploded like a balloon. I can't say I did not foresee this outcome. Murrah! Chapter 4663. The obvious answer is Vase and his sister experimented with trying to acquire and control different ghosts. They made a lot of mistakes. Many more mistakes than they expected. In fact, they had yet to produce a single positive result. Ghost after ghost began to pop as the rudimentary interface that Vase constructed and tweaked continually failed to regulate the amount of power flowing through the connection. However, all of these catastrophic failures still yielded a lot of clues. No experiment was completely useless. A good researcher could use the outcomes to confirm or deny specific theories and identity points of failures that needed to be addressed in order to produce better results. After popping over a dozen different variations of ghosts that Vase had artificially produced, Vase and Helena quickly figured out several different reasons why the spiritual products blew up in an instant. "You're too powerful," Vase told the gray mechanical cat. "The power disparity between you and a poor ghost is so gigantic that even the tiniest possible fraction of power that you can channel through the experimental interface is overwhelming the receiver." "Murrah murrah murrah," the newly fabricated cat replied in her synthesized voice. I haven't thought about that." He rubbed his hairless chin. "Even though I made these ghosts with my own power, they are generic spiritual products with attributes inherited from myself, considering that I am using up my own spiritual power as ingredients. The biggest problem with that is that my domain is slanted towards life and such, which is probably one of the most positive energies that you can find. Your domain is obviously death, and that definitely falls into the category of negative energy. When you put the two together, it is clear that the two will fight each other if we do not take any special measures." The gray patted her metal paws against the surface of the desk. "Morale. Yeah, I suppose that is the obvious answer. A real ghost should be made out of negative energy. Can you lend me a bit of juice?" "Murrah, your energy, Helena. Gimme your power." "Morale." The cat shrieked and moved back as if Vase had just stepped onto her tail. "Oh, stop being melodramatic. You're the daughter of death, right? You should be brimming with energy." "Murrah murrah murrah, what is this nonsense about being inappropriate? Just do as I say, sister." Vase grabbed a hold of the cat he created and utilized his formidable spiritual strength to draw out a small amount of death energy radiating from the mechanical construct. "Murrah, what's the big deal? I only siphoned a bit of energy away from you. It is not as if you will notice this loss." When Vase put the cat back down, the body inhabited by Helena acted as if she had become a wounded animal. "Murrah murrah murrah." Vase ignored her antics. He instead focused on the death energy that he had managed to extract from his eldest sister and studied its properties carefully. He had to be exceedingly careful about handling it because he could easily cancel it out if he touched it directly with his own life-attributed spiritual energy. He had studied and handled death energy in the past. Projects such as the Valkyrie Redeemer, the Death and Grey Lotus allowed him to gain a decent understanding of the peculiar traits of the spiritual attributes of death. It is an antithesis towards life. Normally, it should be impossible to use it to animate anything. That was not entirely true. He had been able to create the Death Lotus for Helena easily enough, so not everything was absolute. However, it was undeniable that life and death acted like fire and water in each other's presence. In order to test this relationship, Vase took away a tiny mode of death energy and tried to act upon it by infusing it with his life-attributed spiritual energy. Predictably, both of them reacted as if they were made up of a bunch of particles and antiparticles. The opposing energies essentially annihilated each other, producing something that quickly dispersed out of sight. The outcome of this particular reaction interested him a lot, and normally he would be more than willing to follow up on this interesting direction of research, but he had a job to do. He needed to make the most important mechanisms of the Geist system work before he could go off exploring random stuff again. Vase recognized that he had become sidetracked far too many times as of late. If he wanted to get anything serious done, He needed to rein in his boundless curiosity and exert more discipline over the way he spent his time. The involvement of his sister helped to keep him in line. He could not occupy her time in vain. In any case, how can I bring this to life in a form that is usable to the Ghost Project? The gray cat had something to say about that. Murrah murrah murrah. The Death Lotus is a good example to draw upon, but don't forget that it shares a symbiotic relationship with you. It is not capable of sustaining itself on its own, as I expressly designed it to feed off your own death energy. What I need to make for the Ghost Project is a living spiritual construct that is made out of death energy or other kinds of negative energy. What is most important is that the animated ghosts can operate far outside the expert mech it is operating from. This requirement imposes harsher demands on the stability, strength and cohesion of the spiritual constructs. There were ways to animate death energy in order to produce actual life. The most significant example was Helena herself. Somehow, their mother had gathered a lot of death energy in the Nixian gap and borrowed Vessa's own energies in order to give it the spark of life, thereby birthing a brand new daughter. Vase hadn't witnessed this event himself, and he could only vaguely guess at the steps that his mother had taken to bring life to Helena. In any case, he could not employ the high-end, resource-intensive process that produced his sister to make a bunch of low-end ghosts. That was as stupid and wasteful as using a battleship cannon to kill a random human on the street. He needed to attain his goal through other means, but the problem was that less elaborate methods might not work. It's this damn annihilation effect that is getting in my way, he grumbled as he continued to stare at the death energy that was slowly dispersing despite his best efforts to contain it. Anything I do will cause it to pop and disappear like the earlier ghosts I have made. As Vase thought on how to overcome this persistent problem, his sister decided to pitch in at this time. Murrah murrah murrah. The gray cat eloquently spoke as she patted her paw against her solid metal chest and produced multiple soft metal pinging sounds as a result. Murrah murrah. Huh, he turned towards the cat in surprise. That is a good point. The fact that you are able to possess a rudimentary cat avatar without any obvious issues is clearly a notable phenomenon. Let me take a good look at you again. Murrah. This time, the gray mechanical cat tried to turn around to escape his reach, but Helena's control over the new body was anything but perfect. Vase easily caught his creation and brought her closer to him so that he could study the cat's body with all of his senses. Interesting, he hummed as he held the cat aloft with both his hands and studied how Helena integrated with the mechanical construct and what sort of effects this induced onto the metal components. From what I can see, the components haven't degraded at all. This might change over time, but for now it is already enough for me to draw a conclusion. Meow, meow. The cat ineffectually paddled her limbs in the air. It looked kind of cute given how Vase made her a tad bit smaller than his other cats. Metal is the answer, Vase stated as if he had just woken up to the most obvious truth in reality. I should have thought about it before. Metal is one of the most neutral and unbiased elements that exist. Its properties are so stable and unremarkable that it is inherently capable of holding or combining with other elements. Mech served as the most striking example of this relation. An incredible variety of mech designers had emerged over the centuries. While many of them opted to pursue fairly plain and boring specializations, there were also more extreme visionaries who based their design philosophies on different elements such as the Heart of Fire or the Lord of Atlantis. Their amazing works showed that mechs did not have to remain stuck as ordinary metal products. Machines could become much more exciting with a bit of special power. If Vase was able to make his mechs alive by utilizing his design philosophy, then he could most certainly harness her death energy as long as he made use of metal as a stabilizing medium. The results were often a lot stabler and more closely connected to the material realm than anchorless spiritual constructs. Murrah murrah. Vase finally put the cat back onto the worktable. I've seen enough. While the offended cat retreated to a safer distance from her nasty brother, Vase already headed over to the drawers and pulled out a dark alloy bar. I've just got a good idea. Give time to put this together. He could have utilized his AP Vex Superfab to quickly process this material into a finished product, but he wanted to make it a touch more personal. He became struck by inspiration and decided to channel his surging creativity by working the metal material with hand tools. He bought out his collection of advanced precision tools and began to slim down and sculpt the metal bar. Strangely enough, he did not visualize a specific design for his next product beforehand. He did not feel the need to follow his usual rigid but foolproof design process for a simple creation. Instead, He let his imagination flow wild while largely letting his hands work on autopilot. It was a pleasant and relaxing experience where he focused more on the conceptual and intangible side of his work than the nitty-gritty technical work. Of course, Vase could never work over the metal bars so easily if he didn't already possess a lot of technical skills and practice with working by hand. His strong affinity for mechs and indirect affinity of metal through his incarnation Vulcan also assisted him a lot. In fact, half of the reason why he was able to work as skillfully as a master smith or craftsman was because he could borrow from Vulcan's acquired expertise at any time. While Vase got lost into his own little world while he steadily shaped the material in his possession into a more defined shape, the gray cat sat on the table and watched her brother at work. Tilda, the cat lifted up a paw and licked it with a cute but dry metal tongue. Helena enjoyed the sight of her brother at work. He always exuded a distinct charm that channeled his passion, skill and determination. Though Vase initially attracted the gray cat's attention, her artificial eyes soon drifted down to the metal statue that increasingly took shape. It became more and more defined as Vase shaved off the excess metal and shaped the material that remained. Due to his exquisite skills, it did not take that long before Helena could see what Vase was trying to make. Murrah! The almost black metal alloy slowly assumed the shape of a ferocious demon. The wicked-looking horns, the grin that displayed fine needle-like teeth that took a fair amount of time for Vase to shape, the wings of a bat, the tail of a lizard and a pair of legs that ended with sharp, oversized claws all added to the menace and evil of the creature that Vase spontaneously gave shape. The gray cat's body shuddered for a moment. How could her pleasant and gentle spawn such an awful monstrosity from his imagination with such ease? Whatever the case, once Vase put the finishing touches of his latest spontaneous work, the demon statue had reached its final form. As Vase reverently placed it onto the work table, the gray cat sitting next to it quickly jumped a few steps backwards as if she was afraid of getting attacked or corrupted by the demon that had come to life. "Oh, come on, Helena. This is nothing compared to you. Is the whittle big bad death goddess afraid of a funny-looking metal figurine?" "Morale. Stop exaggerating so much. I'm perfectly normal. There are no dark thoughts swimming in my mind at all. Now come over here, please. I need to squeeze a bit of extra juice out of you so that I can animate a ghost with the help of my new fiend vessel." MRAAW. The gray cat turned around and ran away as if she had turned into the victim in a horror drama. Chapter 4664 Fiendish Creation. After Vase exerted a bit more effort to capture his overreacting sister, he shook her mechanical cat avatar a few more times and managed to squeeze a more liberal quantity of spare death energy from her this time. He tossed the offended cat aside after he extracted enough value from her and quickly brought the gathered death energy closer to the statue. Of course, that did not do much in itself aside from harming what little life that Vase had imbued in the creation of a totem. Vase had already expected this to happen, so he worked quickly to prevent the totem from becoming completely invalid. He needed to work quickly in order to minimize his losses as much as possible. Let's compact this first. He exerted his considerable spiritual strength to squeeze the gas-like free-floating death energy into a more compressed crystallized form. Once he obtained a dark crystal that was a bit more stable and inert than what he had before, he shaped his power into a hammer and began to fracture the seemingly solid spiritual fragment into tiny shards. That's one. He redirected his spiritual hammer against the spiritual foundation of his fiend statue, causing it to die and shatter into pieces as well. That's two. Vase quickly moved on to the next steps before his shards fizzled out and disappeared entirely. Blinky, it's showtime. Murrow. His purple companion spirit leapt out of his head and quickly utilized his fantastic control over spiritual energy to gather the shards together and mix them up to ensure that they were evenly dispersed. Shards made out of life and death almost blended together but did not touch each other directly as of yet. That would cause them to cancel each other out, and that was not what Vase wanted to see. Instead, Blinky utilized his fantastic perception and instinctual understanding of spiritual energy to find odd quirks and exceptions where putting the shards together did not cause them to annihilate each other. The first connections were the most difficult. No existing structure existed as of yet that could provide a stable platform where the energies of life and death weaved together as if they got along like best friends. Plenty of shards dissipated due to the time it took for Blinky to make the initial matchups. However, once the Star Cat overcame the most difficult hurdle, he gained a nascent spiritual construct that could merge with both kinds of shards with a lot less fuss than before. This allowed Blinky to focus on other concerns, such as trying to shape the growing living spiritual construct into a virtually identical copy of its physical form. Though this was not the easiest job, Blinky was another version of Vase. This meant that the companion spirit understood the design of the fiend statue just as well as his human half. Soon enough, the cat completed an exquisite-looking spiritual product with nearly the same degree of skill and precision as Vase. The spiritual entity that was composed of death given live woke up and announced its existence by unleashing a terrifying roar. Fortunately, the size and strength of the spiritual fiend was a bit lackluster, which meant that its roar hardly affected anyone. Vase grabbed the dark metal statuette and presented it to the gobsmacked gray mechanical cat. Look, this is what we can accomplish when we combine our powers together. Just like the Death Lotus and the Gray Lotus that I made before, I can combine the main spiritual attributes derived from the both of us to create a new spiritual life form that seamlessly blends our strengths at close to full utilization. Vase did not pay attention to the nasty and malevolent appearance of his fiend. He solely had eyes on the more meaningful properties of his latest creation. The fiend was fully alive. Not only that, but he showed no signs that he was decaying over time. The death energy he inherited from Helena had downgraded a bit as the spiritual product was a much weaker and more inferior life form than the Daughter of Death, but that was no surprise. The metal indeed works like a stabilizing factor. Even if I haven't utilized a special material like black demon steel, an ordinary alloy with no unusual biases is able to host this fiend without imposing any handicaps. That is good news. The gray cat still found her brother's latest creation to be a little creepy, but she also gained a morbid fascination towards the so-called fiend. She patted closer so that she could take a closer look at the dreadful-looking fiend. The silent snarls and other unfriendly sounds quickly ceased once the fiend felt Helena's approach. The fiend actually controlled its violent impulses and prostrated before the Daughter of Death. Vase grinned at the sight. Look, sis. No, he recognized his mother. Look at how loyal he is towards the principal source of his being. This shows that my latest creation can still be controlled as long as I employ the right levers. As Vase basked in the success of his latest creation, Helena became completely outraged by what she heard. Murrah! The gray cat's forepaw pointed at the fiend's statuette as if it committed a crime. Murrah, 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 you're not wrong. Vase responded. I crafted him out of both of our spiritual energies, so he can be considered our offspring in a sense. The same can be said for the Death Lotus and the Gray Lotus, by the way, but this is different because this one actually looks like a living organism. Would you want to name our first descendant? Mraaaaaaw. Oh well, I will do it for you then. Let's call him Tom. Murrah murrah. Okay, maybe that name is a little simplistic considering the meaning of his creation and the significance his kind will play in my future works. A more elaborate and intimidating name will also help in making him more effective at his upcoming job. Let me think. What are the typical names that people use for dark and evil beings? Lucifer, maybe. Murrah, murrah. Yeah, that might not be appropriate. Vase said while he was in thought. While this fiend is the first of his kind, he was not born into the light only to fall into darkness. What about Beelzebub? No, that's not good either. That's usually the fat devil who likes to eat a lot. Murrah, Pluto or Hades are both a little too big for our little kid. Just look at him. Do you see how weak he is? This guy can barely harm anyone in his current state. The gray cat began to look increasingly more thoughtful as she tried to help her brother come up with an appropriate and fitting name for the new creation. Moloch, maybe. It has a clear association with devils, so that works, more or less. I don't really know its meaning, though. Murrah murrah. Vase looked impressed. Abaddon the Destroyer sounds cool enough, but I don't think that entirely fits my new fiend. After going over a few more suggestions, they eventually found a name that they both could live with. Perhaps they could have settled on a better or more original name if they spent more time on brainstorming, but they had better things to do with their time. Mephisto it is, then. Vase affirmed. This guy looks malevolent enough to bear this name, though he isn't clever and developed enough yet to exhibit the deviousness that is associated with this identity. One of the reasons why Vase and Helena paid attention to the moniker of the fiend was because names carried power. Vase had actually noticed this phenomenon in his older works. The mechs whose names possessed a lot of associations to old and existing myths tended to move towards their ancient namesakes, if only gradually. This had to do with the spiritual feedback and worship they absorbed from many people who possessed a remarkably consistent idea on what these historical and mythical figures were like. Shaped by pop culture and the lessons they learned from school, many people thought of Mars, or his other version Ares, as a god that both embodied war and became consumed by it. This caused the living Ace Mech to gradually develop into a more violent but unquestionably powerful machine. The Minerva on the other hand noticeably became smarter and wiser, and that was not just because her partner was clever to begin with. The loaded name conveyed a lot of preconceived notions, and the living expert Mech tried her best to live up to those expectations. As far as names went, Mephisto was such a classical evil name in human culture that it had been used and reused for millennia. Countless different books, theater plays and drama shows utilized the name and identity of Mephisto to represent different forms of evil. Usually, Mephisto became associated with cunning and trickery rather than brute force. He was often depicted in many franchises as making deals with people who were ill-equipped to recognize the pitfalls of dealing with a devil. Though Vase did not intend for his new fiend to become a literal deal-making devil, he wanted the new spiritual product to become smart and intelligent enough to lead the fiends that would come after. There was no way his ghost project would be able to haunt an unsuspecting ship with only a single fiend. It needed to become a hive that hosted multiple fiends that could terrorize the entire crew of a starship at the same time. I'm not sure how many fiends the Geist system can fit. Vase frowned in thought. How many I can squeeze inside will depend on many different factors. If I want to maximize the amount of fiends that my ghost project can carry, then I will need to alter and adjust its design so that it can accommodate the maximum possible fiend vessels. This introduced an additional complication to the design of his first expert stealth mech, but he did not mind it. He actually looked forward to figuring out how he could cover it with as many fiend vessels as possible, without compromising its stealth capabilities. What was important was that the Larkinson clan gained a new and different expert mech that could plug many shortcomings. The Ghost Project might not be the strongest machine in a frontal battle, but as long as it remained unnoticed, its many spiritual fiends could wreak havoc among the enemy, all without tripping any alarms. This will definitely be a killer solution against unsuspecting alien warships. Vase grinned as he held the fiend's statuette with pride. Murrah! The gray cat swished her tail at a halting pace. Helena showed a lot more ambivalence towards this development. The birth of Mephisto was both miraculous and horrifying. Not even the self-proclaimed daughter of death felt entirely comfortable with the creation of such a malevolent spirit. Vase didn't care about all of that. All he thought about was that he finally formed a fitting incorporeal attack method for the confoundingly difficult Ghost Project. Of course, in order to make sure he was right, he still had to conduct an important test. He turned towards the worktable and tapped the interface device. Let's test whether you can connect and direct Mephisto through this experimental device. I am almost certain what the outcome will be, but it is best if we can confirm my suspicions with an empirical result. Murrah murrah, oh, come on, Mephisto is practically our kid. He's harmless. Don't you see how docile and friendly he behaves in your presence? Murrah, the gray cat's tail shot straight. They argued for a short time before Helena reluctantly cooperated with the experiment. This time, everything proceeded extremely smoothly. None of the problems that caused the previous experiments to turn into abject failures happened again. Not only did Mephisto welcome Helena's influence with open arms, he also appeared to feed off and gain power from his precursor. Look, isn't he cute, Helena? He is growing so quickly from the energy that you are channeling through the interface. It's as if you are breastfeeding your baby for the first time. MRAAAAAAAAAAW. Ouch. Hey, stop trying to eat off my face with your teeth. Chapter 4665 Forcing Reality. Ever since Vase produced his big breakthrough by creating a new variety of spiritual products that he called spiritual fiends, his work on the Ghost Project proceeded a lot more briskly than before. The Geist system that both he and Cormont Hempkamp had remained stuck on for a long amount of time no longer hindered their progress. Like a dam that had just been broken, Vase and Cormont made lots of progress into advancing the development of the Geist system. As the days continued to pass by, Vase kept ignoring his wife's persistent attempts to persuade him to fund her 120 million MTA merit cranial implant and continued to spend long hours in his design lab and personal workshop. Initially, Cormont Hempkamp did not exactly react well to the introduction of the metal statuette that was shaped like a devil that was ready to bring death and ruination upon the innocent. It did look unpleasant, but that was exactly why it was suitable for the Ghost Project. The expert mech wasn't meant to be nice, and a spiritual fiend like Mephisto was exactly what it needed in order to produce powerful results in the field. Cormont needed a few days of constant exposure to acclimatize himself to Mephisto's existence. Once the neural interface specialist figured out that Vase had a good grip on the spiritual fiend and that the diabolical monster wasn't about to go out of control, Cormont did his best to work this new development into the technical side of the Geist system. They soon came to the point where they needed to conduct another major test in order to create another important pillar of the Geist system. From my understanding, this, Mephisto, is too weak and incapable to harass and assassinate people, right? The dark-skinned man queried his superior. Vase nodded. Yup, that's right. I haven't conducted any tests due to the justifiable hazards that might bring, but I know what I am talking about. Far stronger entities than Mephisto's aren't that much better in this aspect. Can't you just make him grow a lot stronger and see where that might lead? It's not as simple as you think. Vase shook his head. Leaving aside the enormous amount of energy that I have to supply somehow, there are quantitative limits to how much a life form like Mephisto can grow. He will have to undergo a qualitative evolution to raise his maximum limit, and that is incredibly troublesome. Even then, any notable improvement will only cause him to develop a stronger glow, one that might be powerful enough to make people more afraid or tired, but that is hardly the kind of disruption that I have in mind for the Ghost Project. Cormont looked at the half-completed prototype of the Geist system that he was mostly responsible for cobbling together. This is where this gadget comes in, then. From the moment you formulated the Geist system, you came up with the theory that Object 335 is capable of giving substance and strength to your fiends. That's correct. We need a solution that can make fiends like Mephisto affect our material reality while still maintaining all of their intangible and other metaphysical traits. It is the blending of the two that is key to making them effective on stealth missions and active battlefield deployments. By using the force of will of an expert pilot to distort the reality of Mephisto's state of being, we can turn an impossibility into a possibility. It was like forcing reality to acknowledge that 2 + 2 = 4 as well as 2 + 2 = -4 at the same time. Although this was an extremely exaggerated example, Vase did not think the principle was much different in the case of what he was trying to bring into existence. However, this was one of the riskiest hurdles of the Ghost Project. The consequences of failure were greater than normal. A negative result could not only disprove a theory or reveal that the Geist system's current implementation was not viable, but it could also harm the two living parties involved in this radical new piece of tech. An outcome similar to Helena's first attempts to connect with a generic spiritual product might occur. If Mephisto popped like a balloon, then Vase would definitely feel the loss as the spiritual fiend was the first of his kind. There was no way that subsequent spiritual fiends that may be better put together would carry the same emotional weight and associations. On the other hand, the Geist system might also produce an adverse effect on Object 335. The value of the head of a decapitated expert pilot was enormous and may even be irreplaceable. Master Huron and the Fredaman somehow managed to gain permission to cut off the head of an old and feeble expert pilot only to turn it into a twisted attempt to reproduce a living weapon. That didn't mean that Vase could obtain the same permission. As such, once Vase broke Object 335, it was highly unlikely that he could obtain an exact substitute without committing another war crime. Though Vase believed that the Geist system could be retooled to make it work without relying on Object 335, that would take way too much time and effort. For now, he wanted to proceed with the Geist system in its current conception. Let's conduct a live test, Vase announced. We have completed just enough of the Geist system to make it possible. We don't need to do anything elaborate. Just a short test run should be enough to tell us whether my theory is right. We can fine-tune all of the other variables such as strength, range and control another time. Now that he had made this decision, he went ahead and retrieved Object 335. Due to the sensitive and organic nature of this treasure, Vase had made the Larkinson Biotech Institute responsible for keeping it in good condition. It took a moderate delay for a shuttle to be dispatched that carried the precious cargo over to the Spirit of Bentime. Once a team delivered the creation that not only held Object 335 but also an expanded life support system to keep the decapitated human head in good health, Vase inspected it carefully before he saw that everything was in good condition. We can proceed. Let's bring it all to an experimental chamber that I have reserved for this test. Hooking up Object 335 to the prototype Geist system was anything but simple. What they were doing was unprecedented to begin with, so Vase and Cormont both had to develop new solutions on the spot. They finally managed to make the right adjustments and attach a number of cables between the two critical devices. After implementing a few safety measures, the pair of journeymen retreated to an observation room and set everything up on their end. I am done on my end, Cormont told his boss. I have just tested the transmission quality of the physical connections between the two devices. Everything in my area of responsibility is operating at close to optimal conditions. I can't say much about the stuff you are overseeing, but the physical parts should not fail during the test. That is good to hear. Everything should be good on my end as well. Hit the button. As soon as the Geist system came online, Vase utilized his spiritual senses to check whether the prototype machine maintained a working connection to the fiend vessel he had installed on one of its slots. The statuette containing Mephisto remained unchanged and unaffected, but this was just the beginning. Move on to the next phase. This was one of the most crucial steps of the experiment. This was where the Geist system connected to Object 335. Connection established. I am picking up anomalous readings. I think that expert pilot's willpower is generating activity that some of our sensors are faintly picking up. The activity is well within the safety boundaries that we have set for the time being. Commence the third phase. This was the most important step. The Geist system currently established one connection to Mephisto and a separate connection to Object 335. Right now, the latter two did not establish any direct contact, but that was soon about to change. As Vase and Cormont inputted the necessary commands and closely observed the data as well as what was taking place in the experimental chamber, a number of drastic events took place. First, the force of will generated by Object 335 became agitated. The space around the large life support module seemed to wobble, showing that the Fredaman expert pilot that had been reduced to a tool was experiencing a lot of upheaval. Second, Mephisto became subjected to a lot of pressure that caused the young and immature spiritual fiend to experience a lot of pain. Though Vase sympathized with Mephisto, there was nothing much he could do. The connection had already been toned down to a point where it was difficult to make it weaker without losing effect entirely. The spiritual fiend needed to get through this test the hard way. One of the factors that complicated Mephisto's ability to pass this test was that Object 335 obviously did not like what was taking place. The state of the Fredaman expert pilot was a bit weird to describe. Though he remained dormant for the most part, his strong and indomitable will that had not been weakened too much by everything he experienced was still conscious to a degree. Thus, the active willpower of a once powerful expert pilot strenuously objected to being forced to maintain a connection with a spiritual fiend and generated plenty of hostility and resistance. This manifested most clearly by the pain and suffering that Mephisto experienced at the moment. However, as a creature that was based on death energy and had been designed with causing suffering in mind, the pain did not break the spiritual fiend. Vase slowly felt more reassured as he saw that Mephisto fully lived up to his expectations. Not only did the spiritual product prevent himself from succumbing to the pain, but he also formed enough resistance against the foreign will to avoid getting subsumed. Though Mephisto's state was anything but calm, the equilibrium that the two had managed to form remained stable more or less. The only reason why Mephisto started to twitch and act a bit out of control was due to his immaturity and inexperience. Wait, what is happening? Is that Mephisto? Cormont called out from his station. You can see him? Vase questioned. Yeah, he's right there. I can see a ghost poking out of the statue that shares his shape. Vase did not intend for the Geist system to make the spiritual fiends visible while empowering them at the same time, but he could work out the kinks at a later date. Right now, he wanted to see whether Mephisto became a far greater threat than before. The pained and twitching ghost flickered around as if he couldn't pay attention to his surroundings. His sharp mouth snapped as if he badly wanted to eat something to distract him from his agony. When Mephisto tipped over and began to hit the floor of the experimental chamber, he experienced no physical resistance as he phased through the bottom. However, as he bit a portion of the metal floor panel, Vase shot up straight when the sensors noted that Mephisto inflicted a faint amount of damage. The difference was minuscule. When Vase accessed a sensor feed and zoomed in at a powerful degree of magnification, he could spot an extremely faint row of indentations that corresponded to Mephisto's needle-like teeth. Even though the extent of the damage was so tiny, the fact that Mephisto under his current state managed to affect the material realm at all was a massive breakthrough. We did it! Vase shouted in jubilation. We did it! The experiment is a success. We managed to prove that the Geist system conceptually works. All we need to do is refine our implementation and magnify the effects so that the full version is strong enough to become useful in the field. This was a massive advancement for not just the Ghost project, but any future mech designs that utilized a similar solution. Chapter 4666. That's different now that Vase received the outcome he wanted to produce. There was not much point to letting the prototype Geist system run any longer. The more time passed by, the more things could go wrong. It was not necessary for Vase to take any further risks with the new system. Shut down the connection. Vase quickly instructed the other journeyman. We've got the result that we needed. Now let's pull Mephisto back before he starts to do his job on my ship instead of an enemy target. The magnitude of the effect was not as important. Vase already accounted for the possibility that the dinky setup he and his collaboration partner had cobbled together wouldn't produce any drastic results. Besides, he had limited the strength of the connection at the lowest viable level. Vase did not have any desire to dial it up for fear of overwhelming a new and relatively fragile spiritual fiend. The finished version of the Geist system should be capable of accomplishing a lot more. Not only would it be paired with lots of stronger spiritual fiends that had more time to mature, it would also be larger and made out of more high-end parts and materials. If that wasn't enough, then once Venerable Zimro Belson and his completed expert stealth mech finally combined together, the true resonance that they could produce should grant the Geist system and its numerous fiends a huge power boost. The effect should be similar to how Commander Casella Ingvar was able to commandeer friendly Larkinson mechs and mech pilots, thereby granting them a substantial boost in combat effectiveness. The only difference was that Venerable Zimro was only able to do that with the fiends attached to his expert mech with the help of the Geist system instead of an inherent quality of his willpower. In other words, Vase essentially managed to reproduce the effect of Commander Casella's domain in a limited and more specialized form. How wonderful! This is a true innovation. The hardest part was over now. Almost every subsequent step in the Ghost project should be a straight path forward. It would not be long before Vase and Cormont would be able to complete this project and introduce another expert mech to the Larkinson clan. Vase eagerly analyzed the data and obtained tentative confirmation that his theories had mostly been proved. He still needed to conduct follow-up experiments where he tested the same circumstances before changing up the variables in order to obtain a more robust answer that could stand up to scientific scrutiny. However, since Vase was working for himself, he had no great need to conduct a proper scientific study. He believed in his work and he understood the mechanics well enough to know that his promised Geist system would definitely perform well once the Ghost project was complete. As the days went by, Vase eventually had to update his wife on his progress with the Ghost project. Though Gloriana was nominally involved in the Ghost project as well due to the fact that it was an expert mech, she spent more time on the Green Axe project and the Bloodripper project due to various reasons. She was not that charmed with the Ghost project and her responsibilities diverged a lot from whatever crazy stuff that Vase and Cormont had dedicated their time upon. This was why she had fallen out of the loop with regards to the recent breakthroughs in the Ghost project. It took a bit of time before his wife returned from a longer than usual session in the design lab. Vase had already returned to his grand stateroom and kept watch over the children who had ended their respective schooling a few hours earlier. Despite the exceedingly high demands of their studies, the children hardly seemed to have lost any energy throughout the day. Hee, where's my cookie, Marvane? Meow, meow, meow meow meow. Kids were running around the living room while the cats played the role of babysitters and kept an eye on energetic brats. Beware the might of my dark sword, Andraste dramatically shouted as she lifted up a swordsman Mechanos that her little brother had recently made. Aurelia did not let her little sister keep the initiative and lifted up a pair of white tiger Mechanos in response. My twin tiger stars shall vanquish over your evil mech and restore the light to the galaxies. The two kids proceeded to bash their Mechanos against each other. Of course, the toys made the appropriate noises, sound effects and movements as they simulated battle against each other. When Gloriana finally entered through the hatch, the children all stopped their games and ran up to their mother and obediently presented themselves. Come here and let your mother give you a kiss. Have you been good today, again? Yes, Mama Tilda, as dinner was being prepared by a bunch of highly skilled chefs. Gloriana chatted with her lovely children for a few minutes before joining Vase at the couch. Her scent wafted over to his nose. The woman studied her husband with a critical eye. You look inordinately satisfied at the moment. I know when you are in this kind of mood. You made a lot of progress, haven't you? Is it the Ghost project that you are working on lately? He grinned at her. Yup, the Ghost project will definitely be finished. I can guarantee you that. We can't be stopped anymore now that we have overcome the hardest technical challenges of our upcoming expert mech design. Vase quickly filled her in on the Geist system, Mephisto and a bunch of other fiends he had created since. The most interesting part about the fiends was that not all of them were made out of Helena's spare death energy. In the interest of expanding the versatility and arsenal of the Ghost Project, Vase had experimented with creating fiends by utilizing spiritual energy derived from other sources as the base. He only wanted to make use of fiends derived from a negative energy type, so he did not have many eligible donors to draw his ingredients from. Aside from Helena, only the Superior Mother's darker aspects met the standard. Every other designed spirit under his collection either possessed neutral or positive spiritual attributes. Not even his third-order living mechs or the companion spirits he made for various people provided him with another source of negative energy attribute. This was not that surprising, as Vase preferred to deal with friendly and trustworthy partners instead of entities that would stab him in the back if they had the chance. Still, the lack of dark design spirits exposed a gap in his design spirit collection that might become a critical weakness in the future. For now, Vase made do by making a bunch of fiends derived from mostly neutral spiritual energy. The resulting spiritual entities were not as nasty or dangerous as Mephisto, but they came with a bag of tricks that introduced new ways to mess with enemies. As Gloriana listened to his astonishing progress and many new discoveries, she exhibited a mix of reactions. Once Vase ended his story so that he could give his wife a chance to offer her feedback, she needed a moment to compose her thoughts into words. "I half hoped that you would hit a wall so often that you would see sense." She eventually spoke. "When you initially conceived of the Geist system, I found that it was too much, even now that I have become accustomed to your habit of going off on weird and unusual tangents. Everything that you have told me so far does not reassure me much. These fiends of yours sound dangerous. What if they slip out of the shackles that you have put onto them? They can easily pose a threat against our clan if they are able to wreak havoc in our fleet." Vase leaned over and put his hand on her palm. "Relax, honey. I have already accounted for those possibilities. The tech is risky, but so is a plasma cannon. We can't make progress if we aren't willing to push the limits. The fiends that I have made won't get loose because they are inherently anchored to their fiend vessels. If these specialized totems ever get destroyed, the fiends won't get loose, but they will likely die or disappear as they have lost their hold on reality. I have expressly designed them to remain dependent on their fiend vessels as a way to anchor them to reality as well as create an easy means of control. What if your assumption is wrong? What if these fiends act similarly to designed spirits and are able to subside away from your reach? What then, Vase? I have implemented a few more safeguards to increase the chances that they will remain beholden to us or their precursor. I can't make any guarantees, as life has a way of evolving into different forms, but even if the worst has happened, it is not as if we are under immediate threat. These fiends are purely spiritual entities, and without willpower or true resonance empowerment, they can hardly do anything in the material realm." Gloriana remained critical. "What if they found a way to evolve around that problem? I know it sounds unlikely, but go along with me please." Vase smirked and leaned back on the couch. "Even if these fiends pose a threat to others, they will never be able to assail our clan. We have a lot of protection in this area. I made sure of that early on. Goldie is our main line of defense against any spiritual intrusions. If her strength isn't enough, we can call upon many other designed spirits such as xianxia and the Solemn Guardian. On top of that, we can always call upon our third-order living mechs or our expert mechs. Both of them should have the means to beat up spiritual fiends or any other nefarious spiritual entities for that matter. I did not create living weapons that I can't even defend against. That would be stupid." The Geist system and everything attached to it still sounded iffy to Gloriana, but it was not as if she could deter Vase from making use of it. When he was in this mood, he would proceed with an experimental solution regardless of how much she and everyone else complained. Compared to telling Vase to rein in his risk-taking, Gloriana would rather discuss a more relevant topic with her husband. "Have you reconsidered my proposal yet?" she asked. "You definitely have enough MTA merits left over after you have allocated spending on refitting the Spirit of Bentime and a few other useful acquisitions. Why aren't you buying a new cranial implant for me yet? It is only 120 million MTA merits, which should be easy for you to earn back since you insist on heading back to the frontier soon." "Not this again," Vase grumbled. "Don't dismiss me again, Vase." She barked back in frustration as she held onto his uniform shirt. "I am telling you that you are missing out on the most promising investment that you can make in the clan. Pay for my new implant and I will earn it all back within 5 years or less." In fact, I will do even better. I will double the merits you have spent because I am confident I will advance to senior and develop a fantastic design application by then. What do you mean? You are not the only mech designer in the clan who can develop fantastic new innovations that the MTA appreciates. I would like to inform you that I am in regular contact with the mech supremacist faction. If you are so great, then why don't you work hard and earn the required MTA merits on your own? Vase retorted. Besides, if you really can't wait, you can make use of the MTA merits earned by the Glory Seekers. They are yours, right? That's not an option. The Glory Seekers have earned the smallest share of the 3 alliance partners. They are already weak and they need to invest all of their MTA merits into strengthening their forces. My brother Brutus and the other Glory Seeker expert pilots all need the merits more in order to keep up with our future growth. Besides, you're my husband, Vase. You are the one that is supposed to be pampering me, so open up your merit account already. He looked at her with an odd expression. That is a surprisingly paternalistic statement, honey. Aren't Hexer women supposed to be strong and independent women who don't need no man to provide for their needs? That's different. Chapter 4667. On a roll. Gloriana still failed to gain any traction from her husband. Her latest attempts to squeeze 120 million MTA merits from him continued to fall on flat ears. That did not do their relationship any favors. Gloriana was more likely to glower or huff at Vase than to act lovey-dovey around him during the journey back to Davut. Fortunately, the mood in their little family remained harmonious for the most part due to the need to put up a good front in the presence of their children. Neither Vase nor Gloriana wanted to spread any of their ugliness to their cute and innocent munchkins. As such, the couple managed to maintain a cordial atmosphere whenever they were near their children. They were aware that they needed to set a good example for their kids and prevent them from developing any weird ideas as they grew older. As the expeditionary fleet had already left the turbulent and dangerous border region without any incident and came closer to reaching the Davut system, Vase continued to spend his time on numerous projects and his children. Out of all of the design projects that he was at least sporadically involved in, he temporarily set aside many of his assignments in order to concentrate all of his creative and design energies on a single mech design. I need to strike while the iron is hot. Vase was on a roll ever since he produced the critical breakthroughs he needed to realize his ambitious vision for the Ghost project. Buoyed by the rush of success, Vase became more inflamed by passion than ever. Each time he worked on the expert mech design project, the design solutions came easier and he began to work a lot more fluently than before. Every design session caused him to enter into the flow where all distractions blurred away. His state of mind entered into a half-transcendent state that approached the experience of hitting himself with his hammer. In many cases, he wasn't even fully conscious in the strictest definition of the word. Instead, his mind drifted to a new height where his mind roamed in the clouds while his subconscious self practically went on autopilot and performed all of the nitty-gritty design work. Despite not thinking explicitly about his design tasks, the work he produced during each and every session fully satisfied his requirements. In a number of cases, the design solutions he half-consciously formulated during his passion-fueled work sessions were so good that he could have never performed so well if he was more attentive. I need to keep this up as long as possible. Vase experienced this powerful state of mind several times throughout his career. He understood how precious it was and how many benefits it could bring to his work. When everything was on a roll, it would be the height of foolishness to stop this pattern in its tracks or squander it by splitting his focus on other projects. Though many of his other design and research projects had to take a backseat while he obsessed over the Ghost project, he figured that the benefits far outweighed the downsides. Venerable Janzi already spent months waiting for the completion of the Dullahan project. She could make do with waiting a little longer. Vase was still confident he could complete it within the original deadline that he had set at the start because he did not account for his recent sublimation and boost in productivity. When he met with the recovering expert pilot, he also gave her another reason for the delay. We are in the process of converting and retooling your expert mech structure and armor systems so that they can be built out of the large quantities of high-quality first-class materials that we have salvaged from the alien battleship, he told his cousin. Venerable Janzi had already heard a lot of stories about the valuable salvage and how the clan intended to make good use of the expensive materials. Does that mean my reborn Shield of Samar will become a first-class mech? Not a true first-class mech, no. Vase shook his head. That would force the MTA to reclassify our clan as a first-class pioneering organization, which means we have to operate in an upper zone which we are clearly not ready for. For now, our plan is to upgrade the defenses and the melee weapons of every existing expert mech to first-class standards. Everything else such as the power reactor, the circuitry, the flight system and so on will become more powerful as well, but should firmly remain within the boundaries of second-class mechs. That should be just enough for us to stay within our current strength category. The Larkinson clan intended to follow the letter but not the spirit of the rules, and that came with substantial risks. There was always a possibility that the MTA would become so tired of the shenanigans committed by the Larkinsons that it would forcefully elevate the clan into a first-class pioneering organization. That means my expert mech will straddle the line between second class and first class. Venerable Janzi spoke. At least you chose to upgrade the most important parts. A defensive machine needs stellar protection. Vase smiled in agreement. Many other performance parameters won't be able to keep up, but I am sure that won't bother you that much. It is only when you are fighting against real first-class mechs that you will begin to experience the disparity. Make no mistake, there is still a substantial gap between quasi-first-class and real first-class multipurpose mechs. The latter's strongest advantage is not its high-quality materials, but how well they utilize their building blocks to integrate a large quantity of powerful weapon modules and other high-performing components. You don't need to remind me of that. I have used my free time to expand my horizons and learn more about the threats that our clan may be facing in the future. That is, quite productive of you. Vase remarked. I hope to put you back in the saddle soon, but we need time to present you with a good machine that can accompany you for a long time. Right now, our clan does not have sufficient experience with working with first-class exotics. Sarah Voikin is especially burdened as she needs to spend a lot of time on absorbing new knowledge that can help her process and shape the more powerful materials for the armor systems of many different ongoing mech design projects. The design department currently depended heavily on Sarah Voikin to design optimal armor systems for all of its armor systems. This was far too iffy to Vase as it took a lot of time to design a single proper armor system for a mech design. The more powerful the materials, the more time it took to make the best use out of their properties. Combined with the fact that the design department had expanded over the years and worked on many more mech design projects at the same time, it was inevitable for Sarah Voikin to become the greatest and most persistent bottleneck to every mech design in development. It sounds like you need to bring on another mech designer who excels at defense. The female expert pilot noted. It is on my agenda. I am open to hiring any talented journeyman that can share the burden with Sarah Voikin. It won't be easy, though. Our standards have grown and the supply of young journeyman mech designers is inherently small because many other organizations are much better at scouting them and recruiting them. Others are too confident in their abilities to subordinate themselves to another mech designer, especially a fellow journeyman. That did not sound like good news to Janzi. Will there be any problems? It depends. I think I will have to tour a couple of mech design contests in order to meet and observe other talented journeymen. That is how I managed to reel in Sarah Voikin in the first place. Mech design contests and other events centered around the profession were great opportunities to find promising new additions to the design department. The reason why Vase hadn't been able to attend them as of late was because was stuck on ship most of the time. Though virtual events provided a way for distant people like Vase to gather together with mech designers regardless of locations, they never really felt real enough to the participants. Perhaps the new hyper chamber that came with the upcoming refit of the Spirit of Bentime might be enough to close the gap to an extent, but nothing beat a real face-to-face meeting. Vase should make good use of the months he intended to spend in Davut. After making it clear that Janzi needed to wait a little longer and that her patience would pay off in the end, Vase continued to devote much of his time on progressing the Ghost project. All of the effort that he put into the project delivered a lot of results. He and Cormont cooperated so well that the Geist system had essentially reached completion. Though the fully functional version of the first completed iteration of the Geist system could not be tested until the expert mech itself was done, Vase and Cormont both had great confidence in the effectiveness and reliability of their brilliant work. While I only played second fiddle to you, I can't help but feel prouder and more accomplished than I have in years. The neural interface specialist told Vase in a sentimental tone. I never imagined that I would not only work on an innovative and mind-blowing new attack system, but also get to work on it with the full support and approval of my employer. Are you grateful for joining our clan? Vase grinned. I wouldn't want to be anywhere else, sir. It is work like this that makes me realize how much more progress we can all make in your design department. Those idiots who eagerly flock to the companies led by masters don't know what they are missing out on. Sure, we all need to rely more on our own efforts in order to keep up with everyone, but at least we have the freedom to explore our own ideas. There were advantages and disadvantages to working at a large and established company. Vase did not look down on the mech designers who opted for the safe and secure career route. Still, the reason why a smaller outfit like the LMC's design department became so productive and successful was due to the strict recruiting standards of its lead designers. Vase essentially stacked the deck and made it easy for his relatively small company to outperform much larger and unwieldy ones. That would definitely change in the future. The design department was constantly short-handed and constantly needed more mech designers, both to work on the major projects that introduced completely new mech designs to the lineup and the minor projects that mostly centered around developing variants of existing works. In any case, Vase and the others could deal with that issue once the fleet settled back into Davut and gained access to its large and growing base of job seekers. Let's get back to work. He shifted his attention to another important system of the Ghost project. The configuration of the expert stealth mech rested on two pillars. Its Geist system was its defining feature and the element that set it apart from every other machine in its category. However, the most basic and fundamental requirement of any stealth mech was its ability to disappear into view. Without an active stealth or cloaking system, there was no meaning for it to be called this way. Adding an active stealth system to the Ghost project shouldn't be too difficult, but the real challenge is to make sure to equip it with a really good one instead of a mediocre off-the-shelf product. Vase frowned in thought. Obtaining a stealth system that performed close to first-class standards was easier said than done. Chapter 4668 War Losers. Since Vase wanted to equip the Ghost project with a high-end transphasic stealth system, preferably one made out of the salvaged first-class materials that his clan still had in stock, he could not develop one from scratch. Not even his recent improvements in the understanding of both active stealth systems and phase water technology allowed him to develop a cloaking solution that was up to standard. He glanced at a projection that listed the specifications of the Arkan and Bolt Raka RLT-3 transphasic stealth system that he had selected at the start of the design project. This doesn't cut it anymore, he muttered as he swiped the projection away in disgust. I need to obtain a higher-end product. This was not easy. Stealth systems were inherently sensitive. Their effectiveness could best be guaranteed if they circulated as little as possible. For that reason, a lot of developers who worked on stealth systems tended to work directly for states and other large organizations. They rarely released their products on the market as that would give the enemies of their current clients working examples that could be cracked and deciphered far sooner than they should. Numerous large and powerful clients paid great sums of money in order to make sure that the relevant development companies remained discreet. The latter rarely had any desire to break this cozy arrangement and seek external customers for their stealth-oriented work. Fortunately for Vase, exceptions always existed. It was mostly the new and innovative upstarts as well as the struggling companies in decline that opened up their business to new clients. There were many risks and downsides to working with shabbier developers, but it was not as if the Larkinson clan had any better options. All of the recent successes and reputation boosts would do wonders in opening up new business opportunities with small to medium enterprises, but the benefits they provided had clear limits. What Vase truly needed was for his clan to break into the upper circles of frontier society. The new aristocrats and rulers who dreamt about founding their own states were the true movers and shakers in the Red Ocean. These big shots reserved all of the best goods for themselves. Essentially, anything that managed to enter the market were usually not good enough by their standards. This is going to be an issue. He frowned. It was unlikely for him to be able to gain access to the premier, cutting-edge, military-grade stealth products that the best development companies in Davut reserved for the local giants. He would have to make use of his network and enlist the aid of his various friends and business partners to see whether he could obtain a useful referral. Of course, Vase could easily skip all of this trouble and obtain the rights to use a powerful active stealth system if he knocked on the doors of the MTA. That would probably require him to spend a lot of MTA merits, however. He already allocated so much spending that he was reluctant to pay more for tech that he should be able to obtain in exchange for normal remuneration. Don't spend merits when I can obtain what I need with credits. Vase reminded himself of this essential rule. Earning gigantic sums of MTA merits made it all too easy for him to lose sight of how difficult and dangerous it was to earn them in the first place. It was incredibly tempting for Vase to solve many of the problems he encountered by spending 10,000 MTA merits here and 100,000 MTA merits there. The association had so many goods and services on offer that he would soon be down 20 million MTA merits or more if he slipped up and gave in to temptation. Vase vigorously shook his head in order to clear his thoughts. There is no immediate hurry to implement an active stealth system to the Ghost project. Much of its internal architecture is still incomplete, so I have plenty of other work to do. I can wait until I have found a suitable business partner that can supply me with a high-tech product that meets my criteria. As his work on the Ghost project continued, the other lead designers of the Larkinson clan made brisk progress as well. Although the expert mech design projects all had to be revised midway in order to take advantage of the large and varied stock of salvaged first-class materials, the standard mech design projects encountered no such hindrance. Many of them, such as the Eye project and the Samurai project, were meant to produce standard mech designs that needed to be affordable. Once the Larkinson clan obtained more batches of first-class materials, it may be interesting to develop quasi-first-class variants of their ordinary Larkinson exclusive mech models, but Vase was in no hurry. He much preferred his fellow mech designers to finish what they started before pursuing any new ideas. As time continued to pass by, the Larkinsons achieved a lot of progress in other areas. As Vase began to feel his highly inflamed state beginning to wane, he regained his interest into other initiatives that were relevant to himself and his clan. The biggest issue aside from his projects that concerned him was the ongoing effort to screen and select suitable candidates to expand the Golden Skull Alliance. Though face-to-face meetings were not yet possible, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs had managed to make substantial progress in exploring the viability of bringing the Adelaides and the Bujays into the fold. "Everything is going well on our end," Minister Sheddaran Purnis calmly reported to the Patriarch. "Both us and the other two parties have more than enough willingness to work together, so no one is playing hardball. The main reason why it will still take months to settle our terms is because of the size and complexity of our respective organizations. The more profound the changes, the more issues we need to settle in advance. Thorough planning and negotiation can spare us a great amount of future pain." Vase waved his hand. "I understand. I am not being too impatient. As you have said, since both sides of the negotiation table want to combine forces, we will get it done sooner or later, barring any unpleasant revelations." Calabast, the spymaster who attended the meeting as well, began her report. "We are still in the process of digging deeper into the history and background of the Adelaide Mercenary Company and the Bujay family, but so far we have yet to find any immediate points of concern. It was essential to conduct extensive background checks on the people and organizations that Vase might trust his back to one day. He transferred 10,000 MTA credits to the Black Cats solely for the purpose of digging as deep into the history of two familiar candidates as possible. As you know, it is much more difficult for us to explore the origins of the Adelaides and Bujays." Calabast reported. "None of my Black Cats can travel back to the old galaxy and transit to the star clusters they used to operate before becoming pioneering organizations. My subordinates had to rely on second-hand and third-hand information, many times procured through local middlemen, in order to collect information that goes deeper than what is obvious on the surface. All of that cost a lot of money, but the Larkinson clan still had plenty to spare due to all of the plunder it received as of late. If not for the fact that Vase wanted his clan to digest as much of the high-quality salvage as possible, it would be easy to earn millions of MTA credits on the open market. This was a reflection of the high-risk, high-reward approach of going on expeditions. Far too many pioneers were too afraid of the risks to dare stepping out of a safe star system like Davut. There was no way they could get their hands on valuable salvage with as much ease as the Golden Skull Alliance. Although 10,000 MTA credits did not amount to a massive sum to the Larkinson clan these days, it was still a fortune in many second-rate states in the old galaxy. The Black Cats managed to learn quite a few secrets after paying enough bribes. "Let's start with the Adelaides," Calabast said as she projected a map of the old galaxy that highlighted a specific star cluster. The Adelaide Mercenary Company's roots lie within a second-rate state in the galactic heartland. It used to be a mech regiment that participated in a losing war. Suffice to say, the state not only lost the war, but got carved up, thereby ceasing to exist. This left a lot of traumatized and disillusioned in the lurch. The mech regiment in question was one of many who utilized whatever starships they had left to pick up what family they could and quickly run away before someone tries to reclaim their mechs and starships. So they started out as defeated soldiers. Vase hummed. "That explains how professional they are. Tell me more." Since the soldiers not only lost their state, but also their belief in military service, they thought it was best to work for themselves. They founded the Adelaide Mercenary Company and started to hire themselves out to anyone willing and able to pay for a corps of highly skilled, battle-tested war veterans. Though the Adelaide mechs were a bit worn at the start, they were still more than strong enough to beat softer mercenary outfits in battle. The Adelaides slowly regained their footing by completing numerous mercenary missions. The problem was that they failed to earn enough money to cover their heavy expenditures. Vase nodded in understanding when he heard this. A military mech regiment generally demands a lot of upkeep. States have higher standards and their large tax bases allow them to pay more attention to quality rather than maximizing the cost-effectiveness of their mech units. Well, the Adelaides figured out that they were going deeper into debt. They urgently needed to reverse this trend, and they eventually found a way to do so by accepting a different type of mercenary contract that is much more dangerous but also a lot more lucrative. And that is, war contracts. Calabast answered. When states under war need extra help but lack the military mech units to do certain jobs, they are not entirely opposed to the idea of hiring mercenaries. Of course, states must be highly discerning about the selection of mercenary outfits and the missions they will have to perform. Still, war is an activity that the Adelaides were highly familiar with, so they felt right at home when they started to complete these lucrative missions. Vase found this rather ironic. The Adelaides became homeless because of war, but also found their salvation in war. It is not as bad as it sounds. The Adelaides did not fight on the front line alongside strangers for a cause that did not involve the mercenaries. Instead, the war contracts they accepted in their early history mostly amounted to second-line or rear-line assignments. Think about protecting a vulnerable industrial planet in the rear, or occupying an enemy planet that has recently been conquered and just been pacified. Occasionally, war contracts also involve raiding shipping lines or harassing the underdefended provinces of an opposing state. By letting mercenaries take care of these lesser jobs, a mech military can concentrate all of its crack troops on the more essential missions. I see. That can be a good arrangement as long as the mercenaries don't screw up. Vase thoughtfully spoke. I take it that the Adelaides didn't exactly keep their records clean during these missions. War zones can become incredibly chaotic, and soldiers can lose their scruples in the heat of the moment. Calabast nodded in confirmation. That is exactly what happened on a number of these missions. Their inherent risk means that the Adelaide Mercenary Company could not avoid setbacks and losses. There were situations where the Adelaides lost their cool and committed actions that they regretted in hindsight. Some are so egregious that they can even be classified as war crimes. Any mercenary who remained in the business long enough eventually became stained by the filth of the job. It was impossible for a long-running mercenary company to remain squeaky clean. Chapter 4669 Simple Mercenaries, that's it? Vase asked. What do you mean by that? Did the Adelaides commit any other unforgivable sins during their early history? Did they betray their clients or give up their missions without good cause? The Adelaides might not always be clean, but they often get the job done, at least that is what we have heard. They have rarely failed their missions and never without proper cause. Vase smiled in relief. That sounds good. That means that they still made an effort to cling onto their integrity during those difficult times. The Black Cats managed to uncover a lot of incident reports about the affairs where the Adelaide mercenary committed wrongs. A part of them had even been buried in a forgotten classified archive. While all of this sounded like interesting reading material, Vase didn't have the time or inclination to dig that deep into the Adelaide Mercenary Company's ancient history. Vase tapped a finger against his head in thought. From what I have witnessed of the Adelaides of today, none of them carry the impression of cynical war dogs whose trigger fingers have become a little too itchy. A major transition took place along the way, am I correct? Calabast nodded. The Adelaide Mercenary Company was one of the few mercenary organizations that was capable of fielding expert mechs. They had also done a good job at training new ones and equipping them with expert mechs developed by its business partners. Although the Adelaides had little choice at the beginning, once they gained a solid footing and secured their finances, they needed to address other priorities. Their reputation in the mech community had declined and numerous expert pilots have expressed objections to the state of the mercenary company at the time. So the Adelaide Mercenary Company cleaned up its act as soon as it could afford to do so, am I right? That is correct, Vase. This transition took decades, but the Adelaides had shown great patience and did not give up even if progress happened too slowly for most people to notice. By the time Marissa Lewandowski successfully advanced to ace pilot, the mercenaries have successfully completed their reforms and cleaned up their reputation. Most people don't pay special attention to mercenary companies and do not care so much about the misdeeds they committed a few generations ago. This, combined with taking on much more lucrative and high-profile war contracts, has allowed them to build a positive reputation. In the end, the history of the Adelaides was not that special. The former military Mech regiment turned mercenary company managed to climb their way up from their lowest point through a combination of persistence and adaptability. Although the growth rate of the company was not that great, the fact that it managed to maintain a positive trend across multiple generations spoke of sound leadership and a commitment to long-term interests. So aside from committing a few war crimes in the heat of battle, the Adelaides don't have any other dirty laundry under the surface. Vase questioned the spymaster. We have yet to find traces of any other objectionable or problematic stories related to their organization or activities, but we are still in the early stages of our investigations. Do not assume that the intelligence that I have presented to you is the complete picture. We are still in the process of digging into their internal hierarchy. We need to move much slower and more cautiously here, as getting caught may have serious implications for the ongoing negotiations. Got it, Calabast. Keep up the good work. Vase spoke before turning back to Minister Shedderin. Tell me about the leadership structure of the Adelaide Mercenary Company. So far, I only had personal contact with Mech General Herman Forain. How much power does he wield and who else has a say in how the company is run? The minister smiled in an intriguing manner. That is an interesting topic, sir. Most military Mech units and commercial organizations tend to be led by a single leader who holds most of the authority. They may have to answer to shareholders or a civilian administration, but by and large they have a mandate that allows them to implement many decisions without needing to ask permission from above. And the Adelaide Mercenary Company is different. Yes, Shedderin nodded. Back when the Adelaides only operated a single shabby fleet of deserters, it was easy for a single general to keep the entire unit in line. Once they started to expand and form multiple fleets, multiple Mech generals emerged from the ranks. As these fleets often accepted different war contracts that caused them to be stationed far away from each other, these Mech generals mostly focused on leading their own units and rarely intersected with the other fleets. That indeed sounded interesting to Vase. Since these mercenary fleets spend so much time away from each other, there is always a risk that they break away from the mother organization. Has that happened with the Adelaides? Surprisingly, no. They have been remarkably good at instilling enough loyalty and belonging in their cadre to keep every fleet within the company. It also helps that their headquarters and back office handles much of the overhead and work that is common among all of the fleets. So who is actually in charge of the Adelaide Mercenary Company? Vase asked. The Adelaide Mercenary Company should formally be classified as a cooperative, sir. It has no outside shareholders. Every fleet owns an equal share of the company. Whenever the company needs to make high-level decisions or set an overall strategic direction, all of the Mech generals convene together in order to discuss and vote on different proposals. In theory, no Mech general holds a greater voice than the rest, but in practice seniority and glory plays a major role in whose voice is greater. That was natural. True equality did not exist. A company that was led by a council of true equals should have crashed and burned a long time ago due to lacking a single cohesive strategy. As Vase thought about his meetings with Mech General Forain, he felt that the man did not carry himself as a powerful member of the highest decision-making organ of a large and prosperous mercenary company. What's the deal with the Third Fleet and General Forain? The Third Fleet is obviously the third fleet to emerge under the Adelaides. Shedderin explained. It is neither the oldest or newest of the mercenary fleets, but it has managed to build a good record under its previous generals. Herman Forain only took over leadership fairly recently. He is stepping into big shoes as his predecessor was both beloved and accomplished among his men. Oh, I see. He's the new guy, then. That must be tough for him then. Is he doing well up to this point? Mech General Forain has not shown any incompetence, and he has done decently well in acclimatizing to his new responsibilities. The issue is that he is still lacking in accomplishments. The difficult environment of the Red Ocean has made it difficult for him to accept risky missions as the chances of meeting an excessively strong opponent is too great. He has been getting by with letting the Third Fleet or its detachments complete safer and less ambitious contracts. While that certainly pays the bills, it is not making his men excited. Taking part in Operation Lighthouse was the first major success of his fleet since his promotion. Vase gained a better understanding of the position of General Forain and his Third Fleet. It seemed that the poor man who had been thrust into a greater office had to prove himself, but was unable to do so on his own because it was too easy to get utterly crushed in the new frontier. Joining the Golden Skull Alliance sounded like a logical solution. Whether the Adelaide Third Fleet only stuck around for a decade or stayed for the long haul, their new allies were bound to drag General Forain's men into crazy and exciting expeditions. The record of the Golden Skull Alliance was much more exciting and glorious than the Third Fleet under its current leader. This was enough to show that the former clearly knew what it was doing in the new frontier. It made a lot more sense why the Adelaide Third Fleet desired to become a part of the Golden Skull Alliance. The Adelaides clearly weren't afraid of danger, but they had not adapted too well to the new frontier. By joining an alliance that had a proven record of success and also earned insane profits through its expeditions, General Forain would be able to ride to success while not having to do anything but ensure that the mercenary soldiers under his command would fight when directed. Although the Third Fleet clearly did not excel in any other areas such as planning, trade, industrial activities or research, there was no need to bring in anything else. Just the Ace Mech along with a professional mech division that possessed a lot of experience in fighting in wars was enough to make the Golden Skull Alliance satisfied. What Vase liked the most was that the Adelaides were unlikely to pose a threat to the alliance. General Forain was more interested in securing his position within the mercenary company than making any external power plays. The Adelaide Mercenary Company also sounded like a collective that was fairly loose in the management of its individual mercenary fleets. It should be easy to keep the Third Fleet happy. Mercenaries always liked profit, and it appeared the Adelaides also needed periodic stimulation and excitement in order to give their life meaning. I like what I am hearing so far, Shedarin, Vase said with a smile. That said, no organization is without its blemishes. What are the risks and downsides to allowing the Third Fleet to become a part of our alliance? You are asking the right question. There are most definitely risks to bringing in the Adelaide Third Fleet. The most obvious risk factor is interference from the rest of the mercenary company. While General Forain possesses a great amount of autonomy on how he can run his fleet, the Council of Generals can always overrule him and force him to act against the interests of our alliance. Do you think that is likely to happen? Probably not. Shedarin shook his head. The Adelaides have always been honorable, especially in their later years. They greatly value their credibility and reputation as those are intangible assets that directly impact how well they can attract well-paying clients and negotiate more favorable terms with them. If the company at large ever wants the Third Fleet to stop associating with our alliance, you can at least expect the Adelaides to file the necessary paperwork and properly go through the lengthy exit process. They are extremely unlikely to stab us in the back in the middle of the battle. Even if they are mercenaries. They may carry that label, but they are not truly mercenaries at heart, sir. They are more aptly described as stateless soldiers that are constantly looking to test themselves and earn glory in honorable and worthy fights. Their military DNA has slackened over the years, but they still cling to many of the essential traits of professional soldiers. Calabast nodded as well. I have found plenty of proof to support this description. The Adelaide Mercenary Company do not purely fight for profit, and they are not opportunistic cowards who are eager to abandon their missions at the first sign of adversity. The recruits they have hired over the years along with the newer generations that have emerged from within have all embraced a culture where they don't have to think too much about the cause they are fighting for. As long as they can take part in good fights and win in the process, they will always remain happy. I see, Vase said. That means that we only need to keep winning if we want to maintain their support. Chapter 4670 Common Origin Story. What about the Bujay family? The Bujay family is an entirely different case from the Adelaide Mercenary Company, sir. Minister Shedarin Pernus calmly responded as he picked up a teacup and sipped his specially brewed melange. Did you know that the Bujays used to be Terran? The spices of his brew wafted over to the noses of Vase and Calabast, allowing them to enjoy a scent that harkened to a more exotic human culture. Vase raised his eyebrow at what he heard, but that was the extent of his reaction. Terran, huh, well, our clan has a distant relation to the new Rubarth Empire. In fact, if you look deep enough in the past, then practically every human in the Milky Way and the Red Ocean has a relation to the ancient humans who lived on old Earth. Having a connection to the oldest human state isn't that special these days. Let me guess, the Bujays were exiled from the Terran Confederation, right? Correct. It is not that hard to guess. Minister Shedarin acknowledged. What you need to know is that the Bujay family isn't a regular group of exiles. The ancestor who founded it was one of the princes of a feudal kingdom in the galactic center. This was during the height of the Age of Conquest, where humanity expanded its borders at a rapid pace and where countless looted resources poured into the heart of human civilization. At the time, a succession battle took place where a dozen princes and princesses battled for the throne that had just been vacated. Calabast leaned back on her chair while crossing her legs, which happened to highlight her tight leather trousers. Ah, succession battles. They are always rife with intrigue, betrayal and tragedy. Countless real-life palace dramas have taken place throughout human space, and they will continue to unfold each time a hereditary state with an unclean succession line loses its head. Brute force and seniority are not enough to secure one's ascension to the throne. The typical winners of these shadow wars are candidates who are devious enough to outshine their rivals and charming enough to win over key stakeholders. Sheddarin took another sip of his tea. If you are already familiar with these plots, then there is no need to detail what has happened. All you need to know is that the ancestor in question was one of the many losers of the succession battle. As is typical, the new sovereign did not kill the man, but exiled him. The ancestor was allowed to bring his personal possessions, his loyal followers and a small fleet before he left. Nothing sounded out of the ordinary to Vase. There were many defeated losers who had been exiled from the galactic center for one reason or another. Some of them managed to rise up again and become the rulers of powerful states, but many others failed to adapt to the changed circumstances and disappeared into history. You said this happened during humanity's golden age, right? Vase asked. Does the feudal kingdom still exist? No. In the long years since this event took place, the Terran Confederation integrated the kingdom more deeply. The royal family that descended from the victors of every succession battle transformed into the Chibran ancient clan in order to blend into the power structure of the Terrans. Today, the Chibrans still retain much of the old territory of their former kingdom, and they are just as wealthy and powerful as the members of other ancient clans. That sounded impressive, but the Chibran ancient clan was way too far away for Vase to care about them. One of the reasons why he became so eager to enter the Red Ocean was to get away from all of those old relics of the past. So what happened to the Bujay family after they left the galactic center? The Bujays degenerated over the generations, as is typical when exiles are no longer able to pay for the upkeep and replacement of demanding first-class tech. Sheddarin answered. Their lack of initiative and overly conservative decision-making has prevented them from suffering any instant losses, but it has also failed to stop their gradual downslide. The Bujay family finally managed to stabilize as a second-class organization, but they struggled to find opportunities to grow. What did they do to earn their keep during these times? The Adelaides became mercenaries, but the Bujoys don't share the same impression. Sheddarin nodded in agreement. I agree with you, sir. It has much to do with their origins. The Adelaides used to be soldiers who knew nothing else except to fight and wage war. The Bujays emerged from one of the safest regions of human civilization, and its founder was a prince who possessed much more understanding of statecraft than the art of war. The family he led therefore sought to acquire territory, which it did. The Bujays spent many generations administering their own planets under the rule of a state. That sounds like a decent outcome all considered. Vase remarked. If the Bujays successfully became the rulers of their own province or something, why are they here? Why not stay in their cozy place in the old galaxy? That is because the Bujays have another goal. From the moment the family came into existence, their ancestor had always declared that he or his descendant must do their utmost to return to the kingdom and take it over as its rightful ruler. Calabast snorted. Too many losers can't accept the fact that they lost and always aspire for a rematch, not caring that they already had their shot. No one really wants them back. These losers and their descendants mainly want to return in order to satisfy their ego, vanity and perceived honor. Minister Sheddarin continued to narrative the Bujay family's history. The Bujays eventually found their footing in the galactic heartland. They came to rule a province in a typical second-rate state. While their new foundation provided them with safety and a steady income, there was little upward mobility. The politics in the region have become too stable and peaceful for them to exploit any opportunities to grow and expand. The Bujay family became stuck and could never fulfill its ancestors' dream of returning to power in the galactic center. Vase crossed his arms. Normally, the descendants who are born after the founding generation will gradually move away from the grudges and ambitions of their elders. After all, the Bujays born in the galactic heartland have no emotional attachment and little idea what they could have been. Their lives in their current homes have become much more relevant to their lives. That is often the case, but there are several factors that have caused the descendants of each and every subsequent generation of the Bujie family to cling to the goals of their ancestor. The main one is that their founding generation lived for hundreds of years after their exile. They were already heavily augmented and received multiple rounds of life-prolonging treatment. Vase learned about this type of leadership pattern from a lesson that Minister Shedarin had taught him in the past. That means that the Bujie family has developed into a typical gerontocracy, right? Exactly, sir. The ancestor and his circle of sycophants never relinquished their power until they were physically unable to continue. Their continuous leadership over much of the Bujie family's history has led to the development of a conservative, old-fashioned culture that retains many of the unique traits and quirks of the original kingdom where they came from. It was only after they expired after a long time that younger leaders took over, but the successors absorbed so much from their elders that there is not that much of a difference. If these Bujies are so conservative and inflexible, then how come they made the radical decision to pack up their bags and move to the new frontier? The leaders of the Bujie family eventually realized that staying in the same second-rate state will not get them any closer to fulfilling their ancestors' goal. Shedarin responded, the Bujies long struggled to find a better option, but that never materialized until the Big Two opened up the Red Ocean. The Bujies recognized that pioneering in the new frontier is a unique opportunity for them to earn much more money and resources that they need to return to the Chibran ancient clan and take it over. The Bujies hadn't exactly been big, but its long years of stable rule had provided them with a deep enough foundation to fund the formation of a formidable second-class pioneering fleet. The family gave up everything in the galactic heartland in order to pursue its overarching goal. Whether the Bujies were right or wrong in trying to fulfill a goal of a long-dead ancestor who shouldn't have burdened his descendants with a feudal dream, Vase respected the bravery of the current leaders of the family. He would have made the same decision if he was in their place, if only to shake off the stagnation that had befallen this group. So what has the Bujie family done once since they arrived in this dwarf galaxy? Nothing of notice. As I have explained before, the Bujies are good at administering planets, but they have no experience in exploration and are highly unaccustomed to actual combat. Their first few years were rough. They suffered numerous losses and learned many painful lessons before they finally made the necessary adaptations. Their only saving grace is their veteran ace pilot. Without her immense personal power, the Bujie family should have joined the long line of pioneering organizations that have met their end in the Red Ocean. I see. These Bujies don't sound too clever. Vase remarked. How the hell did they manage to produce an ace pilot if they hadn't fought in any wars? By sending out their talented mech pilots to conflict zones. Calabast replied, this is a typical method of exercising troops that are stationed in peaceful territories. Sometimes, the mech pilots in question are asked to disguise their true identities and blend into common mercenary outfits. Other times, the soldiers are assigned to expeditionary armies that are being sent out to reinforce allied states at war. This was a win-win arrangement. The states embroiled in conflict received additional reinforcements while the powers that sent out its manpower would get to temper its combat troops and allow them to gain a lot of experience. It was rare for ace pilots to emerge from foreign expeditions, but it still happened in rare occasions. The Bujies were extremely lucky in that regard. So what is the Bujie family like in general? Vase asked. I already have a general impression of how the Bujies operate by learning about their history, but how much has the Red Ocean influenced their decision-making? Well, the Bujie family has been forced to make many adaptations now that it has become a pioneering organization. Shedarin responded, its leaders have become more proactive and have learned the hard way that acting cautiously will only cause them to fall behind in the new frontier. Still, change is hard and the Bujies are still out of their depth despite acclimatizing to their new environment for a number of years. Are these Bujies good at anything? The Bujies have an old and traditional heritage. They are proud, honorable and take their promises much more seriously than the Adelaides. Their leaders may be slow to come to a consensus, but once they make a decision, they will commit to it with all of their effort. Their mech forces have always been well funded and well trained, and they have accrued just enough combat experience during their time in the Red Ocean to form the nucleus of an effective mech army. Their ace pilot is highly regarded and has a positive record against peers. Their motives are also easy to understand, just as with the Adelaides. Calabast helpfully added, that makes them easy for us to predict and manipulate. As long as we don't stand in the way of their ultimate goal, we should easily be able to gain their support in our initiatives. Vase smiled at that. I like what I am hearing. Chapter 4671 Flawed investment. Though there was much about the Bujie family that Vase liked, he did not embrace them right away. Every group came with its fair share of problems and complications. The Adelaide Third Fleet had its flaws, and the Bouget family should be no exception. When Vase asked his two advisors to list the possible downsides to letting the Bouget family join the Golden Skull Alliance, he received plenty of points of concern. Calabast started first by explaining the conclusion she had drawn from analyzing the behavioral patterns of the current subject. The Bougets are clearly uncomfortable with the life of a pioneer. They are unaccustomed to the high degree of uncertainty, the fast-changing environment, the frequent and ubiquitous conflicts, and the lack of territory to fall back upon. What they seek from the Golden Skull Alliance is an easy ride to success, and not necessarily a life of hardship. They won't take losses well. That sounded like a potential problem down the road, but it was one that Vase was willing to deal with in exchange for strengthening the expeditionary fleet. What else? The Bouget family may be slow to grow over time. Minister Shedderin mentioned to him. Think about how fast our alliance has grown since its founding. Our Larkinson clan and our allied Cross clan have opened up our doors and relied heavily on recruitment to facilitate our rapid growth and expansion. The Glory Seekers meanwhile rely on steady reinforcements from the Hex Federation to fuel their own growth. The Bouget family, on the other hand, has always remained closed to outsiders. It has relied on the reproduction of its own members as the sole source of its manpower for many centuries. That indeed sounded like a potential problem, especially when the Golden Skull Alliance was able to maintain its astonishing growth rate in the coming decades. What if we can change that? Vase proposed. We managed to convince the Cross clan to change its ways after we granted them a spiritual network of their own that can quickly assimilate and imbue loyalty to large numbers of new recruits. Minister Shederin's expression became skeptical. It is highly unlikely that the Bouget family will change its ways so easily. You have to remember that the Cross clan at the time was at its lowest point. It had lost many of its long-standing leaders, including Lord Hemington Cross. Patriarch Reginald Cross is not an effective administrator and likely did not understand the full repercussions of adopting a part of our unique tech. The leaders of the Bouget family are not so easily fooled or persuaded. Their decision-making process has always leaned towards restraint. Vase furrowed his brows. This could indeed lead to a greater problem down the line. In other words, the Bougets would rather get left out than to take a serious risk that could lead to great profits. Is that right? It is not impossible for organizations to change, sir. The most effective way for old, established groups with highly centralized leadership structures to make a radical course change is to initiate a change at the top. However, that is unlikely to happen in the current state of the Bouget family. Calabast, why are you asking me, Vase? Are you fantasizing about initiating a coup on a future ally? Don't think about it. Not only will it cross a line, it is highly unlikely to succeed. From the intelligence I have gathered, the Bougets are incredibly hierarchical. The younger generations that possess more flexible minds don't have close to the experience, knowledge and seniority they need to take over leadership. Vase looked at the spymaster with an expression that conveyed his lack of amusement. I was not asking for that. I wanted to hear your input about other problems concerning the Bougets. Your black cats have dug into their history, right? What skeletons are they hiding in their closet? The spymaster smiled. Surprisingly, not that much. Don't get me wrong. A family that has been around during the Age of Conquest has definitely experienced its fair share of controversies. The thing is that the Bougets are so boring and cautious most of the time that they hardly do anything outrageous, and even their lowest acts are fairly tame compared to what we are accustomed to. The best way to describe it is that they have plenty of skeletons in their closet, but they all come from animals instead of humans. I see. It is one of the reasons why the Bouget family successfully survived to this point. Minister Shedderin approvingly said, certainly, an unwillingness to take risks may have caused it to stagnate, but its continuity will always remain secure unless a drastic external factor comes into play. That could be both good and bad depending on the circumstances. Shedderin and Calabast provided a few more stories to Vase, but none of them sounded particularly important. The Bouget family experienced little drama over the centuries as it had always maintained a well-structured hierarchy and a clear line of succession. Every member of the Bouget family knew his or her place and there were clear paths to promotion for them as long as they were willing to invest many decades of their life to a specific vocation. Vase asked one more question about the Bougets. How does this family earn its keep these days? You told me earlier that it sold all of its previous holdings in the old galaxy. Have they built any industries in the Red Ocean? Surprisingly, they haven't. The old man replied. The Bujay family's extensive heritage has allowed them to amass a gigantic investment fund. The family's investment arm has long pursued a strategy of investing in small but promising startups. It does not take much cash to get them up to speed, and while many of them fail in years or decades, the few companies that succeed end up growing so large that they can repay the cost of thousands of failed investments. Of course, the Bujay family has also amassed a large amount of shares in many old and stable trans-galactic corporations. The dividends they earn from them is considerable after hundreds of years of buildup. Calabast crossed her arms. This is a typical way for old money to earn more income over lots of time. It's not quick, but it is safe and it is almost guaranteed to work in the long term. All it takes are leaders who are willing to make a lot of sacrifices in the early stage so that their later generations can live in prosperity. The Bujays had not gotten rid of its humongous investment portfolio. While their current spending levels were not sustainable, they at least enjoyed a substantial buffer that could tide them over for a period of time. The massive amount of profits they earned from Operation Lighthouse should have eased their financial position and extended their longevity. The Bujay family have not stopped their investment activities after entering the Red Ocean. Sheddaran added, the Bujays have already started to invest in numerous local businesses in the Red Ocean. Thousands of family members have also left their main fleet and settled down on different planets in order to set up their own businesses. None of these wholly owned companies amount to much at this stage, but a few of them may become so successful that they may be able to lighten the family's burden in the distant future. Well, the Bujays are clearly good at it, so I can understand why they have resorted to this. I don't think that the frontier will be patient enough to give them a century or so to expand its investment portfolio. What they need is lots of immediate income that they can invest in their own mechs and ships so that they can expand their forces and boost their combat strength. Sheddaran nodded. That is what we think as well. The leaders of the Bujay family recognize this reality to an extent, so this is why they see the merits of joining the Golden Skull Alliance. Our expeditions have always been profitable and the Bujays clearly recognize how good of an investment we are, though I believe they are less charmed at the volatility of our stock. The line between investment and gambling has always been blurred. Calabast quipped. In the end, Vessa's enthusiasm for the Bujay family cooled down. He still welcomed their entry into the Golden Skull Alliance, but he would do so with clear awareness of their numerous faults and limitations. He soon wrapped up the meeting by giving his current verdict. I have no issues with letting the application process proceed at its current pace. Vase spoke. I am sure the negotiations will address some of the problems that might occur in the future due to the individual circumstances of the candidates. I'm not sure whether the Adelaide Third Fleet or the Bujay family will stick with us for the long run, but I do not insist on it. I am already happy if they stay for the duration of the Trailblazer expedition and decide to leave after they have met their initial goals. We can certainly use the help as the security of our expeditionary fleet will drastically rise with the addition of 2 ace mechs and 2 mech divisions. Minister Sheddaran Purnis shared this sentiment. Those are our thoughts as well, sir. We are currently proceeding with the negotiations on the assumption of letting the candidates join as junior partners. We will still treat them as equals for the most part, but we will also hold back to an extent to make an eventual separation much less painful. We can deepen our cooperation with them if they have proven their willingness to commit to the alliance in the long term. That was fine with Vase. He asked a few more questions and found that Sheddaran and his team of diplomats had extensively covered every possible angle. This was their job, and they were much more thoughtful in this aspect than an amateur like himself. Do you have anything useful to report about other potential candidates? Sheddaran shook his head. So far, we have yet to encounter a third potential candidate that satisfies our heightened criteria. If you are truly desperate to increase the size and effective combat strength of our expeditionary fleet, then we can accept 5 or 6 more applicants that have barely failed to make the mark. Their qualities are at the same level of the Adelaide Third Fleet and the Bujay family, but they are held back due to the fact that we have never fought alongside them in battle. That is good. Don't be afraid to turn them all down. We can afford to be more picky, and we should be careful not to expand our alliance too quickly. Too many newcomers will make it difficult for us to absorb all at once. Once the meeting ended, Vase went back to his other duties while the talks with the Adelaides and the Bujays continued to progress at a steady rate. The fleet had already drawn close to the Davut system. One of the handy aspects about it was that it was a port system, which meant that the expeditionary fleet could hone in on this destination at a much further distance. This was why the return journey was significantly shorter than the initial trip to the border region. With plenty of cargo holds that were filled with loot and salvage, the Larkinson clan eagerly looked forward to settling down for half a year so that it could digest as much of its gains as possible. During this time, Vase made use of his network to find a good way to convert a part of his gains into a powerful and highly effective active stealth system for the Ghost Project. The development companies that he already had business with before all presented him with mixed options. Only a couple of them bothered to develop stealth systems to begin with, but their expected performance did not meet his standards. He needed to look elsewhere. After pumping a few contacts for helpful leads, he finally learned of a powerful new product in development that would definitely turn the Ghost Project into an invisible terror. Chapter 4672 Caching Favors. Vase had almost forgotten about Lord Pyrion Yoral Tavik. He couldn't be blamed for it. Time moved quickly for him as he had invested much of his attention on progressing the Ghost Project. He had already moved on from the second battle of Ramage Repulsor. The fight against the fractured house of the collapsing star and her formidable Nunzur phase lord seemed like ancient history in his memories. As Vase continued to go down his list of contacts, he had yet to receive a positive result. It couldn't be helped. Most of his friends, business partners, acquaintances and etc. were second-raters like himself. How the hell could they possibly have any involvement with a highly advanced first-class or quasi-first-class active stealth system, one that was suitable for high-ranking mechs no less? After ringing more than a dozen different parties, Vase eventually realized his mistake and started to direct his attention to more powerful names. The obvious candidates he could ask for help was the MTA. He was on speaking terms with Jovi Armelon as well as several of its renowned masters. There was no way they could fail to provide him with what he needed, either directly or indirectly. There's no way I am going to ask the Mechers for help. They would definitely be willing to help, but their services never came for free. He and his clan already formulated a spending plan that had ballooned to hundreds of millions of MTA merits. Though it felt incredibly tempting for Vase to take the easy way out and license a first-class active stealth system from the MTA's extensive library, he stayed true to his original intentions. If he could resist the urge to give his wife 120 million MTA merits, then he should easily be able to stop himself from spending a smaller fortune on equipping his Ghost Project with a highly effective stealth system. Fortunately for Vase, the Mechers weren't the only first-raters on his contact list. One of the reasons why he took so many risks and spent so much effort to rescue Lord Pyrion Yoral Tavik was to open up another channel for first-class goods and services. Vase didn't want to develop an over-reliance on the MTA for anything fancy, and it had been well worth the trouble to establish a favorable relationship with Pyrion and his first-class clan. Is it too soon for me to contact Pyrion again? He wondered. Meow. Lucky wearily responded as he laid on the desk. Vase glowered at his cat. Hey, if you don't want to suffer from such a persistent stomach ache, then you should exert better control over your portion sizes. It's your own fault that you are taking such an awfully long time to digest all of those hard and tough first-class metals. The cat rolled over and laid on the side. Meow meow, I'm willing to give you more time to digest your latest meal, but don't take too long. I still have a chunk of bee stone on hand in case you need to unclog your pipes, so you better get to work, buddy. Meow. After giving his cat his regular reminder to be productive, Vase had made up his mind. What was the use of becoming the savior of a wealthy scion if he wasn't willing to take advantage of the man's extensive gratitude? Vase had already exchanged contact information with the rescued first-rater, so he soon initiated a request for contact. It took a few minutes before the other side accepted the request. The physical projectors in the office came to life in order to depict the current state of the man that was still in the process of recovering from his months-long captivity at the hands of cruel aliens. Lord Pyrion looked a lot better than last time. He wore a looser green and yellow outfit that still allowed him to maintain a refined appearance. Are you on vacation at the moment? You can say that, Mr. Larkinson. Pyrion responded with a genuine smile. My clan insists on putting me on a paradise planet and keeping me here for at least a year before I can do anything else. My relatives say that I should not think about returning to any duties or responsibilities until I have gained enough separation from recent events. Vase managed to pick up a lot of clues from this treatment. It appeared that the Yoral Tavik clan genuinely cared about Pyrion's well-being. Of course, his relatives may have wanted to dump this failure on a harmless planet so that he would stay out of the way as long as possible. You're still young, Vase encouragingly commented. You will easily be able to live for 2 or 3 centuries even if you don't receive any further life-prolonging treatments. With that much time on your hands, there is no hurry for you to go back to work. As if my clan is willing to let me become responsible for anything. Pyrion snorted. I have already been told that I will have to go through an extensive learning track in order to learn the skills I need to become useful. Granted, I would have taken these classes regardless of anything else, but it rankles me that I have so little control over my life. I feel as if I am reliving my teenage years. As Pyrion shared his frustrations about his current treatment, Vase smiled and spoke a few supporting words. The man's willingness to talk to Vase in an open and unrestrained manner was a good sign. It showed that Pyrion not only trusted his rescuer, but also considered Vase to be a friend. In any case, Vase had seen the first raider when he was at his weakest and most pathetic. The former pioneer had exposed so much to the Larkinsons that it was not as if he could feel any further shame. What Pyrion said only further confirmed Ves's suspicions that the Ural Tavik clan still had plans for their descendant. What that may be, Vase had no clue, but it was enough to know that developing a closer relationship with Pyrion was a worthwhile endeavor. I believe you did not call me to allow me to air my frustrations. Lord Pyrion eventually spoke after he felt a lot more unburdened. What is the reason that drove you to contact me at this time? Vase made a brief judgment call and decided to address the matter of his children's education first. I have several requests for your clan. One of them is a matter concerning my children. You see, each of them are designer babies who have proven to be highly intelligent and highly developed for their age. He quickly explained the circumstances of his 3 children and expressed his hope that Pyrion's clan would help them get accepted by good first-class schools. Of all of the possible requests he expected to hear, Pyrion did not anticipate that the first one would be about sending kids to school. He fell silent for a short moment after Vase was finished because he needed to compose his thoughts. No one in his social circle ever asked for this sort of help because they were usually wealthy and powerful enough to send their offspring to the desired schools on their own power. Besides, Pyrion would be the last person they would want to approach with this kind of matter. It's been years since I last attended a school or had anything to do with them. The first raider admitted, I can't tell you much or do any of this myself, but I know someone in my clan who can fulfill your requirements with great attention and care. Don't worry, you're my benefactor. I will make sure my clansmen will do a proper job in allocating your children to a couple of good schools. By my knowledge, our clan has close ties to dozens of good and reputable schools, both in and outside the Amter Republic. We send many of our own kids to them and even donate grants to them every once in a while. It should be easy enough for us to open a back door. A matter that seemed insurmountably difficult and expensive to Vase and Gloriana turned out to be a trivial problem to Pyrion. The way he casually dismissed the many hurdles showed how wide the gap was between the two men. Still, Vase was grateful that Lord Pyrion granted the request without any fuss. Thank you, Pyrion. Vase sincerely bowed in front of the projection. My children mean everything to me. I want them to receive the best possible learning opportunities so that they can get a better head start in their lives. Allowing them to study alongside other first raters will definitely set them up for life. Pyrion looked taken aback at the emotion displayed by Vase. The first rater was not a father, so he did not entirely understand the feelings of a parent. I hope they will do better than me. The Ural Tavik Scion softly said, if these kids of yours are as intelligent and adaptable as you claim, then it won't take much effort for my clan to get them into excellent first-class schools. I have never bothered to understand the academic sector, but from what I have learned, every good school needs a mixture of rich kids and geniuses in order to flourish. It usually doesn't matter too much where the latter comes from. The fact that they are second raters won't mean a damn as long as they can outscore all of their classmates in a test. I certainly felt that way when I was sitting in the benches myself. That was fascinating to hear. Vase felt more reassured, though he still reigned in his excitement as nothing was confirmed as of yet. A single verbal promise from a disgraced and recovering clansman did not carry that much weight. All right, then, thank you again for doing this favor for me. I will transmit the relevant files to your comm so that you or your relatives can help my children get into the best possible schools that are willing to accept them. If there are any doubts about the standardized test results that my kids have obtained, they are always available to complete whatever additional tests may be needed to make a convincing case. With that handled, Vase moved on to his main request. After the battle that has allowed us to defeat that alien battleship and free you from her bowels, we were left with a lot of valuable loot and plunder. I happen to be working on a special expert mech design that was originally supposed to be a second-class machine, but is now slated to become a quasi-first-class mech. That has introduced many new problems, one of which is the need to find a more powerful first-class active stealth system that can provide my upcoming expert mech with high protection as well as remaining undetectable at the same time. As Lord Pyrion Yoral Tavik did not have a technical background, Vase skipped all of the complicated science and engineering stuff and explained his requirements for an active stealth system as simply as possible. The first raider on vacation did not immediately respond. He picked up a glass that was previously out of view and took a few sips of his cocktail. "This is a more serious favor that you are asking from me," he told Vase. "I can give you a choice. If you want an active stealth system that can fool most first-class passive sensor systems, I can press my clan to share advanced tech with you. It won't be of a standard that we use ourselves, but it should be more than enough for your needs. If you don't want to cash in that heavy of a favor, I can ask one of my relatives to supply you with a purely commercial stealth system. It might not be commonly available, but it should definitely be widely used among a certain clientele. Its performance will not be as good, but it should still outfox almost all second-class sensor systems, even the active ones, unless the range is too small." This was a difficult choice to make for Vase. There were pros and cons to both options and he found it hard to decide whether it was worthwhile to get the good stuff. Chapter 4673 The Worth of a Favor. The choices presented by Lord Pyrion put Vase into a difficult condition. Stealth systems were not common. At least, the good ones were not easily available on the open market. Stealth mechs and other stealth assets possessed a lot of strategic value. Anyone who was able to evade the detection of an enemy state could run roughshod over the latter's territories. For example, if the Hex Federation developed an innovative new stealth system that was beyond the ability for the Friday Coalition's detection systems to penetrate, then Diva and the other Hexer intelligence agencies would make the Fredaman miserable. It was not difficult to imagine that the Friday colonies would be thrown into chaos as stealth mechs and infiltrators eagerly made use of their stealth advantage. The goal of all of these units was to commit as many acts of theft, sabotage and assassination as they could get away with before the Fredaman finally cracked their tech. As such, the best stealth systems were those that no one learned about in the first place. States and individual covert operations units usually kept them extremely close to their chest because any distribution of the tech increased the risk that enemies and rivals would crack the means of detecting them in the field. This was why there was a substantial difference between commissioned stealth systems and commercial stealth systems. Most highly competent units employed sensors and scanners that received regular updates that taught them how to employ specific tricks to increase the detection chance of known stealth systems. That made commercial and more widely available stealth systems largely ineffective against well-organized opponents. Of course, high-end stealth systems such as those designed for expert mechs were still a lot more reliable and effective due to their higher quality parts and materials, but they always fell short to the stealth systems employed by more professional and institutional parties. As Vase was aware of these differences, he thoroughly understood how great the implications would be if he chose for one or the other. The choice of a stealth system directly impacted the effectiveness, utility and applicability of the Ghost Project. Vase needed to think about his goals and aspirations for the Ghost Project. Was it important enough for him to cash in one of his bigger favors with the Yoral Tavik clan, or should he keep his request modest and make do with a lesser stealth system for the time being? The Ghost Project was more than a simple expert mech. Though Vase valued its ability to attack unsuspecting enemy mechs and ships on the battlefield, he valued its ability to engage in covert operations against targets that weren't openly hostile. The Larkinson clan might have the Black Cats, but Calabast's pet organization mostly excellent at subtle infiltration and intelligence gathering work. Her agents were not as good as Diva when it came to more serious acts of interference. She also lacked a good stealth mech that could reliably sabotage or destroy targets that were too difficult to infiltrate for normal operatives. If Vase had a highly effective expert stealth mech under his command, then he could sabotage and put pressure on persistent enemies without provoking them in the open. For example, if his clan and another pioneering organization competed for the same mech design commission, then openly attacking his rival would be out of the question, but messing with his enemy in secret would be much safer. There might also be situations where the expeditionary fleet encountered a large alien warfleet in the frontier. Ordinarily, the Golden Skull Alliance would never dare to confront a fleet that consisted of at least 5 or so battleships. Even if the Alliance could field multiple ace mechs, the casualties suffered by the expeditionary fleet would be horrendous. However, if Vase was able to dispatch an expert mech that was stealthy enough to fool the sensors of the modern battleships, then the Ghost Project would be able to sabotage some if not all of the alien battleships in advance. In the most optimistic scenario, the shenanigans pulled off by the Ghost Project would soften up the alien battleships to the point where they became a lot more vulnerable to an attack launched by the Golden Skull Alliance. This was how much an expert stealth mech equipped with a highly effective stealth system could accomplish. As such, equipping an expert stealth mech with better tech was a lot different from equipping a normal expert mech with better tech. As much as Vase adored his previous high-end machines such as the Amaranto and the Everchanger, neither of the two could hide their existence from others. Both expert mechs were extremely bright and easy to detect. They produced a lot of emissions whenever they did anything meaningful, and their expert pilots couldn't hide their true resonance from resonance meters even if they tried. Perhaps the versatile Everchanger might be able to minimize its presence and emissions by running cold while switching its active design spirit to Kalo, but it was absurd to believe it could sneak close to an enemy fleet carrier without tripping 1,000 different alarms. As Vase thought how much the Ghost Project could expand his range of options in many different situations, he felt a lot more tempted to request a good active stealth system. Can you tell me anything specific about the high-end stealth system that you are offering? Vase asked. Lord Pyrion's projection frowned. Not exactly. Even I know that transmitting any solid data on any stealth system on a normal communication channel is unwise. What I can tell you is that it will be a stealth system developed by one of the long-term trading partners of our clan. Oh, Optar Integrated Solutions is one of the many development companies hailing from the new Rubarth Empire that is active in the export market. Pyrion explained. While there are no sane Terrans who have any demand for a Rubarthan stealth system, there are enough customers from other first-rate states that may have an interest in the products sold by this company. Vase had never heard of Optar Integrated Solutions before, but he discreetly used his cranial implant to search for information on the galactic net. It was definitely an established Rubarthan development company, one that sold its products far and wide outside of its home market. Optar didn't appear to be a major player, which was why it focused so much on exports. Customers outside of the highly competitive Rubarthan market were much less demanding and considerably easier to please. One of the more interesting facts about Optar was that its outwards focus had put it in a better position to expand its operations in the Red Ocean. This allowed the company to get ahead of its slower and less nimble competitors and start figuring out effective applications of phase water in different technologies early enough. Therefore, it was one of the earlier commercial parties that developed effective transphasic stealth systems in the Rubarthan sphere. While its larger and much better funded competitors had overtaken Optar in this field, the latter still managed to remain competitive to an extent. The most important implication of all of this was that the advanced transphasic stealth system developed by Optar Integrated Solutions would probably be ineffective against formidable Terran and Rubarthan detection solutions, but a lot more effective against anything lesser. This was fine with Vase. It was not as if he wanted to provoke anyone hailing from the first-rate superstates. Have these stealth systems been tested against alien opponents? Lord Pyrion shrugged his shoulders. You are asking the wrong person. I can ask around, but in general the native aliens are behind when it comes to stealth tech and anti-stealth tech. Those damn cosmopolitans will probably do their best to close this gap, but it won't be easy to make the aliens catch up to humans in this field. We are just too good at it, as the Milky Way is a much better engine of growth for stealth tech. There was a greater amount of conflict as well as a larger variety of tech and exotics in the old galaxy. All of these factors caused humanity to become extremely good at developing stealth systems that could fool damn near any sensor system, even the more unorthodox ones invented by oddball alien races. The Golden Skull Alliance would definitely stumble upon alien warships again in the frontier. The Red Ocean was still filled with indigenous aliens. As such, making sure that the Ghost Project could sneak into the security perimeter of alien warfleets while remaining completely undetected was of unparalleled value. When Vase weighed all of these benefits to the cost of cashing in a major favor, he had already made his decision. Can you hook me up with Optar Integrated Solutions? He requested in a serious tone. If their transphasic stealth system is as effective as you suggest, then I would be happy to apply it to my expert stealth mech design. Will it come with continuous updates to make sure it remains effective against newer detection systems that might come out in the future? Pyrion nodded. That goes without saying. This is an essential service. Even if Optar doesn't provide after-sales service as a standard benefit, I will make sure the company will take care of your later needs. Thank you for your effort. Vase became reassured. Constant updates weren't mandatory, as a good stealth system would still remain effective against weaker opponents, but it was the stronger ones that concerned him the most. "Ah, I just passed on this request to my relative who knows more about this tech. He told me to ask you whether your upcoming expert mech can meet the energy demands of a fully fledged first-class active stealth system." "That is difficult to say," Vase admitted. "I won't be able to equip my expert stealth mech with a first-class power reactor, because that would no longer be a quasi-first-class mech anymore. I will try to make it as powerful as possible by relying on advanced materials, but it simply won't be able to supply as much energy as I wish. That complicates this selection. I am aware of that, Pyrian. I am fine if the active stealth system can only be maintained for a short interval of time when it is operating at full power. I would like its performance to be scalable so that it can run for longer periods of time if it is running at lower power settings. I design all of my expert mechs with the intent to upgrade them many times in the future. The starting state of my expert stealth mech does define its final form. I will put a first-class power reactor inside the machine sooner or later, so it would be helpful if its existing stealth system can already make full use of all of the extra juice that becomes available." Vase and Pyrian's contact corresponded a bit more about this topic. This ensured that the Ural Tavix would supply an active stealth system that could not even activate properly because it demanded too much energy in order to hide a mech from detection. Lord Pyrian grinned at Vase. "You will have what you want by the end of the week. You can rely on Optar Integrated Solutions to deliver a reliable stealth system that you can easily work with. One of the characteristics and selling points of the development company is that its products are designed with a lot of versatility in mind. They have wider tolerances and offer great compatibility to many different mechs. This is a necessity as Optar sells its products to customers from many different states where the technical standards may be different." "I see. That is good to know. This would help with speeding up the integrating the active stealth system into the Ghost project, allowing Vase to complete it sooner." He was more than happy with the results of this call. He had no more need to cash in any other favors, so he chatted with Pyrian a few minutes longer and ended the call. It just dawned upon him how much he may have given up due to his decision to secure a quality first-class active stealth system. In hindsight, Vase may have gotten a bit too enthused about the benefits provided by a singular solution. He felt he had become too irrational when he convinced himself that it was a good idea to go for the more expensive option. Wait a minute, he suddenly realized why he did not hesitate when he made such a far-reaching decision. "I've been treating my Ghost project as a passion project this whole time." The significance and meaning of his first expert stealth mech surpassed that of a normal mech design project. Chapter 4674 Lopsided Energy Requirements. It took a lot faster than a week before a developer from Optar Integrated Solutions made contact with Vase. After a short and highly informative talk, they quickly found that while the Larkinson clan did not possess nearly enough of the exact first-class exotics needed to make any of Optar's transphasic active stealth systems, they could still work around this limitation. "There are numerous materials in your inventory that can substitute the materials utilized in our standard designs without heavily impacting their performance." The first-class developer spoke as if this was a trivial task for him and his company. "As for the remaining materials that cannot be substituted without designing a new line of products from scratch, you will have to procure them through other means. Be warned that their cost may be more than you are comfortable with, but they are vital to the functioning of our stealth systems." Vase did not look concerned. "We have so many different varieties of salvaged first-class materials on hand that we should easily be able to swap them for the key exotics for the stealth system. I'll just post a trade notice in a trading forum in Davut so that savvy traders will come and fulfill my requests. I may have to trade at a loss and wait a month or two before I get everything on my wish list, but I will make sure to have all of the materials in stock before I begin to fabricate my expert stealth mech." This did not concern the developer from Optar Integrated Solutions. He was merely tasked with helping his latest client develop a custom variant of one of his company's existing active stealth systems. Such requests were not unusual for development companies. In fact, it was often where they earned the bulk of their revenue. Clients who tended to request these sort of personalized services cared more about maximizing performance than cutting costs. Every major client's circumstances were different and unique. A one-size-fits-all approach rarely satisfied them, so the better and more desirable development companies always adopted business models where they were more than willing to customize and design variants of their standard products. Naturally, the price for this service was anything but cheap, but the Ural Tavik clan had already covered all of the expenses. What was even more important was that since the clan maintained a long and fruitful business relationship with the development company, it had been able to secure help immediately without needing to be put on a waiting list. Vase continued to discuss his overall requirements and expectations for the active stealth system with the company's developer. Neither of them dared to go into any specifics, as mentioning anything concrete about the stealth capabilities of an extremely crucial expert stealth mech over an unsecure communication channel was the height of foolishness. Optar had already promised to send one of its specialized engineers to Davut in order to work on the stealth system in person, but Vase would have to puzzle out a lot of elements on his own in the first few weeks. As the two continued to exchange general knowledge and insights, both sides became impressed with each other. The first-class developer did not expect a second-class journeyman who never had a history of designing a serious stealth mech to possess so much knowledge and mastery of mechs in general and stealth systems in particular. Although Vase clearly sounded like a second-class journeyman, his problem-solving skills and his broad theoretical basis matched the capabilities of first-class mech designers. Vase relied heavily on his comprehensive evolution as well as the senior-level stealth and cloaking enlightenment fruit that he coincidentally won from a past lottery ticket draw. The former boosted his cognitive capabilities as well as his affinity and intuition towards mechs and all of the tech around it. These improvements were so far-reaching that Vase had essentially relied upon his own mysterious evolution to substitute and in some cases surpass the expensive suite of augmentations that first-class mech designers took for granted. For his part, Vase clearly experienced the differences between talking to a first-class developer and a second-class developer. He worked plenty of times with people who fell into the second category. He was on a first-name basis with many engineers who worked for familiar companies based in Davut such as Melman Advanced Systems and Morden Tech. While those engineers possessed an astounding amount of depth in their narrow fields of expertise, none of them could match the depth and breadth of a developer working for a Rubarthan company like Optar Integrated Solutions. The latter's much more transhuman intellect and cognitive functions easily allowed him to outperform an entire second-class development team. The difference in productivity was so high that Vase gained a much better understanding of how the tech industry worked in superior environments. The demands imposed by extremely complicated high technology were so vast that baseline humans simply couldn't get a grip on it anymore. If any form of augmentation became prohibited, then a team of dozens of highly educated and accomplished engineers could barely match the work of a single transhuman first-class engineer. Even then, the former would still exhibit much lower productivity due to the complications of communication, knowledge sharing, friction, personal conflicts and all sorts of other messy stuff. Vase realized that humanity had progressed its technology base so quickly that heavy augmentations became mandatory in order to maintain the existence of its civilization. This was a scary notion. Too many humans at the upper end of society pursued drastic augmentations that purposefully distanced themselves from their own humanity. In other words, the thinking and data processing capabilities of people like Vase and the engineers working for Optar Integrated Solutions reached inhuman levels by design. This raised all sorts of ethical and sociological questions. While the upper layers of human society became increasingly more alienated from the original form of their species, the bottom layers mostly remained true to their race. P alpha PD alpha J nu E SOM. This was rather ironic, especially to an individual like Vase who started off from the bottom and steadily climbed his way up the layers. He understood the perspectives of both sides and recognized how the divide between the two groups became even worse over time. Perhaps one day the society of today would blow up because the disparity had grown too wide. Vase hoped the Big Two remained on top of this issue to prevent this disaster from happening. Very well, I have what I need to make the necessary preparations on our end. The developer eventually said after a lengthy exchange. It is not every day that we are asked to provide a stealth system for such a low-powered mech such as yours. We normally work with machines that can supply at least 10 times as much energy. You will have to make a large number of adaptations in order to support the demands of our tech. In particular, I would look into adding secondary short-duration power sources to your machine. Vase nodded in confirmation. I have already added that to my agenda. I will be working on this issue for the coming weeks. Hopefully, I will have a complete framework ready by the time your man arrives and begins to work on adapting a first-class stealth system to my Ghost project. As the call finally came to an end, Vase went over all of the changes and modifications he needed to make in order to make the Ghost project more receptive for a highly advanced active stealth system. The choice to go for a powerful and highly effective stealth system came at a hefty price. The products offered by a Rubarthan development company like Optar were entirely geared towards first-class customers. Even if the occasional second-rater dropped by to place a specialty order, those instances were far too rare for its engineers to make a standard product that met these needs. When Vase visualized the final state of his first expert stealth mech, he imagined a complicated, over-engineered machine that was much more lopsided in its technical capabilities than was customary. As Vase met with his wife at a later time and discussed how they needed to make substantial alterations to the Ghost project to accommodate a new stealth system, Gloriana looked less than satisfied. Your greed for a first-class stealth system is presenting us with all kinds of problems, she said as she placed her hands on her hips. This is no different from trying to mount a battleship cannon on a small and inadequate destroyer-class hull. The proportionality is gone as the energy demands of our expert mech is completely out of balance. Why couldn't you have stuck to marrying second-class stealth technology with first-class materials? In that way, you can still get a more resilient and combat-capable expert stealth mech that you so badly wanted without increasing its energy requirements. She had good reasons to get pissed. The drastically increased demand for energy meant that the expert mech needed to remove important internal components to make room for additional energy cells and other related parts. This would cause the Ghost project to become slower, weaker and less effective in direct confrontations. Vase was fine with this little sacrifice. The immense increase in durability will more than compensate for the decrease in offensive power. In any case, the Ghost project was never designed to beat the Dark Zephyr in a straightforward mech duel. It will be much better if it can leverage its distinct strengths, namely the Geist system and its first-class active stealth system, to defeat its opponents through asymmetrical warfare. His wife still remained skeptical towards this vision. I thought you wanted to turn the Ghost project into a battlefield assassin that can effectively take out unsuspecting expert mechs. Your latest changes will make this expert mech worse in this aspect. You are putting an inordinate amount of faith in that Geist system of yours. Not only is it a completely new and untested offensive system, but it is unlikely to work against other high-ranking mechs as they excel at defending against and repelling metaphysical attack methods. You make a good point, Gloriana, but I believe the Geist system can partially overcome this advantage. Don't forget that the best way to defeat an expert mech is another expert mech. This is because both of them are amplified by willpower and true resonance. So, if the Geist system is working by itself, then what you said is true. Vase said, however, if it is empowered by not one but two different sources of extraordinary willpower, then I have a theory that it can overcome the inherent defenses of an opposing expert mech. Just think about it. What would happen if dozens of resonance-empowered fiends torment an isolated expert mech? The latter's resonance shield will come under enormous pressure, especially if its expert pilot is still young and inexperienced. You're mad. That is impossible. He shook his head in disagreement. It is not as outlandish as it sounds. I have modeled the Geist system after Commander Casella Ingvar's domain and the Minerva's iconic commandeering resonance ability. The principles are roughly the same, but the subjects and the underlying tech are different this time. The Minerva has proven to us that a large number of weak and negligible standard mechs can whittle down powerful enemy expert mechs as long as they are imbued with true resonance. Why should it be any different when the same is applied to a bunch of spiritual fiends? Try as he might, his wife still did not approve of the weird direction that he was taking the Ghost project. The current plan for their expert stealth mech had deviated so much from its original vision that she practically suffered whiplash from her husband's habit of chasing after shinies. She let out a sigh in exasperation. You know what? Go do what you want. I will minimize my involvement as much as possible so you have all of the room you need to follow your whims. This way, the success and failure of the Ghost project will largely depend on you and you alone. You cannot blame anyone but yourself if Venerable Zimro Belson receives a bloated monstrosity at the end of this project. That won't happen. I know what I am doing. Everything is going according to my design. Vase confidently claimed. Chapter 4675. Standing in solidarity. Vase barely had time to start on making the necessary changes to the current state of the Ghost project before the expeditionary fleet finally returned to the Davut system once again. He set his design work aside so that he could witness the moment of arrival on the bridge of his flagship. Kedis decided to join him for whatever reason. We're back, he whispered. Yup, Kedis echoed. Meow. Lucky echoed as the cat rested in her embrace. As the Swordmaster cradled the cat like a baby, she took note of the substantially increased traffic and activity within the star system. Is it me, or has Davut become at least 3 times busier than before? She wondered. We've only been away for a couple of months, but the amount of traffic is much greater than before. The proportion of inbound traffic is also a lot higher than before. That meant a lot more starships were moving towards Davut 7 than getting back out again. This was highly unusual as a healthy trading hub normally matched its inbound traffic to outbound traffic. Vase already knew what was going on due to the daily briefings he received. The reason why so many people want to get inside is because the date of the founding ceremony is approaching. The Swordmaster raised her eyebrows. You mean the powers that be who built Davut are finally prepared to found a colonial state? Yep, it's all over the news. It's going to be a massive historical occasion. The bigger and grander the ceremony, the more momentum the state will gain in its early years. Do you know how they will name the state? Vase shrugged as he leisurely adjusted his posture on his observer's chair. Beats me. The power block wants to keep it all a surprise in order to increase the hype for the ceremony. Everything will be revealed at that time. We don't even know what sort of political system and government structure they will adopt. All we can do is formulate guesses. Personally, I think the founding parties will permanently try to concentrate a decent amount of power on themselves. If the common citizens get any say, it will be minor at best. The new state needs to keep just enough appearances to avoid generating too much discontent among its large and mostly disunited population. A contemptuous expression appeared on Katiz's face. That sounds like a feudal kingdom. Will Davut turn into a playground for royals and nobles who can take whatever they want from their subjects? Meow. Lucky hissed in a low tone as not even a cat approved of too much concentration of power. They probably won't go that far. Vase speculated as he tried to analyze Davut from the perspective of its original investors. The colonial state will probably encompass at least hundreds of different colonies in the surrounding regions, but there is no doubt that this port system will play a central role. It is essential to ensure that it remains a free, open and inviting trading destination. If Davut becomes too unattractive, a lot of trade and revenue will flow to rival colonial states instead, which in this case means Karlach. The existence of a powerful direct competitor means that the rulers of Davut won't dare to go too far. As far as property rights were concerned, most founders who invested a lot of capital and took a lot of risks to develop a successful colony wanted to treat it as if it was their personal possession. This sometimes worked, but too much pushing would breed resentment among the vast number of commoners who served as the backbones of the state. Tyranny became a lot more viable in a fairly closed society that was largely self-sufficient, but that didn't apply to the current situation. Trade was a powerful engine of growth and had already been responsible for accelerating the development of the Davut system. With neighboring rivals like Karlach nipping at its heels, Davut needed to surrender enough benefits to other stakeholders to expand its strength as quickly as possible. Vase waved his hand at the projection showing all of the ships and fleets moving in the star system. Look at how many different pioneers and other people are eager to attend the founding ceremony. The colonial state will definitely become home to a lot of players and organizations. They believe in its future potential and are willing to commit to it in order to be a part of its founding generation. Everyone knows that the people who are involved in a state from the beginning will often become its new aristocrats, no matter whether they explicitly use this term or not. It's similar to what happened with all of the families who founded the Bright Republic. Ketiz nodded in understanding as she rocked Lucky in her arms. So how does our clan fit into the picture? As far as I recall, we have set up a large branch in the Davut. He frowned at this mention. I have always maintained the stance that the Larkinson clan must retain its sovereignty. We should never become beholden to any other state or organization. I don't think that will work for the people we left behind on Davut 7. Lots of side branch members have completely settled in the capital city of this planet and they completely love it over there. I think many of them have already developed a growing sense of belonging for the upcoming state. You don't need to remind me of that. Vase grumbled. I am still trying to figure out what I should do about this. I can't dissolve the branch because that would cause us to lose our foundation here, but I don't want a large portion of my people to maintain double loyalties. This was a serious risk and one that would definitely create a lot of tension within the clan. I may not be following the regional politics of the Krakatoa Middle Zone that closely, but even I have heard that Davut and Karlach are on a collision course. War is on the horizon and the founding of their respective states will bring that one step closer to reality. That's true. Vase nodded. I received a report not too long ago that states that the LMC is already making a lot of preparations for an impending conflict. Our assets may come under attack, our suppliers may lose or suspend their shipments and the new colonial government may try to impose wartime rules and requirements onto our Davut branch. The upside is that the demand for effective combat mechs will balloon so much that we stand to make a killing from this war. War had always been the time where good mech models soared in popularity and where bad mech models got brutally exposed. Right now, the amount of bad mechs in circulation should not be much as conflict was all too common in the Red Ocean. However, there were still a lot of differences between occasional skirmishes and brutal, months-long military campaigns. Mechs that had largely been designed for the private sector often fell short in this area. Their fancy gimmicks, their overly complicated structures and their brittle internal architectures were more likely to break down when the machines were continually used without adhering to their recommended maintenance schedules. Although the LMC's commercial products had not been optimized for total warfare, Vase believed that popular models such as the Buzzy Bee and the Ferocious Piranha Mark II would prove themselves adequate enough to keep up with high-intensity use and abuse. Vase also had a lot of hope that less flashy products such as the second-class versions of the Desolate Soldier and the Crystal Lord would enjoy a renaissance in Davut. The Desolate Soldier and especially the Crystal Lord had never caught fire in the new frontier. Their glows were nice but not particularly game-changing in the current environment and their ability to turn around an entire battle was limited. However, their relatively balanced, economical and solid constructions would definitely show their value as the war dragged on. The more mech pilots fell in love with the underappreciated strengths of these relatively boring mech models, the more orders the LMC would receive. The company's marketing department already anticipated these scenarios. The Living Mech Corporation should quickly be able to adjust its operations to adapt to the rapidly changing market circumstances. As Vase and Kedis talked about the consequences of a possible war, the Swordmaster looked confused. "You are putting a lot of weight on private mech forces," she said. "Shouldn't wars be fought by professional mech armies? They usually make use of mech models commissioned by the state." Vase shook his head. "That is normally true, but that only applies to established states. The colonial state around Davut will need at least several generations to build up a fully fledged professional mech military. Before that happens, Davut has no choice but to rely on private mech forces such as those owned by mercenary organizations and family organizations to do the bulk of the fighting. Do you see all of those ships heading towards Davut 7? At least a part of them belong to groups that are willing to fight for the colonial state in exchange for land, political access and more. Will we be joining that line?" "No, absolutely not," he declared. "I don't mind signing business deals, but anything that causes us to bear responsibilities on behalf of a state goes too far. I will stop anyone who tries to pull that off, no matter whether it applies to our clan as a whole or a single side branch. The clansmen who have chosen to reside in Davut 7 must always keep in mind that they only serve a single state, and that is the Larkinson clan." He definitely had a lot of work in store to ensure that remained the case. Vase had spent enough time with people to know that his stance towards sovereignty and states was not natural or popular. Too many humans wanted to live on solid ground. Too many people saw no problem with pledging an oath to defend a large and impersonal state. Too many people didn't even consider the Larkinson clan to be a sovereign entity in the first place. He couldn't blame them. Pretty much every member of his clan grew up in a normal state and always assumed that there was no real alternative. As Vase continued to chat with Kedis, he suddenly became interrupted by a communication request. "Sir." Minister Sheddarin Pernus greeted the Patriarch. "I just came from a talk from a representative of the future colonial administration. Davut has officially invited you to attend the founding ceremony in a place of honor." Vase grimaced in response. "You know my stances on this statehood stuff. I have no desire to associate myself with this pageantry. Did you politely decline the invitation as you should have?" "I accepted," Sheddarin declared. "You what?" "Let me explain, Vase," the old man quickly said. "Attending the founding ceremony is a harmless act. You will do nothing but confirm your existing association with Davut, because our branch and its growing economic activities in the star system have already done that first. Your absence will make people regard you as a volatile leader and the Larkinson clan as an unreliable actor. It makes much more sense to attend the ceremony and improve the relations between the colonial administration and our Davut branch. The government and the colonial state's many stakeholders will also become more encouraged to purchase the products sold by the LMC, as the company will be seen as a strong supporter of their side in an upcoming war." "I don't care about that," The point about maintaining our distance is that we maintain our neutrality and avoid making too many unnecessary enemies. Sheddarin scoffed. That ship has sailed in this regard, sir. Karlach already considers us an enemy and believes we are deeply in bed with Davut. There is no possible way that you can convince the Karlachers that our clan is impartial enough to do business with them. Since that is the case, we may as well make a cheap and easy show of support that may boost the sales of our mechs by as much as 10 or 20%. As much as Vase wanted to reject this course of action, Sheddarin's arguments had strong logic. There were more upsides than downsides in pretending to stand in solidarity with Davut, at least in the short and medium term. Chapter 4676. I'm just the returning expeditionary fleet quickly felt the consequences of all of the increased traffic. Traffic control became swamped and many space lanes had become completely occupied. The number of inspection ships on duty had multiplied by 10 as all of the incoming visitors needed to be checked in case they were terrorists or saboteurs who intended to ruin the founding ceremony. The orbit of Davut 7 had actually become a lot less busy as the colonial administration had already pushed most fleets and ships away. The only ships and mechs that were allowed to linger within a certain distance from the planet were those that already pledged to serve the colonial state as part of its future mech military. For now, most of those mech forces still belong to many different private organizations. Their diverse colors and markings remained unchanged, which made for a chaotic and disorganized impression. Even so, as Vase read the opinions on the galactic net and observed how eager so many people wanted to travel to Davut 7, he recognized that optimism was high. P Alpha PD Alpha Nu ESOM, people really believe in this future state. This was a good sign. The people who invested in Davut from the beginning made plenty of preparations. They formulated a detailed plan and made many moves to address problems before they had a chance to break out. The fact that the settlements in the port system grew into highly developed cities and metropolises in a matter of years showed how well they built up its foundation. The smooth development of Davut gave a lot of people a lot of confidence in its future potential. Its leaders and statesmen demonstrated an abundance of planning, foresight, preparation, wisdom and generosity. Even Vase felt tempted to join the party if he hadn't experienced betrayal at the hands of their hypocritical kind in the past. He felt as if he was one of the few people in the entire star system who remained sober enough to recognize that the primary goal of the upcoming colonial state was to exploit its future citizens. Just like how the descendants of the Larkinson family had fought and bled for a bright republic that never properly rewarded them for their centuries-long service, a lot of fools and romantic idiots were already falling into line just so that they could get used in the exact same way. The only people he could have a proper conversation about this topic was Calabast and a handful of Pernissers. Vase felt pretty upset at Minister Sheddarin Perniss for accepting an invitation against instructions, so he took his frustrations to his strategic partner. I don't blame Sheddarin for making this decision. Calabast's projection stated, you need to grow up and look outside of your perspective. You may aspire to turn our clan into a fully independent, nomadic and spaceborne fleet, but that doesn't work out in practice. We need branches like the one we have in Davut to give our people a chance to live on a proper planet and to provide the LMC with the ability to produce its own mechs en masse. Since we cannot avoid entanglement with states, we have to accept that this is a necessity and properly manage our relationships with them. Grow up, Vase. That was not what Vase wanted to hear. He crossed his arms in a petulant manner. I feel tempted to turn our expeditionary fleet around and head over to an entirely different port system. Maybe it is time we leave Krakatoa behind and explore a newer and fresher middle zone. That is not a wise decision, and your allies are unlikely to agree with you. I know the Cross clan will insist on reorganizing its fleet here. Just like us, the Crossers have founded a sizable branch on Davut 7 and built up a lot of trustworthy and reliable business relationships in this industrial hub. It will be several times harder and more expensive for the both of us to reorganize our forces and recover our strength. Don't disrupt everyone's plans due to purely personal and subjective feelings. She was right. Vase could not afford to let too much of his selfishness mess up his clan and alliance. He needed to be a responsible leader and stick to making rational decisions. The larger his organization had become, the more important it was for him to project stability. Once he calmed down a bit, he accepted her words. I guess you are right, Calabast. That doesn't mean I like it. No matter what, nothing can make me develop a sense of belonging to Davut. I will continue to work to minimize our entanglements and commitments to the upcoming colonial state. I think we should also move our fleet away from this zone sooner or later in order to remind everyone that the endless void of space is our true home. The spymaster smirked and threw a coy glance at him. That may be easier said than done. My intelligence network has already received rumblings about a massive deal that the colonial administration is preparing to offer to our clan. Huh, what is this about a deal? I take it that it encompasses more than stuff like taxes and permits. You are correct in that, she replied. It has to do with what you do best, which is designing crazily effective mechs that are strong enough to affect the balance of war. He looked confused. What? There are tons of master mech designers in Davut. Why would the ruling powers ask for my help? I'm just a journeyman. Slap. Calabast's physical projection actually dashed forward and slapped Vase in the face. Shut up. Don't finish that stupid phrase of yours. She growled. Be serious for once. The people who built Davut aren't stupid. At least some of them have studied your record and history in great detail. They will easily be able to find out how extensively you propped up the Hexadric hegemony during the Komodo War by providing a few highly impactful mech models such as the Valkyrie Redeemer. The Davutans will want you to recreate that miracle with their own mech forces so that they can gain a greater advantage against Karlach. Now that Vase thought about it, that made a lot of sense. If he was in the position of the rulers of Davut, he would probably make the same decision. Nonetheless, that didn't mean that he was eager to directly interfere in another war. It was one thing to sell a lot of commercial mechs to the various paramilitary forces that would be fighting for Davut. It was another thing to complete a formal commission from a colonial state. It's not that simple, Vase replied. The Hexadric hegemony lost the Komodo War. Remember, my living Hexer mechs failed to make a difference. The spymaster shook her head. Only those who make a cursory analysis of the Komodo War would come to that conclusion. Anyone who performs a proper examination will know that the Hexers have doomed themselves from the moment they fired the first shot. Your contributions have done much to prolong their fighting ability and bought enough time for the Hexer dynasties to evacuate the core of their people in more liquid assets. Even to this day, the Valkyrie Redeemer and the Maiden of Adversity still do much to prop up the Hex Federation. That is because my Hexer mechs have a strong effect on the morale of the Hexer people. My unique capability to tie the Superior Mother and Helena, both of whom the Hexers literally revere as deities, to my works has energized all of their women and boys. Faith and fanaticism are some of the most powerful motivators in existence. There is no universal solution. What works well for the Hexers won't be nearly as effective for a more secularist and pluralistic state. Blows can have a major positive influence in wars without the involvement of religion, Vase. The Sand War is a great example of that. Your desolate soldiers injected a lot of duty among shaky and hesitant mech pilots who were ordered to hold the line against the advancing Sandman fleets. Vase didn't entirely accept this argument. You may be right, but I recall that the Ilvanans got much more use out of the living mechs I designed for them. Again, their religion played a major role in giving me an opening to boost their effective performance. Look, during the Komodo War, the Friday Coalition never developed much of a desire for my products because they don't worship any of my design spirits. The same applies to Davut, as it is almost entirely secularist as far as I am aware of. My products may be strong in specific situations, but it is still a stretch to claim they are powerful enough to swing the entire war in Davuti's favor. The mechs designed by all of the local masters are no joke. You underestimate your influence. You also underestimate the attraction of your mechs. The Davutans have most certainly studied all of the battle footage that is available in public. In particular, the Battle of Pima Prime, where we helped the Hex army defeat the Sundered Phalanx, will serve as a highly informative case that demonstrated the great strength and effectiveness of our combat mechs. Vase crossed his arms. That's nice, but most of the mechs we fielded during that battle are exclusive mech models. The Valkyrie mechs and the new Maiden of Adversity mechs can only be piloted by Hexers. At the same time, our Bright Warriors, Transcendent Punishers, Transcendent Chargers, Second Swords and Redaxes are solely designed to be utilized by our mech legions. Only a few of the mech models such as the Ferocious Piranha have versions that are sold in public. Why must those aforementioned mech models remain exclusive? Calabast shot back. You can earn a substantial amount of easy money, resources and favors if you design variants of those standard mech models that are adapted for use by the mech forces of Davut. No way. You of all people should know about the importance of maintaining the secrecy and mystery of our staple mechs. Once the Davutans begin to use mechs such as my powerful nullifiers in large numbers, their strengths and weaknesses will be analyzed until they hardly have any secrets left. That means that once we fight against an opponent that has done his homework, he will immediately know to keep his expert mechs far away and combat the nullifiers with large numbers of standard mechs. Calabast still disagreed with his stance. That may be true for certain key Larkinson exclusive mechs, but you also have oddballs like the Lucid Rage that aren't really that important to us. They are nice to have, but it won't hurt us if you package it up and make it available to Davut. She may be right in that, but Vase still disagreed with her stance, if only on principle. Repackaging my existing works in order to earn cheap profits from them is lazy behavior. If Davut wants my work, then I will do a proper job and start a brand new design project from scratch that is precisely attuned to their circumstances, from their material availability to the shortcomings they need to address the most. The spymaster smirked at him. That sounds like a good plan, Vase. Why don't you offer the Davutans this service? I am sure they will welcome your assistance with open arms. Goodbye, Calabast. Vase activated the command that ended the comm call. He rubbed his face and strengthened his resolve to not get dragged into another stupid war, especially one he had no personal stake in. The escalating conflict between Davut and Karlach was nothing more than a mundane contest for hegemony in a region. Such wars were a dime in a dozen in the Red Ocean. None of them had any meaning to them. Just because one such war happened to unfold in close physical proximity to himself didn't automatically mean that he should give a damn about who won or lost. Chapter 4677 Return to Soil, we're back. The air is so fresh. Yay, we can go to the beach again. Look. The sky is so blue and enormous. It's so much better than the fake sky in our ship. A vast fleet of shuttles and transports still descended from the sky and landed directly on the vast fields of the Cat Nest. The citizens and visitors of Kotor City must be wondering what the fuss was about. Security had always been tight and the city administration had recently tightened the traffic rules. Many private vehicles descending from orbit could no longer travel directly to the main spaceport in the city and had to divert to more remote spaceports in order to reduce the danger of terrorist attacks. However, the status of the Larkinson clan in the Davutan community had always been considerable in the past few years. In addition, the explosive and dramatic successes of the Golden Skull Alliance during the Trailblazer expedition had propelled its reputation and prestige to new heights. Combined with the fact that the Living Mech Corporation had become an increasingly greater player in the regional economy, traffic control readily acquiesced to the requests for exemptions from its rules. This was a clear sign of how much weight the Larkinson clan carried in the Davut community. Outsiders who didn't know any better might assume that the Larkinsons were thoroughly waving the Davutan flag. Due to the permissions the clan received, the expeditionary fleet began to bring down massive amounts of personnel and valuable plunder. A portion of the sky looked as if an invasion was taking place. Over 500,000 clansmen resided aboard the hundreds of ships of the Larkinson clan. Not all of them were scheduled to enjoy their shore leave on the surface at the same time, but there was no doubt that many of them would be occupying the empty but prepared houses and apartments in the expansive complex managed by the Davut branch. As such, the Cat Nest, which was located within the bustling industrial district too, became a lot busier than before as many different Larkinsons returned to the planet they called home for several years. It was as if they only went away for a lengthy vacation or business trip. Many of their old residential units hardly looked different, allowing them to make the transition from living in a completely artificial ship environment to living on a huge and expansive planet that offered much greater freedom of movement. The children certainly seemed to enjoy it. Vase and Gloriana smiled indulgently as their kids had already run off to the old and familiar playgrounds. Many other children, mostly under 10 years old, broke away from their parents as well and eagerly began to play as if they had been living in prisons only recently. Meow meow meow, woof woof, squeak, squeak. It wasn't just the kids that reveled in the return to wide open spaces. The many pets of the Larkinson clan also ran off into the animal-friendly parks and playgrounds. One of the reasons why the animals loved to return back to Davut 7 was that they were no longer split up in many different isolated groups anymore. The biggest limitation to living on a fleet was that it became extremely inconvenient for people and pets to move between different ships. Intership traffic could not be done whenever the fleet engaged in FTL travel, and even outside of it the need to take shuttles posed a massive inconvenience. It might be acceptable for humans to transit from one ship to another, but no one would specially reserve space for pets. All of this showed that neither the human race or their many pet species had adapted well to spaceborne life. Vase felt rather disappointed at how dramatically everyone reacted to making landfall again. It was just a temporary stop on a planet. Did they have to make a big deal out of it? What was wrong with living on a safe and technologically advanced ship? Look at how happy our children have become. Gloriana continued to smile as a proud mother. We should buy an entire planet for them. That would definitely make them pleased. Vase immediately dropped his own smile. No, never. Don't mention this to me again. I am not changing my plans. After a short time of bickering, a small but significant processing of Larkinsons walked up to their site. Patriarch Vase, nephew, cousin, 3 different Larkinsons, stepped forward at this time. Their familiarity and blood ties immediately caused Vase to fall silent. His wife thoughtfully ceased her nagging and stepped back to give the Trueblood Larkinsons more space. Though Vase rarely paid attention to what went on at the Davut branch, he did receive reports from time to time that summarized its major developments. One massive event stood out that made the expeditionary fleet's return to Davut a lot more significant. Vase first nodded towards the Raymond Billingsley Larkinson, the first-generation branch director of the Davut branch. He still looked remarkably spry for his age. Vase did not regret spending a bunch of MTA merits to prolong his life and give him a lot more time to witness the meteoric rise of the Larkinson clan. How is the branch doing these days, Raymond? We are doing well, the happy and invigorated branch director responded. Our numbers are growing, our businesses are thriving, we have improved our access to local goods and services, and our finances are in the green. We still have our fair share of problems, though. A number of sensitive matters have piled up since the time you have left. I am not comfortable with handling them on my own, as I do not have a good idea whether my decisions align with your goals, so I have scheduled a meeting with you so that we can go over them one at a time. Given all of the recent developments in the region, Vase could already make a few guesses on what those issues may entail. I would love to go into detail with you, but I think we can address them on another day. He responded, I understand. There are greater priorities at the moment. 2 of them happened to be standing next to Raymond. Vase first nodded towards the woman he had long treated as his older sister. Melinda, you've matured. I could say the same for you, cousin. The softer and more matron-looking woman said. When we separated from each other, I never imagined that we would be following you into the Red Ocean. Neither would I have imagined that our family would be reuniting with your clan. Still, many of our family members are glad to gain a chance of reuniting with their relatives. Just look at them. No matter how many times they can talk to each other over the galactic net, there is just something special about being able to hug each other for real again. Many reunions took place. Though the vast majority of clansmen pretty much acted like bystanders, the Trueblood Larkinsons had all gathered together in a giant crowd as mothers reunited with their grown children, while grandparents met with all of the young and cute grandchildren that they never got to hold in their arms. The love and affection radiating from the original Larkinsons became such a heartwarming sight that Vase could feel the golden cat swirling with glee and joy. I should introduce you to my children to you all, Vase proposed. They are all different bundles of joy, and they have always grown curious and eager to meet the other side of my family for a long time. The Larkinson family has gained a mythical status in our clan nowadays. Melinda chortled in a good-natured manner. We are the outdated model of the Larkinsons. We are the relics of the past. We are the bad example that the clan regularly compares itself to. You don't need to prop up our family. Our attempts to find a new life in the old galaxy have not worked out as well as we have hoped. Some of us don't want to admit it, but the fact of the matter is that we have failed. This is why we are here, I suppose. No worries. I won't judge you. Family is family. I don't care whether you want to join our clan or follow another arrangement. I just want what is best for you all. We Larkinsons should stick together. In truth, Vase could care less about what the members of the Larkinson family wanted. The majority of them were stubborn fools who clung to their stupid and self-sabotaging traditions for no good reason except their forefathers had done the same. The Larkinson clan had completely surpassed the original Larkinson family. Even when the latter was at its height and counted multiple active expert pilots within its ranks, there was no way the family could come close to the power, prosperity and numbers of his homegrown organization. There was only one reason why Vase hadn't thrown back the original rejection that he received from his family members when he founded his clan. He shifted his gaze towards the most powerful expert pilot that bore the Larkinson name. Compared to the likes of Venerable Davia Stark and Venerable Janzi Larkinson, the strength and density of Venerable Ark Larkinson's force of will had reached an entirely different level. Vase was reminded of the times when he met with the old Reginald Cross back when he had yet to receive the Mars. A high-tier expert pilot essentially pressed up against the line between demigod and half-god. Ark Larkinson's strength had already surpassed that of general expert pilots, but his current position was so awkward that any junior ace pilot could easily crush him in any battle circumstance. This was the infamous bottleneck that had ended the dreams and ambitions of many expert pilots throughout human space. Only a fraction of expert pilots met all of the stringent criteria to undergo apotheosis for a second round and completely transform their willpower into a force that was strong enough to distort reality at a greater scale. Most people who met high-tier expert pilots would become completely awestruck at the opportunity to meet a vastly superior human warrior. Other people such as Vase who recognized the uncomfortable truth about high-tier expert pilots looked at them with pity and regret. Vase could clearly sense from Ark's dense but highly solidified willpower that his uncle had worked hard to break past his bottleneck in the past few years, but made little meaningful progress. That was the painful part about the struggle to advance. No expert pilot was inherently weak or feeble, or else they wouldn't have undergone apotheosis for the first time. Unfortunately, the standards of becoming an ace pilot was so insanely high that many high-tier expert pilots who fell into stagnation couldn't accept the reality that they were one of the many, average, demigods who ultimately did not pass muster. Such torment could damage the will of even the most powerful of expert pilots, and Vase could already sense the stresses in Ark's amazingly strong willpower. It was a testament to his faith in himself and his resilience in the face of adversity that his willpower had yet to show any obvious flaws. In any case, Venerable Ark Larkinson was still on the younger side as far as high-tier expert pilots were concerned. He roughly belonged to the same generation as Patriarch Reginald and also accrued a lot of combat experience over his career. Physically, Ark appeared to be in a healthy condition, showing that he had never suffered a critical battle injury that had forced his father to retire from the cockpit. That meant that Ark still had at least a decade or two where his current evolved and lightly augmented state would keep him in a prime fighting condition. After that, age would slowly take its toll, decreasing his odds of breaking through as his mind became less flexible and his body less vigorous. "Welcome to my clan, Uncle Ark," Vase eventually greeted his father's brother. Ark returned a smile that caused his force of will to spread and embraced every nearby Larkinson with a surprisingly gentle blanket of reassurance. "I am happy to see you again, nephew. Come, let us head to a more comfortable place so we can exchange stories with each other. I am sure our children would love to meet their cousins from the other side as well. They are all blood relatives, after all. Family is important, family is important," both Melinda and Ark echoed as they agreed with this sentiment. Chapter 4678 Love for Larkinson. The royal mansion occupied the most desired location of the cat nest. The estate reserved for the clan patriarch and his immediate family sat on a small hill surrounded by a luxuriously expansive forest. As Davut 7 continued to develop at a rapid tempo, the price of every square meter of space in Kotor City seemingly doubled every year. It was hard to imagine that Kotor City had started out as a bunch of prefab structures that had been loaded out of the cargo holds of large colony ships. The spread of human construction had been so rapid that any plot of land at Industrial District 2 had become at least an order of magnitude more valuable. Vase and his clan had been lucky enough to get in early enough and buy a nice and large piece of land when it was still available. Nowadays, the more central districts of Kotor City had become so densely constructed in such a short amount of time that there was no more space to build on the surface. The only construction works that still took place in the city proper mostly happened in the air. The amount and density of floating structures in the city constantly grew each day. Dozens of new structures weighing a vast amount of tons joined the evolving skyline at a constant rate, making the entire place become so busy that a number of early immigrants even decided to move out and live in one of the many other less congested cities on the planet. Fortunately, the cat nest was large and expansive enough to avoid much of the hustle and bustle that went on in the city. Large sound isolation barriers had been set up around the borders of the land owned by the clan to ensure that none of the city noises would disturb the residents. Though over 100,000 Larkinsons had descended from orbit within the first day of the expeditionary fleet's arrival in the vicinity of Davut 7, not all of them landed in the cat nest. The Larkinson clan had grown too big to be confined in a single location. The Davut branch managed a bountiful portfolio of other industrial and residential facilities spread across the entire planet. Many clansmen would have to make do with living in other cities during their stay in the Davut system. Of course, none of that mattered to Vase. he was right back at the estate that he admittedly enjoyed during his years-long stay in Davut. It was also the childhood home of Aurelia, Andraste and Marvane. Each of them had gathered a bunch of their equally young nephews and nieces and enthusiastically gave them a tour of the large back garden as well as the lush and beautiful forest. "Come on, there's a big treehouse up ahead that our papa built. You will love it over there. Meow, meow." As the gaggle of kids and pets ran off to play, the adults settled down in a lovely terrace garden that Gloriana had personally designed and arranged in the past. A few bots flew in and put down trays filled with teapots, snacks and other refreshments. Gloriana picked up a teapot and skillfully poured the cups that another bot had placed before the seats of the other Larkinsons. "Thank you, madam," Melinda said as she picked up a cup and took a sip in a casual manner that remained unchanged since she was young. "Wow, this is good stuff. Is this what obscenely rich people like you drink all day?" "That and more," Vase lightheartedly responded. "These little luxuries are nothing compared to what the first-raters get to enjoy." Venerable Ark Larkinson leaned back on his seat and continued to gaze at the perfectly manicured garden. "You have been doing so well in the last few years." The expert pilot and patriarch of the Larkinson family sighed. "This place reminds me so much of our old Larkinson estate back in Rittersburg. It could use more people, though." The retired uncles and aunts that sat in the back of the estate every day made the estate warmer and more alive. "I know, I miss that as well, uncle. There are different gathering points throughout the living areas of the cat areas where our clansmen can congregate. There are way too many people among us to fit in a single garden these days." "Ah yes, the adopted Larkinsons. I have to admit that you have impressed me, nephew. I had heard many stories of how people who had never heard about us in the past transformed into diehard Larkinsons within a year after joining your clan. The sheer amount of people you've converted and the degree of loyalty you have instilled in their hearts are unreal." The expert pilot purposefully directed his gaze to Nida. The tall and silent honor guard that had guarded the patriarch without any complaints over the years also bore another important responsibility. She carried the responsibility of holding and guarding the Larkinson Mandate, the first and most important ancestral heirloom of the Larkinson clan. Vase followed the expert pilot's gaze and understood the man's concerns. "You and the rest of your family have all felt her presence for years," he said. "Her bond with you may not be as strong as the connections she maintains with the members of my clan, but in her opinion every Larkinson is worthy of her care and protection. As far as I am concerned, she is a Larkinson just like each of us. Let me introduce her to you in person." He stretched out his hand and transmitted a silent command. The Larkinson Mandate, which normally rested in a special case attached to Nida's combat armor, came loose and flew towards Vase. Once the heavy metal-covered tome reached his palm, Vase briefly admired the golden medallion on the front cover before he slammed the book onto the center of the garden table with a loud thud. "Goldie, can you come out and say hello?" "Nya." A golden light bulb seemed to appear in their midst as a warm and glowing spiritual entity emerged from the Larkinson Mandate. Melinda and Raymond immediately became fascinated by the sight of the totem animal of the Larkinson clan. "Please visit." The lovely cat made a playful loop in the air and flew closer to Melinda in an inviting manner. "She's so adorable. Amazing." The Mech officer and rising leader of the Larkinson family spoke as she attempted to cradle the lovely-looking cat. "I can't touch her. Is she real or is she a projection?" "NYAAA. NYAAA." Goldie strenuously objected to being misunderstood as a projection. She was a true living entity and wanted every Larkinson to know it. She spontaneously strengthened her connection to Melinda until the latter undeniably felt the bountiful life contained within the deceptively small spiritual cat. Once Goldie finished showing Melinda who was boss, the cat cautiously floated over to Ark Larkinson. Unlike a normal human like Melinda, a strong expert pilot possessed a greater chance of causing harm to spiritual entities. Though Ark had stepped out of the cockpit of his expert mech, he had developed his strength to such a degree that he already wielded a tiny amount of the power of an ace pilot. The ancestral spirit wasn't the only one who grew nervous at this meeting. Vase held a lot of worries on how his uncle would react. Ark Larkinson commanded so much respect and influence within the Larkinson family that his opinions would largely determine the relations between the two groups that shared the Larkinson name. If Ark and most of the members of the old family explicitly rejected Goldie and what she brought to every Larkinson, then closer forms of cooperation would be heavily limited. However, as the golden cat drifted closer to Venerable Ark, the two didn't generate any tension. The air between them actually became warmer and more comforting. Goldie's radiant glow that inspired love and affection among the Larkinsons did not get repelled by Ark's force of will. Instead, they touched and eventually embraced each other as if they were siblings that had been separated from birth for a long time. No matter how far apart they used to be, the two forces both shared a common root, which was a love and dedication towards the people who identified themselves as Larkinsons. What differences they possessed, such as their stances on who was qualified to be recognized as a Larkinson, became utterly inconsequential. After all, what they had in common was so strong for both Ark and Goldie that they might as well be soulmates. Let me take a closer look at you, cutie. Nya Tilda. The spiritual cat fell more and more into Ark's physical and intangible embrace. Goldie did not hesitate to bare her entire being towards the expert pilot, allowing the other Larkinson who bore the title of patriarch to utilize his extraordinary willpower to develop a better intuitive understanding of the odd creature. Ark did his due diligence and tried his best to study the golden cat. Thanks to the deep access that he had been given, he was able to discern a lot about the spiritual product. He wordlessly learned about her intentions, her strange form of existence, her aspirations, her occasional pranks, and above all her deep love of the Larkinsons. The depth of Goldie's affection was so deep that she was probably the purest and most loyal Larkinson in existence. This was not a surprise to Vase, as her life was literally bound to the Larkinsons. It was this quality that caused her to harmonize and even resonate with venerable Ark Larkinson. As a lifelong member of the Larkinson family who came from a long line of Larkinson Mech pilot who served with honor and distinction, Ark recognized that Goldie possessed numerous traits that he had in common with her. The two were so alike in the issues that mattered that it was difficult to treat each other as strangers. I should have met you sooner, Ark softly said as he cradled the cute and lovely cat in his arms. I never thought I would say this, but I don't mind that a cat like you holds so much sway over the Larkinsons anymore. As long as you maintain this pure and simple heart, I will always come to your aid. Let us protect our family together, Goldie. Nya. No one expected the two to get along so well with each other, though it should have been obvious to Vase in hindsight. The unexpected embrace between the ancestral spirit and the expert pilot disrupted his plan for this reunion. Vase had to think quickly in order to improvise. I can lend you the Larkinson mandate for a while, he offered. The Golden Cat has been with the Larkinson clan for a long time, but your Larkinson family had always been distant to her, both physically and symbolically. It would be good for your side of the Larkinsons to get to know Goldie a little better. She is one of the most important elements that has made our clan so strong and united despite welcoming so many adopted Larkinsons. Her existence is completely benign and she will never have any cause to do you harm. The only people she is hostile against are traitors and those who wish to do us harm. Thank you for your entrustment. Venerable Ark spoke. I will take good care of your book and your cat. If Vase wanted to bring his clan and the old family closer, then he needed to build bridges and extend his trust towards his estranged relatives. Though the mood between the two sides was fantastic at the moment, Vase knew that this was largely due to the jubilation at being able to meet family members after a long separation. What Vase was truly concerned about was what would happen once this honeymoon period had passed. If he wanted to absorb the old family into his clan and convert venerable Ark Larkinson into his most loyal and reliable combat asset, then Vase needed to navigate these crucial meetings with great care and planning. Chapter 4679. The deficiency with venerable Ark Larkinson unexpectedly becoming engrossed in befriending Goldie and browsing through the pages of the Larkinson mandate, it fell onto Melinda Larkinson to represent the interests of the Larkinson family. Your family must have gone through a lot of trouble to get here, am I correct? Melinda let out a tired breath. Don't remind me, Vase. We had to give up so much to pay for passage through that giant gate that we would have become bankrupt if it wasn't for plentiful dividends issued by your Mech company. Marion Ultima and the Vullet Star Node are filled with grifters and overpriced services. In the short time we have lived in this dwarf galaxy, we have learned that being poor in this heartless place is the greatest sin that you can commit. I wouldn't be so sure about that, Vase lightly responded. Literally betraying humanity by selling us out to the aliens is an even crime in these parts. I know that you haven't gone deep enough to encounter actual aliens, but the dynamic in the new frontier is vastly more complicated due to their proximity to us. It isn't just other humans that we need to be wary about anymore. That caused Melinda to look amazed at him. You can speak. Please like and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel from personal experience about that, I suppose. It is still hard for us to believe all of the adventures you have been on and all of the battles you have fought during your time here. Whereas most pioneers crashed and burned within the first few years, your clan under your leadership thrived beyond our wildest expectations. How many alien species have you fought against up to this point? Well, it depends on how you count and define them, but it should easily be more than 50 or so. He told her. Some of the alien warships and organizations we fought against gathered aliens from many different species together. The main alien species that we have exchanged blows with are the phase whales, the Orvans, the Nunsers, the Pwelmers and the Vorabugs. Each of them are powerful in different ways, and you should be grateful that you never encountered them or their formidable warships in the field. The actions that Vase described to her were so unimaginably far away from the Larkinson family that Melinda had difficulty accepting that all of this happened to the Larkinson clan. However, she knew that Vase did not massage the truth. Many of the famed battles of the Larkinson clan were a matter of public record. Even the less publicized battles such as the most recent one that took place in the Ramage repulsor system had become known to the Larkinson family due to the regular correspondence between the clan and the old family. While the clan had gone off to fight against humanity's enemies in the more exciting parts of human space, the Larkinson family had remained stuck in the vicious Mountain Star sector for an awfully long time. The enormous disparity between the two groups of Larkinsons made Melinda depressed. It was inevitable for her and the rest of the family to develop an inferiority complex. "I truly admire you, Vase," Melinda frankly said. "Don't get me wrong, I still don't agree with your reckless decisions and your habit of dragging your entire clan headlong into danger. However, it would be dishonest for me to ignore all of the ways that you have managed to make incredible gains with your risky development strategy." Vase nodded in gratitude. "Thank you for the compliment. It must be hard for you to admit this truth. To be fair, we had plenty of close shaves. If not for all of the tricks we pulled off in battle, it would have been a lot harder to keep our casualties at a controlled level. My clan and I are constantly investing more in our preparations and combat assets in order to prevent us from ever suffering massive casualties like we did in the early days of our clan. While we are still relatively new at this, we are not weighed down by any baggage and we are also nimble enough to learn rapidly from our mistakes." The two talked a bit more about the complexities and realities of leading organizations. Though Melinda was not in charge of the Larkinson family, she had risen so much in the hierarchy that she regularly exchanged opinions with Ark about governing issues. "I have only met and observed your clan for a short time, but that is enough for me to understand what our family is lacking compared to your clan," she said in an even tone. "It is a quality that we have always lacked, much to our detriment. I never realized how much it mattered until I saw the difference it could make with my own eyes." He grew more intrigued. "Oh, what is the deficiency that you are referring to? Is it an entrepreneur who can actually earn enough money to pay for all of your bills?" "Well, that too, but that was not the missing ingredient that I was referring to," she responded and leaned forward. "I think our family lacked cohesion and drifted without aim because we have all lost our purpose. When we were forced to emigrate to the Garland Empire, we fought and suffered on behalf of several bloodthirsty clans in order to support their callous ambitions. We never made any positive progress in terms of our mentality. We were becoming more broken and unhappy by the year, which was one of the reasons why we had to leave that awful state before we reached the tipping point." The Larkinson family had long centered its existence around serving the Bright Republic and protecting the citizens of the state. After getting driven away by the very people they loved, the members of the old family suffered a betrayal that traumatized them in a deep and serious fashion. As far as Vase was concerned, the Larkinsons of the old family had already become broken from the moment the Bright Republic no longer wanted them anymore. When Vase looked at Melinda, he saw a tired woman who shouldered far too many responsibilities than she should. No matter how hard she tried to further the interests of the Larkinson family, the harsh and cruel reality around her negated all of her efforts. He pitied her and the other members of the old family. Even venerable Ark Larkinson, whose command prowess and personal combat ability was renowned among high-tier expert pilots, had not been able to reverse the malaise among his people. "I don't think you are being fully accurate in your description," he told her. "Your family certainly lacked a strong purpose, but what is also missing is spirit." Spirit, he gave her a rueful smile. "It's difficult to describe in words, but you have lived at this branch for a while now, right? Have you seen how happy our Larkinson side branch members are? Did you notice how much they love, respect and more importantly trust each other? Although the reason for them to become so friendly with each other is related to a certain cat that has a habit of exuding a golden glow, these people who were overwhelmingly strangers in the past would not have assimilated so easily without a strong and sincere belief in our clan. Please visit him." Melinda frowned and rubbed her chin in an oddly familiar manner. I think I understand what you are referring to. What you are describing is close to an esprit de corps. I have noticed that your clan is good at fostering a common spirit between its members. From the moment an outsider gets inducted into the clan, he or she becomes immersed in an entirely new world where it is a habit and an expectation for every Larkinson to freely offer aid to each other. The unity and eagerness to serve the clan in any capacity is remarkably high. That was certainly true, but a large part why this was the case was because the Larkinson clan had the luxury of picking the vast majority of its members. The true-blood Larkinsons that chose to follow Vase had always been among his younger and more proactive relatives. The Larkinson family on the other hand remained stuck with all of the stubborn and inflexible codgers who dealt poorly with change. Meanwhile, the Larkinson clan started to recruit thousands, tens of thousands and ultimately hundreds of thousands of unrelated people across the galaxies. Despite the huge number of people that entered the clan year after year, the adopted Larkinsons quickly became assimilated in a culture and environment that encouraged trust, openness, friendliness and mutual respect. Though the Larkinson family remained largely homogeneous due to its much greater hesitance and difficulty in expanding its ranks, the personality faults of most of its members had caused the mood to grow more pessimistic and divisive. Goldie played a major role in this, and setting a strongly defined culture that encouraged all of the desirable traits that Vase wanted from his people helped a lot. However, Vase did not discount the immense value of being able to pick his own members. The majority of the clansmen were young, open-minded, flexible and tolerant to different ideas and lifestyles. That may probably change once the early members of the clan grew older and less willing to take risks, but that was a matter for the future. The inferior conditions of the Larkinson family was a reason why Vase didn't exactly feel enthused at the idea of reabsorbing all of the Larkinsons who once decried and rejected his vision. His favorite cousin eventually broached this topic. Now that we are all here, it is time to discuss our future moves. Melinda spoke as she stared into his eyes. While it looks as if our family has come to Davut in order to beg you to take us in, that is definitely not the case. We regularly poll the opinions of our family members and many of them are still unwilling or reluctant to join your clan and start singing your praises. I understand your concerns. You don't have to make a decision right away. You can take all of the time you need in order to make up your mind. The Davut branch will continue to host your family members for as long as they need. His cousin abruptly sneered. Don't fool around with me, Vase. I can tell what you really want. You would love nothing more but to turn Uncle Ark into your obedient soldier than you can throw at any powerful enemy that stands in your way. How did she know? Melinda continued to press her point. Much may have changed in a decade, but the reasons why my people and I chose to reject your invitation still remain as valid as before. Uncle Ark and I will not allow you to press gang us in order to throw more bodies in your relentless attempts to satisfy your greed. We are willing to fight to protect our family, but we are not willing to fight for a selfish cause. Whatever Melinda knew about Vase, he understood her better. The weird illusionary test he experienced back when he created his living divine artifact caused him to talk to a weird version of Melinda, among other familiar people. His talk with her ended badly at the time. Vase had learned the hard way that Melinda hadn't really changed her opinions after all of these years. She opposed risk-taking so much that she would rather ruin their relationship than agree with his stance. This presented a rather interesting situation to Vase. A state of information asymmetry existed as Vase had already modeled a conversation with Melinda about this topic in the past. He quickly noticed that she possessed no awareness that an alternate version of herself had argued with him. Nothing about the conversation appeared to have passed on to the real Melinda. Vase inwardly grinned. He possessed a massive advantage in this negotiation. Chapter 4680 Discounting Dreams. As Vase and Melinda spoke about the placement of the Larkinson family, the latter kept pushing a confrontational tone. Quote, "We have studied the records of your past battles and interviewed the wounded veterans and the relatives of the deceased. Did you know what we discovered?" The woman who spoke for the Larkinson family asked. Vase calmly leaned back on his garden chair while finishing his cup of tea. Ever since he completed his sublimation, his increased control over his biological form allowed him to restore the sense of taste that he lost. Though his ability to alter his body remained limited for the time being, it was enough to pull off small tricks such as freezing his facial hair growth, allow him to enjoy more subtler tastes and making Vincent Ricklin jealous. Though he preferred to remain on his ship, he couldn't help but admit that the royal mansion at the Cat Nest served as an adequate center of power. The entire surroundings belonged to his clan, which in effect meant that the entire Cat Nest was his personal fief. The Larkinson clan clearly had all of the say here. The Larkinson family may share the same name, but they bore a slightly different label that ultimately caused them to remain separate in a few ways. The most common complaint that everyone thought about but nobody said out loud was that the old family were not only losers, but also freeloaders. If not for the 1% stake in the incredibly profitable LMC that Vase had generously allowed the family to keep, people like Melinda would have long sold themselves out or died by this time. It was too difficult for rootless people to maintain their independence and integrity in a highly competitive society. The values and principles of the Larkinson family might work out great so long as it remained attached to a state, but once it became unmoored, it completely turned into a fish out of water. Right now, this little fish that was gasping for air and flapping its body without any sense thought it was a shark that could sit on the same negotiating table as the Larkinson clan. Melinda was not entirely wrong. Vase didn't care too much about the Larkinson family and would not shed a tear if this relic of the past went away again, but the significance of Venerable Ark Larkinson was too great. His uncle was the only diamond in the rough. It was a gem of such great value that Vase would feel a lot of pain if he missed this opportunity to secure this precious jewel for himself. Just as with the Cross clan in the past, once the Larkinson clan gained a high-tier expert pilot of its own, Vase and his wife hoped to repeat their earlier success and trigger Venerable Ark's breakthrough by delivering a powerful new living expert mech. Once his clan gained an ace pilot of its own, everything would change. No longer would Vase have to rely on Patriarch Reginald whenever he needed the help of a saint. No longer would he have to cater to the whims of the Cross clan to an excessive degree. No longer would he be forced to look at an ace mech that he originally had a hand in designing but since shed his influence. Vase wanted to have his own cooperative ace pilot under his command. He wanted to have complete authority and control over the ace mech that he designed from his own hand. Only by controlling such a powerful fighting force himself would he feel confident in growing his clan without worrying too much about incurring a backlash. As such, Vase had to navigate this conversation carefully despite how pathetic the Larkinson family had become compared to the Larkinson clan. "Let me make an educated guess about what you have discovered," he eventually replied to her question. "You found that no one really minds the losses all that much." "Exactly. I don't understand how mothers are able to accept the fact that they have lost their sons, which is one of the greatest pains a woman can experience in their lives. I can't comprehend how children are okay with the fact that they can no longer feel the love of their mothers ever again because the women who nurtured them from birth died for someone else's greed." Vase folded his hands on top of each other. He tried to formulate an answer that remained respectful while still representing his stance. "You didn't go deep enough in your investigations," he began. "Those people aren't fools, Melinda. First off, every single member of the clan except those who had been born in the past few years chose to join on their own accord. It wasn't easy to sign up for us as our recruiting standards are rising every year. Before they take on the Larkinson name, our people make it abundantly clear that they are signing up for a lot of danger and a lot of potential tragedies. We do that because we don't want to hoodwink them and make them regret their applications. We are too honest for that. If people still want to join us after learning about the risks we routinely take, then that is their prerogative." His older cousin didn't accept this argument. "You pretend to be transparent, but what you are really running is a casino. Just like a real gambling establishment, you dazzle all of those naive and unguarded recruits with stories of wealth, riches and power. Meanwhile, you conveniently downplay all of the death and pain that regularly accompanies your clan. Each time you suffer losses, you and your mouthpieces always dismiss them as a necessary price to pay for pursuing a dream. Your marketing tricks are so good that they can convert lots of skeptical mech pilots into becoming unwitting cannon fodder for your selfish ambitions. Please visit, let me interrupt you here." Vase interjected as he raised his hand. "First off, you are constantly using the word selfish here, but have you seen the level of participation and ownership of the people around me? While I admit that I am claiming the lion's share of all of the profits we make, our clan is extremely generous in its treatment of its members. Ordinary people already receive several times the benefits of employees of other organizations, while our mech pilots not only receive a huge amount of hazard pay, but also get fantastic training, access to much stronger mechs than they would otherwise pilot as well as augmentations that would be far outside of their budget under any other conditions." Melinda nodded as he said that. She had indeed heard a lot of the branch clansmen praise the excellent pay and benefits provided by the clan. That made her only more suspicious and skeptical of what the clan had in store for them, though. "To me, That sounds as if you are bribing them into playing along with your game. Melinda accused, making dissent and other related problems go away by throwing lots of money at them must be convenient for you, right? It may even be enough to make those bereaved families forget that the money was literally earned by the sacrifices of the loved ones that they have lost. That was an incredibly cynical way to look at it. Vase grew tired at Melinda's repeated attempts to twist his clan's policies in the worst light. Though Melinda might have a point here and there, Vase did not have any malicious intent in mind. Come on, give me a break, please. Compensating people well is supposed to be a good thing. Why do you have to make it sound as if it is bad? Would you prefer it if I pay my people minimum wage and deprive them of as many benefits as possible? Because that is the impression you are making. Melinda pulled back a bit. That is fair of you to say. Maybe I have been getting overboard, but that does not invalidate my overall point. If you think that I sound bad to you, then wait until you hear from our older and more traditional family members. I am translating their words and opinions to you as best I can. It is them you need to persuade. That was not actually true, but Vase felt no need to inform his cousin. Look, my clan operates on the assumption that a rising tide lifts all boats. The successes we achieve and the heavy investments we make are all pricey, but worth it, not just to someone at the top like myself, but also a normal mech pilot who bears the greatest risks. Every active pilot serving in one of our mech legions isn't just getting a lot of money. They get the chance to make their dreams come true by piloting increasingly stronger mechs and fighting against increasingly more challenging opponents. Melinda looked unimpressed. Living the dream, huh? Again, that is your brand of trickery at work. When young potentates like myself first discover we have the ability to pilot mechs, we all dream of becoming the next god pilot of humanity and fight alongside the mechers against the evil aliens and such. It is only after we grow older and stumble upon the many constraints of reality that we put aside our unrealistic dreams and begin working towards our more realistic goals and aspirations. Vase crossed his arms and shook his head. That is where I have to tell you that I don't agree with that approach. Dreams are what drives humans like us to draw out our latent potential and maybe even exceed them. Do you remember our earlier discussion on what your family lacks? I think that your rejection of the value of the pursuit of dreams plays a key role in this. In contrast, my clan is driven by dreams and ambitions, and not just my own, but of every clansman. Each of us are forged together by our shared goals. No matter how different we are from each other, both flagrant vandals and penitent sisters can always count on each other on their shared journey to greatness. That actually put Melinda on the back foot. The logic that Vase utilized not only refuted her overly cynical answers, but also left her with little ammunition to form a decent retort. He wasn't even finished yet as he continued to espouse his views. Do you remember who I was back when I was still a mere apprentice back in the Bright Republic? I do. You were much nicer, innocent and cuter at the time. I was still a third-rater. How much time has passed since then? Look at me now. I am not only a second-rater, but hundreds of thousands of the people working for the organization that I built with my own hands have either been uplifted to second-class standards or started off at this height. Do you think that any space peasant from the poorest and most inconsequential kind of state in human space can accomplish this? No, I worked hard because back when I was still a poor brighter, I dreamt that this life was not my limit. But that I could work hard enough to equal the Fredamen and Hexers. He thumped his palm against his chest. Look at me now, I don't even need to look up at them anymore. Instead, I would argue it is the other way around. These days, it is the Fredamen and Hexers who have to look up to me. What you are seeing is the personification of one of my early dreams. You did extraordinarily well for yourself, Vase, but tens of thousands if not more people have died to pave your way to success. Have you forgotten about all of those sacrifices already? I did not. Vase lied. I remember our fallen and constantly value their sacrifices. Our clansmen do so as well. The best thing we can do is make sure that our buried Larkinsons did not give up their lives in vain. Let me tell you one of the gains that they have paid for. I recently came off a talk with a first-rater. Before you ask, I am on speaking terms with a wealthy citizen of a first-rate state. My expeditionary fleet rescued him from the jaws of an alien a short time ago. Do you know about one of the topics I discussed? It was about getting my 3 lovely children accepted into first-class virtual schools. His cousin became overwhelmed by what she heard. Vase smirked at her. Yes, you heard it right. Little old me who used to be a humble third-rater has grown so much in a single generation that I can already enroll my children into some of the best schools in both the Milky Way and Red Ocean outside of the Big Two. Even if I don't amount to anything for the rest of my life, my children will be able to carry the torch and uplift my clan to the same height sooner or later. Do you know what that means? All of the Larkinson in my clan will either be promoted into first-raters or get to see their offspring become galactic citizens within their lifetimes. These claims far exceeded what a fellow former third-rater like Melinda could imagine. She was so grounded compared to Vase that her ability to stretch her imagination was a lot more limited. Let me ask you a question of my own, he said with a serious expression. Do you think the Larkinson family can ever make this modest dream come true for any of its members? Chapter 4681 Spiritual Death. There were many differences between the two organizations that laid claim to the Larkinson name. It would be too exhausting to go over each and every single deviation, but at the heart of it all Vase believed the root of it all was due to one factor. In the beginning, our two organizations had a lot in common. He told a silent and contemplative Melinda. We were both third-rate organizations back then. Sure, I'm a mech designer who already started to get good enough to attract second-raters to my cause, but you had a high-tier command-oriented expert pilot who could easily earn the appreciation of the Garliners. Both of us became free from our former shackles that tied ourselves to the Bright Republic, so my clan and your family had everything they needed to rise to greatness. The difference is that our clan dared to dream big and did everything it could to fulfill it, while your family drifted about while only being concerned about staying afloat. Our circumstances were different. Melinda woke up and defended the old family. We did not have your earning ability. We had no economic engine that could fund the upkeep of our fleet and mechs and help us gain more. We did not dare to hire more retainers and workers for our clan because the crown uprising that broke out around that time made every new hire a potential bomb. Vase did not accept this argument. Plenty of organizations managed to survive and thrive despite all of these difficulties. You had Uncle Ark, a high-tier expert pilot that not only has a lot of experience with leading men and commanding armies, but can put up a good fight against any other high-ranking mech pilot short of an actual saint. Plenty of ultra-large mercenary companies would have paid a fortune to have him fight for them, but instead your foolish desire to find a permanent new home for yourselves have led you to get embroiled in a bunch of petty turf wars in the perpetually unstable Garland Empire. We needed a new second-class expert mech for Uncle Ark, and not many were willing to provide them to him while only accepting his services on a temporary basis. Melinda grumbled. Your negotiation ability sucks and you did not look far enough. You could have easily gotten a better deal if you approached the right people with the right attitude. To be fair, Vase and his own clansmen at the time probably wouldn't have been able to do any better. It was only after his clan traveled to the Grand Loxic Republic and rescued the beleaguered Pernis family that the Larkinsons truly became competent in diplomacy, administration and other fancy stuff. Even so, the Larkinson clan at least made an effort to resolve this weakness. The same could not be said for the Larkinson family, which was still largely led by a group of decrepit elders who only knew how to cling to the past. He suspected that Melinda recognized these shortcomings as well, but she did not wish to air her family's dirty laundry. Knock. Just as Melinda attempted to open her mind to divert the topic, Venerable Ark Larkinson gently knocked his fist against the garden table. Goldie had already dispelled her spiritual manifestation by this time, but she had definitely managed to leave an unforgettable impression behind. Ark gently laid the heavy tome on the table and expressed his own views. Vase has made a lot of good points. You don't need to argue with him on these matters. The fact of the matter is that he succeeded in what he set out to do, while we were barely getting by. I knew for a long time that our family wasn't going anywhere, but I thought that I could single-handedly solve everything by becoming an ace pilot. This was a good plan, as long as I succeeded in becoming a saint. That hasn't happened, so we have become the losers. But, stop, Melinda. Ark raised his strong palm. Let it be. It would be one thing if we came to Vase as winners in our own right. We would have been able to prove through our words as well as our deeds that there is a different way of becoming successful. That has not happened, so we have no right to criticize Vase for his apparent faults. This is the way society works. No one cares about who is more just and honorable. People only care about benefits and results, and there is no doubt that Vase has managed to secure both of them during his tenure as the patriarch of his own clan. The female Larkinson grew upset. What had gotten into Ark? Are you agreeing with Vase? I do not agree with all of the decisions he made. Venerable Ark spoke. Yet that doesn't matter, because my family under my leadership has failed to materialize the same benefits and results. The differences between the two of us are clear. I don't expect us all to forget about everything and become loyal and obedient members of his clan, but this unnecessary division and antagonism has to stop. We are both Larkinsons. Let us start with this common ground and go from there without getting weighed down by all of our old baggage. What is the matter with you, Ark? Didn't we settle on a plan before we decided to meet and talk with Vase? We need to protect the interests of our family. There is no reason to cling to the family anymore. Ark astonishingly stated, I value our heritage and history just as much as you do, Melinda, but it had already died from the moment we departed from the Bright Republic. I only realized fairly recently that we have been clinging to a rotten corpse for far too many years. The Larkinson family we used to know and love was gone. There is no chance of reviving it, as there is no place in the galaxy that is willing to accept us as we are without trying to exploit us to an unacceptable degree. The family had received far too many offers that sounded nice and rosy at first, but turned out to be slave contracts in all but name. High-tier expert pilots may be highly desirable assets, but their strong willpower and stubborn sensibilities made it hard to please them and retain their commitment. Unless they had grown up in the same state they pledged to serve, a lot of powerful expert pilots that had become orphaned from their previous environment tended to be volatile and principled to a frustrating degree. This was why states wanted to ensure that a foreign expert pilot committed to the long haul before funding the development of a powerful new expert mech. Please visit. What do you want us to do then? Melinda asked. If you think the Larkinson family has no future, do you want us all to get absorbed by the Larkinson clan and come under this unrepentant adrenaline junkie's thumb? I can tell you that most of the older members of our family would rather riot and mutiny than submit to Vase. Then let them. Ark dismissively waved his hand. What? Melinda couldn't believe what she heard. As I have already said, our Larkinson family is already dead. Didn't you hear what Vase said? Our family lost our dream and we never managed to replace it with another one. We've been moving around without much purpose like a zombie. It is time to put it out of its misery and free our family members so that they can pursue a better future in another organization. So you want us all to join the Larkinson clan regardless of how much they want to maintain the family that our ancestor founded 4 centuries ago? Melinda flatly stated, I did not say that. Ark shook his head. Every individual member of our family can make their own choices. It is not my right to dictate what they must do with their lives. I am only thinking that once I leave the family and join the clan under Vase, our family will have lost almost all of its backbone. The only reason to retain it is to hold on to the 1% stake in the LMC, but with the kind of people who are left, they won't be able to make good use of all of that money. This time, it wasn't just Melinda who became shocked. Even Vase was taken aback by the nonchalant declaration that Ark would finally be joining the clan. It should have been more difficult to persuade a high-tier expert pilot to join the clan. Vase expected a difficult struggle that would play out over multiple weeks or months. The speech he made today was only meant to set up building blocks to Ark's eventual acquiescence. Instead of letting the scenario play out as Vase predicted, his powerful uncle skipped right to the end and declared his intention to join the clan without any further fuss. This was unreal and Vase couldn't quite believe that it had been this easy. Had Goldie's charm offensive play a crucial role in encouraging Uncle Ark to defect? If so, Vase owed a huge favor to the ancestral spirit. Ark and Melinda argued for a few minutes. The latter saw her uncle's decision as an act of betrayal and an admission of defeat, and she couldn't stomach the drastic changes that his sudden departure would trigger. Even so, Venerable Ark showed no guilt or remorse over his declaration. Melinda, just because I am an expert pilot does not mean I have to W in every battle. He told her, there are times when we are better off if we retreat from a losing battle ahead of time. As I have already said, my breakthrough is critical for the family. My failure to do so is my responsibility, but also has consequences for the rest of us. In order to spare us from further pain, stagnation and wasted years, I am encouraging everyone to think deeply about what they want in their lives before choosing where they want to go next. Melinda frowned. So you are giving them the choice between joining a clan they do not want to support or staying in a family that is dead in all but name. I am giving them a choice on which dream they want to pursue. The expert pilot corrected her. Those who have second regrets and want to put their lives on the line to secure a much better life for themselves and their children can follow me into the Larkinson clan. They don't necessarily have to fight a lot, as the clan is split between a main branch and a side branch. The latter should serve as an adequate home for most of our members. And if they absolutely do not want to pledge their loyalty to Vase and his like-minded supporters, those who have grown tired of all of the fighting and moving can stay with the Larkinson family and decide how to go from there. Whether the Larkinson family decides to settle in Davut, where it can count on the support of the Larkinson clan, is their decision. If they prefer to move to another planet in another zone, is their prerogative. I will no longer interfere once I have surrendered my patriarch position. Those aren't the only choices available to the members of the family. Vase chimed in. If there are Larkinsons who are tired of this and want to get away from it all, they can always quit the family and join one of the many organizations in the Red Ocean. I am sure you have heard that the rulers of Davut are on the cusp of founding a colonial state. A proper military organization will soon come into existence, and it requires a lot of experienced soldiers to staff its future armies. I think this is an excellent opportunity for Larkinsons who miss the life we had in the Bright Republic to serve in a similar fashion. That is an excellent alternative. Venerable Ark Larkinson agreed. Do you see what I want us to do, Melinda? We are at a crossroads now, and I think it is best to give everyone another chance to make a decision on what they want to do and who they want to follow. No one will force them to do anything. It will be solely up to them to decide what dream they want to pursue. They can follow Vase if they want to fight their way to first-class citizenship. They can also settle for a quiet life without any further concerns by retiring in Davut while living off the pensions generated by the dividends earned by the shares owned by our family. I think this should please everyone the most without infringing on anyone's lives. The patriarchs of the two Larkinson organizations had spontaneously formed a consensus on this issue. More importantly, the single most important pillar of the Larkinson family essentially wanted to defect from it, leaving the rest without adequate protection and support. This was an awful outcome to the Larkinsons, who still believed the Larkinson family had a future. If it wasn't dead already, then Ark's departure would surely kill it off, if not literally, then spiritually. Chapter 4682. Gear-dependent. Melinda couldn't stand it any longer. She quickly left the back garden so that she could go back and inform the rest of the Larkinson family on this explosive turn of events. Before she left, she tried to persuade Venerable Ark to see reason and pledge to support the original Larkinson family once again. Unfortunately, her uncle refused to change his mind due to one simple reason. Human space is becoming more dangerous, he told her as they stood at the entrance of the back garden. We've only traveled through a fraction of the vast territories occupied by humanity, but we have witnessed more fights, wars and suffering than ever before. I do not have any confidence in my ability to safeguard our family as a high-tier expert pilot and former Mech colonel. During many instances in the past, the only reason why our family remained untouched was because our potential adversaries were deterred by the Larkinson clan. As much as I appreciate this, we cannot keep living under its shadow forever. Not if we want to live more meaningful lives and build towards a better future for ourselves. We still have time, Ark. Let us go back to the elders and discuss a proper plan for our family. It's unnecessary. Ark shook his head. As I have already said, our family won't get anywhere as long as I don't break through. I have wants and desires as well, Melinda. I do not want to fade into irrelevance as my strength stagnates and eventually wastes away as I grow older. I want to protect the Larkinsons in a much greater capacity than now, and the only way to do so is to break through. I can't do it by myself or while I am with the family. Only Vase and his amazing mechs give me hope of overcoming my bottleneck. He already has a history of doing so before, and I have great confidence that he will be able to do so for me as well. You don't know whether that is the case. There are no hard rules when it comes to ace pilot breakthroughs. What worked for a couple of other expert pilots might not apply to your case. The older Larkinson expert pilot sighed. I am willing to give it a try. I don't particularly mind if I fail. I know the Larkinson clan will be a good destination for me regardless of what will happen. I can still fight to protect my fellow Larkinsons, no matter what sort of blood flows through their veins. My wife and children will also become a part of a much stronger community that can help them live better lives and gain much better opportunities. You'll be thrown into battles that don't really matter to you or many Larkinsons. To me, that is little different from serving in the Mech Corps. Venerable Ark shrugged. I fought during 2 different Bright Vija wars in my lifetime. I value my time in service, and I have always maintained the belief that I fought to protect my fellow Brighters, but that does not mean I was blind to the true motives that kept forcing our state to fight against the Vija kingdom so many times. Everyone wants to make use of Mech pilots. It is a luxury for me to pick someone to serve who I trust. Vase may not be who you want to be, but he cares about the Larkinsons in his own way, and that is more than I can ask from other potential employers. Now that she heard that Ark had not made a whimsical decision and truly weighed the merits before deciding to defect to the Larkinson clan, Melinda knew she had no chance of persuading him at this juncture. Maybe she might have another chance later on when her uncle was in a different mood, but this was a bad time. Once she left the garden, Venerable Ark returned to the garden table and sat on the other side of Vase. The idyllic environment calmed the spirit in a way that was nearly impossible to replicate in an artificial ship environment. Only the Aduk family had managed to do so as far as Vase was aware of. Everyone else could never come close enough. As such, both Vase and Ark were content to remain silent for a time and enjoy the break from their heavy responsibilities. Eventually, Ark couldn't hold it any longer. He cared too much about his own future to let this moment drag out any further. I need a new expert mech. I heard. Vase simply said, don't you have a perfectly adequate second-class expert mech, though? The masters from the Garland Empire should have a lot of experience with designing effective high-end machines. You know what? Why don't you show me the machine? Can you project detailed images and transfer any design files you may have received along with your machine? Sure. Give me a moment. Ark fiddled with his comm and did as instructed. Normally, it was extremely unwise for an expert pilot to expose the secrets of his sacred machine, but Ark unconditionally trusted Vase to handle the information in a responsible manner. They were family, after all. The Larkinsons always covered each other's backs. That fundamental rule hadn't changed at all in the clan that had split off from the original family. As Vase utilized his extensive knowledge in mech design and experience in working with expert mechs to analyze Ark's current machine, the expert pilot in question shared his thoughts in his own words. The team of mech designers who designed the Traven Exine for me made an earnest effort as far as I could tell. I could tell that it was a joy for the masters to design a brand new high-tier expert mech for a different expert pilot than the usual ones they serve. Since I have adopted a different fighting style than was common in the Garland Empire, my demands for my expert mech were different as well. That made the design project more interesting but also harder to get it right. Are you happy with how the Traven Exine turned out for you, Ark? Vase asked as he carefully studied the specifications of the integrated weapons of the expert mech. The demigod looked reluctant. Yes and no. It's complicated. On one hand, the Traven Exine is my first true second-class expert mech that helped me fight against other second-class opponents on a level playing field. The designers did not cut any corners. My expert mech ran smoothly and fought at roughly the same level as any other high-tier machine in the Garland Empire. It was not difficult for Vase to guess why Ark held mixed feelings about the expert mech he had come to pilot after leaving the Bright Republic. Your Traven Exine failed to help you break through to Ace Pilot, is that it? You feel let down by your machine. Yes, Ark said, sounding much weaker and more defeated than before. In my mind, I am aware that it is unfair for me to blame my expert mech for my failure. It is me who should be doing the work, not my mech. I know I need to work harder and push myself to my limits, but a part of me hopes that a good mech can make it easier for me to break through. I have heard plenty of stories of how good mechs can make the impossible into a reality. The fact that you managed to make it happen with your powerful ally gives me a lot of hope that you will be able to do the same for me. This possibility has been hanging in my mind for such a long time that my confidence in my own ability has waned with each passing year. This was a rather sad outcome. If Vase hadn't contributed to the design of Mars and turned it into a masterwork that was powerful enough to trigger Patriarch Reginald's breakthrough, then Ark Larkinson might not have been able to make such a poisonous comparison. Please visit in Ark's mentality, the only difference between himself and Reginald was that the latter got to pilot a powerful living masterwork expert mech at the start. Therefore, in the overly simplistic logic that far too many straightforward expert pilot employed, Ark concluded that it would be impossible for him to achieve his own breakthrough if he lacked the same kind of mech. A truly powerful and confident high-tier expert pilot would not let this shortcoming get in the way of his own advancement. He would have adopted a tough attitude and continued to work towards his own breakthrough by relying on nothing else but his sheer willpower. A good example of this was Saint Rebecca Andus. During the Battle of Fortia Zentra, the Hex Army and the Golden Skull Alliance launched an attack on a key colony of the Gage dynasty. The sundered phalanx set up a defensive line and fought with many Fredaman civilians behind their backs. When the Riot and the First Sword ganged up on her shockshell, the then high-tier expert pilot did not complain about the unfairness of fighting against multiple opponents. Instead, she did her duty, held the line and fought without any hint of cowardice. Venerable Orphan and Venerable Dice may have certainly erred when they fought against the powerful Shockshell, but Rebecca Andrews fully earned her breakthrough by relying on her own strength. This example showed how high-tier expert pilots did not necessarily have to rely on any crutches such as a masterwork expert mech to lower the difficulty of advancement. Vase hoped that his uncle Ark succeeded in breaking through while piloting a fairly normal high-tier expert mech like the Traven Exine, but that ship had soared away. Ark failed one test too many. For better or worse, Ark had become a pilot who acquired the same fault as Patriarch Reginald Cross. He had become too fixated on the quality and features of his mech as an enabler for his growth. It was not all bad, though. The upside to working with pilots such as Ark or Reginald was that it was actually rather easy to facilitate their breakthroughs. Whether a good mech actually made a difference or not, the placebo effect of believing that a superior mech would trigger a breakthrough might actually make it happen. In other words, there was a good chance that the only way that people like Reginald as well as Ark could break through was by turning their assumptions into a reality in the form of a self-fulfilling prophecy. Vase grinned. He waved his hand and got rid of the projections. He had already gained a decent impression of the Traven Exine. While it was truly a fitting mech for an expert pilot like his uncle Ark, it was not the machine that he was truly pining for, and that meant it was destined to get replaced in the future. Even so, they couldn't get rid of it right away. I understand your circumstances now. Vase told his blood relative. You are welcome to join my clan and fight with the Traven Exine for the time being. Although it is a pity that it hasn't been equipped with any Luminaire crystal weapons or transphasic mech systems, my fellow journeyman and I can upgrade it in the short term so that it will be able to keep up with the standard of mechs in this dwarf galaxy. What about my next expert mech? Ark asked as if it was a given that his nephew would already make sure to provide him with a better machine. We can't rush this project. I want to take my time on it to make sure we will do it right. I am currently working on a couple of projects that will have great implications for my future work. I need to finish them first and verify whether my new design solutions are as powerful as I think they are. Once I am done with them, I can properly design your future expert mech and make sure it is equipped with all of the features that can make it stand out against the crowd. In truth, the real reason why Vase wanted to take a longer time was because he wanted to wait and see if completing his current design projects would finally enable him to advance to the rank of senior mech designer. Once he became a senior, he would definitely become a much more competent and capable mech designer. That way, he would definitely be able to turn Ark's future expert mech into a work that surpassed all of his previous high-end mechs. How long will that take, Vase? I can't say, but you will probably have to keep using the Traven Exine for 1.5 years to 2 years. The wait is worth it, though. I can promise you that your future expert mech will be several times stronger and more impressive than the initial version of the Mars. The implication here was that Ark would have a greater chance of advancing to ace pilot with the help of a stronger machine. Alright, Vase, I will trust you on this matter. Just know that I don't have an endless amount of time. Chapter 4683. Awful timing. While Vase had been holding an important talk with Melinda and Ark, his wife had quietly slipped away. She left in order to check up on the children and give the Trueblood Larkinsons more freedom to talk about sensitive matters. It was only after Venerable Ark got what he wanted from Vase and left the garden that Gloriana returned. How are the kids? They are having the time of their lives. The young mother smiled as she sat at the table again and poured herself another cup of tea. They became acquainted with an entirely new set of cousins. I am sure that Aurelia is already thinking about befriending them and encouraging them to develop an adoration towards our clan. That way, these children can help encourage their stubborn parents to leave their decrepit Larkinson family behind and enter our fold. He snorted at that. That's not necessary. I don't want these stubborn Larkinsons infecting my clansmen with their foolish and naive views. I should teach Aurelia that not every Larkinson is equally as valuable. Gloriana steadily picked up the teacup with her delicate hand and sipped it in a proper manner, much unlike her uncouth husband. Have you managed to get Venerable Ark Larkinson on board your pirate ship? Why do you have to phrase it that way? Vase complained. I don't run a pirate ship. I am leading a proper and upright clan that has engaged in productive pioneering activities. All of the MTA merits we've earned from our expeditions into the frontier proves that we are doing what is best for humanity. That is the opposite of piracy. His wife did not even deign to give her response to his argument. Answer my question, Vase. Okay. In truth, the conversation proceeded much better than I expected. Venerable Ark did not play coy with me or follow any convoluted negotiation strategies. He just did what he thought was best for himself and the Larkinson family and proposed to join my clan right away. He filled her in on the details that she had missed after her departure. Gloriana looked increasingly more surprised and impressed at the ease in which Ark surrendered himself. Your powerful uncle is an expert pilot, she commented. Even among other expert pilots, he is remarkably honorable, principled and direct. His long service in the Mech Corps doubtlessly caused him to develop this sort of attitude and approach to decision-making. The Mech Corps has always been a practical military organization from my experiences, he said as he recalled his own brief service where he spent much of his time among the flagrant vandals. Each Mech regiment and Mech division is different from each other, but most of them tend to favor efficiency, directness and honesty. You can't afford to play games when the Vija Kingdom's Mech Legion is constantly trying to take over Bentheim and deprive the Bright Republic of its economic center. I see. In any case, you have overcome the most difficult challenge right at the start. You must probably feel incredibly relieved for gaining the services of a loyal and dependable ace pilot candidate. It is not as good as obtaining an ace pilot right away, but I am sure this difference will not hinder you for long. Let's not make too many assumptions, honey. There is no guarantee that we will be able to help my uncle become a saint after designing a new mech for him. We need to be meticulous and thorough in every step of the way. Vase briefly outlined his plan on how to tackle what may probably be the biggest and most important mech design project in the next decade. Venerable Ark was one of the most important blood relatives of his life. As his father's brother, Ark had done his best to make up for Wrinkle's absence and help Vase grow up in a warm and loving family environment during his teenage and adolescent years. Though Ark couldn't visit Vase often due to his duties as an expert pilot and mech officer of the Mech Corps, the man had tried his best and cared more than many other Larkinsons. The strong bond of affection that formed between the two was still as strong and pure as ever. Even if Ark decided not put his skills at the disposal of the Larkinson clan, Vase still would have chosen to design a fantastic new expert mech for his favorite uncle. As Vase mentioned his desire to delay the start of this important design project due to various reasons, his wife surprisingly did not object to his decision. I am already swamped with work myself, Gloriana remarked. The Doulahan project, the Ghost project, the Green Axe project and the Bloodripper project all require my input and supervision. I have also needed to provide consultations to the designers over at the Glory Seekers and the Cross Clan. Furthermore, I have to make sure to reserve enough time to raise my children and prevent them from developing too many bad habits like their father. Gloriana's eyes began to gleam. You know, you could help me lighten my schedule and increase my productivity if you accept my earlier request. I am not asking much from you. I only need you to spend 120 million MTA merits on behalf and exchange the first-class cranial implant that I need to design stronger and better expert mechs. Oh, not this again. My answer remains the same. Don't bring this up again. You are the most awful husband in the Red Ocean, she screeched. Once Vase finally managed to fend off his wife once again, he retired to the opulent main office of the royal mansion where he called a bunch of people. He needed to spread the good word and make sure that every arm of the Larkinson clan was ready to absorb any member of the Larkinson family that arrived. Minister Sheddarin Pernus looked particularly impressed when he heard that Ark Larkinson readily decided to join the clan. Please visit. As an expert pilot with aspirations to become an ace pilot, your uncle should not renege on his commitment, the old man remarked. His entry into the clan is as good as assured. However, did you pay enough attention to the latitude he had given to himself? What latitude? When Venerable Ark said he would join our clan, he did not say which branch he intended to join. You automatically assumed that he would join our fleet and fight thrilling battles against the enemies we encounter away from civilization. However, depending on his ideas, he could opt to join the Davut branch instead. This way, he would still be a member of our clan, but become a part of a group that aligns closer to the ideals and preferences of the Larkinson family. Damn it, I missed that. Vase frowned and admitted. Still, when I talked to him just now, I did not get the impression that he was trying to pull the wool over my eyes. He sounded quite sincere about serving the clan, and I think that an expert pilot who is eager to break through and grow stronger should seek every opportunity to seek battle. Minister Sheddarin's projection directed a disapproving glance at Vase. You are overlooking a number of crucial variables. Do you recall what is happening around us, sir? Davut is about to found a colonial state. Shortly after that, Davut will most certainly collide against its arch-rival Karlach. Vase widened his eyes as he figured out what the old man was alluding to. The timing of these geopolitical developments was awful. War will break out, causing everyone who resides in the spheres of both centers of power to become embroiled in this conflict. Sheddarin continued, our Davut branch won't be able to escape its responsibilities either. The new colonial administration will most certainly expect our clan to make a contribution on that basis. I can think of no one better to lead our local contingent of mechs and mech pilot than a mech colonel who has abundantly proven his capacity to lead and fight in high-intensity wars in the Bright Republic and the Garland Empire. That sounded just like home to a consummate soldier like Ark Larkinson. People tended to gravitate towards what they were familiar with, and the same applied to mech pilots. Unlike the majority of Trueblood Larkinson mech pilots who were predominantly young and hadn't spent much time in the military, older mech pilots such as Ark who lived through 2 different Bright Vija wars would definitely feel an attraction to participating in old-fashioned war as opposed to exploring and fighting the unknown. Vase groaned and palmed his face. I really don't hope that Uncle Ark will join the Davut branch. I mean, joining this side branch is better than nothing, but what I really need is another ace pilot presiding over my fleet. No, Sheddarin surprisingly said, I do not agree with you. I may not be as versed in military affairs as General Verl, but from my observations our fleet has been doing well with Patriarch Reginald Cross as our only ace pilot. Now, our ongoing talks with the Adelaide Third Fleet and the Bouget family will soon bear fruit. This means that Saint Marissa Lewandowski and Saint Calisandra Bouget shall lend their formidable strength to our fleet. Will adding Venerable Ark truly make a difference, especially when it will take many months before he obtains his new expert mech? You have a point. A high-tier expert pilot was nice, if there wasn't already an ace pilot who could overshadow a powerful demigod. Though Vase could never have too many powerhouses under his command, once 3 different ace mechs joined the lineup of the expeditionary fleet, he could do without his uncle. At the very least, the strategic outlook of the expeditionary fleet would not change until Ark advanced to ace pilot, and that would definitely take a lot of time. Vase no longer felt as distressed at the thought of bringing Uncle Ark into the clan only for the expert pilot to waste his time on a useless planet. Although Vase did not like the idea of increasing the Larkinson clan's involvement in a stupid war for regional hegemony, if doing this helped Venerable Ark get into the right mood and increase his chances of advancing to ace pilot, then so be it. A breakthrough was the highest goal. Anything else was secondary. In any case, Ark Larkinson would become an expert pilot of the Larkinson clan no matter where he chose to serve. Outsiders wouldn't be able to discern any division and Saint Ark would definitely come and rescue the expeditionary fleet at the greatest speed if Vase ever got in trouble. This was because Vase was Rincole's son. I think that Melinda Larkinson and many other members of the family will make the decision. Sheddarin continued to voice his views. They are too attached to the identity of a Larkinson to go elsewhere, and they will automatically follow Ark into the clan because they are too accustomed to looking up to him. The family will turn into an empty shell if it loses its current patriarch. Turning it into a retirement home for the older generations of Larkinsons who are too opposed to our policies or prideful to admit their fault is not a bad development. Vase didn't entirely look pleased with that idea. A retirement home that is funded by a 1% stake in the LMC sounds like an exceptionally luxurious clubhouse for a bunch of old coots and lazy slackers who never contributed to my success and the success of my mech company. Despite his complaints, if it kept his Uncle Ark happy, then he would gladly tolerate the freeloading. The Larkinson clan needed its own ace pilot, but they didn't exactly grow on trees. Venerable Davia Stark was still a decade or so away until her resonance strength grew to the point where she had a faint chance of breaking through with the help of her Amaranto. The actual Larkinson expert pilots had grown a lot over the years, but most of them were still low-tier expert pilots with only a handful about to mature into mid-tier expert pilots. With a war between Davut and Karlach about to break out and greater conflicts on the horizon, Vase couldn't wait so many years for the expert pilots who were currently in his mech roster to evolve into saints. He needed to acquire an ace pilot in the short term, and only Venerable Ark gave him hope of acquiring one within a 2-year timespan. Chapter 4684 Useful Niche. Many events took place shortly after the expeditionary fleet returned to Davut. The Larkinsons serving aboard the fleet started to enjoy their shore leave in shifts. The Davut system continued to attract more and more traffic from every direction as my people wanted to participate in the historic process of founding of a promising new colonial state. Many mercenary outfits and mercenary regiments signed lucrative contacts with the colonial administrations and began to prepare for war. They recruited more reserve personnel, they purchased more mechs, they stocked up on supplies, and they even started to consolidate to an extent. Today's mercenaries would become tomorrow's soldiers. At least, that was supposed to be the idea. The powers that be accumulated a large war chest before they ever set foot in the Red Ocean. They anticipated the need to invest in a powerful military coalition and had already begun to increase their spending in the last few years. However, it was only now that Davut truly opened up its coffers. Colonial envoys approached thousands of different mercenary companies and private organizations with sizable mech forces with tailored offers that were certain to make them move. While the preparations to found a colonial state and build up a sizable mech horde that would become numerous to compete against the rival hordes formed by Karlach, a surprisingly large group of people pay attention to the arrival of a certain fleet. Many different parties reacted in different ways to the momentary return of the famed and glorious expeditionary fleet of the Golden Skull Alliance. It couldn't be helped, the expeditionary fleet had accomplished a lot of astonishing feats as of late, such as destroying alien warships, killing phase whales, rescuing a first-class pioneer, and earning an immense award from the MTA. Not only that, but the Larkinson clan and the Cross clan had both expanded their presence in the local economy. The branches that these clans had set up became increasingly more visible to a growing number of Davutans. Tristan Wesseling looked out of the window and gazed in the direction of Industrial District 2. A part of him felt tempted to seek out his old friend once again, but the differences in status between the two had grown even wider than before. Tristan had no right to stand on equal ground with Vase at this time. You have earned more MTA merits in a few months than I would ever be able to earn in a century. Tristan sighed as he stood with his arms folded behind his back. The differences became even more magnified when he compared the Larkinson clan's large and famous CAD nest to his modest design lab that he had barely been able to afford. After Tristan successfully made contact with Vase and convinced him to attack Pima Prime with the Hex army, the balance of power in the Friday coalition had changed. The Gage dynasty had to rein in much of its unbridled ambitions, allowing the Carnegie Group, the Vermeer Group, and the other smaller coalition partners to breathe easier. None of that truly mattered to Tristan though, as he had become so disgusted by all of the killing that he had indirectly caused. He could no longer in good conscience maintain his loyalty to a rotted coalition, so he had renounced his Fredaman citizenship and successfully applied to become a citizen of Davut. With the help of the reward and hush money that the primary beneficiaries of the Battle of Pima Prime advanced to his bank account, Tristan bought a small plot of land and built his own design lab and workshop in order to start his independent mech design career on this booming planet. Of course, Tristan had no chance of building his workplace next to the CAD nest because Industrial District 2 had long become filled with construction. In order to reserve enough money to purchase the expensive and frankly overpriced second-class lab and workshop equipment that his new mech company needed, Tristan had been forced to divert all the way towards Industrial District 12 that was situated all the way in the outskirts of Kotor City. The high number already said much about the relatively new district's land value, priority, public service quality, and proximity to the city core. "At least this is mine," Tristan said with a touch of affection as his fingers brushed the surface of the window of his own workplace. It was not easy to run a new startup in a highly competitive mech market like Davut. Larger players such as the Living Mech Corporation and the branches of other mech companies that possessed strong foundations in the old galaxy immediately dominated the mech market. They made excellent use of their first-mover advantages to claim market share in advance and also dominated the supply side of the sector by signing exclusive contracts with scarce and picky material providers. Most independent mech designers couldn't even get started in Davut because there was no demand for their shabby works and not enough access to affordable raw materials. This was why Tristan Design Services mostly stuck to offering miscellaneous design work in the first year of its operation. Tristan knew he needed to build his mech company step by step. His mech company had no reputation or brand awareness at all, and his design skills weren't anything impressive compared to the likes of his old friend or the many ambitious masters and seniors who fought for market share with tooth and nail. Instead, he relied on his certified apprenticeship with Master Katzenberg to offer specialized design services to the mech companies that needed immediate assistance to solve certain problems. It was hard to persuade different companies to accept his services, but once Tristan successfully completed a few commissions, word of mouth began to spread throughout Industrial District 12. Right now, Tristan Design Services received enough commissions to pay the bills, but not much more. Tristan couldn't even think about designing original mechs anytime soon. He needed to spend all of his time on completing commissions relating to finding adequate substitutions of materials in different mech designs and other equipment designs. Master Katzenberg's lessons are really coming in handy these days. Tristan smirked. Despite the fact that he was just a journeyman, he had learned the core theories of Master Katzenberg's specialization. Finding ways to replicate the effects of exotics by forming combinations of cheaper and more accessible materials was her bread and butter, and Tristan had learned much of the essence of her methods. The demand for such services was already high in the old galaxy. The desire to cut costs and simplify logistics constantly drove mech designers and mech companies to seek out ways to produce more mechs at lower prices. However, it turned out that the industry circumstances in the Red Ocean were much more favorable. Countless industrial companies who thought they could reuse their existing designs from the old galaxy and produce the same products in the new frontier immediately encountered all kinds of material constraints. Please visit. The supply of low-quality materials had become more abundant as of late, but incoming shipments of high-quality exotics continued to remain frustratingly scarce. As such, many companies who experienced difficulties in securing enough raw materials to produce their goods urgently needed to fix this problem. The best way to do so was to reduce their dependence on high-quality exotics by increasing their usage of low-quality materials, preferably without reducing the performance of their products in the process. This was difficult, but not impossible. If Master Katzenberg set up shop in the Red Ocean, she would probably earn a fortune from all of the high-paying commissions she would receive. I bet she will arrive in the Red Ocean sooner or later. Her skills are wasted in the Milky Way. Though Tristan was nowhere near as effective as his master, he was better at it than many older and more knowledgeable mech designers who did not specialize in this specific field of materials science. Although Tristan did not delude himself into thinking that senior and masters were unable to do the same, none of them were willing to spend their valuable time on this tedious work. If their design teams couldn't efficiently complete this kind of task in a short enough time frame, then Tristan Design Services could easily handle these problems on their behalf. So far, the commissions that Tristan completed were relatively simple issues related to low-end mechs, but it was a start. Once Tristan earned more trust and recognition from the local sector, he was sure he would be able to attract more lucrative commissions. The former Fredaman relied on this service to carve out a place in Davuti's fast-growing mech industry. Though there was still a long way to go before his mech company could start selling actual mech designs or mechs, he was still better off than the vast majority of independent mech designers who never managed to get off the ground in the first place. Still, as much as he was confident that his master's teachings would help him soar in a dwarf galaxy where there should be a high demand on his services, Tristan still lacked the confidence that he would ever catch up to his old friend. As a well-educated mech designer, he knew it was harmful to compare himself to his better peers all of the time. Yet Tristan couldn't help but do so every day. Had he made the right decision to settle in Davut and stay in close proximity to a large production complex owned by his old friend? He soon stopped his musings and prepared to handle the work assignments for today. He also needed to hand out new instructions to the growing team of novices and apprentices on his payroll. However, just as he was about to get to work, his secretary Bod notified him that an unexpected guest had arrived at his design studio unannounced. Tristan's expression immediately turned grave when he learned who visited him. "Bring our esteemed visitor up to my office." It only took a short moment for a woman wearing an impeccable blazer and pencil skirt to pass through the door. Tristan immediately put on a low posture and humbly greeted the new arrival. "Miss Kernsk, welcome to my humble design studio. Forgive me for not preparing the appropriate refreshments. We did not expect someone of your importance to visit my humble office." The female visitor stopped and did not show any emotion. "Dispense with the pleasantries. I have come for one purpose only. My direct superior requires your input on the patriarch of the Larkinson clan. We need as much information as you can tell us about him. We have learned that you happen to have known him during the time when the two of you were still residing in the Komodo Star sector." Tristan knew there was only one superior that Raina Kernsk answered to. She was publicly known as the chief of staff of the man who was rumored to have won the secret competition to become the first head of state of the future colonial state centered around Davut. For someone of her import to undertake this chore in person already revealed how much Davuti's upcoming ruler valued Vase Larkinson. Though Tristan was obviously afraid of getting on the bad side of such a powerful figure, that didn't mean he was ready to sell out his old friend. Multiple people have tried to pry out Vase Larkinson's secrets from my mouth. They never succeeded. I may have abandoned my identity as a Fredaman, but I am still an alumni of Master Meredith Katzenberg. The local community of mech designers will not react positively if it becomes known that the upcoming head of Davut has employed coercion on one of their colleagues to force out secrets of another of their kind. You misunderstand. Raina Kernsk shook her head. We are not looking to do anything untoward. The Larkinson clan and its brilliant leader is a valued asset and business partner of our planet and our future state. We merely want to gather general information about his personality, his behavior, his likes and his dislikes in order to build a more accurate personality matrix on him. This way, we can ensure that our upcoming talks with him will proceed more pleasantly than before. Oh, that is not as problematic. That said, I don't want to put my friend at a disadvantage. I am sorry, Miss Kernsk, but I truly do not wish to say anything about Vase behind his back. The woman did not show any irritation at his response. Instead, she pulled out a small data pad from her suit pocket and placed it on Tristan's desk. Please take a moment to read through this document before you make a decision. Though Tristan resolved to stick to his principles and reveal nothing about Vase no matter how innocent his remarks may be, his eyes almost shot out of his sockets when he read how much MTA credits and other benefits the colonial administration was willing to pay. We value your mech company, Mr. Wesseling. We are willing to provide you with a grant to help you become an established contributor to our growing industries. Are you interested in hearing more? The former Fredaman's resolve quickly evaporated. Well, if you put it that way, I guess I can tell you my shallow impressions of Vase. I am not a close friend of his, but I hope my comments may be useful. Raina Kernsk finally showed emotion and grinned after hearing this response. Perfect. Chapter 4685 Consortium Growth Chairwoman Kelsey Dornbos had come a long way from her days in Cloudy Curtain. As someone who regularly held talks with second-class CEOs, directors and other important officials, it was difficult to believe she used to be a third-class law student when she first got hired by Vase Larkinson. It had not been easy to keep up with the meteoric growth of the clan. As the Larkinsons became more connected with the higher layers of human society, the difficulty and complexity of all of the work that needed to be done constantly grew as well. Kelsey needed to work harder and spend all of her free time on studying many different subjects in order to barely keep pace with the growth of the clan. Even then, as the clan began to hire highly qualified second-class professionals and university graduates, she found herself unable to keep up with the rising standards. Not even her augmentations could help her close the enormous gap in knowledge and skills between herself and those who were born as second-raters. If not for the fact that the Larkinson clan expressly rewarded the early employees who worked for Vase in his early career and proven their loyalty many times over, Kelsey doubted that she would have been able to serve as the chairwoman of the increasingly more influential Open Consortium of Krakatoa. When she started to lead this new business cooperative that operated on an entirely new membership model, she experienced a lot of hardships and difficulties in her work. Fortunately, she already learned how to delegate and managed to pass on a lot of important responsibilities to her much more capable and specialized subordinates. It was only after she had settled into her position for several years that she started to feel at home as the head of the Open Consortium. She painstakingly raised her qualifications as a business leader and gradually accrued enough experience to be able to talk competently with the members of the Open Consortium. Though she would not claim to have done the best possible job at leading the business and trade consortium, Kelsey felt confident she could justify her continued tenure at her organization. That was until the expeditionary fleet finally returned from its latest adventure. From the moment she received a summons of the clan patriarch himself, her blood froze for a moment. Would Vase approve of her stewardship of one of the daughter organizations of the Larkinson clan? Would he be happy with how many members the Open Consortium managed to attract? Would he have any objections to the changes and expansions to the original rules of the trade organizations? All of these questions and more swirled in her mind as her shuttle brought her out of the Open Consortium's headquarters in the Financial District and took her to the Cad Nest in Industrial District 2. Not much time had passed since Kelsey last met with the fellow Cloudy Curtainer in person. However, much had changed due to a combination of internal and external developments. It shouldn't surprise her that much that Vase would want to receive a report so quickly after his return to the port system. When her shuttle finally touched down on the expansive and busy landing zone, she stepped out and met another old friend. Gavin. Hello again, Kelsey. The two longtime friends hugged each other for a moment before they began to chat in a familiar manner. How was the frontier? Terrifying as always. Gavin gulped. I will never get used to this sort of life, but I don't want to stay away from Vase either. Our latest operations have been particularly fruitful for us. It would be too much to mention all of the direct benefits that we have obtained in the Borean system and the Ramage repulsor system, but our expeditionary fleet is about to undergo a massive string of upgrades as a result. That sounds nice. It almost makes me wish I was serving in the fleet instead of remaining stuck here in this safe and increasingly crowded city. Don't. Davut is heaven compared to the hell that is out there. There is nothing like getting targeted by alien warships to make you appreciate the safety of a heavily developed and heavily defended star system. She supposed he was right. Kelsey couldn't be any braver than her friend Gavin, so she would definitely not fare well under the same circumstances. As they slowly made their way to the Blue Cat Estates on foot, Kelsey quickly brought up a more relevant topic. Do you know why Vase wants to meet with me on short notice? She asked. To be honest, I am not entirely certain. Gavin answered. Although our business ventures remain important to our clan, I have noticed that Vase is paying increasingly less attention to them. Entire days and weeks go by where he has nothing else on his mind aside from raising his children, conducting secretive experiments and working on his design projects. That sounds like what any good father and a mech designer would do. Does that mean your workload has dropped? On the contrary, I need to handle a lot more work behind the scenes. The personal assistant sighed. Vase had given me the authority to make small decisions on his behalf. I have spent enough time with him to know how he thinks and become familiar with his attitudes towards different topics. He trusts me to handle the issues that are too small for him to bother. What about larger decisions? That is what the chief ministers are for. I only have to bring up the truly crucial issues to Vase, which doesn't happen that often these days. Our clan can handle most problems by itself and our patriarch is becoming less and less interested in managing anything that does not directly impact his own work. That caused Kelsey to frown. If that is the case, I should be meeting with Chief Minister Novalon Pernis instead. He is the person I report to most often these days, as he is the one who appreciates my efforts in Davut the most. What do you think Vase wants from the Open Consortium? Please visit. I told you that I don't know, but if I have to make a guess, it may have to do with the changing landscape of Davut. Once the colonial state is founded, we will unquestionably become a key link in its economy. I think Vase is wary about increasing our dependence on Davut. We are already highly dependent on Davut. Kelsey replied. If we get cut off this planet all of a sudden, our clan wouldn't instantly fall, but we will lose access to a lot of goods and services that help with making sure our fleet runs smoothly. You can't imagine all of the logistics required to keep a fleet consisting of numerous capital ships and hundreds of sub-capital ships afloat. After a bit of walking, they finally walked up to the mansion situated on a small hill. Kelsey passed through a couple of security checks and followed Gavin inside. They walked up the stairs and eventually arrived in front of the double doors that led into the grand office of the Patriarch. Here we are. You are on your own from here. Good luck, Kelsey. Thanks. When Kelsey Dornbos entered the large and exaggeratingly sized office, she strode across the empty floor and stopped at a respectful distance from the wooden desk. Vase appeared to be reading a report projected from his desk terminal. Still, he possessed enough concentration to greet the new arrival. Please take a seat, Kelsey. Yes, sir. As Kelsey sat down on a chair that rose up from the floor, the mechanical cat laying on the desk flew over and landed on her lap. Meow. She restrained the urge to giggle. Oh hey, Lucky. Long time no see. Oof. You have grown a little heavier than last time. Are you okay? Meow meow. As old friends, Kelsey and Lucky seamlessly got along like old times. It was a pity that she was rarely able to meet with Vase these days, so she no longer got to pet and play with the gem cat as much as in the past. So much had changed, both for the better and for the worse. Eventually, Vase was done with reading the report and could direct his full concentration on the meeting. It is good to see you again, Kelsey. Vase gave her a genuine smile. You look as if you are doing well for yourself. Thank you, sir. You look much better than before. The differences are really noticeable. Vase had changed more than she could ever know, and that was when he was doing his best to suppress his outward changes. After a bit of chatting, Vase quickly brought up a more serious topic. Give me a summary of the current state of the Open Consortium. How many members have signed up at this time? There are 203 formal members of the Open Consortium, sir. 12 of them are large organizations whose business activities are on the same level as our living Mech Corporation. 50 of them are medium organizations whose businesses are not as impressive, but still significant on a more regional and local level. The remaining members are on the smaller side, but each of them are still useful due to the specialized goods and services they offer that are always in high demand. My staff and I have always been careful about controlling our expansion and preventing any deadweight from joining our trade consortium. How popular is the Open Consortium these days? Very popular. Kelsey grinned. The amount of applications we have received in the last month has multiplied by 7 times. Your expeditionary fleet's successes have turned our clan and our consortium into much more desirable business partners. I see. What about the suppliers of the consortium? The original purpose of the consortium was to pool different companies together so that we can attract the cooperation of material suppliers. Have you noticed any progress on that front? We did, but the LMC and the other institutions of our clan no longer need to rely on the Open Consortium to gain the cooperation of suppliers. We have already grown past that stage, and the latest changes only make that more obvious. Kelsey honestly reported. Right now, it is the members of the Open Consortium that benefit a lot more from all of the suppliers that we are working with. The biggest benefit that we can derive from the consortium right now is all of the internal trade that we have been able to foster between the members. That was an interesting shift in importance and one that intrigued Vase. Tell me more. What is the value of the current Open Consortium to us if we have no need to make use of collective power to attract suppliers? Well, think of it this way. The majority of small and medium members cannot survive in Davut on their own. The Open Consortium is their only lifeline. If they get kicked out, it is unlikely they will remain afloat. This grants our clan a lot of power and influence over them. It is not wrong to say that almost all of the members of the Open Consortium have become the de facto vassals of our clan. We indirectly control a small but significant chunk of Davuti's local industries. Ves's eyes seemed to flash when he heard her description of how powerful the Open Consortium had become. Would you describe the Open Consortium as a major player of the local economy? I wouldn't say that. We cannot make too many waves in Davut. It is also hard to corral so many unique members as they are all different from each other. Still, as long as we expand further, we can gain a substantial voice in the business community. I see. Kelsey still had her mind on deepening the reach of the Open Consortium in the regional economy, and thereby turning the Larkinson clan into an increasingly more important player in the process. Chapter 4686 Expansion Strategy. Vase did not like what he heard from Kelsey. When he initially founded the Open Consortium, the Larkinson clan was still a small player in Davut. It was hard to get any company and material supplier to take the Larkinson seriously. Much of that had changed. The reputation of the clan had grown so much that the Larkinsons may have become among the most famous and renowned groups associated with Davut. That, along with years of rapid growth, had improved the business circumstances of the various companies and institutions of the Larkinson clan. That said, the Open Consortium still played an immensely useful role to the Larkinson clan and especially the Davut branch. Kelsey made a good case for why the Open Consortium should not only continue to exist even after its original purpose became redundant, but also expand its membership so that it could increase its weight in Davut. Although her proposals all made sense, the problem was that it made the Open Consortium and by extension the Larkinson clan a more integral part of Davuti's industrial economy. This was yet another important contributing factor why the colonial administration paid so much attention to the Larkinsons these days. He did not immediately respond to her proposals, but instead held out his hand. Give me the open book. I want to take a look at it and see how it has grown. Ah, certainly. Here you go, sir. Kelsey had been attentive enough to bring the relic that has made the Open Consortium so successful. Modeled after the Larkinson Mandate, the open book was a silver ancestral heirloom that contained the written contracts and commitments of all of the members of the Trade Consortium. Presided over by the solemn guardian, every signee of the contract received constant encouragement to abide by the terms of the organization and never double-cross its members. With the swelling of the membership ranks of the Open Consortium, the open book had grown a lot more powerful as of late. Vase could feel how the hopes and good intentions of most of the signees had positively affected the development of this living artifact. As he opened the book and browsed through his pages, he noticed that the earlier ones were occasionally crossed out, but that it stopped taking place the further he went. How many members have left the Open Consortium since its founding? He asked. Dozens. Kelsey replied. Some members have clearly entered our consortium in order to get over a rough patch. Once they have reached a healthier state, they no longer want to meet the obligations of our organizations, so they eventually submit applications to leave our organization. Luckily, they have also done so in an orderly manner. There were only a few times where we had to strike a member off the book because they had become bankrupt. Lately, neither of these two events have happened because we are only taking in successful and promising companies. Vase hummed and nodded. How often have disputes arisen between the members? Not often, she said. It happens a few times every year, but everyone is remarkably honest towards each other. Much of that has to do with the open book, but the companies are also increasingly more afraid of getting on the bad side of our clan. Compared to a year ago, our deterrence has doubled if not tripled. I see. Even though the Open Consortium was no longer entirely aligned with his goals, its operating model was still a smashing success. It was too useful for Vase to get rid of, and that made him feel a bit mixed. Sir, about our expansion, stop. Vase raised his palm. I have my own ideas, Kelsey. Let's not rock the boat too much. I think we have been focusing too much on quantity in the past few years. That has been useful to us, but I think it is time to elevate the quality of the Open Consortium. I don't mind if its membership numbers decrease as long as the participating companies become more useful. To us, let's focus more on building a support network rather than an empire, all right? I see, Kelsey replied. She couldn't hold in her disappointment. Her importance was tied to the size and significance of her organization. If the Open Consortium could no longer expand any further, she would remain stuck without making any further progress. However, this wasn't all that Vase had in store. Kelsey, all of the members of the Open Consortium are based in Davut, correct? Ah, yes, she said. There are a number of exceptions, but the rule that states that every company must send their effective leader to sign the open book makes it difficult for organizations based in other zones to join us. Besides, the Open Consortium's main business network is based almost entirely in this region. It is not so useful for companies who are entirely based in other zones such as Megare to randomly become a member. Vase looked thoughtful. Does that mean that our clan and trade consortium does not have a strong footing in any of the other middle zones of the Red Ocean? I thought you already knew that, sir. Kelsey said. While we have explored possibilities to found new open trade consortiums in the Megare Middle Zone and so on, we are hindered by two factors. One is the fact that we have only a single open book that can only stay in one physical location. Another is our non-existent foundations in the other zones. The Larkinson clan in the past was still too small to set up a strong presence in multiple zones. Vase wanted to focus on building up a stable foundation in Davut first before looking outward. Now that his clan completed the first time, it was high time for the Larkinsons to build up a more visible presence in the other zones. These problems shouldn't be an issue to us given how much we have grown. Kelsey, I want you to lead the initiative to found new open trade consortiums in several nearby middle zones. I want you to focus on setting up modest groups in the Megare Middle Zone and the Torald Middle Zone in particular. Both zones directly neighbored the Krakatoa Middle Zone. The importance of Megare Middle Zone didn't need to be stated. If Vase ever decided to move his expeditionary fleet to a different zone, then he would probably move to the much less stable but more exciting Torald Middle Zone. Kelsey understood these reasons as well. The Megare Middle Zone is relatively familiar to us. We have many members that have set up branches of sorts over there. We need to think carefully about where we want to place the headquarters of the regional consortium. Let's not make it more complicated than it needs to be. Just set it up in the new scimitar system of the Hex Federation. That got a reaction out of the chairwoman. The Hex Federation, are you sure, Vase? I thought you disliked the Hexers. If we found an open consortium over there, its members will consist entirely of Hexer companies. It won't be able to spread its influence outside of the borders of the Hexer state. Besides, I just looked up new scimitar and it isn't a port system. I am sure. Vase said, your concerns are valid, but the Hexers are our most reliable allies and partners. The Woden dynasty will take excellent care of the consortium based in Megare. If we establish the headquarters anywhere else, the Fredamen are liable to come and blow it up. I don't want that to happen, so I would rather forego the choice of a port system in order to ensure that our best Hexer allies will keep watch over our holdings. As for the membership problem, just institute a special rule that at least half of the signees must be non-hexers. This should at least encourage those women to open up its borders if they haven't already done so. The Hex Federation needs to develop more trade ties in order to accelerate its growth. Setting up the regional consortium in the Hex Federation was anything but ideal, but the Hexers would probably complain if Vase chose a different location. Besides, it should be a lot easier to gain the cooperation of large and powerful Hexer companies. The open consortium of Megare should be able to gain easier access to rare and maybe even strategic goods and materials as a result. Do you have any special instructions about the trade consortium that you wish to found in Torald? Vase nodded. This will be a much more difficult task as we don't have any obvious friends in the middle zone. Try and see if the existing members of your consortium have built a strong presence in Torald. Try to take advantage of that to build a headquarters that won't get knocked down. Don't worry about attracting a lot of business yet. I want the open consortium of Torald to function as an outpost for our clan. If my expeditionary fleet ever operates in the Torald middle zone and needs to make a pit stop, I would prefer it if we can stop at a port system where we have existing business relationships with a bunch of local suppliers and service providers. Understood. I will make sure to prioritize that for the Torald consortium. Vase smiled and leaned back on his chair in satisfaction. Good. Once these two regional consortiums are up and running, we will have gained enough know-how to make it easier to set up similar organizations in other zones. I want you to keep this up until we have formed a small but permanent presence in every middle zone. That will take a long time, Vase. Kelsey cautiously said. The further we go, the harder it is to control our actions in the distant zones. We will need to expand by layers. I understand. You can settle these matters on your own. I can be patient, so you don't need to complete this right away. I want you to make sure you are doing this correctly because I don't want to see our open consortiums get uprooted. Do you understand? I understand, sir. Great. Do you have any questions? The woman hesitated for a few seconds before she decided to bite the bullet. It would help in my job if you can tell me your purpose or strategy for trying to establish an open trade consortium in every middle zone. It's not about the money, he told her. I don't mind if their balance sheets are in the red, though I at least want them to break even over time. What I truly want is to hedge our clan's business activity and reduce its geographic concentration. We can't keep returning to Davut whenever we want to do anything big. I want our expeditionary fleet to be able to resupply in a friendly and familiar star system in every zone. I want the LMC to diversify its business activities so that if Davut ever loses the war or kicks us out, our support network won't be significantly impacted. I see. We will need to open up small branches of our clan in each of the star systems where we set up our regional open trade consortiums. That is a given. You can work this out with the chief ministers of our clan. The Davut branch carries too much weight now. Also make sure to talk with Director Calabas to ensure that the Black Cats set up regional intelligence networks in each of those zones. It would be nice if we can spread our branch members far and wide. We may not be able to protect them all if they are more dispersed, but the loss of a single branch won't turn into a calamity for our clan. It became abundantly clear what Vase was trying to accomplish with these new initiatives. He wanted to spread the Larkinsons across the stars. Not only would the clan become less beholden to the outcome of the eventual war between Davut and Karlach, the expeditionary fleet would also have a much easier time operating in regions that were far away from Krakatoa. Our clan is about to go galactic. Chapter 4687 Flagship Store. The commercial district was the most vibrant area of Kotor City. As one of the first and most central city districts in the colony, the commercial district possessed the highest concentration of upscale retail outlets in Davut. Those who managed to get in early and buy the rights to construct buildings on land and in the air had a figurative phase water wellspring in their hands. The sheer amount of visiting shoppers this prestigious district attracted was mind-boggling. Although the ironically named austere district surpassed the commercial district in wealth and prestige, the former exclusively catered to the ultra-wealthy who weren't all that numerous. As such, the combination of decently wealthy shoppers combined with the large quantity of visitors caused the commercial district to produce the highest amount of revenue out of all of the districts on the planet. Much had changed since its initial inception. Many smaller parties who were unable to keep up with the rising requirements set by the city administration had opted to sell their real estate at extravagant prices. As such, a lot of larger players managed to muscle their way into the coveted districts and open up premier flagship stores that not only gained access to a lot of well-heeled customers, but also put their brand on the map in the regional economy. Due to the elevated profile of this location, it had become a mark of prestige to be able to set up a store in this coveted district. It was already hard for a large company to be able to set up a store in the commercial district. The weaker organizations that were unable to resist the pressure and temptation of selling their property had already been cleared away. The survivors who managed to cling on to their valuable real estate were all tough bones who could not be bribed or bullied so easily. As such, the instances where property changed hands had slowed down to an enormous degree compared to just a few years ago. An unofficial ranking had formed where the companies with a presence in the commercial district were unanimously regarded as the heavyweights in Davut. The Larkinson clan happened to be on this ranking. Although its real estate was not the largest and did not occupy the most desirable locations, the eccentric pioneering organization's presence in the commercial district stood out due to two separate reasons. First, the Larkinson clan actually owned two separate landbound properties in this expensive place. Second, one of those properties did not necessarily cater to end consumers. The Larkinson clan therefore made its mark in Davut in yet another unusual manner. In a time where it was already difficult for older and larger organizations to obtain a small store in this district, the Larkinsons extravagantly held two different properties that served two separate purposes. The most prominent of the two Larkinson properties was of course its Mech store. No form of business was more intrinsically tied to the Larkinson clan than its Mech business. It made a lot of sense for the Living Mech Corporation to construct its flagship store in the commercial district. Ever since it went up, hundreds of customers ranging from deep-pocketed mercenaries to representatives of large security companies visited the exclusive store in order to experience a sample of the LMC's diverse catalog in person. Anyone who learned anything about the LMC's distinct products knew that the best way to evaluate them was to see them in person. Looking at their images and footage on a projection did not do them justice. As such, the LMC actually sold a higher proportion of its products inside physical stores. As opposed to accepting orders on the galactic net, not many people knew that this flagship store welcomed an extremely august personality today. A group of 4 mechs flew through the air while escorting a black armored shuttle. The glows and the markings of the armed machines in question made it clear that they were not only living mechs, but belonged to the Larkinson clan. The armored shuttle that flew in their midst had no obvious markings, but it stood out from all of the other high-end shuttles flying over KOTOR City for several reasons. Any knowledgeable observer would be able to tell that its exterior and most likely its interior was made out of first-class alloys. Not only that, but the vehicle also possessed a lot of other powerful technical features. From an ECM system to presumably a transphasic shield generator, this black passenger vessel clearly put a lot of effort into protecting its passengers. In fact, anyone who was willing to invest so much in a mere shuttle would have almost certainly installed a small-scale warp drive as well. The vehicle did not actually attract that much attention, though. Davut had grown large and prosperous enough that such vehicles may not be common, but could still be seen once or twice a day on average. As this vehicle came closer to the LMC flagship store, it smoothly landed onto the landing pad built on top of the flat roof of the multi-storied structure. The mechs that escorted it remained close by while making sure not to hover too close and make themselves too conspicuous. A gaggle of armed guards wearing subtler and more compact black combat armor stepped out of the armored shuttle first. After that, a small family came out next. Vase stepped out first and enjoyed the fresh air. The city administration put a lot more effort into managing the air quality of the commercial district. None of the fumes generated by flying shuttles and vehicles were able to linger too long as a consequence. He did not wear his usual patriarch uniform this time. The iconic colors along with the golden embellishments attracted way too much attention for his liking. He wanted to maintain a lower profile this time as he set off to tour the different properties of his clan. His wife stepped out next. Gloriana had put a bit more effort into doing her makeup, even going as far as to use the brushes herself as opposed to letting a makeup bot do all of the work. She also wore a sundress that conveyed enough matronly vibes while also looking slim and fashionable enough to turn enough heads. Naturally, she did not forget to carry her pop cult tote bag as well. The smooth, velvety-like suede made out of high-quality Nunzer leather looked so delicate and shiny that even Vase could feel how soft it was just by looking at it from a distance. Yay, we're finally here, come on, Lucky, meow. Andraste hopped out of the shuttle hatch and ran to the edge of the roof while carrying a certain gem cat in her arms. The red-headed girl looked quite impressed as she gazed across the commercial district. Floating structures combined with stately buildings on the ground made for an intricate shopping nexus where people had to navigate in 3 dimensions in order to fully experience this location. Practically everyone who visited or worked in the commercial district wore at least some form of smart clothing. Although second-raters were pretty much accustomed to it, Vase never really got used to it. What if the smart clothing malfunctioned? What if someone wanted to snipe him from the air? There were so many risks and dangers to flying in the open that he preferred to keep his feet firmly planted on a solid surface. As Vase took a moment to admire the view, his other 2 children stepped out as well. Meow tilde, Clixie followed after. Aurelia as the oldest daughter walked up to her mother and held hands. Marvane meanwhile held up his hands until Vase picked up his son and held him in his arms. You've grown bigger and heavier. You're growing up so quickly. I'm not fat, ha ha ha, that was not what I meant. Anyway, let's head inside and see how the store fares today. This was not the first time that Vase and his family visited the flagship store, but it had been a couple of years since they last toured the facility. As a store that primarily sold mechs, it had to offer enough space to accommodate at least a dozen different mechs on display. Due to the diverse amount of glows of living mechs, the LMC flagship store needed more space in order to give potential clients the opportunity to experience them in isolation. Though the amount of horizontal space was limited in the commercial district, the flagship store solved this problem by building high. Each tall, mech-sized floor had been transformed into an immersive environment that complemented specific mech types well. For example, as the little family stepped onto the topmost shop floor, they entered a large chamber that looked as if it was located in deep space. Distant stars and planets provided a backdrop for the spaceborne mechs that hovered above the floor utilizing strong antigrav modules. Andraste quickly became impressed by the nearest machine. Wow, is that a ferocious piranha Mark III version B? I never saw one that was coated in neon purple. It even glows in the dark. Wait, darling, Gloriana called out. Don't get too close. Watch out for its glow. The little girl ignored her mother and continued to move as close as she could until she hit an invisible energy barrier. She showed no discomfort at all despite the fact that the ferocious piranha's infamous disorienting glow was most certainly active, if constrained to a much smaller range than normal. Other guests who received the qualifications to enter the store and tour this floor looked surprised as they stood further apart from the neon purple light skirmisher. Among the dozen clients and customers that chose to sample the glow in order to weigh the merits of placing an order, at least half of them were active mech pilots or mech officers who possessed plenty of combat experience. Even they had to respect the strangely alternating glow that forced them to alternate between calm and fury in rapid succession. How come a girl who didn't look to be older than 5 or 6 years old managed to get so close where the suppressive glow became more intense? Only high-ranking mech pilots and the most elite soldiers could equal her performance. Vase didn't worry at all. His daughter stood out from many other people due to many reasons, but her abnormally strong and activated spirituality was the main reason why she had the capital to resist glows. To be more specific, Yaika resisted much if not all of the pressure on Andraste's behalf. When Aurelia and Marvane carelessly stepped forward as well, their own powerful spiritual traits allowed them to ignore the ferocious piranha's infamous glow with just as much ease. It's okay, Vase said as he patted her arm. Our children are special. As Vase and Gloriana joined their kids at the front, several guests wondered who they were and how they could all be immune to the ferocious piranha's glow. It's the boss of the Larkinson clan. He has brought his family as well. Quiet, don't disturb these honored figures. Vase briefly grew amused at the reaction that his appearance had generated, but he paid more attention to what his children thought of his commercial offering. His wife on the other hand lifted up her chin and made sure to flash her expensive handbag as if she was afraid that the people around her would overlook its value. Wait, is that a pop cult tote bag? You can buy an entire mech regiment with that designer bag. What a classy lady. Meanwhile, the manager of the prestigious store had arrived at this time. The problem was that his ability to resist the glow of the ferocious piranha was not as good, so the man had no choice but to stand further away like the rest of the crowd. News about his arrival had already started to spread in a small circle, but Vase was not concerned that he would get mobbed. Not everyone was allowed to step into this flagship store. Chapter 4688 War Needs, Papa? Andraste asked as she gazed up at the strikingly colored mech with admiration and adoration. Why aren't the ferocious piranhas in our fleet as pretty? They're so boring in comparison to this model. There are multiple reasons for that. Vase patiently replied. Marvane, What do you think? The younger boy scrunched his face. Is it because we don't want our light skirmishers to get shot more often? That is part of the reason. You are indeed correct that mechs that look more ostentatious tend to attract more fire. Scientific studies have shown that mechs coated in plainer and more earthy tones tend to look psychologically less oppressive, which is why many serious light skirmisher models look like they really don't want to stand out in the crowd. If that is the case, then why sell a mech like this in the first place? Andraste curiously asked. Vase grinned. Well, for a mech company like us, applying special coating and making a few cosmetic changes to the exterior to the mech doesn't cost that much. What it does do is turn the same mech into a limited edition variant that can help us earn a lot more profit per unit sold. Look at the price tag for an individual unit of this particular version. What does it say? It sells for 5.5 MTA credits. And how much do we charge for a regular ferocious piranha? Andraste tried to jog her memories. I think it was 2.6 MTA credits last I saw. The LMC raised the list price to 2.7 MTA credits earlier this year. Vase corrected his daughter. It all comes down to how much a customer is willing to pay for a mech. A standard commercial version of the Ferocious Piranha Mark III has become more popular as of late, especially now that war is on the horizon. This is why we were able to get a lot of customers to pay 0.1 MTA credits more than before. As for this special edition machine, a small proportion of customers want to feel more special than others. They don't mind paying more than double the price for what amounts to the same mech in terms of performance. All three children looked confused. Marvane looked especially dumbfounded. Can't they buy a cheaper Ferocious Piranha and paint them purple at home? They will be able to save 2.8 MTA credits if they do that. That is what I would do as well, but not every customer is as stingy. Vase answered. Special edition and limited edition mechs are more valuable due to their scarcity and legitimacy. Sure, anyone with a decent workshop can modify a normally priced mech to look exactly the same as this one, but what makes this particular model worth 5.5 MTA credits is because it is included in the official mech catalog of the LMC. To be honest, this isn't the most expensive special edition version of the Ferocious Piranha that is on sale. The Living Star Club offers more extreme cosmetic variants that are so exclusive that they get sold for 15 MTA credits or more. The wonders of modern marketing. The Living Mech Corporation made use of plenty of psychological tricks in the book to extract more profits from the same work. The LMC wasn't even the worst offender in the mech market. There were plenty of unscrupulous businesses that resorted to more ethically dubious practices. Examples of that ranged from bundling a bunch of worthless products with a mech to jack up the prices, to offering temporary discounts that lasted so short that they pressured a lot of customers into making impulsive purchase decisions. While these aggressive business practices certainly succeeded in encouraging customers to open up their wallets even further, the reputation and long-term brand value of the mech companies would inevitably suffer. The LMC valued its long-term development far too much to risk its reputation on aggressive and deceptive sales practices. As Vase continued to teach his children about the business side of mechs, he led them to another display model that was not as aggressive. This is a Buzzy Bee, Marvane quipped as he recognized the machine's distinctive ECM modules. That is correct, my dear. Gloriana replied and brushed her little boy's hair with her fingers. I do not like the name that your father has given it, but his collaboration with an external ECM mech designer has proven to be a great success. The sales of the Buzzy Bee model started off slow, and it took at least a year before it started to pick up steam. As an auxiliary mech, the Buzzy Bee featured low offensive and defensive power, but made up for it with a good set of ECM systems. The third-party mech designer from Davut that Vase teamed up with specialized in developing active ECM systems that remained effective and reliable for several hours. While this was not the most spectacular specialty that Vase had ever encountered, it was more than enough. The Buzzy Bee only needed to be competitive enough in its ECM capabilities. What truly made this machine valuable was its communication capabilities. Do you know why I went against the opinion of your mother and called it the Buzzy Bee? Vase asked his children. It's because it is an annoying bee that is difficult to swat from the skies. Andraste replied. Ha ha ha, that is a part of the story, but not all of it. What else? Aurelia offered another possible answer. Is it because bees are part of a hive and are meant to work with other bees? Vase nodded. That is also a part of the reason. You see, Bees and many insects that are part of hives have developed surprisingly sophisticated communication methods to send signals to each other. Many of them are so strange or subtle that someone who knows little won't be able to recognize or block these signals. The buzzy bee's true value is its ability to communicate with each other across varying distances in an unconventional manner. They do not make use of electronic communication methods that can easily be blocked, intercepted and jammed. His wife nodded in agreement. We have only discovered a handful of reliable measures to block the alternate communication method of the buzzy bee. The easiest solution is to destroy them. That is one of the reasons why the ECM systems are so badly needed. Adversaries who are aware of its strategic value will prioritize its takedown as much as possible. Another effective solution is to cut off the communication channel with the help of a high-ranking mech. Expert mechs and especially ace mechs have a way of disrupting or outright blocking these invisible channels, but they are few and far in between. The manager of the flagship store had reached their side in the meantime. This provided Vase with a handy source of information, especially with regards to customer trends. How are the sales of the Buzzy Bee model? The manager immediately gave an answer. Sales of all of our mech models have increased, but the Buzzy Bee model especially stands out to us. The amount of units that our customers have ordered in the last 3 months have quintupled. More and more customers have become aware of the unique benefits of our jointly developed ECM and communication mech. Positive word of mouth has helped much to prove its effectiveness. Now that every serious mech force is preparing to conduct long campaigns on war-torn planets that are saturated with jamming, our Buzzy Bee line should provide the Davutans with a massive advantage in coordination. Vase smiled. That was just as he predicted. Do you think that sales levels will rise even further in the future? It depends on how well they perform on different battlefields. The manager replied. From the user feedback that I have received, our Buzzy Bees should be able to maintain stable communications where many other mechs are cut off. This includes auxiliary mechs with powerful antennas and transceivers. I have been told that the LMC's production department is already anticipating the need to set up additional production lines to increase this model's production volume. Even then, there is a good chance that we will be unable to increase our rate of production even further due to material supply limitations. Don't overlook the effect of a war on the supply lines that we are dependent on. Gloriana insightfully warned. If the Karloks manage to disrupt many of Davuti's supply lines, then our ability to produce this relatively complicated mech will be curtailed even further. These ECM modules are certainly effective enough, but they require dozens of specialized exotics that need to be sourced from many different locations in order to build. This is a potential weakness that any enemies of Davut will most definitely be able to deduce. That caused Vase to frown. This was not a vulnerability that was exclusive to the Buzzy Bee. Many advanced mech models that rely on sophisticated technical solutions to perform well derive much of their effectiveness on the special properties of powerful but relatively scarce exotics. This was normally not a problem in a region that was at peace. It was rare for a state to experience massive supply disruptions during peacetime. The story was different once a full-blown war broke out between different states. It was difficult to outright block the supply of specific materials, but it should still be possible to raid enough trade convoys to heavily limit the supply of certain strategic materials. If Karlok really wanted to hinder the production of the Buzzy Bee model, then it could do so as long as it was willing to forego the opportunity to curtail the supply of other exotics. Vase and his family continued their tour through the flagship store. They observed several other mechs on display that were on sale. All of them consisted of familiar models that sold extremely well, such as the highly useful pacifier law enforcement mech and the humble Hymenoptera industrial mech. The store manager relayed an important development about both best-selling mech lines. What is notable about our pacifiers and Hymenopteras is that the colonial administration have already ordered tens of thousands of customized units. That caused Vase to look surprised. Are you saying that the colonial government itself wants these mechs? Yes, and this may be the start. Both of these products can play an immensely useful role in war. The pacifier mech can utilize its calming glow to help a conquering mech force suppress the population of an occupied planet, thereby preventing many terrorist acts from occurring. The Hymenoptera on the other hand encourages a lot of diligence, and is suitable to be piloted by reluctant industrial mech pilots. Gloriana frowned. That doesn't make much sense. The Hymenoptera can be useful if the work is monotonous and if the pilots are of low-quality stock, but any government should be able to hire better workers. There are other industrial mechs that are cheaper, more efficient or strong in another useful capacity. It will be difficult to persuade or compel many of these workers to engage in construction or reconstruction work on volatile planets. Vase said, I think, the government may want to stock up on the Hymenoptera because the machines may be reserved for prisoners of war. What? It was a risky and daring scheme that could potentially free up a lot of precious manpower under the right circumstances. There was no doubt that construction work would play a strategic role in the coming conflict. Have government institutions also placed orders on our other mech models? Vase asked. Plenty. The Crystal Lord has proven itself as an excellent ranged mech model on land. Its Luminaire crystal rifles may not be as good as the ones employed by our mech legions, but they are relatively affordable, compact, efficient and reliable while still retaining a good amount of attack power. Of course, the government wants to order specialized variants that are more rugged and resistant to damage. I see. It appeared that the Living Mech Corporation had already turned into one of Davuti's many military contractors. Chapter 4689 Jorno's Ridebashers Chapter 4689 Jorno's Ridebashers Although the Living Mech Corporation did not supply as much mechs to the colonial government as the bigger local players, it was undeniable that the Larkinsons offered substantial support. It would have been nice if Vase became aware of these activities much earlier, but that was the downside to delegating a lot of decisions to other people. The Larkinsons working in the marketing department, the relations department and the production department had all made important policy decisions on their own without thinking whether Vase had any objections to their proposals. Although the government not only paid for all of the mechs at full price if they were delivered on time, it also made sure to supply all of the necessary raw materials needed to complete the large orders. As such, he would have probably assented to these public contracts anyway, but he should have been the one to have the final say. His wife merely crossed her arms when she heard his futile complaints. You are suffering from a bad case of tunnel vision again, Vase. You always fixate far too much on individual projects that you wouldn't have paid attention to even if someone brought up this matter to you. I believe that your assistant Gavin Newman may have addressed this matter to you several months ago. You must have signaled your approval without paying full attention to the matter at hand. That sounded a lot more plausible than Vase wished. You may be right, honey. I guess I need to pay more attention to this boring stuff from now on. Now that there are more indications than ever that a war is about to break out, our clan needs to be more mindful on how to navigate the worsening political landscape. As much as Vase enjoyed a tour through his company's flagship store, this was not the principal reason why he thought it was worthwhile to pay a visit to this location. His real purpose was to connect with his clients and customers. It had been far too long since he paid any attention to his customers on a more personal level. It was not just about himself either. He purposefully brought his children along because he wanted them to get up to speed on how his customers utilized his living mechs and what they thought about their features. Vase and his family eventually retired to a well-furnished room used to entertain VIPs and sat down on the comfortable and roomy couches. Soon enough, the store manager brought in the first regular customer that he selected with great care. The middle-aged woman wore a uniform that marked her as a mech officer from one of the many mercenary outfits headquartered in Davut. The woman clearly felt nervous and excited, but she possessed enough control over herself to maintain a formal demeanor. She saluted to Vase. It is an honor to be able to meet with you in person, Patriarch Larkinson. I am Salika Yantris, mech captain and second in command of Jorno's Ridebashers. He. Andraste giggled as she couldn't hold in her amusement. Ridebashers, what does that mean? For her part, Captain Yantris responded with a smile. There is a long story behind it. I would love to explain it to you, but I think your parents would prefer it if I talk about other topics. That is correct, Vase said as he picked up Andraste and sat her down on his lap to keep her in check. First off, how long ago did your outfit buy its first LMC mech? Oh, that must have been 4 or so years ago. It happened not too long after we arrived in the Red Ocean. The mercenary officer answered. When we came, we noticed that the old mechs we brought from the old galaxy are serviceable, but that it would be best if we replaced them with better machines. We started our search here in Davut. We had a clear idea on what we needed. Since we prefer to complete missions on land, we mostly focused on finding good landbound mechs for us to buy. As our name suggests, we like to move quickly, so we also sought mechs that could run at good speeds. The LMC did not have a large catalog of pure landbound mech models. Its selection was relatively limited compared to the offerings of other established mech companies. This meant that it was not the first choice that came in mind to many mech buyers who wanted to buy a large and varied batch of landbound melee mechs. Vase continued to hug his second daughter as he asked another question. How did you come to consider the products of the LMC? It was a coincidence, really. Captain Yantras replied. My boss and I had already spent days researching the mech market and visiting the showrooms of the biggest mech companies in town. We already drafted up a decent list of models that we considered looking into further, but then everything changed. What changed? Marvane curiously asked as he snuggled up to Clixie. Meow, the cat echoed. The mercenary captain waved her arm in a half-circle. We were walking on the streets when a pair of planetary guard mechs flew above our heads. They normally travel in the higher air bands, but for some reason they flew much lower than usual, causing my boss and I to become affected by their glows for the first time. It was a life-changing experience. Her eyes misted over as if she was recalling a cherished memory. There was definitely a greater story behind odd reaction, but Vase didn't pry into this matter. He already had a good idea why Giorno's ridebashers turned to the LMC. So our pacifier model brought you to this store? Yes, the captain replied. When we asked around, the locals pointed us to the LMC. That was when we decided to drop our plan and head straight over here to see if all of these living mechs can produce an effect as magical as your pacifier mechs. When we came in and explored all of the mechs on display, you can't imagine how much your work expanded our appreciation of mechs. We truly felt as if we were looking at giant, living monsters instead of plain metal machines that function like clockwork. The woman praised the qualities of living mechs a bit more, though Vase had already heard these reasons many times before. Tell me about the mech models you decided to order first. Which ones did you go for as a start? Well, your company does not have a lot of different mech models for sale, but it just so happened that we fell in love with the kind of mechs we needed the most. We first decided to buy your Crystal Lords. As we have mentioned earlier, we need a fast-moving ranged mech that can pose a threat at a distance. Your Crystal Lords have this weird vibe that initially made us feel weirded out, but once we got used to it, we discovered that they make their pilots more attentive and more in tune with their Luminaire crystal rifles. Interesting. Did you buy copies of any other mech models? Yes, we opted to buy a single Monster Slayer. We became attracted by its relative affordability and its excellent kinesthetic design. Anyone who specializes in melee combat can just tell that whoever designed this mech understands real combat. The only fly in the ointment is the fact that it is optimized for great swords, which we have never used in our mercenary outfit. We were skeptical whether such a large and unwieldy weapon can keep the Monster Slayer mobile and agile enough. And we learned that most of our assumptions were wrong. Captain Yantras said with a happy expression. When our melee mech pilots all tried out the single machine we ordered, they fumbled around with the greatsword at first. Yet by the time they got a few hours in, they already became a lot better at wielding this big weapon than at the start. The mech became so popular that everyone was fighting to get a turn to pilot her during live practice sessions. Even then, Giorno's ridebashers managed to resist the calls to purchase additional Monster Slayers until they had proven this unique and quirky mech in actual battle. The female mercenary officer quickly shifted her story to the first mission where her outfit had to make use of their new purchases. So there we were. We had been hired to reinforce a colony that was located further away from Davut on short notice. Our employers told us that they learned information that their colony would get raided by a mech force that sided with Karlach. Something about wanting to burn the settlement down to push back Davuti's borders. Our ridebashers weren't the only mercenary companies that accepted this mission. Hundreds of machines arrived and joined the defense of the colony. One of the mercenary outfits even specialized in static defense. We installed so many heavy anti-air and anti-orbital defenses that any assault from above is doomed to fail. This was interesting. Vase already figured out that this was probably a border skirmish. In essence, the war between Davut and Karlach had already begun at this time. They just didn't announce it in a grandstanding manner for development reasons. Karlach eventually arrived, am I correct? A bloodthirsty expression appeared on the mercenary captain's face. They did. Despite all of the reinforcements on our side, Karlach's mercenary mechs outnumbered ours by at least 5-2. We couldn't do much but stick close to the main settlement and rely on its favorable terrain and heavy static defenses to hold out. We couldn't defeat the invaders by ourselves. Our instructions were to hold the line and wait for additional reinforcements from Davut to arrive and drive the invaders away. Hard fighting ensued. Though Captain Yantras did not wish to go into too much graphic detail about the fighting, She described how well the new LMC mechs fared compared to their other machines or those from their colleagues. The other mercenaries on our side fought well when they were manning the walls, but sheltering them would just give the enemy to bombard us into rubble. She said, we needed to sortie out and harass their elements further away from the settlement. This required us to approach quickly, strike hard and run away before the surrounding enemy mechs converged and cut off our escape routes. We found that many of the mechs of our rivals were only good at moving quickly or launching powerful attacks, but not both. Yours were different. Yes, to varying degrees. We found that while our old Galaxy mechs could still move as quickly as always, their weapons couldn't overpower the defenses of the enemy machines as well anymore. Did you suffer the same problem with the Crystal Lords and the Monster Slayer? The captain grinned wider. No, they are not the strongest, toughest or fastest mechs deployed on the planet, but they are just good enough in each of those areas to beat our opponents. We quickly found that our Crystal Lords can easily outfight other rifleman mechs, especially if the latter utilizes energy weapons. Our Soul Monster Slayer on the other hand has turned into a beast in the hands of our best melee mech pilot. We turned it into the centerpiece of our formation. The strategy of the Ridebashers was simple. Their Crystal Lords restrained the enemy's ranged mechs while their melee mechs mostly focused on blocking the enemy melee units as best as possible. In theory, this allowed the Monster Slayer to move around wherever it needed to land the killing blows on vulnerable enemy machines. It was glorious. The woman spoke as if it was the happiest memory of her life. The Monster Slayer ran around and evaded a lot of attacks in the process. Each time it attacked an enemy mech from the side or rear with a full swing, its greatsword dealt crippling damage. Either a limb got chopped off or the sword inflicted so much internal damage that the enemy unit became a lot weaker out of a sudden. Our other mechs easily finished off the damaged machine. This was the horror of the Monster Slayer. Its sharp and heavy greatsword was such a formidable weapon that a good strike could overcome many defenses in an instant. We managed to reach the tipping point quickly. The battle started out even for both sides, but after our Monster Slayer managed to hack at 4 different enemy melee mechs, our adversary's frontline collapsed. After that, our Monster Slayer pursued and eventually managed to catch up to the enemy's fleeing ranged mechs. Andraste's eyes lit up as she imagined this amazing fight in her active mind. You chopped them all up, right? We did. Without any melee mechs forming any organized position, our greatsword-wielding machine easily struck down one ranged mech after another. We brought back so much salvage and claimed so many lucrative bounties that day that we already decided to spend every MTA credit we earned on ordering as many Monster Slayers and Crystal Lords as possible. That is the battle that started our hardcore fascination for your company's mechs. This was a gratifying story to hear for Vase. He was happy that his company's products truly made a positive difference in the lives of his customers. What made him even more satisfied was that he knew that this was not a unique case. There were many more customers like Giorno's Ridebashers that managed to soar with the help of living mechs. Chapter 4690 The Life of a Merc Chapter 4690 The Life of a Merc As Vase kept interviewing Captain Salika Yontris of Giorno's Ridebashers, he kept getting personal and insightful answers on the uses of different LMC mechs. The woman knew how to tell a good story. The presence of children in the room also caused her to modulate her words and tailor her narrative to make her units sound cooler and more awesome in action. So you managed to achieve a 7.3 to 1 takedown ratio for your Monster Slayer mechs? Andraste said with astonishment in her childish voice. That's right, the mercenary captain bemusedly replied. It is mainly due to how this mech fits into our system. We know of other outfits that like to use their Monster Slayers as maneuverable frontal battle units. That allows them to take down a lot of enemy mechs by storm and cause a lot of morale damage to the enemy. However, these mechs also tend to get damaged and destroyed more often, so their kill ratios are a lot lower as a consequence. How difficult was it for your mech pilots to get good at fighting with the Monster Slayer? It's a mech that is surprisingly easy to learn for our melee mech specialists. Anyone with a good foundation in swordsmanship can get started on learning how to wield oversized bladed weapons easily enough. It is mastering it that is the real challenge. The Monster Slayer somehow helps with that, but it is ultimately up to the individual pilots themselves to do the hard work. The further they go, the more they need to rely on their own practice and talent to excel. Only our best melee performers have the right to pilot this model. Others are better off piloting knight mechs or other regular machines. The Monster Slayer's status within Giorno's Ridebashers was similar to the second sword within the Sword Maidens. Both machines served as highly effective elite machines that stood out for their amazing potential and high skill ceiling. The more skilled the mech pilot, the more drastic the performance. This aligned with how Kedis always envisioned her mechs to be used. She explicitly designed the Monster Slayer as a duelist machine where trained and experienced mech athletes could best utilize its advanced movement and attack capabilities on solid ground. Vase was happy to hear that the Ridebashers managed to make good use of the Monster Slayer model in the field as opposed to a controlled mech arena. Although this forced the mercenaries to work around several limitations such as its thin and lightweight armor system, the benefits were absolutely worthwhile as long as the mech pilots liked to live dangerously. From the way that Andraste constantly expressed excitement at the stories about the Monster Slayer, she looked as if she was ready to hop into the cockpit as soon as she became 10 years old and tested her genetic aptitude. Vase patted the girl that was resting in his arms. Calm down, Pumpkin. The Monster Slayer is a great mech, but it is a more commercial and budget-focused machine. It performs well relative to its production cost and material requirements, but it is not exactly a machine that can easily keep up against the elite mechs deployed by professional military organizations. The Ridebashers mostly fight against other mercenaries and the like, so the opposition is not as fierce. Captain Yantras readily admitted this fact. That is true. We know our limits. I think we will soon be leaving Davut because once total war breaks out, outfits like ours will get thrown to the meat grinder. No amount of compensation and pensions promised by the government will ever make up for our deaths and material losses. Mercenaries weren't stupid. Their noses for death were extremely sensitive. Employers needed to offer vastly greater sums of money and other benefits in order to persuade them to put their lives at risk. It was quite interesting to hear an ordinary mercenary's insights about the upcoming war between Davut and Karlach. Captain Yantras already fought with the soldiers fighting on the opposite side, so she possessed a much more grounded perspective towards this escalating conflict than the usual people that Vase talked to these days. Aurelia recognized this as well and already began to ask questions to satisfy her own curiosity. Are there any differences between the mercenaries hired by Davut and the mercenaries hired by Karlach? We are all the same, so it is hard to see any differences that apply to us both. The mercenary captain replied. Davut and Karlach have slight differences in how they treat and manage the mercenaries they hire. Davut doesn't pay much in cash, but they offer compensation in different forms such as mechs, phase water and even land, especially if you sign long-term contracts. A lot of smaller outfits signed up in Davut. As long as they survive, they stand to earn a massive profit. What about Karlach? Karlach prefers to work with a smaller number of strong mercenary organizations to ease coordination and limit the chaos. What is special about Karlach is that it is much more willing to promise land, cities, planets or entire provinces depending on how much you are worth. The catch is that much of those territories are currently based in Davut. Only by winning the war will the Karlach mercenaries be able to become the new aristocrats of their colonial state. Aurelia widened her eyes until they became saucers. How devious. It was an excellent way to motivate mercenary organizations that always wished to start their own colonies but never had the means to do so. By making these promises, the cooperating mercenaries would definitely fight tooth and nail in order to fulfill their dreams. Doesn't Davut make these promises as well? Vase asked. Captain Yantras tentatively nodded. They are available to us as well, but we all get the impression that Davut isn't so eager to pass on so much future territory to mere mercs. I think those snobs have already carved out Karlach's star systems for themselves. That sounded plausible, though the Davutan rulers would truly regret it if their stinginess caused their side to lose the war. I would think that many more mercenaries would flock to Karlach as a consequence, Captain. Gloria noted. It's not that simple, madam. Sure, it is nice to rule over your own colony, but you need to fight damn hard over it. The biggest fault is that once the war is lost, the Karlach mercs will not only incur a lot of battle losses, but they don't obtain all of the colonial properties they were fighting for. Davut on the other hand is much more willing to pay in cash or intangible goods that we can pack up and take away whenever we are able to leave. Doesn't that make the mercenaries who are fighting for Davut less willing to stand their ground? We will for the right price. If the current batch of mercenaries won't fight, others will come to take their place. That was the advantage of Davuti's mercenary strategy. It was much easier and more straightforward to attract mercenary outfits with generous pay and tangible benefits that they could obtain in a realistic timeframe. Aurelia asked another insightful question. Do you care whether Davut will win or lose this war? No, Captain Salika Yantras immediately replied. We are only doing our jobs. Davut offers some of the highest rates for mercenary outfits at our level, so we all flock here and do whatever we need to do to earn our keep. The biggest mercenary organizations all have more skin in the game since they have all agreed to become a part of Davuti's military establishment in the future, but Giorno's Ridebashers won't be a part of that. This place is only a source of work for us, nothing more. She sounded cold and callous, but Vase knew that was what true mercenaries were like. He patted Andraste on the head, eliciting a soft complaint from his cute daughter. When mercenaries start to care, they are no longer soldiers for hire. They will turn into the pawns of the state. Captain Yantras grinned at Vase. You get it, mercs like us who do the actual fighting don't care about ideals, statehood, building a stronger power base or forming a new home for all of the people we know back home. It's the bigwigs at the top that worry about these matters. They're not even treating this as a life and death issue. It's all game to them. They treat the Red Ocean as a giant colonial board game where everyone underneath them are disposable chess pieces. No matter which side wins or loses, the players will always survive to play another game. That was an interesting way to describe the dynamic in the Krakatoa Middle Zone and the rest of the Red Ocean. You have an overly cynical view of the rulers of different colonies. Gloriana remarked. That's because it's true. Back in the old galaxy, many employers at least put their own lives and wealth at stake. When they lose a war, they often get killed or lose most of their foundation. Here in the Red Ocean, the real owners of Davut and Karlach are the same wealthy bastards who are still safe and sound in the old galaxy. The old money groups from both sides only have to funnel a lot of money, people and stuff in the hopes of conquering lots of colonial territories. As long as the galactic net continues to tie the Milky Way and the Red Ocean together, this dwarf galaxy will continue to be treated as a high-stakes casino by all of the old money parties whose foundations will always remain safe. That was a heavy statement and one that Vase did not expect to hear from a mere mercenary captain from a rather modest-sized mercenary outfit. Did you go into the Red Ocean knowing that you will have to play the role of a pawn? Vase asked. Salika Yantras shrugged. Most of us already had a good idea what will happen here, but it is not as if the scene here is that much different. We were already risking our lives in the old galaxy, but jobs are harder to come by and don't pay as much. The mercenary industry back home has also grown so stale and stuck in its own ways that it is difficult for us to seek greater benefits. So it is better in the Red Ocean. Yes, here, the old money groups are willing to spend so much to claim their precious phase water that they are willing to spend their generational wealth in order to grab more star systems. Business is booming, our pay is at least thrice as high as before and we get easier access to newer and more modern toys like your company's fantastic living mechs. If we take part in this game and win, we stand to become richer and powerful than we could ever dream of in the old galaxy. If we lose, we die, simple as that. That's the life of a merc in the Red Ocean. Mercenaries played a major role in this early stage of the colonization of the Red Ocean. Even the older colonial states such as the Friday colonies and the Hex Federation had to rely on soldiers of fortune to cover up their weaknesses and buy more time for them to raise more military divisions. Thank you for sharing your opinions and teaching us the circumstances of mercenaries like yourself. Vase eventually said as he wanted to wrap up this meeting. Before you go, do you have any suggestions that you want to make to my mech company and I? What do Giorno's Ridebashers require the most that the LMC currently cannot provide? It would help us a lot if you take landbound mechs more seriously. Captain Salika Yantras replied as she stood up from her seat. I get that a lot of important battles are fought in space, but control over planets and defending important installations on land are also important, especially when the threat of getting bombarded in space by huge alien warships disappears. We are working on it. Vase said. Our mech company is still relatively new and we don't have a lot of lead designers in our employ. We have been prioritizing our own clan's needs, and since we mainly fight in space, our design work has been overly biased towards spaceborne mechs. This will change in a decade once we have designed more than enough flight-capable mechs to have a solution in almost every situation. The mercenary captain nodded and accepted that statement. While I am here, I want to say that all of the mercs in my outfit would love it if you can fill up the many gaps in your company's mech coverage. It would be even better if you can create a single mech ecosystem that can help us save money and minimize the space dedicated to storing spare parts and materials. We are working on that as well, but that will take more time and a lot more consideration, Captain. Quality is extremely important to us, so we don't want to rush any of our works and diminish our brand by publishing generic mech designs. Vase wanted to wait until he became a senior and developed a more cohesive scheme and framework for the LMC's first comprehensive mech ecosystem. It needed to be revolutionary and provide unique benefits in order to justify its creation. Chapter 4691 Old Wine in a New Bottle Chapter 4691 Old Wine in a New Bottle. Vase and his family interviewed a bunch of other clients in the following 2 hours. The flagship store manager thoughtfully selected clients that represented a broad base of customers of the LMC. From the owner of a competitive mech team to a mid-level procurement agent of a large mercenary organization, each of them explained their own reasoning why they favored LMC mechs over the products sold by rival companies. As a fellow alien hunter, you should already know that raiding alien ships and settlements can be extremely lucrative. A pioneer who ran a formidable expeditionary fleet said, "While we do our best to do our research and scout our targets before we attack, there are times when those stinking aliens bring out strange and unexpected phase water tech that causes a lot of damage to us. Subduing them quickly is our highest priority, and we found that some of the glows of your mechs makes it much easier for us to do so. Ever since we started to field ferocious piranhas, doom guards and pacifiers in our mech force, we have been able to neutralize our alien opposition much faster, saving us a lot of damage and more than a couple of lives." The suppressive glows of those 3 mech models played a large role in why they had become enduring bestsellers. While it was a pity that the pacifier mech line was a joint mech design where the Larkinson clan had to split its profits with the Voikin family, the latter also bore much of the burden of production, thereby causing the famed law enforcement mech to become a lot more ubiquitous in the zones where it was sold. Are those 3 mech models the only LMC products that you have added to the mech roster of your expeditionary fleet? The pioneer nodded. "That is correct, Patriarch Larkinson. No offense, but we are professionals. We don't need to make use of cheap tricks to pepper up our mech pilots. There is little point in adding mechs such as the Desolate Soldier, the Crystal Lord or the Aurora Titan. The only other possible LMC mech we are considering to add to our ranks is the Buzzy Bee. That is also the reason why I visited this store today. I wanted to see for myself whether your ECM and communication mech can truly talk to each other through heavy interference. I believe that you will not be disappointed with the communication strength of my Buzzy Bee line." Vase smiled as he did not neglect this opportunity to market one of his products. "What is your favorite mech?" "It would definitely have to be the Doom Guard." The other man wickedly grinned. "It is just so satisfying to hear the odd and exotic aliens scream as my Doom Guards break into their cities and burn them all to a crisp with their powerful flamethrowers. The name of this mech model is truly appropriate. While my men often go overboard and cause way more collateral damage than necessary, there is no better way to short-circuit these stupid aliens than to engulf them with fire and a glow that can paralyze their minds depending on their species." That was not what Vase had in mind when he designed the original third-class iteration of the Doom Guard a long time ago, but oh well. At least his old mech concept still found a way to remain useful by recontextualizing its advantages in a different environment. "Be sure to recommend my Doom Guards to your friends and allies." Vase spoke after the interview with the pioneer came to an end. "I will. There are more than enough aliens in the galaxy that are still waiting to get burned to a crisp. It's a lot easier to chase them down and cleanse them with fire if they become insensitive and too mentally tormented to put up any decent resistance. You should really consider expanding the range of mechs that carry this terrific glow. I would definitely want to buy hundreds of knight mechs, spearman mechs, lancer mechs and most definitely a stealth mech if your company is able to develop one for sale." Marvane became a lot more excited when he imagined what those mechs could do. Combining the glow of the Doom Guard and the ferocious piranha with a stealth mech sounded like a fearsome combination. The amount of terror and disruption it could cause while remaining under active stealth was enormous. The little boy patted his tiny palms onto Lucky's plated back, causing the cat to make a soft sound of enjoyment. "You should design those mechs, Papa. This glow is so useful that it is good with any melee mech. You can build an entire collection of mechs that can disorient their enemies. We have other priorities, my son. Applying the same glow to all kinds of mechs without any other reason except that we can isn't enough to justify their creation. Only a few more combinations make sense. I think pairing up this glow with a knight mech and possibly a stealth mech should be the limit. Any mech force can then employ this mech by mixing and matching models that include one of the 4 LMC mechs that possess this glow. If we publish too many mech designs with this glow, we will also encourage our competitors and enemies, both human and alien, to invest more resources into countering their defining characteristics. Gloriana told Marvane, "We can't make our company too dependent on a single collection of mech designs. If their sole gimmick loses their value, a lot of customers will get stuck with LMC mechs that are plainly not as good as the alternatives sold by other mech companies. In fact, most customers already made do with the ferocious piranha for offensive actions and the Doom Guard for defensive stands. A knight mech with a disorienting glow was handy in situations where a true melee mech that could resist a lot more attacks needed to be used. A stealth mech with the same glow provided an incredible amount of utility and flexibility under the right circumstances. It could be considered a weakened and much more watered-down version of his upcoming Ghost project, as both operated on similar logic. As Vase interviewed a bunch of other fans of the LMC, he became increasingly more interested in what demands they had that his mech company had yet to meet. Though he heard many of the same requests, the diverse customers occasionally came up with oddball requests. "We could use a nanny mech." "Ah, by that I mean a dedicated support mech. Don't get me wrong, it is useful to have a lot of combat mechs, but the way we operate is reminiscent of how a balanced military mech regiment is run. We don't want our combat mechs to be forced into performing support duties that they are not good at in the first place. If you can make a new mech that can provide area energy shielding, rescue trapped mech pilots from their stuck cockpits and launch utility missiles, we'll think about it," Vase said in a vague tone. He had been thinking about designing a dedicated support mech for both his clan and the market ever since Master Viro Goldstein showed off his flower-shaped first-class support-oriented mech. Another customer wanted to acquire more mechs with powerful energy weapons. "Of all of the ranged mechs we have tried, your machines satisfy us the most. No one else can equip their mechs with anything comparable to Luminaire crystal weapons. They are slightly smaller, lighter, more efficient and produce less heat. We don't like how they are difficult to repair or how we can't really modify them in any substantial way, but they are fantastic when employed in large numbers. We would love it if you can sell light mechs, marksman mechs, cannoneer mechs armed with Luminaire crystal weapons. I think you would make a killing. Your wish may come true one day, but Luminaire crystal weapons are specialty products that are a bit expensive and troublesome to produce due to their alien nature." A local security company from Davut were big fans of the pacifier model and wanted more mechs that complement its features. "Our pacifiers are fairly fast, light and affordable, but that is not always what we need. We perform many guard missions, and in order to do this job well, we need massive and intimidating defensive mechs that can carry thick riot shields and contain enough modular capacity to mount other optional gear." "Interesting suggestion," Vase replied. "I am open to do so, but we will need to gain the cooperation of Voikin Industries, our partner that we collaborated with on the pacifier mech line. Right now, Voikin is more interested in expanding the market for its own mech ecosystem, so we will have to enter into difficult negotiations if we want to release a big brother to the pacifier." In the end, Vase gained a much better idea of what the existing customers wanted from the LMC. They wanted more mech models and a more varied selection of mech types. They did not mind whether the new products largely copied the winning formulas of older LMC products. "I think the market demand is clear," Gloriana said at the end of the interview session. "People want more of the same." Vase shook his head. "Not exactly. Our existing customers want more of the same. These are the folks that our mech company has already captured with our existing products. Making more of the same may attract new customers who did not consider us before, but what this approach will mainly do is allow us to earn money from the same customer base. You speak. Please like and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel, as if this is a bad development. A good company should always seek to satisfy its core supporters first. You can focus on attracting new customers after you have exhausted your old clients." Vase was not too sure about that. He preferred to focus most if not all of his time on designing new and original mech concepts as opposed to putting old wine in new bottles. Still, he could see the merits of this approach. "We can pursue this strategy if we are able to double the number of journeymen in the design department," he eventually said. "How much progress have you made on that, Vase? You told me that you wanted to take care of it yourself. Have your recruiters collected any worthwhile applications from interested journeymen? Our clan is constantly receiving applications from random journeymen every day. There are a number of decent mech designers among them, but they are not good enough in my eyes." Gloriana frowned. "Then how will you solve our shortage?" "By doing exactly what worked before." Vase grinned. "I managed to recruit 4 fairly young, ambitious and promising journeymen after competing against them in a mech design tournament back when we were staying in the Vullet Central Star node. It just so happens that Davut is planning to hold a huge festival to celebrate the founding of its colonial state. The festival won't last long, so I can only sign up for 1 or 2 mech design contests, but that should be enough to showcase my improved design prowess and impress my fellow contestants. That can work, Gloriana admitted. You should tell Kedis and some of the other journeymen to sign up to the tournaments as well as long as they meet our standards. I have already notified them of this suggestion. Sarah Voikin, Dulo Voikin, Janissa Pellier and Tiffy Kozlone already participated in numerous mech design contests in the past, so they should have no problem with attaining at least a decent result. Kedis would doubtlessly steal the show if she signed up for a mech design contest that centered around melee landbound mechs. Vase wasn't confident that she could achieve a good result under other conditions, though. The remaining 3 journeymen of the design department would probably embarrass themselves and ruin the reputation of the Larkinson clan if they attempted to compete. Miles Tovar and Meryl O'Brien lacked the depth of knowledge and the experience to perform well in high-pressure, time-limited events. Cormont Hempkamp might score better in these areas, but his neural interface specialty provided him with a fairly limited advantage by itself. Of course, Vase never even considered Gloriana in the first place. He already understood her objections to taking part in design competitions, and she would rather sell her expensive collection of handbags than be forced to design a working mech in a matter of days. Chapter 4692 Tax Exemption. By the time that Vase was ready to end his stay at the LMC's flagship store in the commercial district, he was more than satisfied with the gains he made. While it was easy for him to browse the galactic net for opinions and reviews on his commercial products, interviewing his customers in person was much more insightful and closer to reality. Vase knew that once he completed his latest batch of projects, he should spend more time on rounding out the LMC's mech catalog even further. Although his design department also needed to spend a lot of time on revising its existing second-class mechs into quasi-first-class mechs, he and his colleagues should be able to do both at the same time as long as he hired an additional batch of mech designers. Both he and his wife shared knowing glances. The Living Mech Corporation was still the main foundation of their clan. Although their recent expeditions provided them with much more profit, these gains were incidental and far too volatile to rely on, especially in the long term. Before they left, their children briefly visited the gift section of the store and eagerly browsed all of the mech figurines, dolls and plushies on sale. Wow, this cat plushie is so soft and furry. These mech figures suck. They're not alive and they don't have any glows. The ones that Papa makes are much better. Look, that's you, Papa. There's a doll that looks exactly like you. It's so cute. Wait, what? All 3 children converged in front of a display stand that sold semi-realistic looking figurines that were modeled after every heroic figure in the Larkinson clan. Most of them were based on the expert pilots of the clan. They were the most prominent mech pilots among the Larkinsons, and each of them performed dazzlingly in much of the battle footage that got posted on the galactic net. However, aside from these obvious heroes that many people aspired to become, the display stand also featured figurines based on 2 different mech designers, namely Vase and Kedis. Vase was the head of the Larkinson clan and he looked suitably dashing and larger than life in his unending regalia. Vase could see that the materials used to make this figurine came quite close in matching the look and feel of unending alloy. Once he picked up one of the toys modeled after himself, he became satisfied with its heft. At least they did a good job at conveying the density of my armor. It's a shame they opted to make these figurines look a bit cartoonish. The realism was fairly good but not to the point of being able to pass as an actual version of himself. Why doesn't the store sell a figurine based on myself? Vase, you need to call the marketing department right away and tell those idiots over there to correct this injustice. Not now, honey. If the toy based on Vase already looked impressive, then the one based on Kedis was much more exciting. Andraste had already tossed the Vase toy aside and grabbed the one based on Kedis. The Swordmaster looked like a noble techno-barbarian in her own combat armor. No one would be able to imagine that she was a mech designer when she was armed and ready to chop up aliens with her Bloodsigner greatsword. It can even fight. Andraste pressed a hidden button and activated a few commands before setting it down on a surface. She then picked up the doll based on Venerable Dice and did the same. Just like the Kedis figurine, the toy based on Venerable Dice did not depict her in a piloting suit. Instead, the expert pilot wore a custom suit of armorsword made in combat armor and wielded a greatsword of her own. The toys began to speak please like and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel their lines as soon as they activated. My bloodsinger yearns to amputate your arms. I am the ultimate hunter of exo-beasts. Tiny projectors and other devices caused the toys to glow as if they were cartoon heroes. Their swords looked especially flashy as they glowed with the illusion of power. The toys soon began to fight and spar against each other. Although their moves weren't as sophisticated as that of real sword maidens, the fighting skills and acumen demonstrated by the ice controlling the figurines were surprisingly accurate and realistic. Dice is going to win, Marvane said. She's older and has more combat experience. Andraste objected to that and slammed her hand on the top of his head. No, my teacher is a true swordmaster. She's a much better fighter than Dice. I've seen them spar before. While this was going on, Vase looked on with a bemused and befuddled expression. He did not know what he should feel about the fact that his own stores sold toys based on himself and other Larkinson personalities. He understood the logic behind it, but he did not really feel that this was appropriate. What the hell were the product designers thinking when they tried to make an action figure of their own patriarch? Alright, that's enough, kids. We are on a schedule. We need to get back to our shuttle and head over to the next stop. The fight isn't over yet. Keddies is just about to beat Dice. Papa, I want this and this and this and this. Oh, this too. Mama, please tell Papa to give us these toys. Meow. Once Vase finally gave in and bought a couple of toys for them, he and his family headed back to the roof where they boarded their armored shuttle. Their next destination was not too far away as it was located in the same district, so the vehicle soon touched down on a different landing pad. The room was a little larger and broader than the previous one. This had to do with the architecture of the structure. Unlike with the flagship store, Vase had a lot of mixed feelings about visiting this location. However, the reports he received as of late informed him that its popularity had skyrocketed as of late. So many more people flocked to its halls and asked for guidance that the clansmen who staffed it were beginning to feel overwhelmed. New problems emerged that required more impactful decisions on how to proceed forward. This was why Vase wanted to pay a personal visit here. He could not only take in the changes that took place recently, but also make decisions on the spot. I love cats, Tilda, Aurelia sang as she held her cat plushie. Sword maidens are the best, Andraste exclaimed as she struggled to hold the figurines of Keddies and Dice in her hands. Meow. Clixie followed after the kids while holding a figurine of Vase between her teeth. Due to its size, the cat had to bite Vase in the head in order to carry him around. In the meantime, Vase had already walked forward and greeted a familiar woman in robes. Welcome to the enlightened Church of Vulcan, sir. It is an honor for you and your divine children to grace our halls. Samandra Avacon greeted with utmost respect and devotion. Ahem. Vase coughed as if he just sneezed. This is not a church. It is the headquarters of the Davut branch of the Creation Association. I do not recall it ever being named a church. That is where you are wrong, sir. Let me explain while we step inside. The tale she told sounded simple. As the properties in the core districts of Kotor City drastically rose in value, the local government recognized the enormous potential to harvest a lot of revenue. The government therefore raised its taxes and fees on the business activities conducted in this hot region, and the commercial district suffered the most as a consequence. It wasn't enough to drive out most of the companies who set up shop here, as the large number of customers with high spending power more than made up for the extra costs. That said, no one looked forward to paying drastically more taxes, especially to a government that they mostly felt no attachment to. Davut was so young and new that not a single adult businessman had grown up in the colony. Many establishments in the commercial district tried to study the colonial laws that the founders of Davut had set in order to find a loophole they could exploit. Gloriana snorted. The Davut Alliance is thorough in these matters. An army of lawyers, economists and other relevant experts are working for the government. There shouldn't be a way to avoid paying higher taxes. Ah, but that is not quite correct. The director of the Creation Association smiled at her. Davut operates under laws that are derived from a standard code that is extremely mature and perfected over several thousand years. Many of the regulations concerning taxes and fees apply to for-profit companies. Non-profits fall under a different arrangement, among which churches and religious organizations enjoy the greatest exemptions and reductions. Since it is our duty to ensure we minimize our expenditures as much as possible, we tried to apply to reclassify this headquarters as a church. And it worked. Vase asked as if he couldn't believe that this actually happened. Yes, the city administrator visited us and toured our fine halls for 2 hours before he personally approved of our request. The status of our organization changed the next day, allowing us to keep almost all of our revenue provided our profits do not exceed a certain threshold. We have no problem with that as we can reinvest much of what we earn into renovating and upgrading this church as well as construct new churches in different star systems. What? This was way too easy. If any organization could claim to be a church that was not aiming to make a profit, then half of the stores in the commercial district would turn into halls of worship the next day. When the group finally descended to the ground floor and stepped inside the main hall of the enormous structure, they all became astounded by the sight. Compared to the time when Vase last visited the headquarters of the Creation Association, it became clear that almost everything had been transformed. Gone was the clean interior with gunmetal gray walls. Gone were the diverse and random works of craftsmanship that numerous master craftsmen had donated to the Creation Association. Gone were the rooms and floors that made this place feel like an actual trade association that was centered around different crafts. Instead, whoever planned this renovation decided to knock down a lot of walls and remove entire floors to create an enormous hall with an exaggeratingly high ceiling. The interior had been remodeled to accommodate bronze-like metal walls and floors that had been deliberately antiqued to convey a greater sense of age and solemnity. The interior also gained a lot more complexity by shaping it with a combination of Gothic and fantastical elements that made this hall look like a set out of a fantasy drama. If that wasn't enough, the interior designers also amped up the religious vibe by borrowing a page out of the Vulcan faith that once dominated a defunct dwarven state. Murals, statues and ornaments centered around hammers, craftsmanship and most importantly Vulcan was everywhere. You could have at least used the human version of Vulcan. Vase grumbled. Pretty much every depiction of the god of dwarves, mechs and craftsmanship was a bearded dwarf who liked to hold a hammer. Although Vase felt repulsed by all of these radical architectural changes, he had to admit that it succeeded in making an unforgettable impression to those who stepped into the cathedral-like hall for the first time. He was most impressed by the interplay between light and shadow. Curiously enough, much of the lighting in the hall was muted. The stained windows that depicted Vulcan engaged in different acts of crafting were not that large and did not illuminate much. Projected candles that radiated soft light prevented the hall from descending into complete darkness, but the weight of shadows was still heavy. This made the pockets of light that much more precious and dramatic. Specific holes in the walls and ceiling shone much brighter and more concentrated light, allowing specific areas to look blessed and radiant. From the enormous statue of Vulcan that was prominently placed in front of the pews to the hammer symbols that represented the forces of creation and destruction, each of them gained an enormous air of reverence. The sights were enough to compel many visitors who had signed up to become members of the Creation Association to pray and prostrate before these religious symbols. HMPH. I told my friends that Papa was a god. Aurelia arrogantly stated. Vase wanted to palm his face. I am not a god. Don't believe in the lies that others tell you. I am just a human. Wow, you're so short. Marvane said as he tugged Vess's hand. Did you change your body so that you grew taller? I am not a dwarf, Marvane. In fact, Vulcan isn't supposed to be a dwarf either. Only a certain subsection of dwarves believe that he is part of their own kind. He's traditionally a human, especially in the ancient myths. Where is the superior mother? Where is Helena? More importantly, where are my statues? This church is not complete without its women. Chapter 4693 Filling the Void, hehehe. Wow, look at how pretty this looks. Look, there's a large version of you, Lucky. I think this is what you will look like if you grow into a tiger. You would look so ferocious. Meow. The children loved the place. They did not let the darkness deter them from running around and exploring the sights. Quiet down, children. Gloriana tried to admonish the kids. This is a sacred place of worship. Even if you don't want to respect your father, you should at least respect the piety of its guests. That was the thing about this church. The main hall of the headquarters of the Creation Association currently holds over 100 different visitors. Much to Vess's relief, the visitors did not wear robes or acted anything close to radical Ilvanans, Hexers, Vulcanites or any of the other crazy extremist believers that he had encountered in his journeys. Most of them wore clean business suits or workwear that looked as if they were right at home in a workshop. Even before we have renovated this structure into a church, we have already begun to attract admirers of one of your divine personas. Director Samandra spoke to Vase. Back then, they would sit in front of the totems you have made for us. They prayed for many reasons. Some wanted your blessing to help them succeed in their next crafting projects. Others wanted to get accepted as an apprentice to a famed maker. Many of the older and more experienced artisans came in order to gain inspiration. Vase felt worse and worse as he heard this. Though he understood that Vulcan needed a lot of spiritual feedback in order to grow and evolve, he did not want to turn his incarnation into a literal god. You know that I explicitly set up the Creation Association as a non-religious organization, right? I do not think so. The former priestess from the Life Research Association retorted. You wouldn't have put me in charge if that was the case. Deep down, you recognized that this path was inevitable. You are a god, Vase. If not now, then in the future. What we are doing for you is helpful to you. We know that because Vulcan's glow has been growing stronger and more defined with each passing week. I know because I pray to you multiple times every day myself. Vase let out a frustrated grunt. I did not ask for your prayers. The woman smiled at this response. Yet you, or rather Vulcan, accept my prayers with. You even answer back to me at times. This allows me to know that I am doing God's will. That isn't me. That must have come from the spiritual dwarf essence that I stuffed into his creation. Vase complained. Vulcan may be another version of himself, but he also developed more autonomy due to the fact that he was an external incarnation. Vase let Vulcan do his own thing most of the time as it was too exhausting and distracting to micromanage another life form, especially one that transcended the limits of lower-order life. The disconnect that resulted from that caused Vase to miss a few details that he should have learned about sooner. The fact that Vulcan did not see fit to inform Vase showed that their bond was not entirely perfect. Director Samindra Avakan observed the patriarch's expression carefully and felt she needed to intervene. You seem to be under the impression that churches exert an adverse influence on people. Can you blame me? I've seen what faith can do when it goes too far. The moment humans stop thinking for themselves, the moment they become enslaved to a small group of people who call the shots. It is too easy to turn normal people into uncritical, unthinking drones that automatically shout specific slogans. What is worse is that these indoctrinated fools can easily be converted into warriors of faith and do all kinds of stupid stuff. You only need to look at states like the Vulcan Empire to see how easy it is to instigate billions of people into committing violence. You are only looking at one side of the coin. Samindra Avakan shook her head in disapproval. Different faiths come in all shapes and sizes. Not all of them produce a negative impact on society. Just as there are good pioneers in the Red Ocean, there are bad pioneers. You wouldn't allow the latter to define the entire group, right? The same goes for churches. Each of them need to be evaluated by their own merits, not the preconceived notions that you hold and unjustly apply to everything that has any relation to belief in a greater existence. It's completely unnecessary for humans to believe in anyone aside from themselves. Our race has no need for faith in these modern times. Whenever we are faced with a problem, we no longer have to pray to an illusionary sky god and rationalize everything based on unfalsifiable assumptions. We have learned that we are better off with picking up our tools and fixing the problems through the use of advanced technology and methods. What you are describing are two different things. The woman spoke. I have no doubt that technology has been a boon to our race, but if you think that human life has made faith redundant, then think again. Look at these people who have taken time off their valuable schedules to visit our fine church. What do you see? He indulged her for a moment and scrutinized the workers who visited the renovated establishment for one reason or another. I see craftsmen and artisans who are eager to get their next fix. That is not true, sir. In fact, we explicitly tried to reduce the exploitative nature of our business model. The majority of these visitors have never experienced the full glow from a Vulcan totem. The reason why many of these workers eagerly visit our church is not to turn themselves into unthinking drones of the Church of Vulcan, but to gain a moment to interrupt their busy work routines. Look closer. I am already looking at the visitors. What is it you are trying to tell me? Vase skeptically frowned. Do you see that they are suffering, Patriarch? Do they look as if they are being forced to attend? I think not. They enjoy spending time here, and I do not blame them. The glows of the totems may not be particularly strong when they are in their passive modes, but every member of our association enjoys them nonetheless because they can sit down and contemplate their work under better conditions than before. The head of the Creation Association gestured to another part of the hall where a group of dozen different craftsmen had gathered together to chat and socialize with each other. Our church has also become a gathering point for like-minded people. Our halls have welcomed many visitors who have undergone a lot of upheaval by moving to a completely new environment. Aside from the people they traveled with, everyone else around them are strangers who come from many different corners of human society. What we offer to our members is an open meeting ground where diverse people can come together and befriend each other through their shared passions and respect for Vulcan. All of that sounded nice, but what did that have to do with faith? People can meet each other outside of churches, you know. He said. There are bars, cafes, symposiums, virtual communities and more. Sure, the Creation Association is a little different from them, but that doesn't mean you have to convert it into a full-blown church. You are correct, Samindra Avakan conceded. We did not have to turn this fine structure into a more beautiful church, yet we did. Aside from taking advantage of the tax exemptions offered by the government, we have clearly noticed that for all of your assumptions, there are people who seek greater meaning in their lives. Vase scratched his head. You've lost me there. Explain this reasoning, please. This is a deep and profound topic that I can discuss for many days, but the premise is rather simple. Not every human possesses blind faith in technology and materialism such as yourself. There are people among us who are not satisfied with blindly attending school, earning their diplomas and starting their work as if they are bots. Humans are not cogs in a machine, but our society tries its best to make this happen because that is how it can run more efficiently. Life is about more than productivity. Life is about enjoyment, contribution, meaning, purpose and fulfillment. I think that all mech designers should understand this sentiment. She was right in a sense. The issue she was speaking about was an age-old problem in human society ever since industrialization first emerged a long time ago on old Earth. However, that did not make Vase convinced that faith was the answer. There are many secular alternatives for people to find greater meaning and purpose in their lives. He told her, encouraging people to turn into blind worshippers is not necessary. I respectfully have to disagree with you. Samindra plainly said, it may be difficult for you to acknowledge this, but in the hyper-materialistic cosmos we live in today, there is a greater pressure for humans to find spiritual sustenance. What we offer to the craftsmen and any other humans who are interested in what we stand for is a safe and positive sanctuary for them to fill the void within themselves. That caused Vase to look at the visitors in a different way. As he studied their moods, their expressions, their stress levels and their physical states, he felt that they did not seem negatively impacted in any fashion. There were clear differences between the guests who had just entered the enormous hall compared to the ones that have been here for a while. Each time they knelt or stood respectfully in front of one of the totems of Vulcan, they acted as if they silently shared their burdens to a parent. Whether they received the relief they desired or not, most people looked to be in peace by the time they retreated. When Vase quietly connected to Vulcan and tapped into the prayers and worship that the spiritual incarnation constantly received, he noted that the design spirit actually listened to them at a less than conscious level. Not only that, the spirit occasionally responded in a subtle manner, giving the more earnest and worthy of believers a small push in the right direction. This was actually a fairly small operation to Vulcan, so much so that his main consciousness never even thought about it. Spiritual entities could do this because they were not bound by mortal limitations. Despite how little this impacted Vulcan as a whole, the people who regularly prayed to him became affected to a much more substantial degree. An answer or simple validation from Vulcan was all that people needed to release their stress, regain their confidence or find the courage they needed to embark on a risky venture. Though Vase personally thought that the deceptive nature of this operation was simply a way to encourage more people into thinking that Vulcan was a literal god, the benefits to them were not questioned. Okay, Vase sighed, I can acknowledge that this church is not as bad as others, but what are you going to do with all of the faithful that have emerged? Nothing. We are not the Vulcan faith. Samindra emphasized. We have no desire to engage in politics or force a specific lifestyle onto groups of people. We do not seek to turn this church into an activist center. We have no intention to convert the population of this planet to our faith by force. The Creation Association will always remain a free, open and inviting sanctuary for every individual, with a specific focus on the makers and creators who Vulcan appeals to the most. Chapter 4694 Expanding the flock. What happened here was not ideal, but it would do more harm than good to turn it back to its original form. The enlightened Church of Vulcan helped too many people and converted so many different believers that the Creation Association would definitely incur a backlash if it got rid of all of its overly religious aspects. Aside from that, trying to break or reduce people's relationship with Vulcan would have an adverse effect on the growth of his spiritual incarnation. Samindra Avakan successfully argued to Vase that if he wanted Vulcan to grow faster and become exposed to more craftsmen throughout the Red Ocean, he needed to set aside some of his most rigid objections. You can't have your cake and eat it too, patriarch. She argued with him. The purest faith and devotion that is freely given to a divine existence is one of the most sacred and intimate acts in life. Please respect the faithful who for one reason or another found their source of spiritual sustenance in Vulcan. He sighed yet again. Fine. These people can do what they want as long as you don't turn them crazy somehow. Let's talk about more practical matters. How many members does the Creation Association have these days? Over 100,000 people, but many of them have only signed up for the lowest tier of membership that we offer. The fees they pay are minimal and they generally do not take part in many of the activities that we organize. A much smaller proportion of members have decided to increase their commitment, but they also gain more benefits in return. Many of them tend to be senior production workers or master artisans who require more guidance and structure in their busy, stressful lives. The woman spent the next few minutes detailing the kind of services they provide to the higher-level members. Aside from putting in a good word to Vulcan, the workers of the Creation Association also acted as counsel and advisors. All in all, the Creation Association took on a lot more responsibilities than at the start. Vase placed his hands on his hips. You do know that I set this all up so that I can sell more totems and earn more money from their usage, right? The robed woman shook her head. Money should not be your primary concern anymore. The clan has other sources of income that can cover for its expenditures. What is truly important to you is to connect Vulcan to more people. Changing our status from a generic nonprofit organization to a religious institution helps us to connect to a wider audience of individuals who seek relief from their overly materialistic lives. That sounds nice, but how much revenue is the Creation Association making these days? Around 2,000 MTA credits a year, but we spend much of that on various investments such as building additional churches on other industrial planets. I see. Although 2,000 MTA credits meant little to Vase these days, it was still a massive amount of wealth to nearly every other person in the Krakatoa Middle Zone. The spending power of 2,000 MTA credits was extremely high in most second-rate states in the old galaxy. Even in a busy place like the Red Ocean where all of the prices were inflated, 2,000 MTA credits could easily be used to fund the creation of a mercenary outfit or a modest mech company. The investments that Samandra was referring to had to be massive. How many branches have you set up so far? Vase asked. We have built over 200 different branches up to this point, though many of them are rather small and staffed by only a handful of employees at most. The majority are located in the star systems aligned to Davut, though we have made a greater effort to expand outside of this sphere as of late. The more people become aware of Vulcan and the Creation Association, the more convenient it is for us to establish branches in more distant territories. I see. Vase looked impressed. Your expansion progress exceeds that of the rest of our clan. I did not expect that out of all of our institutions, it would be yours that has made the greatest progress. Even if most of the branches were little more than rented offices that accommodated a couple of people at most, that still meant that the Larkinsons had managed to establish a foothold on a planet. This was what Vase sought the most. A foothold allowed the Larkinson clan to integrate into the local scene and gain a deeper understanding of local conditions. He talked a bit more with Samandra Avakan about the expansion strategy of the Creation Association. It turned out that aside from setting up branches in the middle zones, she had already set her sights on the lower zones. The woman explained her rationale for setting up branches in the lower zones. I am aware that our clan has long ceased to orient much of its business operations towards third-raters, but that does not mean they serve no use to us anymore. To a deity like Vulcan, humans are all equal for the most part. It makes little to no difference whether his flock consists of second-raters or third-raters. I believe that the same goes for first-raters. Vase never thought about this topic from this angle, but she was pretty much correct. The spirituality of a citizen of the new Rubarth Empire wasn't inherently stronger than that of an ordinary citizen of the Bright Republic. The material differences between a Mecher and a space peasant from a third-rate state may be so enormous that they might as well belong to two separate species, but in terms of spirituality they might as well be identical. While there were definitely a lot of amazing transcendence among the Big Two and the first-rate superstates whose metaphysical attributes had reached amazing levels, they were so few in number that they did not affect the overall statistics. As such, if the Creation Association wanted to expand quicker while spending less money, it was a great idea to expand its presence in the neglected lower zones of the Red Ocean. Vase grew more intrigued. How is the reception over there? Is it easy for the Creation Association to found branches in a lower zone? The reception is no different than the reception in a middle zone, sir. To what extent people will embrace Vulcan depends on other factors such as fame and word of mouth. Regardless, since our Creation Association is classified as a second-class organization, we cannot directly apply our standards in a lower zone. We have to abide by the prevailing rules, which means that we must recruit external personnel in order to manage the branches on our behalf. The facilities we have built on third-class planets are also of the same standard. That makes them cheap but also limited. The manpower issue was the greatest problem. In order for the third-class employees of the Creation Association to represent the organization and Vulcan properly, they needed to be screened before undergoing an intensive training program. These third-class employees aren't actual members of our clan, right? No, not immediately, at least. Samindra replied. We have drawn from the retainer policy of our clan to turn them into our representatives without fully bringing them into our clan. The rules remain the same for all retainers. If they have acted improperly, they will be fired from their jobs. If they have earned a great amount of merit or served us loyally for many decades, then they may apply to join our clan and enjoy the same rights and privileges as any other clansman, provided they pass our inspections. This chance alone has made it extremely easy for us to staff our branches in the lower zones with competent, diligent, loyal and most importantly enthusiastic employees. He could easily see how this strategy could bloom in the coming years. The cost of setting up a branch on a planet in a lower zone was a fraction of doing the same in a middle zone. The differences in expenses were so vast that with the current levels of revenue of the Creation Association, it should easily be possible to set up thousands of branches in the coming years. Of course, it was not that easy to set up a branch in an unfamiliar place. Our clan does not have a close connection to third-raters anymore, so it is difficult for us to approach, connect and obtain the agreement of willing partners in the lower zones. Samindra explained. We are trying to improve our capacity to engage with third-raters, but we find that specific colonies, administrations and cultures have different tolerances for us. Some do not care about our arrival while others strongly disapprove or outright hate what we are trying to introduce to their lives. This is also a problem for our second-class branches. Vase rubbed his hairless chin. Which sort of locations do you encounter the most opposition? It would have to be closed societies and population centers that are already captured by different faiths, sir. The former mostly come in the form of a settlement that is reigned by controlling tyrants. These despots have a low tolerance of any influences that are not under their direct control. The latter are worse for us. Just as there is competition in the business arena, there is also competition in the faith arena. Any religious organization that has already captured the market of a planet will fiercely defend what they have, because if they do not do so, they will inevitably lose their accrued advantages. Human-occupied space in the Red Ocean functioned as a melting pot where people who originated from every part of the Milky Way gathered together in relatively small and compressed territories. That had the consequences of bringing a lot of different churches together. Many of them used to be strong in specific regions of the Milky Way, but never conflicted with too many other faiths because they were too far apart from each other. This was not the case anymore once they all began to occupy the same zones and star systems in the Red Ocean. As these old faiths who already attained a lot of success in the old galaxy tried to spread their gospel to the new frontier, they found that they needed to become a lot more aggressive in order to prevent them from losing all of their devoted and donating followers. This did not surprise Vase that much. People of strong faith reject other faiths the most. It is quite ironic in that sense. In contrast, it should be much easier to build a following for Vulcan in more secularist environments as they are largely unclaimed by highly protective religious institutions. Of course, trying to convert secularists came with its own fair share of challenges, but the Creation Association enjoyed several advantages that significantly reduced its difficulties. First, Vulcan was a real existence who actually responded to at least some of the silly prayers that he received. Second, the totems sold by the Creation Association provided real and amazing benefits that could not be explained with conventional science. Much of the revenue earned by the Creation Association is through the usage fees of its totems, right? Vase asked. Correct, but we toned it down in order to give our critics and opponents less ammunition. We raised the price and reduced the frequency in which the totems can bless different craftsmen with invaluable insights and inspiration to at least once every 3 months for the largest and most expensive totem. That was still a fairly quick interval for a craftsman to receive an effect that was effectively a watered-down version of getting hit by the hammer of brilliance. How goes the effort to produce totems in-house without requiring my direct intervention? That was a problem that Vase eagerly wanted to solve. In the past, it had always been necessary for him to make the totems by hand, which severely limited the amount that the Creation Association could distribute to interested members. However, Vase, or rather Vulcan, came up with a possible approach that might allow third parties to produce qualified totems that could function just as well as the original product. Samandra had been waiting for this question. She smiled and gestured to Vase to follow her to a different hall. I believe it is better to show you in person. Come this way, please. Our workshops are located underground. Chapter 4695 Totem Advancements. How much does it cost to receive Vulcan's greater blessing? Samandra smiled. We raised the price from 1 MTA credit to 10 MTA credits after conducting a great amount of market research. Nowadays, only older master craftsmen who have remained stuck in their respective line of work for many decades are willing to pay at least that much and more to receive the crucial impulse they need to break through their respective bottlenecks. This is more than a fair price to charge for life-changing progress. She made a good point. Vase recalled the time where he hit then Professor Benedict Cortez with a hammer. Suffice to say, the results were dramatic as the highly experienced mech designer spontaneously tied a lot of different data points and theories together in a way that he had never done before. Knowing that Vulcan's influence could play a dramatic role to any mech designer below the master mech designer level, Vase became more curious at how many of them became attracted by the benefits that Vulcan offered. What is the proportion of mech designers among the craftsmen that have become members of the Creation Association? It is not as high as you think. She responded. According to our current statistics, only 7% of our entire registered member base are mech designers. The proportion of engineers who are related to the mech industry in a wider sense is larger, but as far as actual mech designers are concerned, not many of them recognize the appeal of worshipping Vulcan even if they learn about him through word of mouth. Let me guess. These mech designers don't believe that Vulcan can help them through our totems, is that correct? Director Samandra Avakan nodded in a weary manner. Mech designers generally have a strong belief in themselves. Many of them have attitudes that are similar to yours. They think they can invent and engineer their way out of any problem. It is not easy for them to admit that they need help, let alone pray to a god. Well, it's their loss, then. Vulcan should truly be able to give them a hand if they are receptive enough. Vase didn't blame these people. What the Creation Association tried to push onto its members was too weird and new. Without experiencing its effects in person, it was far too hard for others to believe in the outlandish claims surrounding these mystical objects. Totems of Vulcan were responsible for keeping the Creation Association afloat and delivering more spiritual feedback to his spiritual incarnation. They were nothing but statues of varying sizes that were not only made in the image of Vulcan, but also possessed a spiritual connection to the design spirit. Unlike the mechs that Vase designed on a regular basis, it was a lot more troublesome to ensure that totems produced by people other than himself contained this connection. This was a common problem that every mech designer suffered from. Their specialization in mechs allowed them to break past the technical limitations of everything that was directly related to mechs, but it did not extend to other product types. Vase strongly speculated that only star designers broke this powerful limitation. He did not let this annoyance stop him, though. As someone who dabbled with spiritual engineering for a long time, he already accrued a lot of experience in solving long-standing problems through innovative and radical means. At a certain point in the last few years, he realized that he differed from other mech designers by the fact that he had Vulcan. If Vase couldn't accomplish this task, why not rely on Vulcan instead? With that logic, he tasked the Creation Association to hire artisans who were strong adherents of Vulcan and see if they could find a way to design and create totems on their own from start to finish. This was an important step to expanding the Creation Association across the Red Ocean. Vase entered the workshop with much expectation and trepidation. The bronze-like steps that led to the first underground floor were shallow but exaggeratingly wide, making him feel as if he was slowly descending to a hidden sanctum. Once they reached the bottom, Samandra Avakan knocked on the large double doors, causing them to swing open just enough to allow the two to enter. The workshop hall looked reassuringly well organized and well equipped to Vase. The environment here was much cleaner and more well lit in order to facilitate proper handwork. Vase immediately noted the lack of advanced production equipment. I can understand why you haven't acquired a superfab as they are too expensive, but where are the 3D printers? Where are the other large-scale production machines? The robed woman frowned. Please remember where we are, sir. We are standing in the most sacred workshop encompassing the sanctuary we have raised in Vulcan's name. It is disrespectful to rely on automation and highly machine-dependent production methods. In this workshop, we only engage in the most earnest forms of craftsmanship. Also, we have learned through trial and error that our efforts have a higher chance of success if our artisans work more with their hands rather than inputting commands in a high-tech device. The only argument that mattered was the last one. The rest was mere window dressing as far as Vase was concerned. He did have to admit that the sight of dozens of different artisans working together or by themselves had an uplifting effect. Vase could sense that each of the people who received the privilege of working on this sacred floor possessed a strong and earnest belief in Vulcan. Many of the people working in the workshop were metalworkers, sculptors, painters and other traditional craftsmen. Each of them displayed great skills and some were clearly at the master level in their respective professions. As Vase and director Samindra Avakan stepped closer, hardly any of the craftsmen took notice of the new arrivals. The artists and artisans were so engrossed and concentrated in their own work that they refused to get distracted by external factors. This reminded Vase a lot of himself. Only the most passionate and engaged workers could enter into this special state of Zen. As Vase continued to observe these artisans at work, he began to sense some of the mystery that caused this workshop to be different from other places. Not only did strategically placed totems of Vulcan ensure that the entire space was constantly bathed with a subtle but constant glow that promoted craftsmanship, but the work being done in this hall began to resemble a ritual of sorts. The passion, concentration and desire generated by so many artisans working in close proximity to each other generated a faint but invisible form of resonance that aligned with Vulcan's domain. All kinds of small and subtle background interactions took place that ultimately produced positive effects that would definitely affect the end products. In order to confirm the theories that were surging in his mind, Vase approached the far side of the hall where dozens of finished test products had been placed in a display area. What impressed him the most was that each of them were actually totems. Although most of them possessed such a faint connection to Vulcan that they were pretty much useless, it was already a massive achievement to get this far in only a couple of years. Wait a minute, the materials used to make these items look incredibly familiar. Samindra caught up to him and smiled at the statues and other knickknacks. As we have said, we are constantly engaged in trial and error. Our craftsmen have experimented with a wide variety of materials, but they found that metals are more respective to Vulcan. We subsequently tried out many different mundane metals and metallic exotics. One day, one of our blacksmiths suggested that we employ the exact same type of alloys that are used in the mechs that you have designed in the past. We requested a batch of materials from the cat nest and started to work on them, and that has eventually led to this result. Strange, but amazing. Vase couldn't fully explain why this worked out better than the alternatives. He could guess at the logic but not the exact mechanisms. Still, that was what trial and error was for. By trying out a lot of stuff, there were always chances of making new and unexpected discoveries. He immediately felt more enriched. The discoveries made by the craftsmen affiliated with the Creation Association filled a small but important gap in his theoretical framework. That said, this was not enough. Are there any better works? He asked. There are. Let me show you where our best artisans work. They moved out of the large communal hall and entered one of the more private but also more luxuriously outfitted work rooms. Only a single metalworker was working on a life-sized totem of Vulcan. The figure patiently used his large and meaty hands to hold a high-power sanding tool that persistently grinded against the surface of a metal object. This was tough and tiring work, especially when the totem in question was made out of a second-class alloy that was designed to withstand damage inflicted by mechs. Nonetheless, the exquisite details of the nearly completed totem along with the utter concentration and focus exhibited by the master artisan exceeded anything that Vase had witnessed in the previous hall. What gratified Vase a lot was that the totem depicted Vulcan as a human that looked remarkably similar to himself. As Vase studied metal sculpture to a greater degree, he picked up several remarkable details. One of the finer aspects that the master craftsman did right was that the totem possessed the cleanest spiritual foundation that he had seen so far. It was already noticeably more coherent and focused than what he had seen from the rejected objects that he passed by a moment earlier. Of course, the totem wasn't alive, but that didn't matter too much in this context. What truly surprised Vase was the spiritual connections of the totem. It held a stronger connection to Vulcan than normal, but what actually caused this work to stand out was that it had also started to form a faint and weak connection to himself. What the hell? Vase belatedly remembered that he had also become an existence closer to a design spirit himself. He had acquired his own glow, though he always suppressed it to the strongest degree possible because he didn't want to annoy the people around him with the spiritual manifestation of his ego. Still, if anyone were to make a product that made use of himself as a glow, it should have been Vase. What this exactly did to the totem, Vase wasn't entirely sure, but right now his interest had shifted to the master artisan responsible for creating this astonishing work. Vase took care not to raise his voice or step any closer than necessary. As a creator himself, he knew how rage-inducing it was to break a moment of utter concentration. It might even cause the totem to fail to reach its potential. He slowly turned to Samendra Avakan. Who is this guy? You have the distinct pleasure of observing Master Blacksmith Roga Dunnerholm. Where does he come from? How come he is able to forge such a close connection to Vulcan in his work? That is because he knows Vulcan longer than you have been alive. Samendra respectfully replied. For 80 years, he not only grew up worshipping Vulcan alongside everyone in his state, but he has also devoted himself to traditional blacksmithing in order to devote himself further to the deity that forms the center of his belief. The fall of the Vulcan Empire has been a devastating and traumatic event for many of its citizens, but a master blacksmith of Dunnerholm's skills easily managed to secure a way out. He has wandered for several years since, but eventually arrived in the new frontier and sought us out to confirm that we are tied to the same god that he prayed to all his life. Did he find the god he was looking for? Vase slowly asked. He did. Vase had already noticed that the master blacksmith was a heavy gravity variant human. There was no mistaking this body type. He did not immediately think that the bearded dwarf originated from the Vulcan Empire. Dwarves could be found in many parts of human space, and only a minority of them had any relations to the Vulcan faith of the past. It still came as a surprise to Vase that he actually became reunited with a Vulcanite once again. Chapter 4696 The Strength of a Mortal Craftsman. It turned out that the best craftsman working under the roof of the so-called Enlightened Church of Vulcan originated from the dwarven state that Vase had created and destroyed at his own hand. There was a profound sense of irony in this confluence of events. Vase thought that his meeting with the Iron Emperor was the last time he ever dealt with the radicalized and misguided members of the only true dwarven state to have existed in human space up to this point. Of course, the legacy of the Vulcan Empire still haunted him to a degree. He had most certainly caught the news about the ambitious dwarven ruler's attempt to gather the dwarven diaspora. Vulcan even played a key role in furthering Ryan Aiden's great ambition towards dwarvenkind. Vase did not think that a strong-willed and visionary dwarf would go through all of this effort just to increase the voice of heavy gravity variant humans. However, even if the Iron Emperor rejected the status quo and tried to implement a master plan that would most certainly shake the rest of human society, what did it have to do with Vase? As soon as he completed the commission to make a fancy crown for the driven dwarf, Vase shed all responsibility for what happened next. Human space was immense. The chances of encountering each other was next to nil unless either of them deliberately sought each other out, which shouldn't happen. Vase had no desire to reunite with the Iron Emperor, while the former ruler of the Vulcan Empire sounded like he was having a good time hobnobbing with first-class dwarves. Yet by making this assumption, Vase had made a huge oversight. He treated the Iron Emperor as the only significant survivor to have made it out of the Vulcan Empire after its collapse. That was a gross oversimplification, as millions if not billions of citizens of that doomed state managed to hop into a ship and evacuate from the Smiling Samuel Star sector. Most of the Vulcanites should have probably dispersed. Even if they had any desire to reunite with each other, they should have answered the call of the Iron Emperor and flocked to one of his dwarven refuges. What was a Vulcanite like Master Blacksmith Roga Dunnerholm doing in Davut and in the headquarters of the Creation Association, no less? The man toured our facility before we converted it to a church and insisted on being inducted in our organization. Director Samendra Avakan softly said to Vase as they both watched the craftsman at work. He made this decision as soon as he studied the totems we put on display. Did he tell you why he wanted to be here so badly? Vase whispered back. The man declined to offer too much clarification. He only shared that he was a Vulcanite and that he had always adhered to the traditional Vulcan faith in the decades he was alive. After working with us for a longer time, we gradually learned more details about him. You can be assured that he does not pose a threat to you and us. His faith in Vulcan is as strong as ever, though he is confused how Vulcan and you tie together. One of the urges that drove him to come all of the way here was to seek clarification about the relationship between you and the god he has always worshipped. He will immediately question you as soon as he completes his current work session. Vase wanted to groan. Great. This could go quite badly, do you know that? If I don't satisfy this dwarf, we may potentially lose a fantastic master blacksmith and one who appears to be the closest to replicating effective totems for the Creation Association. I have faith that you will be able to navigate your fateful talk with Dunnerholm with great skill and benevolence. Thank you for your completely useless vote of confidence. It looked as if it would take a while for the dwarven artisan to complete his work for this session. He transmitted a message to his wife to inform her that he might take a bit of time before he returned. If the kids got bored of the church, Gloriana might as well take them out and explore the other venues in the bustling commercial district. After he had taken this step, he settled in for a lengthy wait. Though he specialized in mechs, Vase appreciated all forms of sincere craftsmanship. Master blacksmiths distinguished themselves from ordinary ones by their great skill, experience, creativity and philosophy. Although these highly skilled and renowned creators might not employ any spiritual shenanigans to create works that transcended the average, that made them more impressive in his eyes. It showed that individuals did not need to be master mech designers or anything similar to it in order to create masterworks. For all that mech designers transformed the industrial landscape of human civilization, their increasingly more transhuman traits also caused much of humanity's technological innovation to go askew. The ability of high-ranking mech designers to create works that bent or distorted the laws of reality could not easily be explained through pure science, and that turned them into troublesome engineers. One of the biggest foundations of human science was that their theories could be tested and that their inventions could be reproduced. If either of these actions couldn't be performed, then it was extremely difficult for mech designers to advance the state of human technology to a significant degree. Only at the master mech designer stage could mech designers gain the possibility to deconstruct the scientific principles behind their amazing work. That didn't mean it happened all of the time. The more difficult and convoluted the innovation, the more a mech designer had to depend on ingenuity and hard work in order to turn their work into systemic improvements. Mech designers and other craftsmen followed two different trajectories. The former may have been able to help human civilization advance its technology by considerable leaps, but the latter also served a vital role to human society. The persisting encroachment of industrialization and automation constantly tried to make human artisans extinct entirely, but fortunately there were still enough people who appreciated traditional craftsmanship. Aside from providing extremely wealthy clients with customized pieces of high-end artisanal works, craftsmen also played an important role in developing new products. They often did so by finding new ways to combine existing tech. RAPD Alpha N new SOM right now, Vase had the sense that Master Blacksmith Dunnerholm was doing exactly that, but not with conventional technology, but rather spiritual engineering. Oh, the dwarf was not remarkable from a spiritual perspective. The man had lived so long and spent much of that practicing his ability to work with metal, but none of that persistence translated into overcoming his spiritual deficiency. The older dwarf was pretty much a norm as far as Vase was concerned. His children who had less than a tenth of the lifespan of Roga Dunnerholm were countless times stronger in a spiritual sense. Yet if he asked any of his children to create any work that could surpass the efforts of Dunnerholm, Vase doubted they could do so without resorting to extremely unusual tricks. What Vase found puzzling at first was how Master Dunnerholm was able to work with designed spirits without possessing any active spirituality. It sounded as weird as trying to eat a bowl of soup without a spoon. How the hell was someone supposed to eat the soup without a utensil without picking up the bowl and drinking it directly? Shouldn't the answer be obvious, sir? Director Samindra Avakon looked at Vase with her disconcerting glowing reptilian orange eyes. It is faith. I have always believed that humans as well as other forms of organic life possess far greater power than what is obvious from the surface. Life is a strange and powerful phenomenon to begin with. Think about what people can do when they devote their entire minds to a singular cause and purpose. Think about what happens when that cause happens to be a sentient, immortal and powerful existence. Does it not make sense that a small portion of power from that all-powerful existence flows down to an earnest believer? Faith. It all came down to faith as far as the woman was concerned. Though Vase did not like her answer in the slightest, he respected her enough to evaluate her theory by its merits. When he looked back at Master Dunnerholm and tried to see whether any of this faith stuff was affecting him in a way, he could see hints of what she described. He initially thought that the small bond that Master Dunnerholm formed with Vulcan was a one-way street. What actually happened was that Dunnerholm's strong concentration and beliefs somehow generated a subtle form of resonance with Vulcan. The consequences of this were many, but the most important one was that Dunnerholm became so close to his god that he was actually able to borrow a tiny portion of Vulcan's great power. Vase became shocked by this realization. Here was a highly skilled but otherwise mundane master blacksmith who succeeded in finding a way to create a spiritual totem that could normally only be done by Vase or Vulcan. I think I get what is taking place here. After studying the dwarf at work for a while now, Vase noted that Dunnerholm possessed an exceptionally high degree of concentration. The dwarf could probably match or exceed Vase in this aspect, and this was a remarkable observation as he had never seen anyone else beat him in this aspect. This intense concentration not only allowed the master blacksmith to stick to a single idea and vision throughout his work, but also helped him stick to some sort of frequency that allowed him to become receptive to Vulcan. As long as Dunnerholm's concentrated mind came close to matching this frequency, a new and subtle form of resonance took place, causing the dwarf to borrow a small part of Vulcan's immensely broad and powerful craftsmanship ability. In other words, it is not just Dunnerholm working on this totem. Vulcan is involved to a small degree. The implications of discovering this phenomenon was massive. For the first time in his life, Vase witnessed a truly productive and benign product of faith. Instead of driving believers into becoming violent or suicidal fanatics, the power of faith could enable a person to pull off transcendent feats despite the fact that he was still immortal. Of course, belief is not as useless and redundant as I thought. The answer was in front of me all this time. Our clan has been making use of the power of faith for a long time. He eventually connected the faith expressed by Master Dunnerholm with the strong and uniform faith expressed by the mech pilots who had been trained into pulling off battle formations. In the latter case, mech pilots utilized their power of faith to not only align themselves with each other, but also do their best to resonate with a greater existence that was capable of feeding power back through this mystical connection. The Penitent Sisters, the Glory Seekers and the Sword Maidens had launched so many battle formation attacks by now that Vase had grown a lot more familiar with the mechanisms and the properties of this phenomenon. Yet just because mech pilots were the most prominent people to empower themselves with the power of resonance did not mean that it was exclusive to their profession. Others could exhibit and gain strength from resonance as well. In this case, a single master blacksmith was able to replicate the effect of a battle formation to a tiny degree in order to create a working spiritual totem that normal people could never make by themselves. Vase suddenly became struck by a brilliant if radical idea. What if there is a way to emulate the effect of a battle formation in a productive context rather than a combat situation? This couldn't be classified as a battle formation anymore for obvious reasons. It would instead be known as a ritual. Chapter 4697 Pronounced Judgment Ritual was a loaded word. Whenever Vase thought about this word, he thought about cultists gathering together around a pentagram that held an unknown but no doubt nefarious meaning. These stereotypical evil cultists garbed in face-obscuring black robes chanted unintelligible words while holding aloft serpentine daggers. Meanwhile, a head priest presided over the ritual by standing in the center while looming over a captive prisoner that had been affixed to a demonic altar. Once the ritual reached the climax, the head priest sank his own dagger through the heart of the helpless captive, causing copious amounts of blood to spill from the altar and filling up the grooves on the floor. The cultists then proceeded to make the ultimate sacrifice without thought by sinking their own daggers through their chests. As each of these brainwashed schmucks dropped to the floor, their blood entered the grooves that made up the pentagram and completely filled it up to the brim. This caused the pentagram to draw from the power of life and enact a powerful but completely tainted procedure that caused the head priest to laugh in a maniacal fashion. Ha 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 ha. The man garbed in an elaborate robe burst out while lifting up his arms. The old gods shall rise again. Awaken from your slumber and accept this humble sacrifice of mine. Hear the call of your devotees and bestow us with your dark blessing. The head priest's efforts soon yielded a result as the man abruptly stopped laughing as his body started to convulse. Soon enough, screams escaped from his throat as the blessing of his deity turned out to be anything but as his body soon morphed into a reptilian monster that had lost all of its rationality. Vase shook his head to clear his mind of this image. Whether there was any basis of truth to this lurid portrayal of rituals, Vase vowed to be careful in its usage. As for whether the peaceful counterparts of battle formations were in any way viable, Vase had a strong suspicion that this was the case. He recalled the rituals that people conducted in the past. He remembered the elaborate ceremonies that he organized in order to birth the superior mother. The exaggerated use of people and causing them to be arranged in a highly symbolic manner may have actually produced a substantial boost to the creation of the design spirit. Of course, There was no way for Vase to prove that all of these exaggerated measures produced a substantial effect. It was not as if he could attempt to create another superior mother but in complete isolation so that he had enough material to conduct a comparison study. This was why Vase had remained ambivalent about rituals for a long time. They were too difficult to test in practice, and it seemed that he was doing fine without making use of them in his projects. It was natural for him to dismiss the power of rituals. Not only did people develop all kinds of weird ideas about them, Vase also didn't need to resort to it in the first place. He possessed more than enough strength to design and fabricate strong mechs and other products by himself. It was just like how ace pilots did not need to make use of any battle formations to fight and win their battles. They were so strong that the benefits of battle formations were marginal at best. However, just because ace pilots with ace mechs possessed the ability to block and shrug off the effects of battle formations for the most part, didn't mean that they were useless. In situations where ace pilots were too busy with their own affairs or absent in a fight, battle formations were a great way to exert a massive amount of power without the intervention of strong mech pilots. If this method works for mech pilots, there is no reason why it shouldn't work with a bunch of craftsmen in a non-combat environment. They just need to possess strong, uniform beliefs. As Vase became so inspired by this radical notion that he already started to draft an ambitious experiment in his mind, the noises generated by the sanding tool held by Roga Dunnerholm abruptly ceased at this time. After working on grinding down and polishing the hard but exquisite metal statue of Vulcan in his human guise, the master blacksmith finally exited his highly concentrated mental state and wearily regained his situational awareness. P alpha nd alpha no nu 1 tilde som. The moment the dwarf slowly put down the tool and turned around, he fell completely still. He only registered Vess's presence now, which was quite remarkable as the patriarch of the Larkinson clan possessed a strong presence. The bearded dwarf glanced at Vess's face and scrutinized it as if to ensure that it matched the face of his latest totem. Once Dunnerholm became satisfied with that, the dwarf roamed his body across Vess's body beneath his understated outfit. The dwarf stopped at the tool belt that Vase wore. No matter how much Vase wanted to dress down, he was not going to abandon all of his tools and gadgets that came in handy in different situations. His plentiful experiences with trying to survive during a crisis had taught Vase that it was always best to be prepared. He would rather bear the discomfort for bringing so many different devices on his person 99% of the time when it turned out that he sorely needed his tools when the unlikely happened. Ra PD alpha n nu, som. Regardless, the dwarf fixated on one tool in particular. Dunnerhold became so fascinated by it that he unconsciously took short but needy steps forward. The dwarf finally cracked open his mouth and spoke in his deep and characteristic dwarven voice. You are Vase Larkinson. You are him, aren't you? That depends on what you are referring to, Mr. Dunnerholm. The dwarf did not sound entirely coherent at the moment. The master blacksmith became so overwhelmed by meeting Vase in the flesh that he didn't know which of his burning questions he wanted answered first. Samendra Avakon picked up on this and tried to moderate the exchange. Master Dunnerholm, haven't you always wanted to question our patriarch about his involvement in the downfall of your former state? Ah, that is correct, ma'am. The older dwarf shifted his gaze away from the tool hanging from Vess's side and focused back on studying the clan patriarch's expression. Mr. Larkinson, let me ask you a question. Are you responsible for the downfall of the Vulcan Empire? It depends on what you mean by the word, responsible. It also depends on whether you consider the crazy actions of your fellow dwarves to be their fault or my fault. Vase replied in an evasive manner. This caused Dunnerholm to close his eyes for a moment. Be straight with me, please. I have waited too long to hear a real answer from you. Many surviving Vulcanites are spreading all kinds of stories on the galactic net and to their friends. Truth is being engulfed by lies and biased opinions that I did not know who to trust anymore. Did you truly make those totems of Vulcan in his guise as a human and a dwarf? Did you deliberately spread them out to foment chaos and anarchy? I need to know, and the only source that can clear the confusion that my fellow survivors and I have grappled with for years. This is why I worked hard to qualify for your creation association. While you moved on and proceeded to attain greater feats, many of us drifted without aim or purpose. Vase and Samendra could feel the depth of pain in the Vulcanite's heart. The man had undergone a traumatic experience years ago and never fully healed from his mental wounds. This caused Vase to be a little more honest and transparent with the old dwarf. The latter most certainly deserved a straight answer after all of the suffering that he and his people endured. If you really want a straight answer from me, then yes, I did create all of those totems. He replied, I think you must have encountered one in person because you know how to make these totems remarkably well. However, if I have to bear any responsibility for collapsing the Vulcan Empire that has existed for so many decades, then I should not bear all of it. From my perspective, the radical believers of the Vulcan faith and the dwarven god cult tore your state apart from the inside. This was an interesting case to Samendra Avakan. How should the faithful respond when his own god unleashes an apocalypse on their state? Hey, don't call it an apocalypse. I did no such thing. I never rained down meteorites onto planets or caused a massive space storm to scour every part of the Vulcan Empire of life. Vase protested, you knowingly instigated the Vulcanites to fight against each other. Even if you did not control the minds of the believers of both camps, you still managed to manipulate them in a more indirect manner. So, not every apocalypse has to rain fire and ash. There are doomsday scenarios that unfold in a much more covert and undetected manner. As long as the outcome remains the same, it should be regarded as an apocalypse. The dwarven master blacksmith frowned as he tried to follow the conversation. Does that mean you have single-handedly topped our state by using small and subtle means? Vase did not like this question. It may be difficult to realize this when you were an insider yourself, but now that you have roamed around outside of your previous insular circumstances, you probably learned enough to know that your state was not exactly a model state for both dwarves and humans. Do you acknowledge this, Dunnerholm? I cannot deny that the Vulcan Empire that I used to be a proud citizen of had degenerated into sectarian strife. Not every state deserves to exist. Vase told him in a judgmental tone. There comes a time where its people have fallen to such an extent that prolonging the status quo does more harm than good. Even without my intervention, the Vulcan Empire would have torn itself apart sooner or later. I just triggered it earlier than scheduled by conducting a little test. So yes, I spread 2 different kinds of totems throughout the Vulcan Empire. This was a serious admission and could be used to nail Vase in a court depending on the situation. As a citizen of the state that became adversely affected by the Larkinson Patriarch, Roga Dunnerholm finally had the answer he dreaded to obtain but needed to know in order to settle the aches in his heart. So you did it after all, he whispered in a deep but pained voice. Vase let out a tired breath. As a master blacksmith, you have surely designed and crafted a lot of products over your long and storied career. I am sure that many of your works satisfied your clients and brought you joy when you completed them. However, it is inevitable for you to work hard but only end up with a disappointing result. Some of them may even be regarded as outright failures. What do you do when you have produced an unqualified work? Would you keep it and pass it on to your client? Never. I would destroy the work with my own hands before I let an unqualified work taint my reputation and profession. The dwarf spoke with conviction. A master blacksmith had to keep himself to high standards. There was no way he would gain so much recognition and status if he began to grow lazy and sloppy. The same applies to the Vulcan Empire. Vase responded. While I did not kill all of the dwarves in person and broke up the mighty state with my mech legions, I gave it a test that could make or break its future. Whether your fellow Vulcanites deserved to keep on living in a cesspool of hatred and ignorance was up to them. I never instigated the dwarves to drive themselves into a religious frenzy and commit acts of violence against their former friends and neighbors. In the end, they did that to themselves, and all it took to unleash their darkness was to get their hands on a bunch of funny statues. It is not the totems that destroyed your state, but its own people. The way Master Dunnerholm fell utterly silent caused Vase to suspect that the dwarf made this conclusion a long time ago. It was not hard to collect the relevant information and put the pieces together. However, knowing the cold hard truth was one thing. Admitting it was another thing. Chapter 4698 The Right Tool for the Right Job Chapter 4698 The Right Tool for the Right Job The mood in the high-end workshop grew tense and awkward. It was hard for an old and grizzled survivor of the heyday of the Vulcan Empire to meet the architect of its rapid collapse and downfall. How would Vase respond if he was in the dwarf's situation? He didn't know. It was unimaginable that he could be put into this position. Himself. How he reacted depended heavily on how much he valued his former state and how much blame he laid at the hands of its purported destroyer. Master Blacksmith Roga Dunnerholm might lash out and resort to violence. This was the worst-case scenario and would instantly cause the Creation Association to lose a powerful and highly capable craftsman. Vase did not try to avoid this situation, though. This tension between them existed from the start, and it would do neither of them any good if this situation dragged on any longer. If he wanted to form a sincere cooperation with this former Vulcanite, then he needed to seek a confrontation and let the chips fall where they may. Whether Dunnerholm could reconcile himself with this outcome was ultimately up to him and no one else. As the old, black-bearded dwarf tried to wrap his mind around the answers given by Vase, Dunnerholm eventually shifted his gaze from Ves's face and went back to staring at a prominent tool hanging from his side. "That hammer of yours, is that one of your totems?" the old dwarf asked as his eyes became more intense. "You could consider it that," Vase said. "Not all totems are created equal, however. Statues serve an ornamental purpose. They are symbolic in nature but do not serve a direct practical use. This hammer that I made a long time ago is much different. It is a symbol as well as a tool. Would you like to hold it in your hands?" The offer surprised Dunnerholm. "You would allow a dwarf, and one from a condemned state at that, to hold your precious tool?" Vase responded with a generous smile. "Whether you are a normal human or a heavy-gravity variant human doesn't matter to me. All I see in front of me is an artisan that has dedicated much of his life to the smithing craft. I have only seen you work on a single product so far, but that is enough for me to see you are a genuine artisan to be respected, even among mech designers such as myself. Anyone who has immersed himself in the crafts as much as you deserves to hold this hammer as far as I am concerned." He put his words into action by unlatching the hammer from his tool belt and offering it to the dwarf at an angle. Master blacksmith Roga Dunnerholm didn't often get flustered or taken aback at situations. At his level of proficiency, he had become accustomed to taking a leading position. His high status and high skill allowed him to take the initiative instead of letting other people take the reins. However, given how quickly Vase offered Dunnerholm to hold an item that was clearly of incalculable value, the dwarf could no longer reference his ideas on how a meeting between himself and the clan patriarch might unfold. Vase Larkinson behaved so unpredictably and impulsively that the dwarf could not decide how to respond. Perhaps this meeting may be a trivial matter to the patriarch of the powerful Larkinson clan, but the master blacksmith had envisioned and simulated this encounter thousands of times in his mind. When none of those imagined scenarios came close to matching the current situation, Master Dunnerholm simply short-circuited. "Well," Vase said in order to wake up the paralyzed dwarf, "will you take my hammer and hold the first tool that is created with Vulcan in mind? You would truly allow me to hold it?" the dwarf asked as if he still couldn't believe what was happening. After all, the older man had just confronted Vase in a less than polite manner. However, it was exactly because this was not as important to Vase that he was willing to casually hand out his hammer. If it worked out, then that was great. If it did not work out, then at least he tried. Several heavy seconds passed before the dwarf slowly stretched out his meaty, muscled arm. Dunnerholm's dusky skin made for a stark contrast against Ves's paler hand. Eventually, the former Vulcanite grasped the handle that Vase freely offered. From the moment Dunnerholm truly held the hammer, a powerful sense of resonance and fulfillment coursed through his body. It was as if this was the first time that the dwarf truly met the god that he had worshipped since his birth. This was an extremely odd statement in itself, as Vase initially created Vulcan as a tool of revenge against the Vulcan Empire. In a way, the current incarnation of Vulcan did not truly exist until Vase stopped by the smiling Samuel Star sector and got ambushed by a bunch of man-hating dwarves. Yet despite this oddity, Roga Dunnerholm believed with all of his heart that Vulcan had been with him for almost a century. The god he felt through his grasp must be the deity that had always watched over the Vulcan Empire. He and every other dwarf who either emigrated to the state or was born in it shouldn't have been wrong about their beliefs. It should be impossible for all of them to be deluded by a figment of someone's imagination. As such, Dunnerholm completely did not entertain the idea that Vulcan was a young god who was barely older than Aurelia, but instead thought he was meeting with an ancient mythical human who had re-emerged in modern times. Vase did not deliberately try to confirm or deny any of the dwarf's notions. It was so easy for Vase to control Vulcan to make an appearance and put on a show of deception. If done the right way, then it would be trivial to twist Dunnerholm's beliefs and convert him into a devoted slave for the rest of his lifespan. Vase rejected this option, though. Abhorrent behavior like this would make him no different than those manipulative cult leaders who utilized faith as a tool to control the ignorant masses. As a proud secularist who believed in the power of rational science and that everything could eventually be explained, Vase did not want to go backwards. Aside from that, Vase respected a master craftsman too much to mess around with this guy. It was the same for mech designers. As people who earnestly dedicated their lives to mastering a difficult and intricate craft, creators and makers should not try to drag each other down if they were not direct competitors. Instead, they should seek to empower and improve each other so that they could advance the state of human industry and human technology as a whole. In a way, the Mech Trade Association likely sprung forth from this collective desire and imperative, and Vase merely followed the same path. As Dunnerholm resonated with Vulcan to a much more intimate degree than before, a part of him recognized how deeply Vase had favored him with this generous act. I have prayed to him all of my life, but this is the first time I have gotten so close to his greatness. The dwarf shakily said as his deep voice seemed to crack. This is, beyond what I have ever hoped. This hammer is a sacred object. To hold it in the hands that I have used to emulate and honor Vulcan by mastering a form of craftsmanship is indescribable. Much more was going on than a dwarf holding a hammer. Due to how extensively Vulcan had become intertwined with the hammer that symbolized his domain, touching it was like making direct contact with the design spirit. As someone who failed to activate his spirituality and lost the opportunity to do so when he had aged past the point where it was possible, Dunnerholm could have toiled for another century or two but never be able to do more than touch Vulcan's shadow. To be able to go from reluctantly approaching Vulcan through the power of faith and belief to contacting him directly through the medium of a blessed hammer was an opportunity of a lifetime. Dunnerholm knew hundreds of Vulcanites in his life, who would literally kill in order to grasp the handle of this remarkable hammer for even a single second. There was no way that he would trivialize this moment. Even now, he was committing every experience, every mood swing and every fluctuation into the depths of his heart and mind. This life-changing experience permanently branded him, causing his life trajectory to take a different course than before. Once the dwarf finally regained enough awareness, he gripped the hammer tighter in his strong, meaty fingers and stared up at the human who graced him with this blessing. You made this hammer, didn't you? It carries all of the hallmarks of your mechs, and more. I did, Vase plainly admitted. What is its name? I call it the Hammer of Brilliance. It is one of several totems that I have created that have been imbued with a strong and symbiotic connection to a different existence. I consider it to be an ancestral heirloom that may not seem like much at the start, but will steadily grow stronger and more impressive as time progresses. The hammer did not look like an unimpressive object to Dunnerholm. As someone who mastered the art of blacksmithing and worked with metal all of his life, he could definitely say that he had never held a more remarkable and exquisite piece in his life. Sure, the hammer's initial craftsmanship did not reach his level, but that was hardly important to him. What mattered was that the hammer was not only made along the lines of Ves's unique design philosophy, but that it had also grown and evolved into a greater object than before. It was difficult for Dunnerholm to track all of the changes that had taken place after Vase had made this hammer, but as a master blacksmith and a worker who had utilized hammers for his entire career, he could instinctively connect and trace the historical progress it had made. It helped a lot that the Hammer of Brilliance was a living object in itself. A strong connection formed between the two as the ancestral heirloom not only liked Dunnerholm, but freely shared its history and secrets to the dwarf. Director Samindra Avakan became satisfied with what had happened. Mr. Dunnerholm appears to be melding with your hammer to a much greater extent than you, sir. Vase threw a suspicious glance in her direction. What are you implying? Perhaps the hammer is better left in Dunnerholm's hand. This did not entirely surprise Vase. It is a much more fitting tool in the hand of a blacksmith rather than the hand of a mech designer. Much of my work centers around design rather than production. Even if I get around to making a mech, I make use of large industrial 3D printers or superfabs. Perhaps I might even change my mind and utilize high-tech materializers. Hammering metal by hand is completely impractical when working at the scale of mechs. Mr. Dunnerholm on the other hand tries to do that as much as possible, so hammers are much more intertwined with his profession and his work methods. The entire experience not only changed Dunnerholm's life, but also taught a few lessons to Vase. People possessed a remarkable relationship with tools. As humanity was a classical tool-using race, it was vitally important for the best craftsmen and makers to wield the best possible tools. However, it was also important for different professionals to hold the right tools for the job. Vase created the Hammer of Brilliance in this form in order to form a strong connection to Vulcan, but it was not a form that was particularly conducive to mech design. Only a blacksmith could use this tool to the best effect. Chapter 4699 Tool Ownership. Certain tools fit certain professionals better. Dunnerholm and the Hammer of Brilliance seemed like a match in heaven in that sense. The right craftsman held the right tool. Not only that, but a deeply faithful dwarf finally made contact with the deity he idolized and looked up to all his life. The combination between the two caused the master blacksmith to develop such a powerful connection with the hammer and Vulcan that they practically began to resonate to a subtle but surprisingly strong degree. It reminded Vase a lot of the confluence between a mech pilot, a mech and a design spirit. Dunnerholm looked eager to see what these new changes had wrought. He turned around and approached the statue of Vulcan that he had nearly finished and struck it with a powerful blow from the flat side of the hammer. The spiritually infused strike seemed to flip an invisible switch inside the metal statue, causing its spiritual foundation to straighten itself and complete itself in a way that Dunnerholm could never accomplish by himself. The substantial improvements to the intangible qualities of the totem caused it to develop a considerably stronger and more stable connection to Vulcan. This allowed the object to strengthen its glow until it came close to matching the capabilities of a genuine totem produced by Vase. Remarkable. Both Vase and Samendra looked amazed at how Dunnerholm utilized a single hammer strike to fulfill the ambitious goal of the Creation Association. Vase stepped closer, and so did Samendra. Both of them shifted their attention to the totem that still exhibited a few rough spots but had already reached a much more advanced state than any other totem made in the Creation Association's headquarters. As Vase reached out with his palm and touched the cool metal surface of the statue that closely mirrored his form in a grander and more ostentatious outfit, he could feel the pure craftsmanship and effort put into this work. It was not just a metal statue. It was the product that Dunnerholm carefully designed and put together by combining different aspects of his own philosophy and sophisticated methods. Different from Vase, who not only liked to be a little chaotic but also celebrated the birth of life, Roga Dunnerholm followed a variation of the typical Vulcanite mindset that the best products needed to be heavy, solid and as unbreakable as possible. This was already apparent from the moment Vase stepped into this private workshop. The statue's contours and design elements veered away from looking delicate and instead conveyed a greater sense of mass and solidness. The hammer strike completed the work that Dunnerholm really wanted to make but could not do so due to his spiritual deficiency. For all of the blacksmith's deep and extensive mastery of his craft, he could only fully work the material side of his products. He had never gained the capability to shape and forge their immaterial qualities in the past, and this shortcoming had become a lot more apparent once he joined the Creation Association and received a mission to replicate Ves's totems. All of that changed now that he gained a tool that largely filled the gap. It was as if Dunnerholm suddenly gained a solution to the problem that he could have never solved unless he was able to deepen and strengthen his faith to a ridiculous degree. As Vase studied and touched the improved totem from multiple directions, he gained a better and more detailed sense of Dunnerholm as a craftsman. Although he looked and acted like a stereotypical dwarven blacksmith, he developed his own notions on how to make his products. The clearest trait that belonged to the dwarf was the interesting integration of harmonics into the man's work. Vase had already noticed it on a subconscious level when Dunnerholm struck the hammer of brilliance against the surface of the totem. It was not a coincidence that the dwarf chose to strike a particular point with a precise amount of force. To test whether Vase had made the right conclusion, he reached out and banged the statue on the exact same spot with his fist. A softer and more dampened sound echoed from the strike, but it was a sound that came across as much more pleasant and musical than normal. Vase looked at Dunnerholm with a bit of astonishment. "I never expected you to try to turn your heavy and massive objects into musical instruments that can produce beautiful tones. It is hard to tie the two together." The master blacksmith smirked as if he had encountered this reaction 1,000 times before. "I like the challenge. Besides, there has always been a dichotomy between function and form, utility and frivolity, as well as practicality and beauty. Playing with harmonics and imbuing all of my products with a measure of acoustic beauty and harmony is my method of transforming seemingly useless decorations and cosmetic elements into useful and practical additions to an otherwise functional work." That was an interesting design philosophy and motivation. Vase understood the angle that the dwarven blacksmith was coming from and respected the man for pursuing this odd but challenging design philosophy in his smithing work. His specialization also happened to complement his current situation. This was because Roga Dunnerholm worked on harmonics for such a long time that he was partially able to translate his expertise on acoustic resonance into other, more esoteric forms of resonance. That was why he was able to achieve the greatest success in reproducing totems out of all of the craftsmen employed by the Creation Association. It was also how he was able to utilize the Hammer of Brilliance in a new and successful manner at the start. Inevitably, Dunnerholm asked the question that Vase already anticipated. I know I have no right to hold or use this sacred hammer, but, can I borrow it from you? The dwarf asked in a surprisingly meek and pleading tone. It was as if the hammer was his only lifeline. I can create much better works on your creation association's behalf as long as I wield this tool. Even a single day is enough for me to complete a work that I can be proud of for the rest of my career. Vase immediately shook his head. I am afraid I will have to take it back, Mr. Dunnerholm. This caused the blacksmith to become crushed. It was hard to let go of a good thing once it fell into his hands. Losing possession of it so soon after holding it for a short time might turn into a trauma that would haunt him for the rest of life. It may have been better if he hadn't been introduced to the Hammer of Brilliance in the first place. Why take it back, sir? Director Samendra Avakan asked with a puzzled frown. Look at the result. Dunnerholm and possibly our other master craftsmen can produce great works with this sacred tool. I can personally guarantee you that our organization will do our utmost to safeguard it for as long as you have entrusted it to us. You can even assign additional protectors from the Larkinson Army and the Black Cats to increase our security if you are not satisfied with our current arrangements. Vase shook his head. That is not the issue, Director. The reason why I want to take the hammer back is because it is mine. Simple as that. Do you understand, Mr. Dunnerholm? The dwarf lowered his head. I do not understand, the sole woman in the room said. You should explain it to her, Dunnerholm. The older man nodded and turned to his nominal superior. This hammer, although great beyond any measure that I can put into words, is ultimately not a tool designed to be used by my own hands. You see, when craftsmen initially start out in their line of profession, they begin with making use of the tools they can acquire or are made available to us. This can go on for a long time without issue. It is only until they have reached a certain stage of their mastery that it becomes more difficult to create the objects that they have imagined due to increasing limitations. One of them is the increasingly obvious lack of fit between users and their tools. Vase remarked. Exactly, sir. We have trained in the use of standardized tools for many years. This is fine if we want to keep producing plain goods without any deviations from the norm, but master craftsmen cannot fully exert their distinct strengths anymore. There is never a case where one size fits all. The higher the requirements, the more that differences like these make a crucial difference. As much as I value this precious hammer, if I force myself to make use of it, I will either lose my way or waste this heirloom's potential, because it was made with a different purpose and user in mind. Is the problem that serious? It is, ma'am. I would ultimately not be able to make use of it as it was intended to be used, and that is one of the greatest insults an artisan can direct towards a tool. Aside from that, it would ultimately do more harm than good to me to use it. This hammer is too powerful for my own good. By becoming dependent on its potent qualities, I will devolve from a craftsman to a slave to the instrument. I cannot let this happen. Though Samendra still didn't fully understand this mindset due to the fact that she was not a maker herself, she recognized how the beliefs of both Vase and Dunnerholm on this topic had become a matter of principle. Very well. The dwarf reluctantly handed the Hammer of Brilliance back to its rightful owner, who simply attached it back to his toolbelt. Vase wasn't done, however. I think there is a better alternative to allowing Mr. Dunnerholm here to use the Hammer of Brilliance in his own work. Rather than take the crooked path, we should follow the correct route. This certainly caught the dwarven blacksmith's attention. Do you mean? Vase waved his hand across the workshop. We have all of the tools and facilities we need to handmake a set of exquisite tools that we can design and make for your exclusive use. Your immense expertise in blacksmithing combined with a touch of help from my own expertise should allow us to solve your need in the right manner. What do you say? I would be honored if you would assist me in creating a set of tools that are much more attuned to my current work. Director Samendra Avakan stood forgotten as the two craftsmen spontaneously started to work together despite the tension that existed between them earlier. It seemed that Roga Dunnerholm completely threw aside his mixed and complex feelings towards Vase and what happened to the Vulcan Empire in favor of this new initiative. What the two were working on was exciting beyond measure to the dwarven blacksmith. Two completely different people seamlessly and harmoniously started to discuss the design of a new set of hand tools. Due to lack of time and other constraints, Vase could not help the dwarf make a complete set of customized blacksmith tools and machines. However, it was already good enough if Dunnerholm obtained a few different hammer types as well as a set of other small specialized tools that could quickly be designed and made by hand. It would be up to the dwarf himself to complete his collection of new tools with the ones that he made in cooperation with Vase. As the two began to go in depth, neither of them experienced any friction or other problems related to their diverging professions. Both of them not only possessed an extensive technical background, but Vase could constantly draw from Vulcan's expertise to fill up his own shortcomings. In fact, as Roga Dunnerholm and many other professionals like him prayed to Vulcan, the design spirit obtained an extensive understanding of blacksmithing and related crafts. All of that allowed Vase to contribute much more than Dunnerholm expected. This not only accelerated their collaborative efforts, but also helped with elevating their work to a more remarkable height. These tools will become unique and unrivaled, Vase exclaimed as both he and the dwarf became caught in a shared frenzy. The workshop became filled with creative energies as both craftsmen let their imaginations run wild. They came up with so many new ideas that the tools they were working on exceeded their original limitations. They had become so much more in the designs. Chapter 4700 Vase the tool. While Vase completely set aside every other consideration and joined forces with the Vulcanite he had just met to create a fantastic set of hand tools, his family briefly descended to the underground floor to check up on the distracted father. Gloriana placed her hands on her hips. Not this again. Can you set aside your stupid diversions and distractions for once in your life? We are your family, you know. This was supposed to be a day out for the kids. Vase did not even register her arrival. He had entered into such an intensive state of concentration that he only had one purpose in mind. His children were already accustomed to this behavior from their father. They did not see it in a bad light. They differed from their mother in that sense. Papa always makes the best toys if he is really into it, Andraste said as she held a hammer toy sold by the gift shop of the Enlightened Church of Vulcan. He's so strong when he is working so hard to make something. Her older sister Aurelia nodded in agreement. He is doing important work for the Creation Association. I know that whatever he is trying to do is for the good of all of us. He wouldn't be so engaged if he was working on a smaller job. Meow, Clixie responded as she lay in Aurelia's arm. Little Marvane meanwhile had become distracted by all of the totems lying around in the workshop. Wow, this looks just like Papa. The little boy stopped before the metal statue of Vulcan and touched it from different directions. When he experimentally knocked against a leg, a soft but pleasant tone sounded from the totem. Wah! The boy began to pat and knock the statue at multiple different points. Each time he did so, the totem released a distinctive metallic tone that made it sound as if Marvane was hitting random notes on an instrument. Hey, let me try, Andraste insisted as she started to use her slightly larger and stronger arms to knock at the totem of Vulcan in his human guise. The more rapid impacts caused the statue to generate a larger string of random sounds. Though there should definitely be a way to skillfully play the totem like a musical instrument, neither Andraste nor Marvane possessed any ability to play a song. Still, just making a lot of random but tuned sounds was interesting enough for the kids. Hee, I'm a musician. The children fooled around a bit more until they finally became too tired and pained to abuse the totem any further. Come, children, Gloriana called as she turned towards the exit. Let us leave your absent father to his devices. We have a shopping spree to complete. Yay, I want to eat chocolate. As the family left the workshop, Vase and Dunnerholm continued to finalize the design of the new set of tools. After an hour of frantic exchanges and design work, they managed to finalize the design of over half a dozen different hammers and other instruments. They managed to limit the amount of time they spent on this endeavor because Dunnerholm started out with the designs of his existing set of handmade tools. There was no need to start from scratch as the master blacksmith's current set was already attuned to his hands and his personal style. What they needed to do was to modify the tools so that they became more specialized towards the creation of totems and potentially other extraordinary products. As they had figured out moments earlier, the main reason why Master Dunnerholm couldn't effectively make totems was because he did not possess any significant spirituality. Although he was able to rely on his strong and unwavering faith in Vulcan as an alternative solution, his ability to channel Vulcan was too limited if the dwarf relied completely on his own inherent capabilities. This was why there was a need to create a set of special tools that were especially attuned to Vulcan. They would be akin to the relic equipment that Vase had made in the past, such as the banner of Vulcan and the imperial crown currently held by the Iron Emperor. His prior experiences with making those exceptional relics along with the expertise derived from Vulcan allowed Vase to implement a number of small but novel improvements that should strengthen the final results. What he found interesting was working to see if he could empower or complement Roga Dunnerholm's harmonic specialization. The common ground that existed between acoustic resonance and more metaphysical forms of resonance gave Vase a few interesting ideas. If he was able to combine or meld the two so that generating one form of resonance also produced another form of resonance, then he could make it a lot easier for the master blacksmith to imbue his products with extra qualities. This is it, Vase eventually said as he checked the completed designs for the last time. If you are fine with this, we should proceed with fabricating the tools. The dwarf hesitantly nodded. I agree, but I still have my reservations about some of the material choices that you have made. I am not as familiar with working with first-class materials. They are not only harder, tougher and more difficult to process, their inherently stronger energetic properties can also produce adverse side effects when combined with other specific materials. Vase did not look concerned. I have already ordered my men to transfer a batch of high-end tools from the cat nest that will allow us to work on the toughest materials without taking a lot of time to process them. While we wait for the tools to be delivered, I can pass documentation to you that will quickly allow you to familiarize yourself with the properties of each first-class material. The clan had already analyzed the properties of most of the materials salvaged by the Golden Skull Alliance in the previous battle. There should be no unexpected surprises as long as Vase and Dunnerholm got up to speed with the latest findings. It did not take long for the shipment to arrive. Once a number of bots delivered the tools and crates of different high-end materials, Vase and Dunnerholm quickly set everything up and were on the cusp of starting their work. Wait a moment, Vase said as he raised his palm. There are two possible actions that I can perform that can help us do a better job. What is it, sir? Dunnerholm asked. For a moment, Vase was considering whether he should take out his hammer of brilliance again so that he could give the dwarf a good whack on his head. He quickly ruled out this option as he felt this wasn't the time. It may be better to wait. Dunnerholm worked on a project that wasn't rushed and when the end product was much more significant to the Larkinson clan. Right now, they were only working on a set of tools. Sure, they were vitally important to a master blacksmith, but did not directly radiate any further. Vase would rather wait until Roga Dunnerholm familiarized himself more with Vulcan's power in creating totems together with the design spirit before trying to make a truly powerful work. Instead of using his special hammer, Vase would much rather resort to another enhancement. Blinky, it's time to shine. Muro, a purple companion spirit emerged from Vess's head, eliciting a small grunt of surprise from the older dwarf. Blinky possessed a special charm. The fluffy spiritual cat's fur streaked with the passing of points of lights that looked akin to shooting stars. The small diamond-like gem embedded on his forehead glowed with accumulated wuxia energy. Is every mech designer capable of pulling a cat out of their noggin? Only a couple. It's an invention of my own creation. I only bestowed this gift to a few trusted friends of mine. Can I ask how I can get a mind pet of my own? Dunnerholm asked. Preferably not in the form of a cat. I prefer to spend my time with dogs instead. They are much more loyal and obedient. I am sorry, but one of the requirements to obtain a companion spirit is to be gifted in a metaphysical sense. Only a small proportion of people satisfy this requirement. What Vase didn't mention was that he was working on possible ways to bestow spiritual potential and boost the growth of spirituality through various means. Fortunately, the dwarf didn't dwell over this issue. Oh well, I have been doing well enough on my own. Please proceed, sir. Very well. You will probably encounter a few surprises, but try your best to refrain from resisting. The more you ease into this new experience, the more our work will benefit from our cooperation. As soon as Blinky started to extend his spiritual connections and form a small design network, both Vase and Dunnerholm began to feel each other's emotions and gain more insights in each other's thoughts. This was already a familiar experience to Vase, but Dunnerholm was absolutely floored. At first, he showed a lot of guardedness and hesitation, but when the dwarf noticed that the patriarch maintained a friendly and inviting posture, Dunnerholm slowly started to embrace this incredibly useful state. Neither of them spoke with each other as they already knew what their partners were thinking about. Both of them started to share their thoughts on their collaboration work and their views on dwarves, Vulcan and other related subjects. Vase would have never been willing to establish a design network if he didn't already prime Dunnerholm for its use. When Vase deliberately leaked a few hints to Dunnerholm through the design network, the dwarf gradually widened his eyes. There was a particular secret about Vase. His connection to Vulcan was a lot more special than most people thought. Though Vase did not outright scream that he outright created Vulcan by combining a number of different ingredients, a part of which came from murdered dwarves, the two definitely shared a strong and permanent connection. Are you a descendant of Vulcan? Dunnerholm asked as he couldn't withhold his burning curiosity. Vase honestly shook his head. Nothing of the sort. I would rather not go into any further detail. Let us focus on our work instead of unrelated distractions. There was no way that Vase would be able to explain the full story to a dwarf who lived in the Vulcan Empire for a long time. From time travel shenanigans to vindictively creating Vulcan as a tool to engineer the downfall of the empire founded in his name, Dunnerholm would either snap and go crazy or become consumed by rage. The lack of answers frustrated Dunnerholm, but he was enough of a professional to set aside his doubts and questions and focus on the task at hand. It took a while for the dwarf to get accustomed with the new variables introduced by Blinky's design network. But soon he started to understand the benefits of forming a direct mental connection with another creator. They not only synced up to a much better degree, but also understood each other's work and design philosophies from a first-hand perspective. Producing the tools was much different from what Vase was accustomed to in his usual design projects. Instead of making use of advanced tools and powerful superfabs, Dunnerholm wanted to go old school and resort to traditional forging. Vase knew that Ketties loved to make her handmade swords in this way, and she possessed a lot more proficiency in this craft than himself. Sure, he could borrow Vulcan's acquired expertise in order to get by, but this was ultimately borrowed knowledge. It did not truly belong to him and he would never be able to replicate the work of other smiths to the same degree. Fortunately, Vase didn't have to perform any of the most demanding technical processes. A master blacksmith could do a much better job than any mech designer as far as forging was concerned. That said, he could still assist with completing the less important steps such as preparation, inspection, finishing, polishing and other essential but fairly simple tasks. He could also make full play of his artistic sense to decorate and embellish the tools so that their appearance matched their symbolic meaning. The two cooperated as smoothly as if they had already worked alongside each other for several years. Under the blessing of Vulcan's glow and possibly his chosen agent, Dunnerholm worked harder and more earnestly than he had done in many years. Chapter 4701 Cross-disciplinary collaboration. Forging took a lot of time, patience, precision, strength, endurance and more. Vase had witnessed Ketties at work in the advanced forge that he had installed in his workshop. He even utilized it himself in the rare occasions he wanted to produce an item in the old-school way instead of letting his modern first-class superfab pump out a product with ease. There were many differences between utilizing a forge and a superfab. In modern times, large-scale industrial production machines remained dominant for many good reasons. They could produce gigantic objects, they could be automated to a high degree, they cut down on the error rate, they could exert a lot more precision at the smallest scale. They could work with all kinds of non-metallic materials including certain varieties of organic ones and they could shape items that could never be made in an old-fashioned forge. Despite all of these technological advantages, forges had their merits as well. First off, they had a long heritage and history in human civilization that dated back many millennia. The vast amount of knowledge and techniques that countless generations of human ancestors had painstakingly developed and refined over the ages had accumulated to a frightening level. Sure, much of this accumulation was painfully vague, obscure, difficult and low-tech, but who cared as long as it worked? In the ages where hyper-industrialization had completely elevated humanity from a primitive planet-bound society to an intergalactic super-civilization, it may seem that there was no place for blacksmithing anymore. That may be correct if there was not a demand for luxury items that were deliberately made by hand. The human race was an irrational race, and developed appreciation for all kinds of beauty and artisanal crafts that did not necessarily bring that much of a practical improvement to their lives. The blacksmithing profession adapted to the ages and no longer focused on trying to compete against modern industrial production methods on mass production. There was no way to beat the latter in terms of pumping out lots of low-quality goods. The blacksmiths that stubbornly clung to their crafts and traditions in the face of rising industrialization put down their long-standing rivalries and pooled their efforts together. The result was a comprehensive redefinition and streamlining of their profession. Traditional blacksmithing encapsulated all of their best practices as well as the aspirations that its practitioners must fulfill in order to preserve the future of this ancient and noble heritage. Master blacksmith Roga Dunnerholm was one of the many sincere and hard-working disciples of this craft. Of course, he had reached much further ahead than many other blacksmiths given the title he earned through his hard work. No matter whether a blacksmith was a normal human or a heavy-gravity variant human, they all possessed the same reverence and ideals towards their struggling craft. As Vase started to work together with Dunnerholm to produce a new set of blacksmithing tools, the mech designer gained a much more comprehensive and intimate understanding of the finer points as well as the struggles of a traditional blacksmith. The dwarf did not hide these aspects from him. He extended a high degree of trust towards Vase and openly shared his own perspective to the mech designer. It was as if Dunnerholm was treating Vase as an earnest blacksmithing apprentice, which was rather absurd. Vase did not have much interest in mastering traditional blacksmithing. Although he appreciated and respected the craft, he constantly needed to remind himself that he was a mech designer. If the teachings did not have that much practical use in his main vocation, then he was better off learning more relevant skills. Still, he did not object to learning a lot of techniques and insights for free. Together with the borrowed knowledge that he drew from Vulcan, Vase made full use of his powerful learning capabilities and quickly mastered the basic essence of traditional blacksmithing over the course of this production run. The speed and efficiency in which Vase quickly mastered the basic processes of blacksmithing just by osmosis over the design network was frightening. If Dunnerholm only suspected that Vase was the mortal descendant of Vulcan at the beginning, now he became increasingly convinced that the clan patriarch was a child directly blessed by the god he revered. It was an incredible honor for the old dwarf to not only get in touch with Vulcan, but also pass on his humble teachings to the chosen representative of the god of dwarves, mechs and craftsmanship. Dunnerholm did not hide much from his perspective anymore and shared much more about what he knew about traditional blacksmithing, including the obscure and incredibly useful techniques that were only passed on from master to apprentice. Although much of this proprietary knowledge wasn't as exclusive as Dunnerholm thought it was, there was a major difference between passive knowledge transfers and active teaching. The dwarf's proactive teaching attitude not only helped Vase understand the knack of blacksmithing faster, but also allowed him to understand and master the knowledge he already possessed to a greater degree. It was only after they were halfway into their forging run that Vase eventually noticed that there was a real and practical benefit to learning the difficult craft of traditional blacksmithing. As he was in the process of inspecting the handles of the tools that Dunnerholm had put through an accelerated tempering process with the help of one of the few advanced devices that he was willing to use in this production run. If Dunnerholm insisted on sticking to the most traditional form of blacksmithing, then they would both have to stick around for a week or more as they had to wait for the forged objects to cool down to normal temperatures. That was obviously unacceptable to Vase, so the dwarven blacksmith relented by utilizing any equipment that could dramatically shorten the waiting time at the cost of increasing the failure rate. Though a master blacksmith was able to minimize these occurrences, it was still important to scan all of the items that endured a lot of stress in a short amount of time. So far, Vase had yet to spot any fractures or deformations. The extremely high resilience of first-class materials contributed a lot to keeping it all together. While they were extremely difficult and cumbersome to work with, their impressive properties could tolerate a lot of abuse. What Vase noticed throughout this highly educational experience was that he was actually gaining more from Dunnerholm than pure knowledge. A part of the dwarf's less tangible feelings and insights towards metals flowed to Vase. As a mech designer, Vase already possessed a good feel and instinct towards metal, but his own efforts were incomparable to a master blacksmith who hammered and worked on many more varieties of metallic substances over his lifetime. Vase was highly sensitive towards his own state and condition. This was why he eventually noticed a change in his spirituality. His affinity towards metal was improving by a small but extremely significant rate. This was a remarkable event as the metal attribute was much broader and more difficult to acquire than the mech attribute that was derived from the former. Although Vulcan had already developed a small but strong affinity for metal in advance, that was because Vase forcibly integrated his external incarnation with some of the high-level metal energy released by Cassandra Breyer. Vase always thought it would take a long while for him to transform his mech domain into a broader and more inclusive metal domain. However, by taking advantage of Blinky's design network to intimately learn and work together with a genuine master blacksmith, Vase was able to acquire a fraction of all of the core accumulation of this